Demon, adventurer, congratulations on acquiring the divine wish box. Open it, and I shall fulfill all your desires. Li Cha, can you make the Elven Queen wash my feet? Demon, the Elven race is inherently pure. That is quite a challenge. Li Cha, I can. Can you persuade the time dragon to bestow its treasure upon me? I cannot defeat it. I can. Can you convert all the followers of the goddess into my devotees? Goddess, I can. Demon, the times have changed. The next time you attempt to deceive, do not ask others what they desire first. What is the essence of a transaction? It is an equitable exchange. Li Cha, now, I have imparted to you the most avant-garde trading secret. According to the rules, surrender your soul. The demon became frantic. You scoundrel! I have already sacrificed myself for you once. Do you not possess a conscience? Li Cha, that thing? I sold it the moment I arrived in this world. Ding dong, transaction completed. Li Cha gazed at the system panel. Why, when I previously offered to sell the continent of Lauren to you, have you yet to provide a price? System, according to the rules. Ding dong notification. Li Cha's conscience current sale price, 0. Ding dong notification. Li Cha's conscience returned. Chapter 1. In a different world, how much is conscience worth? 1 copper coin Saint, and is a small town in the southern part of the continent of Lauren. It is June, and the sweltering heat is unbearable. A gentle drizzle finally cools down the oppressive warmth that has persisted for an unknown number of days. Name, Li Cha. Occupation, none level. 1 attack power, 1055. Li Cha stood under the eaves, seeking refuge from the rain, and quietly closed his personal panel. I have transmigrated. Li Cha spent a full 2 hours confirming this fact. This is the world of the game Goddess's Pact. Goddess's Pact begins with a contract with the goddess, receiving blessings, becoming a hero, slaying monsters to level up, and so forth. Yet, just as Li Cha completed the character setup, he found himself here. As an orphan, he bore no strong aversion to the notion of transmigration. However, he now possessed nothing but a set of cloth armor and a novice sword with an attack power of 5, utterly penniless. This forced Li Cha to confront a very pragmatic question. What would he eat? Approximately 50 to 60 meters away stood an old beggar in tattered robes and a hood, mirroring Li Cha's posture. The difference was that the old beggar held a battered iron bowl, inside which lay a dozen copper coins. As if sensing Li Cha's gaze, the scruffy old beggar glared fiercely, baring his yellowed and decayed teeth. Never mind, there is a city patrol. Even as a level 1, I may not be his match. Li Cha released the sword he had been gripping tightly. Having just crossed over, he could not bring himself to resort to robbery. Li Cha took a deep breath, continuing to ponder how to secure his survival, when suddenly a ding-dong echoed in his mind, and a new translucent light blue panel materialized. Before him, followed by a stream of text. There is no free lunch in this world. Fate has already tagged a price on every gift. Host, Li Cha, God-level trading system has been successfully loaded. Everything can be traded, with clear pricing, fair to all. Li Cha, a trading system to deal with useless items? I mean just the novice gear. He had already inquired. No one wanted this novice equipment, not even for scrap. Ding-dong current tradable items. Novice sword, 1 copper coin. Novice cloth armor set, 3 copper coins. Life, 1 gold coin per life. Stamina, 0. 5 copper coins per hour. Eyes, 1 silver coin each. Arms. That I actually have quite a few items to sell. Huh. After a brief glance, Li Cha couldn't help but scoff. A life for 1 gold coin is hardly cheap. Commoners in this other world might never see a gold coin in their lifetime. But if one sells their life, what uses money? Moreover, selling eyes and limbs. Li Cha had not yet lost his sanity. However, I can sell stamina for half a copper coin per hour. Although I am unsure of the system's mechanics, it is worth a try. Is it undignified to sell items to the system? When one cannot even afford a meal, what dignity remains? Wait, just as Li Cha was about to sell his stamina, he paused and opted to select the next page. Dignity, 0.1 copper coin per point. Maximum sale of 100 points. Conscience, 1 copper coin per point. Maximum sale of 100 points. Li Cha closed the trading interface. In the lower strata, there is no human rights. In his previous life, there was a jest that suggested a billionaire wouldn't bother picking up a 100 yuan note because they earn far more than that in a second, while ordinary individuals could only exchange time for money. Li Cha was now in such a position. I'll sell 2 hours of stamina. Ding dong notification. Do you wish to sell 2 hours of stamina? Li Cha selected yes. Immediately, with a clatter, a round, shiny coin appeared in Li Cha's pocket. Transaction successful. But the next moment, he collapsed, utterly drained of energy, unable even to utter a word. Is this selling stamina? That it truly leaves me with nothing at all. Fair trading is indeed real. He had witnessed it firsthand. Cash exchanged, stamina vanished. Li Cha slowly turned his eyes to where the old beggar had been. The figure had vanished. Li Cha sighed in relief. He was now scarcely stronger than a vegetative state. Even a child could easily take his life. Selling stamina is feasible, but next time, I must find a secure location. The drizzle continued to fall, and the wind swept over the eaves, soaking Li Cha's clothing. Some droplets struck his face, pattering down. The first day of transmigration had truly been dreadful. 2 hours later, night fell. Li Cha's fingers began to regain movement. Darn it, I'm soaked to the bone. I need to find a place to dry my clothes quickly. Li Cha had not forgotten his impoverished reality. If he allowed his clothes to remain wet, he could catch a cold. He had no money for a doctor, and his condition could worsen. In a technologically undeveloped otherworld, a mere cold could indeed claim a life. All right, I have no money. Accommodation also requires funds. If Li Cha had sufficient money, he wouldn't be in this predicament. With this thought, Li Cha decisively reopened the trading panel. Curiously, a purchase tab had appeared next to the sell section. The selling interface had 2 pages of content, much of which was quite outrageous, while the purchasing interface contained only the solitary item, stamina. Stamina, 10 copper coins per hour, maximum purchase of 2 portions. MMP. Li Cha cursed vehemently. The wretched system, having bought stamina from him for half a copper coin, dares to resell it at 20 times the price. What a fair trade indeed. Upon reflection, it seems that the wages received in the previous life adhere to a similar principle. If one does not contribute 2, 5, or even 10,000 to the employer, aspiring for a mere 5,000 salary appears utterly absurd. This is indeed the harsh reality. Today I lack the time. Allow me to first surmount this hurdle, and I shall diligently study the intricacies of the system. Ding dong. Notification. Would you like to sell 100 points of conscience? Li Cha selected yes. What is the worth of conscience per pound? A mere copper coin, more valuable than dignity. Such is the nature of reality. With a sudden flourish, Li Cha's pockets swelled, and he felt no discomfort in his body. 100 copper coins in hand, convertible to 1 silver coin. Having traversed into an alternate realm, he found no existence of an equipment inventory. Fortunately, once his assets surpassed 101 copper coins, the trading system presented an additional option. Money, too, could be traded. This meant that Li Cha could deposit his funds into the system at any time and withdraw them without incurring any fees. At the old Shock Tavern, in stark contrast to the damp and desolate exterior, the interior was filled with lively commotion. 2 adventurers clad in leather armor engaged in an arm wrestling contest, with the loser obliged to pay the victor a copper coin. Nearby, 3 dwarves were competing in a drinking contest. Their small frames juxtaposed with their prodigious capacity, they had already consumed 2 large barrels. 10 gun, huh? I have 1. A group was engrossed in a card game. Meanwhile, on the stage adjacent to the bar, a golden-haired, azure-eyed maiden donned a vibrant red dress, dancing gracefully to the music. Madam, may I inquire if you provide accommodations here? Li Cha asked. Behind the bar, a tall and voluptuous woman, unadorned by makeup, was polishing a glass. Upon noticing the young man with damp hair, the proprietress smiled slightly. Indeed, our establishment offers lodging services for 1 copper coin per day. For an additional copper coin, a meal can also be included. Li Cha inquired, is there a fireplace in the room? Madame Mary extended a finger, 1 copper coin. Should you require laundry services, it would be an additional copper coin, with a young lad's gentle hands ensuring your garments are impeccably clean. As she spoke, the proprietress winked and subtly adjusted her ample bosom. After being married for over a decade, she was no youthful maiden. However, Wendy, the girl on stage, certainly was. Li Cha remained unfazed, rummaging through his pocket until he produced 3 copper coins, stating, "Greetings, my name is Li Cha, an adventurer. Please prepare a fireplace and dinner, and have it sent to my room." "Thank you. Just call me Mary, Mr. Li Cha." The proprietress happily accepted his payment, recorded it, and handed him the key to room 208. Whether it was an illusion or not, upon touching the bronze key, Li Cha felt a slight tingling in his palm. This scene did not escape the notice of the burly men at the tables, who erupted into cheers and whistles. Wow, the proprietress has taken a liking to this lad. Such delicate skin, he looks like a young lad yet to mature. Haha, madam, your young man has departed. Why not consider me? I promise to make you soar through the night. Madam Mary retorted, get lost, you bunch of fools. Settle your outstanding tab before you speak. At that moment, 8 out of 10 fell silent, chastened. The tavern, after all, primarily existed to sell ale. The proprietary brewing recipe of the Old Shock family ensured that the beer was stronger and more delectable. This was one of the main reasons for the tavern's thriving business. Moreover, Old Shock was known for his generosity, leading many to owe him favors. Thus, despite their bravado in front of Madame Mary, none dared to confront the robust and voluptuous woman, unless you were to knock on their doors at midnight. On the other hand, Li Cha decided to stay here for the night upon learning that the Old Shock Tavern was quite safe. Upon opening the door to room 208, he mused, the price is quite reasonable, yet the conditions are indeed lacking. Upon illuminating the crystal lamp, he beheld merely a wooden bed and a chair. The sheets appeared clean from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, they were merely washed and lacked a fresh feeling. Having spent 3 copper coins, he had 98 copper coins remaining. Since funds are limited, I shall not be overly discerning. Removing his shoes and 2 pieces of fabric armor, Li Cha utilized the bed sheet to dry off. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The golden-haired maiden, who had been singing and dancing on stage, entered with a coal basin in hand. This was a fireplace 1 copper coin could only purchase such a basic level of warmth. After placing the basin down, the maiden cast a sidelong glance at Li Cha, saying, accommodations include a towel and a basin of hot water at no charge, so please refrain from using my freshly laundered sheets for any peculiar purposes. Then, she remained, staring intently at Li Cha. Li Cha inquired, is there something else, Miss Wendy? Wendy replied, my foster mother wishes to know if you require any additional services. A question mark appeared above Li Cha's head. When he clarified, I mean companionship for the night. It costs 10 copper coins for a single encounter and 20 for the entire night. Ding dong. Notification. Detection of an impending transaction. Reminder. All things are negotiable. The item available for trade is Wendy's time, with the price to be displayed once the item belongs to the host. Upon reading the system panel, an even larger question mark appeared above Li Cha's head. All things are negotiable. If he acquires an item, he can sell it back to the system. This is trading. Buying the maiden's time for 1 night and then reselling that time to the system is equally valid. In other words, as long as my acquisition cost is low enough, I could exploit the system for profit. Li Cha found the system increasingly appealing. However, Wendy interpreted his scrutiny as objectification. Ah, you do not attempt to disguise your intentions. This is hardly unusual. Adventurers like yourself, who constantly tread the line between life and death, carry significant psychological burdens. But let me make it clear, no perversions are allowed, or I shall summon others to strip you of your dignity and expel you. Li Cha asked, what about Madame Mary? Wendy gasped in shock. Madame Mary, her foster mother, Li Cha waved his hand. No need for concern, I was merely inquiring. When he shook her head, there's no need to apologize. Human affection takes many forms, just ensure you do not regret your choices. Today at the Old Shock Tavern, the proprietress was at home while the owner was absent. Yesterday at the Old Shock Tavern, the proprietress was at home while the owner was absent. The day before was the same, and the day prior to that as well. Old Shock, under the guise of conducting business, was primarily seeking to evade the proprietress. As noted earlier, unless the proprietress chose to knock on their doors at midnight, the burly men dared not act. Moreover, many times, when the proprietress did knock, no one dared to answer. Rumor has it that Madame Mary is not entirely human. She possesses a trace of giant lineage. Thus, downstairs, while tidying the tables, Mary's eyes gleamed brightly upon learning that Li Cha had chosen her. Inform him that I shall grant him an hour to prepare, and I will ascend in 1 hour. Wendy. Very well, dear mother. The affections of humanity are manifold, and so too are the manifestations of arrogance. Throughout these years, Wendy has encountered numerous individuals who dared to challenge their foster mother. The outcome was that 7 out of 10 never dared to reappear in the tavern, while 2 others resembled mice encountering a cat in their fearful glances towards their matron. The remaining 1 maintained a facade of bravado, yet was equally gripped by trepidation within. On the second floor, room 208, Li Cha meticulously hung his damp garments over a charcoal basin to dry, scrutinizing the lines and boxes of the transaction panel thrice over. He promptly dismissed any options pertaining to life and bodily matters, even in madness. He would not entertain such choices. The moral options had vanished, for they had all been sold by Li Cha. What remained was a newly added item in the sales section, Mary's time. Mary's time. The proprietress of the Old Shock Tavern has consented to a transaction with you, with the time set for 1 hour from now until tomorrow morning. Mary, level 18, a human with a trace of fire giant blood, a captivating matron, offers her time for 12 copper coins per hour. Is this truly feasible? Li Cha mused. He would not hesitate to sell his own conscience, let alone the time of a woman he had only met once. 1 word. Sell. Ding-dong notification. Transaction successful. You have acquired 84 copper coins, and your experience points have increased, with a double experience reward for your first transaction. In an instant, golden light enveloped Li Cha, elevating him to level 1, with an attack power of 2. Chapter 003. Good morning, Madam. Currently. Name, Li Cha. Occupation, none. Level 2, 23. Attack power, 12. Wealth, 182 copper coins. Engaging in transactions with the system also grants experience. Li Cha recalls that during his introduction to the game, it was mentioned that players could choose secondary professions. For instance, as a blacksmith, crafting a weapon earns experience, while a fisherman not only catches fish but also gains experience. The game developers proclaimed this a boon for casual players. Thus, it seems I am now a trader by profession. Aside from trading-related matters, the system shows no further interest in him, leaving Li Cha, the host, somewhat perplexed. However, this development renders trading even more intriguing. Understanding the concept of trading anything, Li Cha immediately thinks of profiting from price differences. Even if he breaks even or incurs a minor loss, gaining experience means he is still benefiting. As he prepares his garments, Li Cha fills a basin with water and refreshes himself. The sensation of warm water against his skin is delightful, making him yearn to immerse himself in a large bath for 3 days and nights. Alas, having a bed to sleep on is already a stroke of fortune for him. Knock, knock, knock. The door opens, closes, and locks. A plump figure resembling a meatball leaps into Li Cha's embrace. Mr. Li Cha, I thought you preferred maidens like Wendy. Yet it seems you are merely serious on the surface, remarks Madame Mary, her eyes sparkling with affection. The notion of liking maidens is not something Li Cha has heard before. Perhaps at the tender age of 18 or 19, he might have been more inclined towards such interests. However, he is not that young. His true age is not far removed from Madame Mary's. Naturally, he is not enchanted by the elaborate adornments that have been meticulously crafted over time, nor does he heed the roar of his right arm, which has descended into despair. He speaks. Madame Mary, I did not inquire about Wendy's cost. Mary replies, free. Men may be lecherous, yet women are equally so. Mary would a dwarf at the peak of her youth. They share a deep affection, yet that does not equate to her happiness. Particularly in recent years, her husband often steers clear of conversation. Even the act of knocking on the door upstairs was subtly suggested by him. Li Cha states, Madame Mary, in this room, your time temporarily belongs to me. Of course, I adore wild men. She exclaims, deal. Regarding tonight's price, Li Cha's bottom line is 90 copper coins. A slight loss of 6 copper coins in exchange for a wave of experience is acceptable. To his surprise, it is free. Mary collapses, and Li Cha catches her. Fearing unforeseen complications from the system, he proactively introduces the concept of time and receives an affirmative response. At present, it is indeed time for sleep. Li Cha occupies the bed, while Madame Mary rests on the floor. The following morning, Wendy awakens early to tidy the tavern. Before long, the slightly disheveled stepmother descends the stairs. Stepmother, what troubles you? Asks Wendy. Mary yawns, her spirits somewhat diminished. Nothing, just a bit of soreness in my back. Wendy, taken aback, inquires, are you implying? Her stepmother reveals a mysterious smile. Truly, you are a young lad, yet you have exhausted me. At 8 in the morning, Li Cha rises, feeling refreshed. Level 1, 182 copper coins, he finally possesses a modicum of confidence in this entirely new world. Knock, knock, knock. Once more, the sound of knocking echoes. Wendy enters, this time bringing 2 loaves of coarse bread and a glass of milk. This is for my stepmother, no charge. Currently, Li Cha relishes such words, smiling as he replies, "Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to Madame Mary." Today, the girl refrains from rolling her eyes at him, yet her gaze has grown peculiarly inquisitive. She wonders how a man can appear so well-rested when her formidable stepmother looks utterly fatigued. "Mr. Li Cha, the money you paid only covers your stay until noon today. Would you like to extend your lodging?" asks Wendy. "Extend it 3 days for now, and we shall see about the future." He hands over 3 copper coins, reducing his wealth to 179 copper coins. Nevertheless, this is money he has earned, and more may come. With the bread and milk consumed, Li Cha feels invigorated. Downstairs, "Hello, Mr. Li Cha." "Good morning, Madame Mary." About last night, she recalls little. It seems that once her partner exhibited wildness, she found herself swept into the whirlwind. The sensation is reminiscent of her childhood, when Mary, at a tender age, toiled in the fields alongside her parents. In the sweltering heat, drenched in sweat, she wielded a hoe, yearning for rest. But her parents insisted she continue. No sleep until the work was complete. Thus, upon encountering that youthful, vibrant face again, the tavern mistress's cheeks quickly flush with color, and she proactively pours a glass of beer to offer him. Li Cha sits across from her and inquires, "Madam, I am a traveler and wish to know the way to the Adventurers Guild in Sainton." His commanding voice resonates with authority, causing Mary's composure to falter slightly as she responds, "Very well. I wish to visit the Adventurers Guild," he reiterates. Mary, with her hair tied back, recovers and retrieves a map from beneath the bar. There are 2 Adventurers Guilds in Sainton, one in the inner city and one in the outer city. The inner guild has stringent requirements for adventurers. I recommend avoiding it unless you possess second-tier strength. If you're a newcomer, you might consider the other guild. There's a chance you could join a team, thereby securing some support. In Mary's eyes, Li Cha is merely a novice adventurer, which is indeed accurate. Today marks the 2nd day since his arrival in this world. Grateful for the map, Li Cha thanks Madame Mary for her guidance. Before departing, he adds, "By the way, I am curious about Mr. Mary's thoughts on last night's events." Li Cha is uninterested in purchasing women, yet he is not oblivious to the situation. The adult services at Old Hugh's Tavern are likely well known to Wendy, while the tavern mistress rarely engages in such matters. He must clarify this, or he may as well change inns for the night. Mary, taken aback by Li Cha's directness, ponders for a moment and attributes it to a man's peculiar interests. She responds, "My husband does not object. It is part of the tavern's income. However, starting today, I can be more discreet. Discretion and restraint. That is the tavern mistress's intention." Yet, upon hearing the first half of her statement, Li Cha pays no heed to the rest. What he seeks is trade, startup capital, and experience points. Chapter 004. The Adventurers Guild of Saint, and after a night of rain, the morning in Sainton feels refreshingly cool. The sun shines brightly, and fluffy clouds hang in the azure sky. Stepping out of Old Hugh's Tavern, Li Cha stretches, relishing the sensation of being well fed. It feels splendid. To speak truthfully, had it not been for the system's assurance that both parties in a transaction are equal, and that sincere exchanges would be acknowledged, he might not have been so resolute. Ultimately, the outcome was that Li Cha slept quite soundly last night. Although the bed at the tavern was rather firm, it was certainly preferable to the 2 hours he spent slumped against the wall in the afternoon, catching rainwater on his face. Observing the diverse passers-by, some bearing smiles while others wore expressions of sorrow, Li Cha remarked, "Indeed, no matter where one is, employing one's intellect proves more lucrative than merely selling one's physical labor. Were he to endlessly sell his stamina to the system, he might not even accumulate a single silver coin in a month." Engaging in a genuine transaction, Li Cha took a gamble. Could betting on luck be considered using one's intellect? Before Madame Mary ascended the stairs, Li Cha was not idle. He pondered the potential pitfalls should the system prove unreliable. Fortunately, the proprietress was exceedingly pleased with last night's transaction, thus sparing Li Cha any further endeavors. Straight ahead lay the commercial district. A squad of armored patrolling soldiers brushed past Li Cha. The city of Sheng and was much as he had envisioned, populated predominantly by ordinary folks engaged in the daily procurement of food and other necessities. Beyond the mundane, he spotted herbal shops, equipment stores, magic shops, and even a magical pet store and a slave market, establishments that could never exist in the real world. Shang'an was divided into inner and outer districts, segregating commoners from nobles and lower-tier individuals from elites. In the outer district, one encountered a mix of vendors, while the inner city boasted individuals either garbed in opulence or exhibiting formidable prowess. Suddenly, Li Jia had his gaze drawn to a structure reminiscent of a medieval Western cathedral across the street. Outside the church, a priest led several nuns in distributing food to a long queue of impoverished citizens. Glancing at his map, he murmured, "This is indeed the goddess church of Shang'an." The goddess church, or NSHNQU, should have been a place where Li Cha could command a character he created, effortlessly harvesting resources with the goddess's assistance. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Li Cha was unacquainted with any goddess, and the goddess of the lowland continent seemed more a symbol than a deity. The emperor of the empire utilized the goddess church to unify ideologies, a relic of ancestral traditions. Without lingering, Li Cha pressed forward, and after a 10-minute walk, he finally beheld the imposing sign of the Adventurers Guild. Spanning several thousand square meters, the grand estate was bustling, even more vibrant than the commercial street. A robust man strode in, carrying a large red-haired porcupine. "Look, it's Yitao," someone exclaimed. "I hear he is on the brink of reaching level 2. The length of the red beast's tusks, nearly a meter, indicated its impending evolution into a second-tier magical beast. Someone approached, exclaiming, "Yitao, impressive. You must have made quite the fortune on this venture. Brother, why not join our Johnson team? Together, we can ascend to level 2 and venture into the inner city, indulging in all its delights." In a world populated by magical beasts, strength undoubtedly served as a vital measure of a man's allure. Adventurer Yitao single-handedly vanquished a magical beast of levels 18 or 19, and the wounds on the red pig indicated that the battle was not arduous. Thus, he was met with countless gazes of envy, jealousy, and admiration. However, Yitao chose to politely decline the invitation. He was still young, viewing level 2 merely as a goal, not a destination. He aspired to enter the inner city and join a truly formidable team, thereby transforming his innate talent into genuine strength as swiftly as possible. After observing for a moment, Li Cha silently entered the Adventurers Guild. Inside the guild hall, the architectural style remained consistent, with half designated for administrative purposes and the other half a space where adventurers mingled over drinks. As the tavern's young waitress Wendy had remarked, adventurers frequently faced life and death situations, leading to significant psychological stress. Thus, relaxation and indulgence were commonplace. Li Cha approached the front desk, manned by a pair of twin sisters, one with a left ponytail and the other with a right ponytail. "Greetings, sir. I am Lucy. This is Luna. Are you here to post a commission?" The process for adventurers accepting commissions and executing tasks to earn rewards was standardized. The sources of these commissions were theoretically open to all. As long as the remuneration was reasonable, one could even commission the guild to search for a lost pet. Li Cha smiled and replied, "Ladies, I am here to register with the Adventurers Guild of Shang'an. I am also an adventurer." The twin sisters exchanged glances before nodding. "Very well, please fill out this form." Similar to the commission process, joining the Adventurers Guild was not without requirements. Li Cha took the registration form and swiftly filled it out. However, before he could proceed with his momentum, he encountered a challenge. While he had no trouble writing or concocting details such as name, age, level, origin, and address, he stumbled upon a bolded regulation. First-tier adventurers, or those below level 10, required 2 guarantors for registration. These guarantors also faced qualification restrictions. Fortune offered him a choice: either a registered adventurer from Shang'an or a local resident who had previously posted a commission with the guild. Did Li Cha know any adventurers? Yitao? One strong adventurer would suffice. Yet, the problem was that while Li Cha knew Yitao, Yitao did not know him. As for local residents, he recognized two: the tavern dancer Wendy and Madame Mary. As for Madame Mary, Li Cha was uncertain, but the forthright and candid Wendy likely had not posted any commissions with the guild. Thus, Li Cha inquired, "Do the guarantors need to be present?" One of the twin sisters shook her head. "They do not need to be present, but they must sign, and the Adventurers Guild will verify with them." Sister Luna added, "This is primarily for safety reasons. Many believe the Adventurers Guild poses an unstable element within the kingdom. If bandits or robbers become adventurers and commit crimes, the guild could become a target for their ire. Of course, we do not imply that you, Mr. Li Cha, are a villain. You would surely not wish to have a murderer among your companions. Li Cha nodded in agreement and then exited the Adventurers Guild with the registration form in hand. Given that the need for guarantors stemmed from safety concerns, relying on chance encounters or flattery to secure signatures was utterly impractical. Should Li Cha be a killer in disguise and commit murder after becoming an adventurer, he would be hunted down and his guarantors would be implicated as accomplices. What a poor start. Li Cha sighed softly. Chapter 005. Wow. Our hero has returned had Li Cha still been playing a game. His journey would have commenced in a novice village, grinding his way to level 10. Then proceeding to Sheng Inn or a comparable small town to ascend to level 1 and join the Adventurers Guild, continuing his relentless harvesting. Alas, he had traversed to the Luluan continent, with no one arranging novice quests for him. Thus he faced a second dilemma: how to proceed from here. A level 2 adventurer would struggle to make a name for himself in Sheng, and relying solely on evening transactions with Madame Mary would yield similar results. The proprietress had mentioned that she had received tacit approval. This game was originally titled NSHNQU, and one can understand its somewhat fierce societal norms. Trying this every night seemed impractical. Even if the tavern did not seek trouble with Li Cha, others might harbor resentment against him. He strolled along the streets of the outer district once more. Sheng is situated not far from the harbor, in a plain region where trade flourishes significantly. This is evident from the presence of dwarves, gnomes, and half-elves within a human city. Perhaps I might learn a craft before reaching level 10. Currently, Li Cha's assets amount to nearly 200 copper coins, and with careful expenditure, he can sustain himself in Sheng for 1 to 3 months. Li Cha certainly does not wish to find himself weighing his ability to confront even a beggar. This is merely a contingency plan. I must take note of it. Finding a guarantor is challenging, but I shall endeavor to locate one. Li Cha turned his gaze towards the direction of the Old Shock Tavern, home to the wild-hearted Madame Mary. If all else fails, he must rely on a mutually beneficial arrangement. At noon, Li Cha indulged in a meat-laden meal. After 2 consecutive servings of coarse bread, he spent 5 copper coins for the sake of meat. During mealtime, Li Cha attempted to find a guarantor, but, as expected, he was unsuccessful. At one table, the patrons, upon seeing a stranger in Li Cha, outright refused him. At another table, an exorbitant price of 500 copper coins for a signature was quoted. What a joke! 2 signatures for 10 silver coins. With such funds, Li Cha could directly commission the Adventurers Guild, thereby securing a party of 10 to aid him in leveling up. In the afternoon, he continued to explore, focusing on the blacksmith and general stores to gain insight. Employment within Sheng is both accessible and elusive. Due to its prosperity, if one is willing to exert physical effort as a laborer, earning wages for 20 days a month is certainly feasible. Conversely, without a specific skill, securing a respectable job is reliant on sheer luck. Competition is omnipresent. Thus the day passed. Li Cha's only achievement was a marked increase in his familiarity with Sheng. He closed the map and, before nightfall, once again spotted the sign of the Old Shock Tavern. Before entering, he heard peals of laughter from within. "Ha! I told you can't do it. I was the strongest in the village at 10 years old. Get lost, you little trickster. I won't accept that. Regardless, it doesn't matter. You've already lost, little brother. Hand over your belongings. Wendy, bring us some drinks. Miss Wendy, your dress is truly beautiful today." He decided he would approach Miss Wendy for a dance. The tavern, being a place of relaxation, was filled with laughter as patrons enjoyed their strong drinks. However, Wendy, the serving girl, did not regard them kindly. Her gaze swept the room, and she uttered 2 words: "Pay up." The nearest bearded man let out a melodious whistle and gallantly produced a handful of copper coins, saying, "Oh, beautiful lady, do not be upset. I, Hardin, have brought enough money today." When he took the coins and stuffed them into her pocket, "Good, this is for today. What about yesterday?" The bearded man named Hardin replied. At that moment, the wind chimes at the tavern's entrance rang out. When he instinctively said, "Welcome," the first floor fell silent, and a multitude of questions arose within the tavern. Hardin exclaimed, "You all don't know? This brotherly Cha defeated the tavern mistress last night." Wow! With just one phrase, the atmosphere soared to new heights. Good heavens! Is it possible for someone to triumph over the tavern mistress? Brother, you are truly remarkable. I.F.A. Kin, toast to you. Li Cha had yet to comprehend the situation before being pulled into the fray, consuming 2 large mugs of beer within a minute. Come, brother, impart some wisdom. What technique did you employ to defeat the tavern mistress? A standing strike, a thrust? It can't possibly be a backdoor maneuver. Those present were all seasoned adventurers, exchanging banter and showcasing impromptu performances, causing everyone to laugh heartily once more. Li Cha wiped his mouth. The hospitality of the old Shock Tavern seemed to surpass expectations. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Defeating the tavern mistress is indeed a formidable challenge, Li Cha remarked. Wow, what a cocky lad, but I like it. Cheers. To your health. On the other side, Wendy rolled her eyes at Li Cha once more. Deservedly so, Wendy departed. Li Cha was well aware that recklessly joining the drinking session would lead to unfavorable outcomes. However, in contrast to the vast Sheng and Cheng, this small tavern was much easier to blend into. After half an hour of mingling, Li Cha learned that among the more than 20 individuals present, over 80% were adventurers, while the rest mostly held stable jobs, with only a few being temporary workers drinking for free. An hour later, at the cost of buying everyone a drink, Li Cha secured 2 signature guarantees. The drinks at the Old Shock Tavern cost 2 copper coins each, and Li Cha spent nearly half a silver coin. Then he slumped over the table, falling completely onto the beer-soaked surface. Hardin, the bearded man, patted his back. Hey, Li Cha, the drinking session has only just begun. This is cowardice. Li Cha remained unresponsive. An adjacent dwarf remarked, TSK, with such a meager tolerance for alcohol. I can't fathom how he defeated the tavern mistress. Just then, a ghostly voice arose from behind them. Who is speaking ill of me? The tavern mistress, Mary, stood there with her hands on her hips, her gaze piercing. Mary lifted Li Cha and turned to ascend the stairs. Seeing his head resting against the tavern mistress's ample bosom as a pillow, the onlookers felt a pang of envy. Mistress, we did not bully him. You're being too biased. Mary retorted, he resides here. I can too. Mary added, fine, once I finish with him, I'll deal with you. The speaker fell silent. It must be said that Mistress Mary possesses a robust build and pronounced features. Typically, her natural face does not evoke much, but once adorned, her visual impact escalates dramatically. As evidenced now, the tavern mistress ascended. Sounds of clinking and clattering resonated from above. The tavern mistress did not return. Chapter 006, The Depths of the Waters. Mother fears you cannot grasp it upon awakening. Li Cha's assets surged nearly 100 copper coins once more. Mary's time, 50 copper coins per hour, redeemable for up to 16 hours. In the transaction panel's purchase section, Li Cha could currently acquire 3 items. Li Cha's stamina, 10 copper coins per hour, redeemable for up to 2 hours. 2 local adventurers guarantee signatures, 5 silver coins. This item will disappear in 5 hours. Lastly, there was Mistress Mary's time. Li Cha never intended to exploit the tavern mistress every night. However, given the circumstances last night, if he did not act, he would have faced consequences. Li Cha was at level 2, while Mary was at level 18. He had consumed considerable alcohol, while Mary was in prime condition, a descendant of the fire giant. Fierce as a wolf at 30 and a tiger at 40. At the table, Li Cha pretended to be intoxicated. The tavern mistress, undeterred, sought to engage him. Li Cha had no choice but to initiate a trade invitation. To prevent endless negotiations, he employed a bit of strategy. Women indeed are complex beings. After deleting the guarantee signature item from the trading panel, he proceeded to freshen up and eat. It turned out that the trading system not only allowed Li Cha to sell his items, but also to procure what he needed. However, the system remained as greedy as ever. In an encounter with a stranger, 2 signatures were exchanged for 10 silver coins, of which the stranger gave 5 silver coins to Li Cha. At the Old Shock Tavern, on the first floor, Wendy observed her silent stepmother with concern and asked, Are you all right? Has that guy from room 208 been bothering you? The owner, Madame Mary, waved her hand dismissively and continued to wipe the glasses. Compared to the previous morning, her spirit seemed even more diminished. Additionally, her throat appeared to be troubled as she occasionally sipped water or cleared her throat. When he felt a surge of anger. Although this was a job and she was obligated to comply unconditionally, there should always be a basic level of respect. Just as she was about to confront Li Cha, her stepmother Mary stopped her and, in a hoarse voice, said, Wendy, it's not as you think. I had a pleasant evening. Really? To Wendy, her hoarse voice suggested otherwise. You don't understand, her stepmother said, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. And you are too young. The depths of this world are profound, and I fear you may not grasp it. At the Adventurers Guild, Li Cha submitted his registration form, leading to a lengthy wait. The twin sisters congratulated him on becoming a formal adventurer in Sane City. Consequently, Li Cha's attack power rose to 14, an increase of 20 from level 1. With his new status as an adventurer, all areas outside the Adventurers Guild office became accessible to him, including future internal discounts. Most importantly, he could now accept quests of level 1 and below. Sister Lucy explained, Mr. Li Cha, completing quests and selling the obtained items to the guild is an essential way to elevate your adventurer rank. Sister Luna added, based on past experiences, adventurers of level 1 and below benefit from joining teams for better practice and growth. Your information has been recorded. Should a suitable team arise, we will recommend you. Of course, you can also recruit teammates yourself and join your preferred team. The Adventurers Guild is a free and welcoming community. Once again, welcome, Mr. Li Cha. The twin sisters spoke in unison, as if reciting lines. Li Cha inquired if there were any adventurer teams currently in need of members. The twins replied, none. There are no suitable quests for novice adventurers. Occasionally, we may have some message delivery tasks, and we will keep an eye out for you. Additionally, there are ongoing collection tasks released by other guilds. Collection tasks, for instance, 100 pounds of iron ore can be exchanged for a bag of copper coins, and a single Ning Shun flower can be exchanged for 3 copper coins. The market prices for ores and herbs are generally higher than the task rewards. However, completing guild tasks earns contribution points. To thrive within the Adventurers Guild, contribution points are indispensable. Ding! Tradable items have been refreshed. Please check promptly. After a brief conversation with the twin sisters, Li Cha quietly opened the system panel. The first page displayed a chaotic assortment of items available for sale. On the next page, he found items he could purchase, with the first being his stamina, followed by Madame Mary's time. 2 new icons appeared. Ning Shun Flower. Spend 1 hour of stamina and 5 copper coins to obtain 25 flowers. Night Glow Grass. Spend 2 hours of stamina and 20 copper coins to obtain 23 grasses. He had struck gold. To be precise, he had struck gold once again. The previous day, when Li Cha was troubled by the signature requirement, the trading system had undergone a refreshing update. The previously burdensome signature was entirely deleted. However, as Sister Luna had just mentioned, a single Ning Shun flower was worth 3 copper coins. Since Li Cha's 1 hour of stamina was only worth half a copper coin, adding 5 copper coins would yield a minimum of 2 Ning Shun flowers. Therefore, by spending 1 hour of stamina, Li Cha could at least earn half a copper coin. That figure seemed familiar. Selling stamina to the system would also yield half a copper coin. Was he really this meticulous? Fortunately, half a copper coin was merely the baseline. If luck favored him, he could potentially earn up to 95 copper coins in an hour. In contrast, Night Glow Grass promised even more substantial returns. According to the exchange rates provided by the Adventurers Guild, the current purchase price for Night Glow Grass was 12 copper coins per unit. With 2 hours of stamina and 20 copper coins, Li Cha's cost would be 21 copper coins, ensuring a minimum return of 24 copper coins. The profit margin of 3 copper coins was 6 times that of the Ning Shun flower. System, will I gain experience from trading herbs? In response to Li Cha's inquiry, the system remained silent. Returning to the tavern, he locked his door and completed the trades for Ning Shun flowers and Night Glow Grass. Lying on his bed, he felt his strength drain away as the notification of completed transactions chimed. Ding! Notification. You have acquired Ning Shun Flower, X3. Your experience has increased. An hour passed, and inexplicably, Li Cha found 3 small white flowers in his possession. This was a modest gain. Even more gratifying was that his experience had risen by 15. Li Cha, level 2, 38. Excellent. The feeling of being unable to move a finger was undeniably unpleasant. However, Li Cha had discovered a safer and more reliable path to upgrade as a novice. He hummed a tune in his heart, reflecting on the events of the past couple of days, and soon the next 2 hours quietly slipped away. Ding! Notification. You have acquired Night Glow Grass, X2. Your experience has increased. Li Cha's experience bar rose to 58. Chapter 007, Freya, Major of the Empire's Military Intelligence Office. In the afternoon, Li Cha returned to the Adventurers Guild in Sainan. He retrieved exactly 10 Ning Shun flowers and 4 night glow grasses from his bag, earning 78 copper coins. Additionally, he gained over 20 contribution points. The twin sisters at the Adventurers Guild said, "Mr. Li Cha, the herbs you submitted are in excellent condition. Here is your reward." Li Cha, who had intentionally soiled his clothes a bit, smiled and said, "Thank you." Sister Lucy remarked, "I never expected you to be an expert in herb gathering." Li Cha waved his hand. "It's merely luck. My abilities are limited, so I can only do some dirty and laborious work to make ends meet." Sister Luna replied, "You are too modest. Herb gathering is indeed a remarkable skill." After trading 14 herbs, Li Cha did not earn much, but the experience gained from the transaction was significant, elevating his personal level to 1. Current name, Li Cha. Profession, none. Level, 3-3. Attack power, 17. Assets, 324 copper coins. Still quite meager. However, this was only Li Cha's 3rd day in Sainan City. If he could achieve 1 level per day in 7 days, he would enter the realm of level 1. Opening the system panel, the icon for Night Glowgrass turned gray and became non-tradable. This item had a usage limit. In contrast, the option for Ning Shun flower remained illuminated, although it likely had a similar cap. Moreover, the profit from the small white flowers was evidently inferior to that of the shimmering grass. Li Cha gazed up at the sky as the sun set. The limitation must be to prevent me from becoming complacent. There is no rush. It's getting late today, and over the next few days, I have ample time to explore the intricacies of this peculiar system. He quickly resolved his dinner. Li Cha once again engaged in a round of Ning Shenhua. This time, fortune eluded him, yielding only 2 diminutive white flowers. Subsequently, he opened the system and meticulously reviewed each option in the system bar. There were no surprises. However, a slight intrigue emerged as Li Cha's dignity had appreciated. It had risen to 100 points from its original price of 1 copper coin per point to now 2 copper coins, a staggering increase of 100. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The Ning Shun Hua had already found its way into Li Cha's pocket, and he was not in a state of lethargy. He promptly stood up to answer the door. Beyond the wooden door stood a woman adorned with exquisite makeup, clad in a fiery red dress, beneath which lay mysterious black stockings. Black stockings in another world? As Li Cha observed, the contractable goddesses with their black and white stockings warmly welcomed brave adventurers to embark on thrilling escapades in the Lorwan continent. "Madam Mary?" the proprietress inquired. "Are you not going to welcome me inside?" Her large, sparkling eyes fixed intently on Li Cha, brimming with tenderness. "Of course, you are the true master here," Li Cha replied with a smile. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor filled the air, a crisp and melodious tune. Madam Mary, already tall, approached Li Cha with an added height from her 7 or 8 centimeter heels, nearly reaching 175 centimeters. With a slender waist and wide hips, she was a natural beauty. She leaned closer, the faint scent of her perfume wafting towards Li Cha's nostrils. A delicate finger then pressed against Li Cha's chest. "I saved you yesterday, and you have not shown any sign of gratitude." Li Cha embraced her soft, voluptuous form. "I have expressed my thanks." Her luscious red lips brushed against his ear. "It is not enough," Li Cha replied. "Then, madam, your time tonight shall be arranged by me." Madam Mary smiled. "Very well. How much?" "Free." Ding dong. A notification chimed, detected that the host is about to engage in a transaction. The item available for trade is Mary's time. Mary's time. Madam Mary has accepted your trade invitation, valid from the moment of transaction until tomorrow morning. Mary, level 30, human, high-class elite, represents a high-quality trade. Just as Li Cha was about to declare the transaction complete, he hesitated. This marked his 3rd trade with Madam Mary. If memory served him well, she had previously been level 18, a descendant of the Flame Giant tribe. In the outer district of Saint and City, most individuals were below level 20. It was entirely normal for Madam Mary to suppress the patrons below with her formidable bloodline power. Yet here was Mary, now level 30. Though the system was indeed unscrupulous, it would not deceive Li Cha in this regard. A higher level and a more formidable individual indicated that the system would demand greater payment in coins and experience points. Thus, it was evident that Madam Mary had undergone a transformation, indicating she harbored other intentions towards Li Cha. Contemplating this, Li Cha fell silent. wrapping one arm around her silky leg while the other supported her back, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her onto the bed. The wooden bed creaked in protest. Madame Mary winced slightly, stating, "Young man, you are rather rough." Li Cha retorted, "Madam, is it not precisely my roughness that you enjoy?" He feigned a leap toward her. However, the pointed tip of her high heel blocked his advance. "Wait a moment," Madame Mary said softly and enticingly. "I have heard you have become an adventurer, Li Cha. What are your future plans?" Li Cha seized her high heel and removed it, exposing her petite, delicate foot adorned in black stockings to the air. He grasped it gently, kneading it with care. Simultaneously, he sensed a fleeting stiffness in her body as he applied pressure. Indeed, something was amiss. Li Cha mused, "What plans could I have? To strive for strength, join a team, and aim to enter the inner city as soon as possible to enjoy the luxuries it offers. And I?" Madame Mary inquired. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Li Cha asked teasingly. "Do you look down on me?" Li Cha shook his head. "Not all. I merely pondered that you might be placing too much importance on me." Madame Mary chuckled. "Is it wrong to favor young, handsome men? Keep striving, young man. If you achieve what you claim, I would not mind divorcing for you." Rebuffed with cruelty, Li Cha declared, "The proprietress is far more charming than you." "Fine. Let us conclude this transaction." In the next moment, the alluring woman before him fainted. A clink echoed as Li Cha's pocket swelled with a full 20 silver coins. Truly, a level 30 elite. He mused that in a real confrontation, she could easily crush him with a mere toe. Li Cha set her foot down and reached for Madame Mary's face, but could not locate the edge of her human skin mask. As he continued to search, a document embossed with the emblem of the Red Cedar Empire appeared in his hand. "Freya, Major of the Empire's Judgment Office, Military Intelligence Section 6. Li Cha thought to himself, "It seems I can no longer remain in Saint and City." Chapter 008. Captured in the adjacent room to Li Cha's. Two burly men pressed their ears against the wall, their expressions decidedly lewd. Behind them, a makeup-free Madame Mary tilted her head back, enjoying her drink. To be frank, she held a certain fondness for the young man, having found the previous 2 nights unforgettable, though she was unaware of Li Cha's actions ever since then. The mere proximity to him would cause her legs to tremble uncontrollably. "Enough of you two. Be careful lest the captain decides to whip you," Madame Mary warned. One of the brutish men, Hardin, indeed the bearded man who owed the tavern money, retorted, "Oh, Mary, are you concerned for that lad? I believe you should be more cautious than we are. You know the boss's temper. If Li Cha is captured and interrogated, anyone who dares to plead for him will meet the same fate," he warned. Beside Hardin, the dwarf Faken added, "Indeed, Mary, there are plenty of good men in the world, such as myself." He puffed out his chest, but alas, being a dwarf, he still had to look up at her even while seated. Madame Mary replied, "Dwarves are worthless." Her words struck Faken deeply. He leaped up, exclaiming, "Mary, you may insult me, but you cannot insult my dignity." Mary shot back, "Your dignity is such that even standing here, you cannot reach me." Hardin burst into laughter. The little Mary's tongue is as venomous as ever. Faken, enraged, demanded a duel with Madame Mary, only to be effortlessly lifted by her with a single hand. The bloodline of giants was no jest. Her strength surpassed that of many second-tier warriors. "Wait, you two hold on." Hardin suddenly intervened. Faken, throwing a flurry of punches, resembled a kitten in the paws of tiger. "Hardin, do not stop me. I am her uncle. I must teach this disrespectful girl a lesson." Hardin commanded, "Stop. Have you not noticed that it has grown quiet next door?" Madame Mary and Faken immediately fell silent. The soundproofing of the old Shock Tavern was merely average. Loud conversations could easily be transmitted through the walls. If all proceeded as expected, Freya should have already initiated the first round of interrogation, and it was impossible for there to be no noise. The three exchanged glances, uncertainty etched upon their faces. The leader is an extraordinary force capable of extinguishing all adversaries with a mere flick of his hand. When confronting a fledgling adventurer, even without intervening directly, he could tire out Li Cha with ease. However, regardless of the circumstances, the adjacent room should not have been devoid of any sound. What to do? Logically, since the leader did not summon them, they ought not to intrude. Yet there was something peculiar about Li Cha. The leader had requested a private audience with him, a clear indication of his intentions. Soon, however, the dwarf Faken could no longer restrain himself. "To hell with it. If something goes awry, I shall bear the consequences." With those words, Fakin turned and rapped on the door of the next room. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. Still, no response. Fakin kicked the door open with a swift motion. Inside the modest, cramped space, the crystal chandelier still glowed. There was someone in the room, but instead of two, it was a solitary woman, bound at her hands and feet with black silk, a towel gagging her mouth. Leader. The burly Hayden rushed in first, followed closely by the dwarf Fakin, both filled with concern. Mary approached to check for signs of life. The captain was unharmed, merely unconscious. Had they not arrived, they would have remained ignorant of the situation. Otherwise, Fu Leia would have eliminated them to silence them. Their captain, Fu Leia, was powerful, cold-blooded, efficient, and highly concerned with her reputation. Were it known that she had been subdued by a mere unknown youth and left in such a humiliating state, she would surely fly into a rage. Hayden and Fakin reassured her, "Fear not, that lad bears our mark. The gates of Shungan City are locked at night. He cannot escape far." After they departed, Mary let out a slight sigh of relief. She first untied Fu Leia's bindings and removed the towel from her mouth. Lacking medical knowledge, Mary noted that Fu Leia's breathing was steady, her pulse normal, and she exhibited no abnormal symptoms, resembling someone in a deep slumber. This reminded Mary of her own experience. Had that young man done the same to her a couple of days prior? First incapacitating her, then proceeding as he wished. Indeed, Li Cha exhibited a hint of perversion. However, something was amiss. Li Cha had fled with a bucket in hand. There was no other choice. Today marked only his third day in Shungan City, followed by an encounter with a disguised major. Why would Li Cha run? It seemed plausible that the Old Shock Tavern served as a clandestine base for the intelligence agency. Otherwise, it made little sense. Upon seeing the words intelligence agency major, Li Cha could only mutter a phrase of disbelief. He was merely a level 3 adventurer who had never even exited the gates of Shungan City. How had he attracted such attention? After stealthily leaping down from the tavern's second floor, Li Cha received some rather distressing news. The city gates were closed. Although the imperial law did not impose a curfew, most city gates locked by 10 o'clock at night. While one could enter or exit, a pass was required. As an adventurer who had only been a novice for less than a day, where would he procure such a document? Thus, he sought refuge in a secluded stable, planning to endure the night and wait for dawn to sneak out of the city. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far less accommodating than his aspirations. When Hayden and Fakin, each with a firearm aimed at the haystack where Li Cha concealed himself, approached, Li Cha opted to leap out without them uttering a single word. Bang! Li Cha was knocked unconscious. Drip, 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 the sound of water droplets echoed. When Li Cha awoke once more, he found himself enveloped in darkness. He attempted to move, but alas, the two brutish men had expertly bound him. Peering through the thick hood, visibility was non-existent. Merely having a breath of space was a considerable achievement. Time passed, and Li Cha seemed to hear a door creaking open, followed by the sound of multiple footsteps. "Officer, esteemed sir, I believe there's been a misunderstanding," he spoke. The next moment, bang, a fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, causing his insides to convulse painfully, intensifying his already gnawing hunger. The voice from across the room declared, "Kid, your interrogation has yet to commence. This is the consequence of your loose tongue." Li Cha committed the voice to memory. At that moment, a female voice called out from a distance, "Li Cha, speak. What is your purpose in Shungan City?" Li Cha replied, "Does seeking wealth count?" Bang! Another punch landed. Li Cha felt his anger rising. "Fu Leia of the intelligence agency, I ought to eliminate you before I depart." Immediately, a dark barrel pressed against his temple. Chapter 009. I am a believer of the goddess. Mysteriously transported into a game, Li Cha resolved to accept his fate. After all, he was a man with an advantage. Though his system was peculiar, it was certainly better than having none. As time progressed, his circumstances gradually improved. He secured lodging, embraced the identity of an adventurer, established a source of income, and began to integrate into Shungan City. As an outsider, Li Cha did not mind taking a cautious approach. He had even prepared himself to level up to 10 or even 20 before leaving the novice village. How was it possible that he had attracted the attention of agents from another world? It was no wonder Li Cha felt compelled to express his grievances. In an unknown room, a dark barrel pressed to his forehead, a voice other than the tavern owner Mary S. emerged. "Li Cha, based on the registration data from the Adventurers Guild, Our people went to your hometown and found no one by the name of Li Cha. Li Cha retorted, and so? Who dictates that what is written must be the truth? Can you guarantee that the adventurers in this city are all accounted for? Fu Leia inquired. Then where do you hail from? Is it significant? If you truly wish to perish here, it would be of no consequence. Li Cha exhaled deeply. My homeland lies beyond the Hongsha Empire, far to the north, where it snows for half the year. The human realms of the Loren continent comprise two nations, one being the Hongsha Empire, where Li Cha currently resided, and the other named Zhan Shui, co-governed by dwarves and humans. In recent years, natural disasters across the continent have been rare, leading to relative peace, yet that was the extent of it. Friction along the borders of the two nations was common, and small-scale skirmishes occurred similarly. Only the military on both sides was privy to the specifics. Li Cha continued, before my father passed, his greatest desire was to relocate to a southern city, where spring reigns year-round. I am striving toward that goal. Upon hearing this, Fu Leia applauded and commanded that Li Cha's hood be removed. With a swift motion, the hood was lifted, and Li Cha was momentarily blinded, struggling to adjust to the light of the room. It was spacious, featuring a rectangular desk, bookshelves, a grand chandelier, and a decor that was clean and soft, lacking the masculine touch. Opposite him stood 4 figures, 3 of whom were familiar faces. Mary, the tavern owner, the burly Hayden, who had signed Li Cha's adventure registration, and the dwarf Faken. Lastly, standing at the center, just having holstered her firearm, was a woman in military attire, with chestnut hair, dark brown eyes, a delicate expression, and a notably icy demeanor. She was strikingly beautiful, her long military boots accentuating her long legs, even more so than the tavern owner Mary. Li Cha glanced at her insignia, confirming her rank as a major. This must be Fu Leia, who had so generously gifted Li Cha 20 silver coins. Fulia, grasping a black leather whip, said softly, Li Cha, a level 3 novice adventurer, I am quite intrigued by question. You did not leave Shungin City at all yesterday. So how did you manage to collect 10 Ningxin flowers and 4 Yeguan grasses to submit to the Adventurers Guild? Li Cha smiled, observing that every move of his had not escaped their scrutiny. The dwarf F.A. Kin remarked, You overestimate yourself, kid. You are not worthy of our manpower to monitor you. Li Cha silently summoned the system panel, only to quietly close it again. Fortunately, the system remained unaffected. Freya uttered death. Li Cha curled the corners of his mouth, stating, I am a devotee of the goddess. Meanwhile, Hardin chuckled, a devotee of the goddess? My entire family used to be her devotees, yet now, apart from me, they're all gone. Why not pray to the goddess now and see if she can save your life? Li Cha, how can one determine the success of prayer? For instance, I am seated here, beseeching the goddess to allow you to descend and accompany your parents. Li Cha had already discerned that Hardin was the very individual who had previously landed 2 punches on him. Hardin retorted, Shut up. Philia interrupted him and turned her gaze towards Li Cha, stating, You do not appear to be a devotee of the goddess. Rather, you seem akin to a follower of the demon. Li Cha shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I am but a prisoner. If your excellency the major declares me a worshipper of someone, then I shall be just that. Philia continued, Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to conjure a Ningxin flower. Li Cha responded, I require time. Philia asserted, It is currently 9 a.m. If you can manifest a Ningxin flower out of thin air before noon, I might consider letting you go. Li Cha asked, Is that true? She had once engaged in a contest with Li Cha, and she vividly recalled the events that transpired when she disguised herself as Mary to enter his chamber. This individual had bested her, relying solely on his eloquence. Freya was uncertain which specific phrase had ensnared her in his trap, yet her intuition urged her to refrain from conceding to his demands. It was precisely for this reason that Freya remarked that Li Cha resembled a devotee of the devil. The devil's forte lies in seducing hearts, leading individuals astray, and achieving his own ends through dialogue. Li Cha stated, There is no need to wait until midnight. 1 hour will suffice. With that, he closed his eyes and commenced a transaction with the system for 1 hour. Clearly, his opponent had no intention of letting Li Cha off easily. However, the mere fact that he still drew breath indicated that he possessed value to either Freya or the Military Intelligence Section 6. Which low-level account would dare to confront a level 30 directly? To speak frankly, had I known that residing at Lao Shokabar would yield such an outcome, Li Cha would have preferred to slumber in a horse stable for 3 days. Time flows gently. The clock in the distance ticks rhythmically. Perhaps due to habit, Li Cha's eyelids now move with remarkable agility after having sold his physical strength. The 4 individuals opposite him stand silently. Major Falea from the Military Intelligence Division remains silent, while her 3 subordinates stand motionless like wooden posts. During this time, Li Cha's gaze repeatedly drifts toward the proprietress, Ma Li. It is inconceivable that he could have drawn the attention of the Military Intelligence Division without reason. Therefore, the fault must lie with this proprietress. The 2 previous transactions encountered issues, which she deliberately withheld, all while feigning satisfaction. It is often said that women are inherently gifted actresses. Li Cha had foolishly believed he could indulge in further unwarranted favors. Sergeant Ma Li of the 6th Department of Military Intelligence is typically assertive, regardless of whether her counterpart is male or female. Yet, in the presence of Li Cha, she inexplicably exhibits a hint of unease. Suddenly, as time approaches, the esteemed follower of the goddess of light, Falea, speaks, taking 2 steps forward in her military boots. Hardin and Faken immediately advance, searching up and down for any items. The outcome, as expected, reveals nothing. Hardin seizes Li Cha by the collar with a fierce grip, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, didn't you promise to take me to see my family? Now come on, put on a show." Li Cha lifted his gaze to him, then redirected his attention to the lower right. The pocket, which had previously been empty, had inexplicably adorned itself with 5 pristine white flowers. A notification chimed. "You have acquired Ning Shanhua, X5. Your experience has increased." Li Cha's luck had evidently surged. Regrettably, he was presently apprehended as a suspicious individual, with his hard-earned possessions seized by 2 rough men, 1 tall and 1 short. Hardin brought the white Ning Shanhua to his nose and remarked, "It seems to be genuine." The fact that it was widely sought after indicated its unique utility, such as being used to brew Ning Shanhua tea, which refreshes the mind and boasts a delightful flavor. Consequently, the dwarf Faken wasted no time in tasting it. After a few chews, he swallowed and declared its authentic boss. Freya commanded, "Release him." At last, Li Cha regained his freedom. Stretching his numb limbs, he stood and expressed, "Thank you, Your Excellency." With that, he launched a surprise attack on Hardin. Li Cha launched a direct assault with both fists, heedless of the outcome, and swiftly fled. His destination was behind Fu Leia, the safest spot in the room. Meanwhile, Hardin, who had inexplicably taken 2 punches to the abdomen, did not perceive much pain. A level 3 Karami was hardly worthy of inflicting any real damage upon Sergeant Hardin. However, these 2 strikes, while not significantly harmful, were profoundly insulting, and Hardin was immediately compelled to draw his weapon and aim to obliterate Li Cha's head. "Hardin, cease at once." Mary halted the bearded man, exclaiming, "Do you intend to shoot the commander?" Meanwhile, as if belatedly realizing the situation, Philia turned to Li Cha and remarked, "You ought to be grateful that the thought of fleeing never crossed your mind." Philia extended 2 fingers, stating, "You are quite astute. I prefer to associate with intelligent individuals. I care not whether you are a devotee of the goddess or a follower of the demon. Presently, only 2 paths lie before you. The first is to perish here. The second is to join MI6 and become my subordinate. Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity?" Li Cha shifted his position slightly, allowing Fu Leia to shield him once more. The small whiteboard was undoubtedly no match for a firearm. And although he was uncertain about the advancements of technology in this alternate realm, one thing was clear to Li Cha. "I have chosen to enlist in the Military Intelligence Department." He spoke these words with unwavering certainty. "Boss, had I known you were recruiting me, we would have been the most steadfast comrades last night." Li Cha saluted, addressing the officers, "Good morning, esteemed commanders. I am Li Cha, and I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." This outburst rendered everyone speechless. The main reason was the astonishingly rapid and drastic transformation of Li Cha. Li Cha stated, "Do not regard me with skeptical eyes. My funds were exhausted on the way to Shungan City. The reason I chose to reside at the Old Shioku Tavern is that I inquired with numerous individuals, and they all claimed that the Old Shioku Tavern is both economical and secure." Hardin approached and remarked, "Kid, you just ambushed me." Li Cha replied, "That was a counterattack. We can only say we are even, Commander Hardin. Naturally, as a newcomer in the Military Intelligence Department, you may take advantage of me, as I understand this is a rite of passage for all novices." Hardin commented, You have quite a way with words. Li Cha nodded. Commander, considering the earlier circumstances, I believe it is highly probable that I will not walk out of this room alive, so I intended to vent my frustrations before my demise. Freya inquired, "You are a sorcerer?" Li Cha responded, "Huh?" He did not comprehend the significance of those two words. A shaman refers to a group of individuals who engage with demons, capable of wielding immense power through shadow contracts and shadow-based spells. From behind, ML elucidated. When the term shaman was mentioned, LCH's mind immediately conjured images of the blue chubby figure, succubi, and hellfire. Although somewhat antiquated, FLI's current demeanor exuded an aura reminiscent of succubus. FL, I remarked, it seems you truly do not understand. Let us delve into it then. What is your ability? Do not speak of being a devotee of a goddess. As for abilities, does LCH's experience of traversing realms count? He pondered for a moment and replied, "To be honest, I am not entirely certain what my capabilities are. Perhaps it is simply that as I mature, whenever I encounter challenges, if I fervently pray, those difficulties tend to dissolve effortlessly." What sort of peculiar ability is that? Bearded Hardin instinctively took a step back. Li Cha, is it really that strange? Philia remarked. His ability is Lingen. The scent he remembers can be discerned even amidst a crowd of millions. Hardin possesses an uncanny ability akin to a dog's keen sense of smell. She then gestured towards the dwarf Faken, stating his ability is Miaujin. Faken's marksmanship is exceptionally precise, and after taking aim, this skill even extends the range of his bullets. As for Mary, her ability is Huyen Qinhui. The proprietress, Mary, possesses a trace of the bloodline of a fire giant, endowing her with an affinity for flames, which is quite reasonable. In contrast, Li Cha's ability, Qidai, appears rather unreliable when compared to the three. To this, Li Cha could only blink his innocent large eyes, expressing his ignorance of the so-called system of abilities as a country bumpkin. Philia assured him, "It matters not. You have already proven yourself to be a capable individual, so please demonstrate it once more." The notion of proving oneself again after already having done so seemed to Li Cha to be utterly nonsensical. However, through their conversation, Li Cha has gained some insights. It appears that the military intelligence section has encountered a minor predicament, and Li Cha's peculiar abilities have drawn their attention. There is a possibility that he could assist them in resolving their troubles. Otherwise, a mere individual, such as himself, would hardly warrant the personal involvement of a major. Subsequently, Li Cha candidly stated, "Last night, I misplaced my purse and have once again found myself without a penny to my name. Furthermore, as a member of the military intelligence section, I need not worry about being eliminated, but the greatest challenge I currently face is financial. I am in dire need of funds." After speaking, Li Cha closed his eyes, mimicking his previous demeanor, and pretended to pray. A few minutes later, he pointed his pocket. Thus, Ha Deng stepped forward and retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket. Indeed, it is money. The eyes of the 2 rugged men sparkled simultaneously. They had heard of the wondrous magic of the Olympiad that could conjure bread and water out of thin air. It could transform food and water, ensuring they would never have to worry about starvation. Hardin and Faken were truly envious. Now, they have witnessed a method of wealth creation that surpasses even the remarkable techniques of food and water production. The former need not worry about starvation, while the latter represents money, genuine currency that, when abundant, can procure anything one desires. Hardin and Fa can exchange a glance, each taking a copper coin, and then one remarked, "These 2 copper coins belong to us. Should you find yourself in need of money again, come back for another round." Li Cha responded with a chuckle. After a few moments, he retrieved 3 copper coins from the system's storage, their authenticity resonating with a crisp sound. Hardin and Fa Kin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Brother Li Cha, ha ha ha! It was indeed our mistake earlier. We have seldom indulged in reading and are rather unrefined individuals, so please do not hold it against us. We humbly request your continued guidance in the future." The fondness of these 2 extravagant and rough-hewn men for Li Cha has surged dramatically, underscoring the notion that wealth commands respect. In Chapter 011, titled The True Test of Military Intelligence, Li Cha departs, accompanied by the bearded HD Ing and the diminutive FKN. This narrative unfolds within a detective agency located in the heart of the inner city, known as Fengye. Within the agency, several detectives and administrative personnel are diligently at work. FLIY serves as both the proprietor and landlord of Fengya. The adventurers HD, Ing, and FK and maintain a cordial relationship with the agency, frequently accepting various private security assignments. In the office of the proprietor, after the departure of the three men, only FLIY and ML remain. FLIY gazes out of the window and remarks softly, "ML, do you believe what that fellow said?" Philia remarked, "At first, I believed him to be an illusionist, but later I considered the possibility that he had inadvertently inherited the legacy of sorcerer. Yet, as you have witnessed, he can conjure money from thin air, and the currency he produces bears the marks of circulation. This defies reason, unless he employs some form of deception unknown to us. This power undoubtedly transcends our comprehension, perhaps even nearing the realm of the divine. On the continent of Lualuan, there are no gods. Even if there were, such a presence would belong to a time long past. If deities still existed, they would never passively observe the church being utterly suppressed by imperial authority. The illustrious church of the goddess of light, reduced to merely buying hearts through charitable acts. Mary, do you believe releasing him was a mistake?" Furia inquired. "Mary, I can see that you do not wish for his demise." Mary replied, "2 consecutive moments of silence equate to acquiescence. If not, take him to meet that traitor. This is the opportunity one have afforded him. It remains to be seen whether he can seize it." Mary affirmed, "Yes, Major." With a soft thud, the door closed. Furia's countenance did not soften in solitude. No one spoke of the events that transpired in Li Cha's room. Upon awakening, she found herself in bed, with Mary vigilantly by her side. The presence of Li Cha was utterly perplexing. The battle-hardened Furia had been bested by a mere novice adventurer. She did not consider herself invincible. Even 10 Furias would falter against those truly formidable. The crux of the matter was that she had not witnessed Li Cha in action. Prior to her defeat, she had not detected the slightest hint of anomalous fluctuations. Indeed, there was not a trace. A mountain of documents lay before her. A voice instructed, "You have 1 hour to complete this task. Failure will result in punishment." This was an utterly impossible undertaking. Furia was suspended, enduring dozens of lashes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Due to 2 errors in her review of the documents, as punishment, she was required to run 200 kilometers with full weight. 200 kilometers, utterly ludicrous. Beneath the blazing sun, Furia was tightly wrapped, burdened with equipment that weighed nearly as much as herself, and before long, she was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the voice returned, "Furia, do you wish to be a deserter? Or do you intend to admit that you are worthless?" Furia declared, "I am not worthless." Then continue running, swiftly. In that moment of awakening, I found her thoughts still inclined towards running forward. Only upon discerning the surroundings and the people did she realize that those previous visions were but dreams. Her black stockings had vanished. LCH, of course, could not venture out frivolously. Captured and threatened at gunpoint, he would choose to join the military intelligence service, even if it was merely for the sake of survival. How could such an organization, which typically masqueraded as civilians, readily place their trust in an outsider? Meanwhile, his light-hearted expression swiftly transformed into one of restraint. The Military Intelligence Section 6, if no unforeseen circumstances arise, is likely the intelligence agency of the Red Sequoia Empire. This section is subordinate to the Imperial Tribunal. The nature of the tribunal remains unclear to Li Cha for the time being, but one can easily infer from its ominous title that it is certainly not a favorable institution. At present, Li Cha finds himself exceedingly weak, to the point of feeling utterly powerless. To date, he has not ventured outside to slay even a single monster. Initially, Li Cha had intended to navigate through this period of vulnerability by relying on the trading system. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as he made a grievous error upon his very first day in Shungan City. The sole piece of good news is that Li Cha managed to leave the stronghold of Military Intelligence Section 6 alive. Additionally, he possesses a certain capability. It appears that the natives of the Loren continent each possess their own unique talents, such as spirit perception, precision targeting, and fire affinity. Major Freya of Section 6 did not disclose her own talent, but as a high-ranking elite, one can surmise that her abilities are undoubtedly more formidable than the 3 known to Li Cha. He, however, lacks any innate talent, likely due to his status as a non-native of this world. Li Cha summoned the system, only to find that, regrettably, The trading system did not assist him in overcoming difficulties as he had been led to believe. The trading interface remained unchanged, as did his personal panel, which displayed name, Li Cha, occupation, none, level, 328, attack power, 27, assets, 20 silver and 314 copper coins as a result of completing another transaction. Li Cha experienced a modest increase in his experience points. True to its reputation as a regular army, Military Intelligence Section 6 granted him no tangible rewards. Merely the announcement from Freya that he had joined the section was sufficient to elevate Li Cha's attack power by a full 10 points. At 10 o'clock, the private launched an assault. Should I ascend to the rank of major? Even a level 3 reverse slash against a level 13 adversary would likely be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Upon reflection, there are indeed numerous pieces of good news. Nevertheless, the most pressing challenge that Li Cha currently faces is how to continue surviving under the formidable shadow of the Military Intelligence Section 6. I shall take a brief respite. They will come seeking me. Bang! Li Cha's head throbbed painfully, as if struck by a blunt instrument. Upon reaching to touch the back of his head, he realized with dismay that the events of the previous night were replaying themselves. Li Cha found himself donned in a hood, his hands and feet bound. However, this time, he was in motion, swaying gently, the sound of clattering suggesting he was aboard a carriage. Mary stated, "I can loosen your restraints, but you must not remove the hood." Li Cha nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. In truth, Chief Mary, you need not go to such lengths. The work of our 6th Bureau demands confidentiality, and I understand that. My rank is too low to access certain information." Mary proceeded to untie the ropes binding him. "Once we arrive, I advise you to take this seriously. The 6th Bureau does not accommodate idlers. What lies ahead will be your true test." Chapter 012. A new approach from the system in the subterranean space. Dim lights flickered, and the occasional sound of squeaking and faint rustling could be heard. As Li Cha's hood was removed, he followed Mary deeper into the dungeon. Clad in a sergeant's uniform and wearing a red beret, Mary remarked, "You claim your ability is prayer, whether true or not. It seems you possess some skill in dealing with people." Li Cha replied, "So, is my task to deal with a particular lady?" Mary paused for a moment and said, "Li Cha, do you believe that I have betrayed you? Do not forget, it was you who invited me to ascend the building." "Li Cha, how could that be? I was merely a tad curious. However, Director Ma Li, I believe I had successfully deceived you. I am eager to discern where the flaw lies." "Where?" Mary couldn't help but chuckle, finding it somewhat amusing. "I truly believed in the notion of spending a night with you, yet I have never been involved with a man." If Li Cha has not misunderstood, the implication appears to be that the proprietress of Lao's Akeju Tavern is still a virgin. This is quite remarkable. Finally realizing where he had faltered, Li Cha found himself in a state of bewilderment. On his first day in Sheng and Cheng, he checked into the old Shock Tavern. A young waitress named Wendy inquired if he desired any additional services, candidly stating that those services included companionship for the night. Just then, the system reiterated the notion that everything is negotiable. As Li Cha ascended the stairs, he overheard some patrons conversing with the proprietress, Madame Mary. Adhering to the principle of maximizing both exploration and profit, he declined Wendy's offer and chose Madame Mary instead. Consequently, it turned out that had he opted to keep Wendy in his room, his earnings would have undoubtedly diminished, but he would have evaded exposure. Conversely, his choice ensured that he would be unmasked without fail. Li Cha covered his face. Mary had never spent the night with a man. She had spent one night with Li Cha, feeling quite content, but upon realizing that she had not changed at all, she suddenly understood that there was something amiss with Li Cha, something significantly amiss. In the dimly lit corridor, Li Cha remarked, "It seems that my fate is indeed unfortunate. Those men, who once knocked on the door of the illustrious Officer Mary and never returned, must share a similar fate as mine." The sound of military boots echoed ominously ahead. "No, they're all targets of execution by MI6. Li Cha continued, "The enchanting proprietress knocks on the door in the dead of night. I had anticipated excitement and madness. With her beauty, even if I were ultimately crushed, it would be bearable. Yet, in reality, all they encountered was a silenced bullet." Li Cha pondered further. If I were to behave honestly and maintain my integrity, would I have avoided my current predicament? Mary cast a glance at him. "Is there a man who does not stray? Do not struggle any longer, little one. The tavern is one of the 6 territories in the outer city. Even if you remain asleep in your room after your arrival, We will uncover all there is to know about you. Very well, Li Cha has resigned to this fate. Meanwhile, Molly halted before a prison door. Here we are. Molly produced a key and unlocked the door. Inside was a middle-aged dwarf, disheveled and utterly ravaged by torment. The dwarf, shackled by chains on both hands and feet, rasped in a hoarse voice, "Molly, I never expected you would come to see me." Molly stood firm, arms crossed. "I too did not foresee that the one who would betray us would be you, Xiao Dun." The dwarf, Xiao Dun, replied, "Betrayal? No. I merely cannot abide that young lady who was driven out of the imperial capital. Do you recall how she was when she first arrived in Shang'an? She could not even grasp the most fundamental principles of intelligence. We taught her everything, step by step. And what has come of it? She has risen, only to turn around and defecate upon us." "Enough," Mary declared. "Regardless of your reasons, you have betrayed the 6 houses. Reveal all that you know. Perhaps a favorable outcome may still be possible." The dwarf, Houghton, chuckled bitterly, suggesting that dying in the line of duty would spare my brother from repercussions. In the cell, there was a third individual, Li Cha. Observing the pockmarked wounds, some of which had begun to fester, Li Cha suddenly felt a sense of gratitude towards Hardin and Fa Ken. Earlier that morning, as the subject of interrogation, he had only endured 2 punches. In comparison to the dwarf Houghton, Li Cha considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. At that moment, Mary turned to Li Cha and said, "It is your turn to take the stage." Li Cha cautiously inquired, "Commander Mary, what is my task?" Extracting intelligence from his lips. "The more, the better. It is essentially an interrogation mission." "Li Cha, how is the interrogation room portrayed in television dramas of the past life?" "Severe torture awaits. I have already served. Shall I extract that contraption of the diminutive being and strike it with a brick?" "It is indeed a commendable idea, serving as a viable alternative." Li Cha inquired, "Commander, I am at a loss, as I possess no information to begin with." Mary replied, "He is Xiao Dun, the brother of Xiao Ku, a former comrade of ours, though regrettably, he has betrayed us." Having spoken thus, she continued, "He has been apprehended for quite some time, has he not?" "Indeed. May I have a glimpse of the materials that were previously reviewed?" "Certainly." In a short while, Li Cha acquired an interrogation record encompassing over 100 pages. To be precise, it was the record of interrogations conducted over the past fortnight. Fundamental inquiries, such as name, age, and home address, were redundantly reiterated each day. Li Cha bypassed these trivial questions, focusing instead on the crux of the matter. "For instance, when did you commence your betrayal of Lu Chu?" Li Cha continued to furrow his brow as he observed, during which he sought confirmation from Mary. "Officer Mary, these are all being provided to me free of charge." "Are they not?" Mary remarked, "Indeed." Li Cha responded, "Oh, my apologies. It is simply a personal habit formed from a childhood spent in poverty, where the greatest fear was to spend money. Even after leaving home, I have often been deceived by others." This statement seemed to resonate with a certain individual within the confines of the Yin-Yang prison. Fortunately, Li Cha's persona of being unyielding in words had already been established, and Mary chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. "The transaction list has been refreshed. Please check promptly." In the purchase section were listed Ning Shenhua, Yiguang Chao, Li Cha's stamina, Mary's time, Fu Leiya's time, Li Cha's conscience. 6 icons in total, with the last 2 being the most expensive, requiring a full 1 gold coin. Information on Xiao Dun 1. Xiao Dun chose betrayal a month ago, valued at 0 copper coins. Information on Xiao Dun 2. Xiao Dun chose betrayal a fortnight ago, valued at 0 copper coins. Information on Xiao Dun 3. Xiao Dun chose betrayal half a year ago, valued at 80 copper coins. Information on Xiao Dun 4. Xiao Dun did not betray the Military Intelligence Section 6, valued at 5 silver coins. Li Cha can sell the information he possesses to the system? Wait a moment. The prices displayed by the system are clear and unambiguous. Over the past few days, this system, which does not engage in loss-making transactions, has indeed been established. In other words, the information valued at 0 is undoubtedly false. Conversely, the information that is not valued is authentic. How astonishing! Li Cha has once again discovered a novel approach to the system. Please hold on. The betrayal incident involving the dwarf Hiu Dun transpired 6 months ago, valued at 80 copper coins, indicating that the timing of the matter is not particularly significant. However, the fact that he did not betray is astonishingly appraised at 5 silver coins. This is indeed true, and its significance far surpasses that of the previous statement. Chapter 013. Youngster, you are remarkable. As Li Cha incessantly flipped through the pages, even Mary found her patience waning with the passage of time. At this moment, the traitor Hu Dun spoke up. Mary, this is the newcomer that Freya has brought in. Am I mistaken, or does this young lad possess only a level 3? Xiaodun scrutinized Li Cha from head to toe, exclaiming, when did MI6 become a place where even the most insignificant individuals can gain entry? Do not tell me he is yet another young master from some affluent family. Ha. Mary, Houston, close your mouth. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Li Cha, stating, the purpose of bringing you here today is to conduct an interrogation of the suspect. If you wish to review the interrogation records before proceeding with your duties, you shall have to reside next to him and take your time. Li Cha lifted his head, feigning seriousness as he replied, indeed, that seems about right. He then extended his hand to embrace the soft waist of Ma Li, saying, Hu Dun, I suppose I owe you my gratitude. Without your treachery, as a mere third-level shrimp, I would never have had the chance to join MI6. As for my dear Ma Li, the task of interrogating you has fallen upon her. Yet she is truly not adept at such matters. At this point, Li Cha refrained from continuing, wearing a proud and self-satisfied expression. Indeed, Ma Li was renowned as a fiery little pepper within MI6. Of course, in terms of age, Ma Li had matured into a seasoned pepper, yet her reputation remained untarnished. Capturing Ma Li would undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkable feat for MI6. How could it be that this was accomplished by an outsider? What further exacerbated Xiao Dun's dismay was the sight of Li Cha embracing Ma Li, whose initial reaction was one of utter stillness, followed by a faint struggle. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. Ma Li's body had already acquiesced to this human man, who, despite possessing an appealing visage, was utterly devoid of merit. A pretty boy, Xiao Dun exclaimed in anger. Li Cha, as if oblivious to the reprimand, gently planted a kiss upon Ma Li's delicate visage. How infuriating! The dwarf Xiao Dun has been thoroughly compromised. Mary said to Li Cha, you've had enough. It is time for work. Let us commence the interrogation swiftly. Li Cha, very well, very well. It is quite effortless and truly delightful. To speak candidly, it is not solely Xiao Dun who has succumbed here. When Ma Li discovered that her body did not reject Li Cha, she too found it difficult to maintain her composure. As a woman, this is hardly encouraging news. Although it is highly probable that this is merely the first step in someone's interrogation, Ma Li's intuition warns her that this man, after joining the Secret Intelligence Service, is undergoing a rapid transformation, and she is in peril. Opposite her, Xiao Dun remains in a state of impotent rage, regrettably unable to move even a fraction. Grasping the interrogation records, Li Cha leisurely remarks, Mr. Xiao Dun, your pastime is to indulge in a little gambling. Thus, despite your considerable salary, you have not saved much over the years, and, at times, you even find yourself in debt. Xiao Dun retorts, Kid, abandon that thought. I will not provide you with any information. Li Cha disregards him and continues. At this juncture, a sum of money would be of great significance to you, and if accompanied by a beautiful woman, it would be even more advantageous. This matter likely transpired about 6 months ago. Xiao Dun scoffs, These are merely things I have already disclosed. Li Cha suddenly leans in closer. So, who is your benefactor within the Secret Intelligence Service? This question emerged abruptly, creating a stark contrast to the previously fluid narrative, and its content was entirely unfamiliar to Xiao Dun. Consequently, his mind instinctively began to contemplate the inquiry, and a fleeting silhouette passed through his thoughts. In reality, this manifested as a momentary daze for Xiao Dun, during which his pupils suddenly constricted. Li Cha turned and gestured towards Mary, indicating that the interrogation was complete and that he had backing within the MI6. Mary was taken aback by how swiftly Li Cha transitioned from leisurely banter to serious matters. Xiao Dun had other allies within MI6 as well. This assertion was certainly not mere nonsense. Mary had witnessed the earlier scene unfold before her eyes. Judging from Xiao Dun's reaction, even if he lacked direct support within the agency, it was evident that he still had accomplices who had yet to be uncovered. Wait here. Upon uttering these words, M.L. turned and departed. Meanwhile, the dwarf Shidi-In found himself once again in a state of utter disarray. Once a captain in the MI6, he was a seasoned intelligence officer, trained to perfection. It was inconceivable that he, Shidi-In, had been outmaneuvered by a mere novice. You scoundrel! I shall have your head. Li Cha, You cannot bring about my demise. Rather, at this very moment, I find the prospect of ending your life to be exceedingly effortless. If you possess any courage, come forth. Should you spare me, you shall not be deemed a true man. The chains within the cell clanked loudly as Xiaoduan struggled. Li Cha remarked, "Do not be hasty. I have only just arrived at Junqing Lu Chu, and I am still unfamiliar with the intricate relationships within. You are Xiaoduan's brother. Ostensibly, Xiaoduan is married to Mary. If I were to take your life, it would yield nothing beneficial for either me or Mary." Bah! A mouthful of blood-stained phlegm was hurled forth. Although Li Cha was merely at level 3, he was unfazed by such a biochemical assault. With the biochemical attack failing, Li Cha found a chair to settle himself and remarked, "You know, I find you quite agreeable. You serve as a stepping stone for me to establish my foothold within the Military Intelligence Section 6. But rest assured, in gratitude, I shall aid you in avenging yourself in the future. Of course, regardless of your cooperation, I must assist our dear Xiao Ma Li by uprooting every last grasshopper connected to you." At that moment, the locked prison door swung open once more, and Ma Li entered alongside the dwarf Faken. Faken cast a glance at the heavily panting Xiaodun, then turned to Li Cha and inquired, "Are you certain he has accomplices within the Military Intelligence Section 6? Li Cha remarked, "This is the guidance of the goddess." Faken responded, "Do not indulge in such trivialities with me. Just tell me plainly, is it so?" Li Cha replied affirmatively. Subsequently, Faken produced a series of meticulously written names. Among them, some were indeed personnel from the MI6, while others were not. In light of this matter, Mary's initial step was naturally to report to the commander, Freya. In fact, the interrogation task could have been deemed successfully accomplished at this juncture. He had demonstrated, through tangible evidence, his extraordinary talents in dealing with individuals. Such a person, if utilized effectively, could unexpectedly become a trump card. However, Freya insisted that since Li Cha had unearthed the clue, they should continue to delve deeper. In recent months, MI6 had encountered a staggering failure rate of 50 in crucial operations. Setting aside external factors, if internal threats could not be eradicated entirely, it would not be long before Freya's position as commander would be precarious, and her failures would mar her personal record significantly. It was precisely for this reason that Li Cha's emergence piqued her interest. Within the confines of the cell, Li Cha reviewed hundreds of names and then took these slips of paper, presenting them one by one to Houghton. Houghton transitioned from calm to indifferent, ultimately closing his eyes to avoid looking. Once the round was completed, Li Cha extracted a particular name and declared, "It is this person." The dwarf Faken exclaimed, "Mirage?" Houghton, taken aback, was left in shock. He showed no reaction to the name at all. The dwarf Faken was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is truly remarkable. My boy, you are extraordinary." Chapter 014, Promotion to Private Second Class. Once again, what you did to me last time. After discovering that the system allowed for the completion of collection tasks, Li Cha stumbled upon an intriguing new feature, appraisals. He realized that his belongings could be sold to the system. The system, employing a rather unscrupulous logic, calculated their value, leaving Li Cha to deliberate whether to sell or retain them. For instance, his Li Cha's physical strength was hardly worth anything, earning a meager 1 copper coin after 2 whole hours. In contrast, Mary's time was quite valuable, fetching 12 copper coins per hour. To date, the most lucrative transaction Li Cha had engaged in was with Freya's time. It was evident that the more potent and significant the item, the better the price it could command. Thus, amidst a plethora of information priced at 0 copper coins, the valuable data intermixed within was undoubtedly authentic. Li Cha inquired, "Who is Mirachi?" Mary remarked, "A knight from the Saint and Order, which is also integrated within the intelligence agency's framework." List provided by Faken 23. Houghton's accomplice is named Mirachi, valued at 1 silver coin. The knight can barely be considered a noble. He belongs to the lowest echelon of nobility, lacking land and the ability to inherit, merely a facade of nobility. Thus, it is understandable that his name is valued at 1 silver coin. However, Li Cha believes that Mirachi is likely not the most significant player in this scenario. Houghton, prior to betraying the intelligence agency, was valued at 5 silver coins. Following this trajectory, the value should ascend. If it conversely diminishes, it indicates that Mirachi is merely a peripheral figure in this matter. How do you know this, and how did you discern it? The matter has reached this point, and feigning ignorance is no longer of any significance. The traitorous dwarf, Xiao Dun, roared vehemently. In response, Li Cha assumed a devout posture, declaring, I have stated that this is the guidance of Her Majesty the Goddess. Fa Kin took the lead, asserting, I shall first go and subdue Mi La Chi. That scoundrel has been indulging in petty thefts. I have turned a blind eye to his efforts, but he has dared to betray the Military Intelligence Bureau. Mary remarked, We can leave now. Li Cha nodded in acknowledgement. Without even casting a glance in her direction, Li Cha elegantly waved his hand. Thus, in the dimly lit underground passage, a man and a woman walked side by side. Mary inquired, How did you manage that? Li Cha replied, Was that particularly difficult? Oh, I may have become a tad overconfident. Please do not take offense, Officer ML. Upon exiting the cell, LCH instinctively wrapped his arm around ML's soft, slender waist. He remarked, This is my capability, officer. Releasing his grip, he genuinely did so this time and silently commended his own conduct. Everything is negotiable. His understanding of this notion had deepened. Transactions could indeed be linked to commission tasks, which inspired LCH to devise a plan to endure his vulnerable phase. Moreover, transactions could connect with interrogations. Thus, LCH could potentially become a professional interrogator within the Military Intelligence Section 6. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, as intelligence personnel typically face grim fates. While he reveled in this thought, darkness suddenly enveloped him once more. The familiar sensation and the well-known hood signaled that he was being taken from the secret prison. An hour later, LCH arrived at the office of the proprietor of the Maple Leaf Detective Agency. ML escorted him in and then exited, closing the door behind her. Major FLI from Military Intelligence Section 6 was diligently working at her desk. Have a seat, she instructed. Nearby, on the coffee table by the sofa, sat a recently brewed, calming herbal tea, alongside a letter of appointment and a personal identification card bearing the Redwood Empire seal, approximately the size of a palm. Name, LCH age, 20. Place of origin, Sioux Ellen City. Position, second-class corporal of the Imperial Tribunal's Military Intelligence Section 6. LCH had received a promotion. Simultaneously, his personal panel indicated that his attack power had increased by 10. With the new starter sword in hand, his total attack power had now reached 37 points. Isn't this more exhilarating than battling monsters to level up? Moreover, assistance was provided in resolving the issue of his identity. Li Cha inexplicably traversed through time. If targeted by those with ulterior motives, one could almost ascertain his background with certainty. Thank you, esteemed official. Li Cha expressed his gratitude. Behind the rectangular desk, Fu Lei set down the pen she had been holding and remarked, This is what you deserve. Beside her, there was a cup of calming flower tea, from which she took a sip, her expression remaining unchanged. One long leg crossed over the other beneath the table as she continued, Li Cha, come here. Li Cha rose and saluted. He slowly lowered his right arm. Our encounter may have been somewhat unpleasant, yet you must understand that for an unremarkable adventurer, the endeavor to join the Military Intelligence Department is exceedingly challenging. Fu Lei briefly elucidated the rank system within the troops. The lowest rank is private, who automatically ascends to the rank of third-class private after completing the training period. Following this are the ranks of second-class private, first-class private, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, major, lieutenant colonel, and colonel. You have demonstrated exceptional performance during the interrogation of the traitor Xiao Dun, and as a result, you are now a second-class private. Your salary amounts to 8 silver coins per month. Should you wish to continue residing at the old Shioku Tavern, your accommodation will be entirely complimentary. Otherwise, the 6th Bureau will cover half of your rent. A monthly stipend of 8 silver coins translates to 800 copper coins. A considerable sum for a novice at the 3rd level. Regarding rent, even though Li Cha values quality, 200 copper coins would suffice for him alone. Consequently, with the 6th Bureau reimbursing half, Li Cha enjoys a discretionary fund of 700 copper coins each month. This is already superior to the majority of residents in the outer districts, and Li Cha has no objections. Freya remarks that Sir Murik of the Knights Legion has also been apprehended, and it falls upon you to follow up on Xiao Dun's case. Striving to eradicate all the malignant elements within the 6th Bureau, Li Cha responds affirmatively. By the way, you mentioned that Xiao Dun has backing within the 6th Bureau, correct? Freya reveals her notebook, displaying a blank page inscribed with 5 names. Take a look. Which one of these is Xiao Dun's patron? Ding dong. Notification. Tradable items have been refreshed. Please pay attention. Li Cha silently opened the system and scanned from left to right. 5 names, 3 zeros. The remaining 2, one valued at 3 silver coins, and the other at 30 silver coins. Suddenly, Li Cha pointed to them, saying this individual likely has some connection to the one in the dungeon. But if we are to speak of supporter, it is most probably the name in the middle. All right, I understand, said Fu Leia as she tore down the paper inscribed with names. You have never encountered these names, nor have you discussed them with me. Li Cha replied, I comprehend. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. This is a rather simple truth. What you did to me last time, do it again. Li Cha responded, what? Fu Leia remarked, after taking a nap that day, I felt quite refreshed. Chapter 015. The Mechanism of the System. The Great Forgetting Technique. Regarding the matter of time trading, if not for Mary's own issues, Li Cha should still be engaged in completing tasks. Yet, knowing there was a problem, seeking out Li Cha once more is truly perplexing. Fu Leia continued, I am exceedingly busy every day, and my sleep quality is quite poor. Your peculiar ability to induce slumber, while somewhat strange, is actually quite beneficial for those suffering from insomnia. Li Cha responded, indeed, during times without tasks, I could serve as a sleep assistant, which would also help me better conceal my identity as an enforcer. Fu Leia then rose and settled into the adjacent single sofa. With her hands clasped at her waist and her eyes closed, she stated, let us proceed. It is currently 5 p.m. Please awaken me at 8 p.m. Within the confines of Fingye Detective Agency, Fu Leia was expressly forbidden from donning military attire. She wore knee-high boots, a deep purple skirt, and a delicate corset. Her hair, which was originally straight, now elegantly curled. Her exquisitely refined features suggested that, if she did not adopt that aloof demeanor, Fu Leia could easily be mistaken for a noble young lady. Was this still a test? Li Cha was uncertain. However, since the officer had already made a request, as a subordinate, Li Cha could only silently acquiesce to the transaction. With a clink, 6 silver coins found their way into her pocket, gleaming and weighty. If she could receive such soothing treatments regularly, within a month, she would qualify to reside in the inner city. Alas, time spent in transactions does not yield experience. Otherwise, in merely 3 hours, Li Cha could easily level up by 1.5 ranks. Freya was asleep, deep in slumber, her breathing steady, a faint smile gracing her lips. At this moment, Li Cha could take Freya's life. This would likely result in a failed transaction. Yet for the past few days, Freya had incessantly posed a threat to Li Cha's existence. To kill her would be an act of vengeance. Furthermore, the body of a high-ranking elite could potentially be sold to the system. Thus, Li Cha could absolve herself of guilt, and by subsequently eliminating Mary and her companions, she would attain her freedom. Li Cha exhaled deeply, contemplating that impulsiveness is a devilish force. Even if revenge were to be sought, it ought not to be pursued at this moment. For the past 3 hours, as Fu Leia slumbered, Li Cha resolved to keep vigil by her side. Presently, it appeared that the role of an interrogator for the Military Intelligence Section 6 was particularly suited to him. This endeavor, to navigate through his moment of vulnerability, proved to be far more reliable than endlessly grinding collection tasks. Upon accessing the trading interface, Li Cha discovered an abundance of items available for sale, spanning several pages. These were all intelligence-related trading commodities, the majority of which were deemed worthless. His initial intention was to delve into the innovative gameplay offered by the system. However, he soon realized that all valuable intelligence had drastically depreciated in value. For instance, those 2 names that were originally worth 3 silver coins and 30 silver coins now bore a selling price of merely 15 silver coins. 15 silver coins. Half cut. Merely 10 minutes had passed. Li Cha furrowed his brows. Could it be that intelligence-related items adhere to the principle of rarity equating to value? Originally, I alone possessed the knowledge of who supported the dwarf Xiao Dun, but now that knowledge has been shared with another, consequently diminishing its value by half. Turning to the intelligence gathered from the dungeon, it can be succinctly described in 4 words: utterly grim. Aside from the assertion that Xiao Dun did not betray the Military Intelligence Section 6, all other details, such as the involvement of Sir La Chi as an accomplice, the timing of the betrayal, and the motives behind it, have plummeted to rock-bottom prices, with the most expensive piece of information not exceeding 10 copper coins. Indeed, as the number of those privy to the truth increases, its worth diminishes. Sir La Chi, being an accomplice of Shodan, has now been valued at a mere 5 copper coins. Initially, its selling price was 1 silver coin, marking a significant decline, likely due to Milachi's capture. The captured accomplice, under the stringent oversight of the military intelligence agency, rendered the intelligence virtually worthless. Li Cha contemplated this notion and found it to be quite reasonable. If he were an information trafficker selling a piece of intelligence for 10 silver coins, he could first sell it to the military intelligence agency and earn 10 silver coins, only to later sell it to the system. This would result in a double profit. In fact, he could even diversify his endeavors, knowing that the system would provide a safety net. What, then, would be the outcome if I were to sell the intelligence directly to the system? Li Cha chose a rather inconsequential moment of betrayal during a brief respite and clicked to sell. In the next instant, 2 copper coins jingled in his pocket. Yet nothing else transpired. He was capable of standing, sitting, speaking, singing, and even performing dozens of push-ups on the spot. To his astonishment, he realized that selling intelligence to the system had yielded nothing but monetary gain, with no repercussions whatsoever. This transaction was indeed lucrative, leading Li Cha to suspect it might be a flaw within the system. Henceforth, he resolved to sell intelligence to the system first and then to others. Li Cha paused momentarily, pondering, what exactly was the intelligence I just sold to the system? Forgotten, due to the discovery of crucial clues in the Shodan case. Li Cha brought the interrogation records to Fengye Detective Agency. Subsequently, he perused and cross-referenced the documents for several minutes, yet failed to recall what he had sold. I understand now. Given Li Cha's physical condition, upon the completion of the transaction, he was compelled to lie still. Others experienced a forced stupor during their time. A novel approach, selling information. After the transaction was concluded, Li Cha would instantly forget the content of the intelligence. What a system flaw. In bilateral exchanges, money was handed over in one hand while goods were delivered with the other. Li Cha received the payment, while the accompanying system forcibly confiscated the items. Intriguing indeed. Li Cha felt that this mechanism, reminiscent of the great forgetting technique, still had the potential for further exploration. Switching to the purchasing section, he was astonished to find Shodan de Qingbao 3 prominently displayed. The price for this piece of information was a mere 30 copper coins, which was quite reasonable. With his total assets steadily advancing towards the realm of gold coins, Lord Li Cha decisively purchased it. Simultaneously, he recalled that Shodan de Qingbao 3 was valued at only 2 copper coins. From 2 copper coins to 30 copper coins, that was a staggering 15-fold increase. What a ripoff. Selling the third piece of information outward would still yield a price of 2 copper coins. The 28 copper coin difference could simply be regarded as tuition fees. On the other side, once again in the dream world, Freya stood with a wooden sword, striking the basic swordsmanship stance. A voice, both foreign yet familiar, resonated. Freya, as a competent swordsman, the fundamentals should be your forte. 6 words, maintain this posture. Freya remained still. Dawn broke, then darkness fell, and dawn returned again. Overcome by fatigue, her body feeling alien to her, Freya could no longer contain herself and finally inquired, how long must we endure this? A resounding crack of the whip struck Fli's back, causing her to collapse. The only remark that followed was a derisive comment. Indeed, a woman would achieve little in swordsmanship, unable to withstand even a mere lash. Trembling, Fli rose to her feet, refusing to be the subject of mockery. Consequently, the lashes continued one after another, evoking memories of her childhood sword training. As a girl, she was frail and ranked last in strength, underestimated by all. Yet, she had triumphed over everyone in her school, including her instructor, with nothing but a small wooden sword. Glancing at the blade in her hand, she realized it was reminiscent of her only companion throughout those 6 years. In Chapter 016, the proprietress issued a challenge to LCH. In the ensuing 2 days, LCH found a rental apartment in the outer district of SH in N City and established a psychological clinic not far from the Old Shock Tavern. Although the Military Intelligence Division was perilous, her expressionless major supervisor was even more daunting. However, her advice to LCH was quite reasonable. The trade concerning time, disguised as a sleep aid, was indeed a masterstroke of deception. LCH had never intended to take any action against his clients, in the absence of mission scrolls. His sole objective was to enrich his purse. As for slaying monsters to level up, what era was it? He could achieve comparable experience points simply by completing gathering tasks, with only 3 to 4 hours of rest each day. After all, before reaching level 10, LCH resolutely refused to leave the city. Why not relish the role of a distinguished psychological consultant? In this alternate world, the concept of a business license exists, yet Li Cha is inherently unqualified to obtain one. However, he is no longer the inexperienced Karamir he once was. He claims that his psychological clinic serves a dual purpose, to conceal his identity and to diligently gather intelligence. Once he establishes a reputation, his network will inevitably expand beyond that of a tavern, potentially allowing him to uncover vital information during the treatment process. Consequently, his application report was submitted and approved on the same day, granting him the qualifications to operate a clinic without incurring significant expenses. He acquired a black iron dagger, a longsword, a shield, and light armor, elevating his attack power to 44 points at level 3. All formal employees of the Military Intelligence Section 6 are authorized to carry firearms, and Mary assured Li Cha that his weapon would be issued within 3 months. Currently, name, Li Cha, occupation, none, level 3, 88, attack power, 44, assets, 31 silver and 26 copper coins, novice adventurer private in Military Intelligence Section 6. Regrettably, the system does not acknowledge Li Cha's identity as a psychological consultant. His profession remains listed as none, with the last line still indicating adventurer in private. The good news is that the Huden case has concluded. Freya instructed Li Cha to continue following up on the case. With no one seeking him out subsequently, he busied himself with his own matters. Now that Mary has informed him that his involvement is no longer necessary, Li Cha feels a sense of joy. At the Old Shock Tavern, Li Cha sits at the bar, facing the plain-featured owner, Mary. She remarks, "I thought you would feel regret over this. It was an excellent opportunity to earn your superior's favor." Li Cha takes a large gulp of ale and replies, "Of course. I wish to continue clinging to my superior's leg, but regarding the Huden case, although I haven't seen everything, I understand it is far from simple. If a prominent figure gets involved, they might just pay a fine or relocate, and it would all be over. As a mere private in Section 6, I could easily find myself without a grave." Mary retorts, "Ah, a cowardly man." Li Cha responds, "If this is considered cowardice, I would gladly embrace it for a lifetime. When I first arrived in Sand City, I welcomed all comers. What was the result? I nearly got shot." Mary, the tavern owner, comments, "Cowardly and petty-minded." Li Cha smiles. Faced with a woman who could easily crush him with a single blow, he chooses not to dwell on such trivial matters. At this moment, Mary recalls, "Although you have been promoted past the rank of private due to your accomplishments, you still need to undergo new recruit training. Report to the Maple Leaf office tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon." "All right. Thank you, Officer Mary," he replies before taking his drink to the card table. Over the next few days, while it is impossible for Li Cha to forge connections with everyone, he becomes acquainted with the regular patrons of the Old Shock Tavern. His notable victory over Mary has gained him some recognition. Men often congregate, and discussions about women remain a perennial favorite. A middle-aged man with a ruddy nose approaches, asking, "Li Cha, what were you discussing with the owner earlier?" She seemed a bit upset. Li Cha lamented, "The proprietress is too expensive." The middle-aged man chuckled, "Haha, you rascal. With a stunning beauty like the proprietress, even if we had wealth, we could not acquire her. How can you dare to complain about the price? Li Cha, would you lend me some money? I will pay you back another day." There was a swift cessation of dialogue. The most detrimental matter to relationships is the discussion of money. This applies equally to brothers, not to mention fair-weather friends. When he approached, extending her hand towards Li Cha, settled the bill for the drinks. Li Cha, with less than a third of his drink remaining, was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a treat from the proprietress? Wendy pouted her lips and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, how much alcohol have you consumed? Do you dare to believe that I will bar your entry through this door tomorrow?" The audacious young girl, with a defiant lift of her chin reminiscent of a peacock flaunting its feathers, accepted the money. However, as she turned away, a sharp slap landed on her pert backside. Li Cha, when he was enraged. Yet, what greeted her was a handful of copper coins. Li Cha chuckled, stating, "Let us indulge in something different tonight." With that, he emptied his cup and effortlessly hoisted the young girl onto his shoulder, ascending the stairs. As a member of the Secret Intelligence Service, Li Cha understood that Wendy was merely an ordinary girl. Thus, regardless of his intentions to explore the evening's possibilities, there was no chance of encountering an unexpected confrontation with a firearm aimed at his forehead. How delightful! The melodious sound of whistling filled the air, as the rugged men in attendance began to cheer. Li Cha, well done. I, Randolph, have faith in you. Teach this impudent girl a lesson. Wendy, that girl, is exceedingly arrogant. Your stepmother is no match for Li Cha, and yet you dare to provoke her. Li Cha, Li Cha, Li Cha, Li Cha. The lively atmosphere within the tavern surged to new heights. The young maiden, WND, blushing profusely, struggled to beat upon the back of a certain individual. Else H. Set me down. I shall not earn your coin today. Release me. Li Cha remained unfazed, ascending the staircase while declaring, in business. One cannot merely act on whims or abandon it at will. Be patient, and soon I shall reveal to you what it truly means to soar to great heights. At that moment, a figure appeared at the top of the staircase on the second floor. Who else could it be but the proprietress, M.L.? The adventurer, LCH, had bested M.L. on 2 occasions, a fact that could be verified. However, M.L.'s record of invincibility had endured for many years. In contrast with a mere glare, M.L. commanded immediate compliance from those on the first floor. She turned her gaze towards LCH and, speaking slowly and deliberately, instructed him to set it down. The large eyes above bore a complex expression, but soon enough, M.L. waved to LCH, teasingly asking if he wished to play. Very well, I shall accompany you. Follow me. Alas, the proprietress has issued a challenge to Li Cha. The market has opened, the showdown between Li Cha and the proprietress has commenced, bets have been placed, and the decision is final. Chapter 017. M.L.'s Time. The Flame Knight, Equestrian Mastery. As the crowd watched, Li Cha and M.L. entered the room. In the familiar cramped space, with the well-known bed, Li Cha stretched lazily and remarked, Commander M.L., my presence can indeed assist you in concealing your identity more effectively. The majority of individuals had ceased to appear at the tavern after the midnight knock from the proprietress, M.L. This could suggest that those individuals, feeling their pride wounded, chose not to frequent the old Shioka tavern any longer. However, as time progressed, such occurrences became increasingly common, and it was only a matter of time before alternative rumors emerged. For instance, whispers of treachery and malevolence. Establishments of dubious repute are far too prevalent. Li Cha had even caught wind of a few jesting remarks, hinting that the proprietress was a descendant of giants, and giants, after all, are known to devour humans. Are they not? Perhaps being defeated by the boss lady would lead to being devoured. Ha ha. Li Cha smiled as he said, I am living quite well, which indicates that Lao Shioka Tavern remains affordable and safe. However, as colleagues, these deeds are merely my obligations. No need for gratitude. Yet, in the face of Li Cha's radiant smile, Mary wore a serious expression. What are you planning to do? Mary inquired, while a question mark arose above Li Cha's head. With a single finger, Mary pressed against his heart, warning him, do not interfere with Wendy's intentions. Li Cha responded, isn't that precisely what Wendy is meant to do? In the tavern, adult ventures must possess authenticity. It aligns closely with what Li Cha expressed earlier, serving as a facade. Mary remarked, that was in the past. Unless I speak up, when he no longer engages in such activities. After all, a young girl affectionately calls her foster mother. Even a kitten or puppy, after a prolonged companionship, develops an emotional bond, let alone human beings. Moreover, the business at Lao Shioka Tavern has long attained stability, rendering it unnecessary to resort to such means to attract patrons. Is her voluntary participation acceptable? Absolutely not. Mary narrowed her eyes and said, Li Cha, do not assume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. If you seek to retaliate against me, come to me directly. Bullying a child is hardly an accomplishment. Furthermore, while it is true that the Military Intelligence Department forbids infighting, do not forget that you are merely a lowly private. I could deal with you without even lifting a finger. Since that is not the case, it shall not happen again. Having spoken, she turned to leave. Stop right there. Mary pressed her fingers against her brow and inquired, how do you intend to explain yourself upon going out now? Li Cha remarked, insufficient funds necessitate a postponement of our endeavors. Adult ventures invariably require financial investment, even if the other party takes the initiative to approach. The cost of Wendy is between 10 and 20 copper coins, while the proprietress's fee will undoubtedly be higher. Affording Wendy does not imply one can afford the proprietress. This is untenable, Mary retorted with irritation. Have you forgotten that you have already divulged the matters concerning the Happy Psychological Clinic? Indeed, the Charlie Psychological Clinic bears a resemblance to the old Shock Tavern, both being properties of MI6. Consequently, Dr. Li Cha did not invest a significant sum. However, this fact remains unknown to outsiders. In the outer districts, Dr. Li Cha is at least of a middle-class standing. Thus, when he jested about lacking funds to engage with the proprietress, it raised eyebrows. Having already entered the room, claiming to be short on money inevitably led to suspicion. Mary suggested, "Why not stay the night?" Dr. Li Cha responded, "Absolutely, that sounds delightful. I recline upon the bed while you rest upon the floor." Previously, it was Li Cha who occupied the bed, leaving Ma Li to sleep on the ground. Soon, the crystal chandelier in the room extinguished its light. Li Cha lay beneath the bedding on the floor, his head cradled in his hands as he gazed at the ceiling. "Madam Boss," he mused, "I could indeed grant you a delightful dream." From the adjacent single bed, Ma Li retorted, "Fear not, for not a single word of yours will I believe, unless you reveal the true nature of your abilities." Li Cha responded, "I'm a devotee of the goddess. Get lost. Ah, by the way, shouldn't we create some commotion? You may give it a try." Sergeant Mary from the Intelligence Service holds a rank of 18, while Li Cha is at rank 3. He resolutely closed his eyes for an hour. Ding dong. Notification. You have acquired Ning Shunhua, X3, and your experience has increased. Li Cha has leveled up. His personal level has risen to 4, with an attack power of 4, bringing his total attack power to 48 points. Yet, such a prowess remains insufficient in the presence of Sergeant Mary. Never mind. Regardless of Li Cha's feelings towards Mary, there is no need for haste. He is a man with advantages, and one day, Mary will kneel in repentance before him. Li Cha silently summoned the trading system interface and gazed intently at Mary's time for a considerable duration. Mary's time, priced at 60 copper coins per hour, with a maximum exchange limit of 16 hours. Li Cha recalled that he had sold the time he obtained for free to the system at 12 copper coins per hour. Once again, the price differential was fivefold. The system's greed surpasses even that of the darkest of souls. Regarding his own stamina, Li Cha has formulated a plan. With logic in place, he is nearly certain of his hypothesis. Even if he were to purchase another stamina, it could likely extend his own endurance. But what of another's time? Li Cha cast a glance at the figure upon the bed. Will it grant me longevity? Li Cha's physique is merely in his early 20s. Unless he acquires skills that necessitate the sacrifice of life force to activate, he will not require any supplementation of lifespan for several decades. One can only ascertain this through experience. Fortuitously, Mary is by his side tonight, presenting an excellent opportunity for testing. A transaction. Mary's time, 1 hour. Ding dong. Notification. Transaction successful. 60 copper coins. Almost instantaneously, a surge of fervent energy welled up within Li Cha's being. Currently, name, Li Cha. Occupation, Flame Knight. Level, 18 attack power, 380. Critical damage, 180. Wealth, 31 silver and 6 copper coins. Second order adventurer, Sergeant of Military Intelligence 6. Flame Affinity 2, Strength Enhancement 1, Polearm Specialization 1, Flame Magic Specialization 1. Equestrian Specialization 1, Wang Defa. Li Cha was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that time operated in such a manner. Mary's time was akin to an experiential card bestowed by Madame Mary. Remarkable, indeed. With 60 copper coins, one can purchase an hour's worth of usage rights for the level 18 Flame Knight. Li Cha not only did not incur a loss, but instead reaped significant profits. Li Cha possesses an attack power of 48. The proprietress boasts a formidable 380, complemented by an additional 180 in critical damage amplification. Excluding any defensive attributes of the adversary, a single critical hit can inflict a staggering 1064 points of damage. Li Cha has witnessed what the true essence of a combat profession should embody. Hua Yin Qin He 2. Affinity for fire elements, fire immunity 20, fire magic skill damage 20. Li Liang Chong Hua 1, strength 10. Chong Bing Wu Qi Zhuan Ji 1, long weapon damage 10. Hui Yanmo Fa Zhuan Ji 1. Fire magic damage 10, critical hit rate 5. Qishu Zhuan Ji1, while mounted, attack power 10, strength 5. The Fire Knight utilizes long weapons and can also wield fire magic. This profession is quite fascinating. Prior to this, Li Cha found it hard to imagine the experience of simultaneously engaging in combat while unleashing fireballs. Chapter 018. If you desire women, I can provide. No payment required. On the third floor of the old Sioux Tavern, there exists a room that belongs to Wendy. To speak candidly, she feels a deep gratitude towards her adoptive parents. In the slave market, Wendy has witnessed an abundance of coldness and ugliness. It is they who provided her with a home and warmth. Her adoptive mother once remarked that this era is exceedingly unkind to girls like them, without a noble origin. Everything except their souls is a commodity for trade. Wendy became a member of the old Sioux Tavern. A year later, she learned to dance and, alongside her adoptive mother, attracted patrons to the tavern. Her adoptive mother emphasized that every profession deserves respect, and if Wendy did not wish to comply, she could refuse. However, one day, feeling unwell, Wendy declined an advance from a customer. This particular patron insisted on dragging her into a room. Her adoptive mother intervened, brandishing a shovel and chasing the man down 2 streets. From that moment onward, Wendy silently vowed to achieve success in the future, repaying her adoptive parents' kindness by ensuring their comfort in their later years. Recently, however, Wendy has sensed something peculiar about her adoptive mother. No, it is she who feels strange. Well, that doesn't seem entirely accurate either. Ever since Li Cha appeared at the old Sioux Tavern, Wendy has harbored an unsettling feeling. It appears that her adoptive mother has developed feelings for Li Cha. Women have desires, and they seek men to fulfill them. What men can do, women are equally capable of. Yet, her adoptive mother had long taught Wendy that men are inherently untrustworthy, and one must not be swayed by their sweet words. Otherwise, her life would be tenfold more miserable. Wendy has kept this lesson in mind, dismissing any decent encounters as merely interactions between tavern staff and patrons. When Li Cha is absent, her adoptive mother seems lost in thought, as if she has forgotten that she is a married woman, albeit one whose husband is far from perfect. Wendy is convinced that only when old Sioux and her adoptive mother are together can they attain lasting happiness, and only in this manner can their family remain whole. In her bed, Wendy bit her lip tightly. I cannot allow my adoptive mother to remain confused any longer. Wendy decided to take the initiative, even at the cost of her own well-being. On the second floor, Mary, lying in bed, was not as calm as she appeared. Previously, whether it was knocking on the door or any other activity, it had always been for work or to execute some wretched individual. Li Cha, however, was different. He was Mary's colleague and was aware that her relationship with Sioux was merely nominal. Before Li Cha, Mary had endured 2 nights of complete vulnerability. She was uncertain of what transpired during those 2 evenings. Nevertheless, she had witnessed Li Cha incapacitate Fu Leia and bind her in a humiliating manner. Furthermore, she was quite content with her 2 nights of slumber. It was perplexing. Li Cha was undeniably a deceiver. Yet Mary found herself devoid of any negative feelings towards him regarding this matter. Just now, I even took the initiative to ask him to stay. What was I thinking? Mari lamented inwardly. What should I do if the man beneath the bed takes advantage of my momentary distraction to pounce? ML possesses unwavering confidence in her own abilities. However, LCH's capabilities are exceedingly enigmatic. She may very well have fallen into his trap. This time, he has resolved not to show any courtesy towards ML. ML yearns to depart, wishing to distance herself from this individual henceforth. Yet, if I were to leave now, would he perceive it as an indication of my fear? In the midst of her tumultuous thoughts, ML even contemplated taking the initiative to strike LCH unconscious. It was at that moment that a searing heat surged towards her. ML's previously closed eyes suddenly widened in astonishment as she sensed the presence of her kind. The following day, the proprietress extended a challenge to him. After settling the room payment, LCH began to exit when WND, who had just pocketed her coins, called out to him. Hey, LCH turned his head, inquiring, Is there anything else, Miss WND? When he cast a maiden's gaze and implored, Might you refrain from coming here in the future? Li Cha responded with a puzzled expression. Wendy, my stepmother is a woman of family. If you desire companionship, I can accompany you without any monetary exchange. Li Cha understood that, in the interest of familial harmony, Wendy intended to take her stepmother's place as a free companion. This mother-daughter duo is indeed intriguing. Mary cautioned me against provoking Wendy. Wendy is once again willing to sacrifice herself for Mary. Li Ta Blinket, Shaw. I have become the antagonist. Following certain narrative conventions, Li Cha directly exploited the information disparity, securing both mother and daughter. thus extending his influence throughout the entirety of Shang City. Amused by this thought, he chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Your fierceness is too modest. I prefer a more formidable presence." Without allowing the young lady to utter another word, Li Cha exited through the door. The straight-line distance to Charlie's psychological clinic was 1 kilometer. This was a 2-story facade building. The first floor already displayed a sign, marking it as Dr. Li Cha's workplace, while the second floor housed his new residence, comprising a room and a living area. With time still on his side, Li Cha indulged in a refreshing shower and then reclined on his bed for a while. Exhaling onto the interface, Li Cha glanced at a system notification from several hours prior. Ding. Notification. Mary's time has concluded. Congratulations, you have attained Equestrian Specialization 0. Equestrian Specialization 0. While mounted, your attack power increases by 2 and your strength by 1. Purchasing someone's time is akin to acquiring their experience card. This was Li Cha's experimental achievement from the previous night. Regardless of whether it was Mary or Freya, their prowess far surpassed Li Cha's. Thus, they were quite costly. Now, the system informed Li Cha that after the experience, there was a certain probability of acquiring other skills. Dr. Li Cha clasped his hands together and addressed the system. "My dear brother, I must apologize for my previous transgressions. In my youthful ignorance, I acted thoughtlessly, and I implore you not to hold my indiscretions against me." As Li Cha was not a native of the lowland continent, he possessed no innate talents. From the interface of Ma Li, it was evident that such talents were indeed formidable. The extensive vocational system of this other world was still somewhat distant for Li Cha. However, he was firmly convinced that the talents of Flame Knight and Flame Affinity were of paramount importance. With regard to Ma Li's time and the time of Fei Leia, he wondered if an additional hour of experience would enable him to acquire Flame Affinity. Furthermore, there was the esteemed high-ranking elite, Major Fei Leia of the Military Intelligence Department. Li Cha contemplated obtaining an experience card for Fei Leia's time, 20 silver coins per hour, with a maximum purchase of 11 hours. The selling price was 15 silver coins, while the buying price stood at 20 silver coins. Quite satisfactory indeed. Li Cha closed the system, attempting to calm his agitated heart. "I suppose I should keep this for my own safety." Just then, a voice echoed from downstairs. Dr. Li Cha, are you there? Charlie's psychological clinic, we have work." At the entrance of the clinic stood a middle-aged dwarf with his beard styled into a braid. "Hello, Dr. Li Cha. I am Xiao Ke. Everyone calls me Old Xiao Ke." In Chapter 019, Old Xiao Ke paid a visit and even apologized to Li Cha. He recalled a colleague who was away on a business trip. "Oh, so it's you, Chief Xiao Ke. Please come in." Li Cha felt no malice from the dwarf, who had a few strands of gray in his hair and beard. The main thing was to gauge Old Xiao Ke's level based on his connections with Mary, Hardin, and Fakin, all of whom worked in military intelligence. Old Xiao Ke was likely at least level 15, with levels 20 and 25 not out of the question. If Old Xiao Ke intended to harm him, there would be little difference between shutting the door and letting someone in. Xiao Ke stood about 1.3 meters tall, a rarity among dwarves, but compared to Li Cha, he appeared almost doll-like. The sun shone brightly that day, casting warm light throughout Charlie Clinic. Li Cha invited Old Xiao Ke to sit and prepared 2 cups of calming herbal tea. "Chief, I heard you were away on business for some time," said Li Cha. Old Xiao Ke praised the tea and added, "I owe you my gratitude." "Me? Li Cha Zip Li?" "Yes, that traitor Xiao Dun is my brother. Freya sent me away to avoid suspicion and to let things cool down." Old Xiao Ke sighed. The military intelligence service is hardly a harmonious place, especially with the various departments involved. "Thank you for clearing my name." "I see," Li Cha responded, humbly adding, "I was merely following orders. I only learned later that Mr. Xiao Dun is your brother." Old Xiao Ke waved his hand. "I have no other intentions for coming today, Li Cha, so you need not worry. Besides, both Xiao Dun and Meraki have been compromised. Death is perhaps a better end for them." "Compromised? Death?" The dwarf who betrayed Freya and Sir Meraki, who was interrogated by Li Cha, were both dead. And what do you mean by compromised? After hearing the term compromised, Li Cha recalled the new vocabulary he had encountered after the Flame Night. Seeing Li Cha's reaction, Old Xiao Ke remembered, "All right, you just joined military intelligence. It's fine, you'll learn these things eventually. What are these things and those things? Are you playing riddles?" A crow flew over Li Cha's head. Nevertheless, Old Xiao Ke's words provided insight into the conclusion of the Xiao Dun case, which was perhaps the most plausible consolation Li Cha could think of. Old Xiao could wave his hand again. Once he betrayed us, he was no longer my brother. I also owe you an apology on behalf of Mary. Gong Difa, the dwarf Shioka said. In truth, Mary reported you to the agency partly to help me resolve some trouble. It turns out you are quite skilled at interrogations. However, the reputation of the Military Intelligence Service is not particularly good within the Empire. The Military Intelligence Service falls under the jurisdiction of the Tribunal, which is dictated by the Archbishop. In the present day, the Red Cedar Empire has placed unprecedented pressure on the Goddess Church, with the supremacy of imperial authority. Beneath the Red Cedar Emperor, one side is the Grand Marshal of the Empire, while the other is the Archbishop. The two sides are in direct opposition, irreconcilable. The Empire's military stands to protect the nation, while the Tribunal has an unfavorable reputation. Thus, the Military Intelligence Service, tasked with gathering intelligence and executing secret operations on behalf of the Tribunal, is perceived as little more than the Tribunal's lapdog. Excuse me, Chief Xiao Dun. I am a newcomer and was unaware of the dynamics within the Red Cedar Empire, Li Cha said. Old Xiao stood and patted him on the shoulder. Mary may have a bad temper, but she is undoubtedly a trustworthy partner. Time reveals a person's character, and I can only welcome you to the Military Intelligence Service now. Li Cha noted, Tang Zhu. We are all brothers. There is no need for such formality. Upon my return, I will help promote your clinic in the tavern. After exchanging a few more words, Old Xiao Ku took his leave. If it were the latter, there would be no issue. Old Xiao Ku apologized to Li Cha on behalf of Mary, indicating that their relationship was quite good. As it happened, Li Cha had no plans to visit the tavern soon. He had new recruit training and would head to the inner city after lunch. Dr. Li Cha sipped tea and read the newspaper in the clinic. Soon, midday arrived. As a newly established psychological clinic, it was normal to have no clients. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Li Cha hung the closed sign, locked the door, donned a proper formal hat, and took his cane to dine, heading towards the Maple Leaf Detective Agency. To be honest, he was not fond of the gentlemanly image associated with canes. However, this world emphasized such appearances. In the outer city, it was fine, everyone was common folk. But once in the inner city, one would be looked down upon if they did not maintain a respectable facade. Given the circumstances, Li Cha could not change the larger environment, so he could only adapt himself. After all, this outfit was provided alongside the clinic, and he had not spent any money on it. Li Cha's application report was well written, and the Military Intelligence Service expressed their support. A suit was nothing significant. Ding, ding, ding. He knocked on the door of the Maple Leaf Agency and said formally, "Hello, I am Li Cha from Charlie Clinic, a friend of Miss Freya. I have an appointment with her." A plump middle-aged woman opened the door, scrutinizing Li Cha before saying, "Dr. Li Cha misinstructed me to let you go right up." This was not Li Cha's first visit, but it was his first time coming as a doctor. He nodded at the detectives and clerks working and turned to ascend the stairs to the top floor. In the boss's office, Freya was not present. Li Cha felt he had arrived too early. However, he soon noticed a note on the seemingly expensive mahogany desk. It read, "Come in through the door in front of you." Door? Li Cha did not remember any other doors in the office. Upon looking up, he indeed saw one. A door had appeared on the white wall, less than 2 meters from the desk. This world had magic, so it was not entirely surprising. Li Cha approached, turned the doorknob, and before he could fully push open the wooden door, a strong force pulled him inside. The world spun, and as his vision stabilized, he found himself in a training room spanning hundreds of square meters. The walls were solid, the floor sturdy, and various armaments were displayed on racks. Cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, heavy armor, daggers, short swords, long swords, and great axes were all plentiful. Directly opposite him stood Freya, dressed in military attire, holding a wooden sword and standing quietly. "New recruit Li Cha, go choose your weapon. Starting today, I shall be your instructor for new recruit training. I wish you a swift graduation." In Chapter 020, Freya's personal vendetta unfolded. The square training room had a somewhat slippery floor, and if one's stance was not steady, they could easily fall flat on their face. Li Cha was indeed one such case. In just 20 minutes of new recruit training, he had already fallen 17 times. Utterly exhausted, he summoned his last ounce of strength, gazing up at the heavens as beads of sweat, resembling pearls, traced irregular arcs from his forehead and fell to the ground. The sound of heavy boots echoed as a pair of black military boots approached, and with arms crossed. Philia spoke softly, "Private Li Cha, is it so that you falter at the very beginning? A man must not admit defeat. Yet, Facing the battle against the high-ranking elite Philia, the fourth-level Li Cha truly found himself at a loss. Philia gently tapped his shoulder with a wooden sword, urging him, "Stand up. Do not let me hold you in contempt." It took Li Cha nearly 2 minutes to rise from the ground. "Li Cha, it seems I have overestimated you," Philia remarked. "As a swordsman, if you cannot even grasp your sword, what can you possibly do on the battlefield besides being slaughtered?" This was somewhat of a provocation. However, Li Cha remained unfazed. He recounted how, on the night they first met, he had offended his superior, and rather than harboring resentment, this ice-cold beauty promoted him and raised his salary. The approval power of the Charlie Clinic was designated to Philia. Establishing a psychological clinic would also benefit Li Cha. Hence, his bottom line was a 50-50 split. Li Cha would cover half the costs, while the military intelligence department would foot the other half. Any future profits from the clinic would similarly be split. Surprisingly, the military intelligence department fully supported the venture, providing a detailed list of expenses incurred to Li Cha. Once he reimbursed the military intelligence department, the Charlie Psychological Clinic would belong entirely to him, along with its profits. On paper, the military intelligence department would merely retain the right to requisition it at any time. Who had ever encountered such an understanding superior in their previous life? Certainly, Li Cha had not. Yet, just as his perception of this noble lady from an unknown family began to heighten, her retaliation commenced. New recruit training. Had he never seen a pig run? It was absurd to have a level 4 soldier spar with a level 30 instructor. Li Cha was destined to be on the receiving end of the blows. What benefit could simple beatings offer to a new soldier? Enhancing his resilience? Regrettably, Li Cha had no need for that. Alas, the owner of those long legs merely watched him silently. Escape was out of the question. Li Cha had no idea where the exit lay. Refusing new recruit training was unthinkable. Philia had written the words "personal vendetta" across her face, leaving him no room for refusal. Rise, fall, fall again, and rise once more. Li Cha had long lost count of the repetitions. Suddenly, Philia announced, "All right, today's sparring session is concluded. Next, I will teach you a set of basic sword techniques." With that, she swiftly demonstrated all the moves. "Did you see clearly?" "No, that's all right. Today is merely the first day of training. Start with the basic stance." Thus, from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, Li Cha did not fall again. He was guided by Philia to establish a fundamental sword stance, followed by maintaining it. Philia sheathed her wooden sword and replaced it with a black whip that hung at her waist. Her only command to Li Cha was 3 words: "Do not move." Any attempt to do so would earn him a lash. Before she even struck, Li Cha decisively opted to spend money. Li Cha's stamina, 10 copper coins per hour, redeemable for a maximum of 28 hours. The stamina consumed for gathering tasks would also appear in the transaction system interface. By stamina? Indeed, young people crave stamina. They desire the vigor that shields them from the malicious retribution of their superiors. It must be said that, when the moment is critical, one must rely on the system. Just a moment ago, Li Cha felt as though his legs were laden with lead, his body weighed down by a mountain, and his arms felt as if they had been affixed later. With the infusion of Li Cha's stamina, he instantly revived on the spot. Of course, it is improbable for an ordinary person to easily surpass their limits. In 3 hours, he endured 6 lashes. Afterward, the new recruit training of the day was declared over. Philia, with a neutral expression, remarked, "Your stamina is too poor. Starting tomorrow, come here for lunch. The meal cost will be deducted from your salary." Exhausted, Li Cha slumped to the ground, weakly acknowledging her words. Then came the notification. "After an afternoon of training, your physique has improved, gaining 20 experience. You have comprehended Sword Weapon Specialization 0/100. Sword Weapon Specialization 0. When attacking with sword weapons, damage is increased by 1. Philia instructed, "Go take a shower, change your clothes, and come to my office afterward." With that, she departed. In the training ground, Li Cha remained sprawled on the cold floor, panting heavily. He had spent 40 copper coins to purchase 4 full hours of stamina just to endure this so-called training. Yet, it seemed that not all news was grim. Li Cha, level 4, attack power 5005, specialization bonus. Li Cha had inexplicably gained 2 points of attack power, likely due to the enhancement of his physical attributes. Strengthening his physique to increase attack power? That seemed quite reasonable. With a robust physique, wielding a weapon became easier, thus enhancing attack power was a logical outcome. As for the 0, 0.05 of the specialization bonus. That was because he had yet to loosen his grip on the sword. Philia was indeed remarkable. Knowing she hailed from nobility, Li Cha resolved to exert effort at work while maintaining a respectful distance from her. Their animosity had solidified further. The support from his superior in the military intelligence department, that was a matter unto itself. In times of retribution, Li Cha would respond in kind, emphasizing the principle of reciprocity. Half an hour later, Philia had settled into a single armchair, her hands folded, eyes closed. She instructed Li Cha, "It is 6 o'clock. Remember to wake me at 8. Philia approached Li Cha once more for a transaction. Without hesitation, he stated deal. Notification. Transaction successful. Li Cha locked the office door. Just as he had said not to give him an opportunity, Philia presented one before him. Her confidence was remarkable. Chapter 021. The young lady's knee pillow service and Wendy's commitment must be acknowledged. Philia was the most beautiful woman Li Cha had ever encountered. If only she could be a tad gentler, his previous life would have been devoid of issues concerning ideal beauty. Beauty was one aspect, her figure was another, and the blend of noble and military bearing made it easy to harbor a desire for conquest. It is only natural for a man to seek to conquer a woman. Just like now, as Philia lay beside Li Cha, her time had been bought by him from the system. 3 silver coins were credited to his account. The 40 copper coins spent in the afternoon felt trivial. The key point was that Li Cha had just vowed to repay Philia's vendetta with interest. Yet she dared to engage in a transaction with him. What immense confidence she possessed. Had Philia secretly donned resurrection armor? Li Cha opened her clothing slightly to take a glance. No, her inner garments were quite ordinary. Simultaneously, Li Cha confirmed that Philia was not a master of deception. Her figure was indeed substantial. Observational reactions were likewise absent. Philia slept soundly. Li Cha raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to her backside. Immediately, Philia furrowed her brow, but that was the extent of her reaction. The 2 hours she had anticipated were forcibly taken from her. Li Cha placed his foot on Philia, continuing to ponder whether to engage in more audacious antics, perhaps to flick her forehead. He had nearly been driven to distraction by her, and while the slap was tolerable, a flick would certainly cross the line into jest. To this day, Li Cha had not forgotten the striking red dress and black silk stilettos worn by Madame Mary, whom Philia had impersonated. In subsequent encounters, Li Cha discovered a peculiar trait. Philia disliked showing her bare legs. She either donned long trousers or tights, never once wearing a skirt without them. It was summer, and the heat was oppressive. Regardless of the occasion, formal or casual, Philia's preference was evident. Lifting her skirt, he confirmed his suspicion. Black silk tights. The smooth, straight fabric extended gracefully between her long legs down to her ankle boots, embodying utmost elegance and beauty. In truth, the simplest form of punishment would be to act impulsively at that moment, but then Li Cha would be doomed. Philia was well aware that Li Cha would not dare, which is why she generously allowed him to assist her in slumber. Li Cha yawned, feeling equally fatigued. The last time he exerted himself so vigorously was during his college entrance exams in a past life. At that moment, he had fully relaxed, having exhausted the energy he had acquired. An overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness surged through him, unstoppable as a raging torrent. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Philia awoke from her dreams, feeling utterly refreshed. Although her dreams were bizarre and varied, the 2 hours of deep sleep alleviated not only her physical fatigue, but also released some inexplicable pressure from within. Overall, it was a pleasant experience. Suddenly, Philia furrowed her brow. There was a weight on her thigh. Looking down, she discovered a head resting there, with drool trickling from the corner of Li Cha's mouth, dampening her black tights. Ah, she thought, he must be exhausted. Philia initially intended to kick this impudent man away, but ultimately refrained. Instead, she found a thin blanket and covered Li Cha before departing. Li Cha's awakening occurred more than 40 minutes later. Groggy, he opened his eyes in alarm, surrounded by darkness, with a blanket draped over him. In 10 seconds, a whirlwind of thoughts struck him. Nothing explosive emerged, so he decided to slip away quietly. Goodness, he had actually dared to sleep beside a female tyrant? He had even slapped her backside. However, since he was unharmed, it implied that his earlier antics would not jeopardize their arrangement. Upon returning home, Li Cha collapsed in a bed, still in need of sleep, at least 10 hours. He needed to remember that he was scheduled for new soldier training with Philia the following day. The next day, Thursday, the second to last day of the work week, Li Cha arose and devoured 3 large slices of white bread along with at least half a pound of meat. Only after this feast did he feel rejuvenated. Donning his white coat, Li Cha transformed into Dr. Li Cha. The military intelligence department had plans to develop Charlie's psychological clinic into a new stronghold, and Li Cha intended to establish it as a thriving business. The tinkling of the doorbell heralded the arrival of a guest. Dr. Li Cha's spirits lifted, only to find it was a familiar face, Wendy, the girl from the old Shock Tavern. "Miss Wendy, does Mrs. Mary have business with me?" Li Cha inquired. Today, Wendy wore a simple dress and sported a ponytail, yet her proud chin remained lifted. "It has nothing to do with my adoptive mother. I came to see you," she replied. Li Cha smiled. "Very well. If Miss Wendy has business to introduce me to, that would be even better. I have no business, and I am not carrying much money. I came because you kept your promise, so I am here to fulfill mine." Promise? Wendy had asked Li Cha to refrain from visiting the old Shock Tavern, stating that if he desired a woman, she would be available without charge. Since Li Cha had not visited the tavern the previous night, when he believed he had upheld his end of the bargain, Li Cha was perplexed. The girl puffed out her ample chest, showing no signs of fear. Yet, with a single glance, Li Cha could tell she had ample padding. They were not strangers, and he had even carried her before. In close proximity, he could sense her intentions clearly. To attempt to deceive Dr. Li Cha was nothing short of folly. Thus, Li Cha tossed a mop towards her, directing her to clean the house upstairs and downstairs. Wendy glanced at the items in her hands, protesting. "I didn't come here to do that." Li Cha retorted. "You came to sleep with me, didn't you?" "Yes, but it's daytime, and I don't want to sleep." "What should I do?" "Then I'll leave and come back tonight." "You can't come out tonight." The tavern operated primarily in the evening. Although the old Shock Tavern was not large, it was impossible for Madame Mary to manage it alone. Li Cha tossed a rag at her, declaring, "If you come here, you must follow my orders. Clean the clinic and my home upstairs, wash my clothes, and also polish my shoes." When he was taken aback, he treated her like a servant. What a joke, when he contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. Li Cha could not defeat her mother, yet he could certainly handle a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Before long, when he found herself pinned to his lap and received several spanks. The girl protested, but Li Cha continued. After a dozen slaps, when he promptly conceded, all right, I'll do it. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 22. Dr. Li Cha, a master of his craft, it became evident that even without a system, obtaining favors could be remarkably easy. Li Cha had moved into his new home 2 days prior and was troubled by household chores, so Wendy, with her wealth of experience, had presented herself at his doorstep. Enduring the fiery sting on her backside, the girl began to dart up and down the stairs. Dr. Li Cha leisurely sipped tea and perused the newspaper, stepping in to correct her whenever he noticed something amiss. Once, when he completed her domestic duties, Li Cha assigned her to stand at the entrance as a greeter. If Wendy dared to leave, not only would all her previous efforts be in vain, but Li Cha would also seek out Madame Mary at the tavern. In other words, if Wendy angered him, he would take it out on her adoptive mother. "You are despicable." The girl's social circle was limited, leaving her with little experience or wisdom. Li Cha could easily persuade her with a few words. What else could she do but comply? Indeed, understanding national affairs and listening to melodious music were the duties of a noble psychologist. Around 10 in the morning, a voice resonated at the door. "Welcome." Li Cha, assuming it was yet another familiar face, did not look up, only to be surprised at this time. A genuine client seeking consultation had arrived. "Good morning, Dr. Li Cha." Li Cha blinked in disbelief. Opposite him stood a man with a nose reminiscent of a wine-soaked visage, grinning broadly. "Yes, it's me." Outside, when he was also watching the scene unfold, clearly recognizing Randolph, psychological counseling emphasizes the importance of privacy. Furthermore, this is the inaugural business transaction since the establishment of Charlie's clinic. Li Cha promptly invited Mr. Randolph into the adjacent consultation room and personally brewed a cup of calming herbal tea. "Mr. Randolph, welcome to Charlie's psychological counseling room. Please feel free to share your concerns. This is our confidentiality agreement. Trust is paramount in psychological counseling. If the client does not trust Li Cha, the subsequent therapeutic process would be severely compromised." After reviewing the agreement, Randolph's trust in Li Cha noticeably increased. Without needing to be prompted, he began recounting his story. "I'm a craftsman, supporting my family through my trade. Skilled artisans are still in demand in Saint City, and I can comfortably provide for my family." Randolph has 2 children and a wife, and they live harmoniously together. However, he has recently noticed a growing coldness in his wife's demeanor towards him over the past year or two, due to frequent work commitments. He sometimes spends 3 to 5 days away from home. I suspect she may be seeing another man. Li Cha responded, "What a bold assumption." He cleared his throat and continued, "Investigating marital issues is the realm of a detective." Randolph interjected, "No need for pretense, Dr. Li Cha. Old Shioka has already informed me that you are, in fact, a sorcerer. He mentioned that you helped mend the relationship between him and Mary. Yesterday, before leaving, Shioka had promised to promote Charlie's clinic." Li Cha, wearing a puzzled expression, asked, "What exactly did he say about me?" Randolph replied, "You possess great abilities and specialize in restraining wives. Any issue pertaining to couples, you can resolve. Even if she were initially a fierce dragon, after your treatment, she would transform into a docile kitten." The notion of transforming a fierce dragon into a kitten, indeed, that is the work of a master sorcerer. Last night, after returning from business dealings, Shioka, having indulged in a few drinks, began boasting. He claimed that Li Cha was the sorcerer he had hired specifically to treat Mary. Mary is a good woman, though she has a fiery temperament and tends to look down on dwarfs. This has often left Shioka feeling inadequate in their marriage. However, now the situation has completely changed. Mary treats him exceptionally well. In public, she maintains her demeanor as the lady of the house, but in private, she is utterly submissive to Shioka. Remarkably, Mary had been particularly gentle that day. People questioned Shioka, "Are you certain that his treatment?" To which Shioka responded, "Of course. Have you ever heard odd sounds coming from Dr. Li Cha's room?" This question struck a chord. If Li Cha truly had an affair with Mary, why had no one ever caught wind of it? The two sides simply did not align. Thus, most were skeptical, while others found it hard to believe that someone resembling the delicate Li Cha could be a sorcerer. However, after a few drinks, as Shioka was preparing to leave, Randolph called him back, pressing for answers. Shioka, inebriated, said, "Why would I lie to you? If you're skeptical, you could ask him yourself. If it's false, feel free to destroy his clinic." Randolph rubbed his ruddy nose and said, "So Dr. Li Cha, please drop the act and use your sorcery to tell me if there is indeed another man involved." Li Cha replied, "There is none. I have already divined the matter. Your wife is a faithful woman." "Really?" Randolph began to doubt his own suspicions. After all, who had ever seen a sorcerer merely speak to cast spells? Li Cha perceived his hesitation and noted that in the trading system, the information regarding wife's betrayal held a value of 0 copper coins, while wife's fidelity was worth 2 copper coins. Although the difference was slight, it was evident that the latter represented the truth. "Mr. Randolph, aside from your wife's attitude, what makes you believe she is unfaithful?" Randolph confessed, "She smiles at other men more than she does at me." His possessiveness was quite apparent. Li Cha stroked his chin and stated, "I am confident in your wife's fidelity. Yet that does not imply that other men do not harbor feelings for her or may attempt to harass her. Please write down the names of your suspects, and I will investigate." Randolph asked, "Just the names?" Li Cha affirmed, "Indeed." Shortly thereafter, Li Cha received a list of over 20 names. After reviewing them, he received a notification. "The trading list has been refreshed. Please check promptly." Li Cha silently opened the trading panel, which now presented over 50 new options. Neighbor's affection. The neighbor, a raccoon, harbors feelings for Randolph's wife, valued at 0 copper coins. Maylene's affection. Randolph's co-worker, Maylene, has feelings for Randolph's wife, valued at 0 copper coins. Hato's harassment. The lazy Hato has harassed Randolph's wife multiple times while he was away, valued at 5 copper coins. The abundance of information, filled with small print, strained Li Cha's eyes. Ultimately, he remarked, "Mr. Randolph, not all the names belong to your neighbors. There are also women and children included. However, I must commend your intuition. One named Hato has frequently harassed your wife in your absence." In Chapter 23, Li Cha's prowess was truly remarkable. At this point, the craftsman Randolph finally exhibited a look of astonishment. Common folk in the Loren continent often chose names quite randomly. Cats, eagles, tigers, trees, you name it. Judging gender by name could easily lead to misinterpretation, not to mention age. Thus, when Li Cha mentioned women and children, Randolph was already convinced. Upon hearing Hato's name, he recalled several complaints from his wife. She expressed disdain for Hato's laziness and how he had come to borrow food only to be turned away by her. Suddenly, Randolph slammed his hand down, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! How dare he bully my wife? I will deal with him. He tossed down a silver coin and turned to leave. The treatment concluded. In less than 20 minutes, Li Cha earned 100 copper coins. Was this a successful opening? Certainly. Li Cha exited the consultation room and called for Wendy, who was waiting outside. The young girl Wendy asked, "What do you intend to have me do this time?" Li Cha placed a copper coin in her hand and said, "You are a fortunate girl. This is your payment for this morning's work." 1 copper coin? Is that all? Not merely inadequate. It felt downright humiliating. Just as Wendy was about to explode with indignation, Li Cha swiftly pinned her down onto his thigh. "Having received your payment from Dr. Li Cha, you ought to express your gratitude." After a few slaps, Wendy managed to utter, "Thank you." In the blink of an eye, yet another day passed, and Li Cha reached level 5. Current status: Name, Li Cha. Occupation, level 5-3. Attack power, 565. Wealth, 34 silver and 56 copper coins. Novice adventurer. Military intelligence, second-class soldier. Sword weapon specialization 0, 3100. Riding specialization 0. It must be said that the dining arrangements at the Fengye Detective Agency are truly commendable. Outside, the tastiest food Li Cha could relish was roasted meat. In that place, although it was also barbecued meat, the delicacies from Fengye Shuasuo consisted of beastly fare, with bread that was softer and more chewy, providing ample energy for the body. However, the thought that his meal expenses would be deducted from his salary was somewhat bearable. After all, the sustenance was being consumed by Li Cha. Presently, Li Cha's monthly salary amounted to 8 silver coins, and the so-called meal expenses could never exceed that figure. It is noteworthy that each time he assisted Fu Leia with her sleep, several silver coins would be credited to his account. Thus, the meager meal expenses were no longer a concern for him. Fu Leia, ever the embodiment of personal vendetta, relentlessly pushed Li Cha to his limits, resulting in his mastery of swordsmanship reaching a skill level of 3. Moreover, Li Cha was now one step closer to the formidable threshold of 100 in attack power. The only piece of disheartening news was that Li Cha's stamina had surged to 12 copper coins per hour. This increase seemed to be linked to Li Cha's enhanced physical attributes. Initially, this development bore little significance to him. However, under Fu Leiya's relentless training regimen, it became impossible to endure without purchasing additional stamina. Consequently, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the price hikes imposed by the system. Adhering to his principle of frugality, he first traded 4 hours of time, believing that selling stamina would not disrupt his sleep. Yet he was mistaken. After selling his stamina, Li Cha, utterly exhausted, collapsed into deep slumber only after midnight. At 8 o'clock, Li Cha woke up late. Fortunately, he was no longer a wage slave. Otherwise, a third of his salary would have been slashed for the day. Today was Friday, the final day of the work week. Li Cha stretched lazily and proceeded downstairs to freshen up. To his surprise, the young girl, Wendy, was already tidying up the rubbish downstairs. Their arrangement was simple. Wendy would accompany him to sleep if he refrained from bothering the proprietress, Mary. Given Li Cha's indifference to her whims, the terms had shifted to him not frequenting the Loksuk Tavern while Wendy would come to assist him here. "Good morning. You've worked hard, young lady," Li Cha greeted with a smile. In response, Wendy pouted, calling him a hypocritical man. Nonetheless, she continued her tasks without pause. As a grown man, Li Cha found it unnecessary to bicker with a young girl and suggested, "Put your work aside for now and fetch me some breakfast with extra meat." This time, Wendy did not refuse his unreasonable request. What an amusing little girl she was. However, before Li Cha could finish his breakfast, the Charlie Psychological Clinic welcomed another visitor. Yesterday, there had been one, and today there were two, a man and a woman. The man was the craftsman Randolph, while the woman beside him, with slightly rough and darkened skin, was presumably his wife. "Dr. Li Cha, thank you," Randolph exclaimed, warmly grasping both of Li Cha's hands. "Dr. Li Cha, you are truly miraculous. That bastard Hato has had his eyes on my family for quite some time. If I hadn't caught him this time, who knows what mischief he would have caused when I stepped out next." The lazy Hato was a wanted criminal. Unexpectedly, he was burdened with a life on his conscience. Randolph had gathered a group of friends to beat him mercilessly, intending only to teach him a lesson, but the explosive news that emerged was quite astonishing. In any case, he expressed his gratitude to Dr. Li Cha, declaring, "You saved my wife and child." Li Cha was utterly unaware that Hato was a wanted man, yet he did not mind the unexpected turn of events. Randolph's wife also bowed in gratitude to Dr. Li Cha. with her husband often away. She was the one who sustained their household. While her husband claimed that Dr. Li Cha of the Charlie Psychological Clinic was a wizard, she had been skeptical. However, due to Li Cha's actions, Hato was brought to justice, and her gratitude was genuine. Wendy, the young girl, was taken aback. She recognized Randolph and was aware that he had visited the clinic yesterday. Nevertheless, she did not perceive the violent Li Cha as a psychologist or sorcerer. To Wendy, the profession of a doctor still held a considerable prestige. However, today Randolph was exceptionally exhilarated. He claimed to have learned of Hato's misdeeds from Li Cha and sought to confirm them with his wife. There were certain things that were difficult for his wife to articulate, and if her husband inquired and she remained silent, it would imply that she had issues. Subsequently, Randolph's fury intensified. He summoned friends and several acquaintances, beating Hato nearly to death. In this era, strength was the ultimate truth. The revelation that Hato had killed someone was an unexpected twist. Nevertheless, it alleviated the concerns of Randolph's family. After a vivid recounting, Randolph suggested, Dr. Li Cha, shall we discuss a few matters in the room? Ding dong. Task reward. 5 silver coins and the goodwill of the Randolph couple. Chapter 024. The first couple's surgery. The quest had commenced. Li Cha's heart soared with joy. Although he could accept commission scrolls from the Adventurers Guild, most tasks there involved battling monsters. Engaging in such tasks would leave him exhausted, possibly facing life-threatening situations. Gathering tasks was far more advantageous. Furthermore, during his new recruit training, he gained 20 experience points on the first day and 30 on the second day, proving to be more rewarding than embarking on adventures. Thus, to this day, Li Cha remained an utterly ordinary adventurer within the Saint and Adventurers Guild. Little did he know that establishing a psychological clinic would also lead to receiving quests. Randolph remarked, I never said we would seek treatment today. I merely told Emma to express our gratitude to you. Essentially, he had coaxed his wife into coming over, leaving the rest to Li Cha's expertise. Li Cha replied, Mr. Randolph, your intentions are commendable, and I could never bear to witness a beautiful family tarnished. He clasped Randolph's rough hand in a reassuring grip, affirming, rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you. With that, Dr. Li Cha made the necessary arrangements. Randolph, the husband, stepped out to rest while his wife, Emma, entered the consultation room to speak with Dr. Li Cha. Emma appeared somewhat bewildered, and upon sitting down, she stated, Doctor, I didn't come here today solely for Hato's issue. Hearing this, Li Cha nodded, Mrs. Emma, I have some rather heavy news to share. So please do not be alarmed. Is it concerning Randolph? Indeed, I encountered Mr. Randolph yesterday and discovered that he is suffering from severe psychological issues. What? Sure. The patient is unaware of this matter. If it becomes public, it will adversely affect his forthcoming treatment. Emma was taken aback. As usual, Li Cha presented her with a confidentiality agreement to build trust. He then proceeded to ask a series of questions. Madam, do you love your husband? Of course. Do you believe your love for him surpasses Mr. Randolph's love for you? After some contemplation, Emma ultimately chose the former. Li Cha smirked. This couple both believed they loved each other more. What aspects of your husband are you dissatisfied with? Emma slowly replied, Actually, Randolph is a very good man. It's just that sometimes he has a bad temper and tends to drink. When he's drunk, his temper worsens. His work also keeps him excessively busy. Li Cha inquired, Have you discussed these issues with Mr. Randolph? We have, but that was quite some time ago. Emma realized that her attempts to articulate her feelings had been futile, leaving her to respond with silence. Therefore, it is preferable for Mr. Randolph to temper his temper, abandon his excessive drinking habits, and devote more attention to his family. I understand that he is quite busy with work. Mrs. Emma suddenly realized, Dr. Lee, are we not discussing Mr. Randolph's condition? Dr. Lee remained unfazed. Madam, we are indeed discussing the condition, and it is imperative that you keep this matter confidential. I understand. After exchanging a few more words, he switched topics. Dr. Lee utilized the same method, modifying his inquiries to address Randolph. In truth, resolving the trust issues between a husband and wife would significantly alleviate the domestic troubles of the Randolph family. The remaining concerns were primarily that Randolph felt his wife should understand him better. As a craftsman engaged in physically demanding work, it was challenging for him when his wife expressed desires for intimacy at such times. Furthermore, Randolph wished for his wife to display more affection towards him, as he perceived her demeanor towards him to be rather cold. Upon concluding their conversation, Dr. Lee presented 2 agreements for the couple to sign. An alert chimed. The transaction list has been updated. Please check promptly. The 2 agreements were, in fact, Dr. Lee's own devised free transaction contracts. According to the terms, he could take anything from them at no cost. Naturally, considering the Randolph couple's circumstances, Dr. Lee annotated the agreements. For instance, Mr. Randolph, are you willing to abstain from alcohol for the sake of your wife and family? Yes, I am willing. Good, write that down. Mrs. Emma, are you willing to exchange your love for your husband? Yes, I am willing. Good, write that down. Once the agreements were signed, with a snap of his fingers, Dr. Lee extracted an hour of time from both Randolph and Emma. At that moment, the couple lay peacefully on a hospital bed, sound asleep. The transaction list displayed Randolph's love for his partner, valued at 5 copper coins. Emma's love for her partner, valued at 8 copper coins. It was evident that, regardless of their verbal claims, from a value perspective, Emma loved Randolph more. Dr. Lee refrained from a harsh exchange. The total sum of 5,813, divided into 2, resulted in each receiving 65. Love, being an ethereal concept, led Dr. Lee to partition Mrs. Emma's affection, returning the majority to her while granting a minor portion to Craftsman Randolph. This was a novel approach for him, and today it served as an experiment. The outcome was quite favorable. Without undergoing a complete transaction cycle, Dr. Lee found it impossible to transfer one person's possession to another. However, once a small portion of Emma's love for her partner became a system item, Dr. Lee could purchase it and subsequently transfer it. Next, Randolph's addiction to alcohol, valued at 0 copper coins. In the eyes of the system, it held even less value than love for a partner. It was likely that once Randolph sold his addiction to the system, he would be able to quit drinking. Consequently, Dr. Lee sold the majority of Randolph's addiction to the system, leaving him with a small portion. Moving on, Emma's constitution and Randolph's constitution. Unsurprisingly, although Randolph was male and Emma female, the latter's constitution was nearly double that of the former. Dr. Lee attempted to utilize Emma's constitution for himself. An alert chimed. Attribute mismatch. Transaction failed. Dr. Lee could not forcibly acquire another's attributes, yet Randolph and Emma complemented one another. The combined total of their constitutions was approximately 15. Upon redistribution, Randolph received 9 and Emma 6. Mission accomplished. From this day forth, their roles would be transformed. An hour later, Dr. Lee sat in a chair, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. This treatment had not significantly drained his physical strength. However, the mental exertion from contemplation, calculation, transaction, and allocation undoubtedly constituted a high-intensity cognitive endeavor. Randolph awoke first, somewhat dazed. Dr. Lee, how did I fall asleep? Dr. Lee waved his hand, merely cooperating with the treatment. There is no need for concern. And my wife? Congratulations, Mr. Randolph. Please continue to love your wife, for she loves you deeply in return. Chapter 025. The illness of not being comfortable unless one is struck on the leg. The Randolph couple departed. As they left, Emma embraced her husband's arm. Dr. Lee had informed her, Mrs. Emma, with your assistance, Mr. Randolph is essentially cured, but he will require your continued attention. Should you notice anything amiss, feel free to consult me at any time. Emma was uncertain if she had been deceived. This should not be a bad thing. Thus, Emma resolved to adhere to the medical advice. Simultaneously, Craftsman Randolph received news of the considerable success of the recent spellcasting. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt Emma had become more beautiful and more cheerful, her smile now even more radiant. An alert chimed. 45 experience reward, quite commendable. The fee of 5 silver coins for the consultation had already been received, and Randolph paid willingly. The couple's goodwill could be considered as Dr. Lee having made friends with them. As for the final mental attribute, it was an unexpected delight. The system had not previously indicated that completing a task would yield attribute rewards. Even more surprising was that Dr. Lee's attack power had increased by 2 points. This was quite reasonable. With an increase in mental strength, Dr. Lee could concentrate better during combat, naturally resulting in greater damage output. The slight enhancement in mental strength also made Dr. Lee perceive his surroundings with a bit more clarity than before. Additionally, the extensive duration of treatment had left Dr. Lee mentally fatigued. Now, his head felt considerably lighter. Upon returning to the clinic, young Wendy stood with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Dr. Lee with a discerning gaze. Wendy inquired, "Are you truly a doctor?" Dr. Lee replied, "Of course, I possess a professional qualification certificate. However, I am a psychologist specializing in mental health issues. Wendy, then examine me. Dr. Lee glanced at her, having propped himself up on a pair of small cushions, and declared, "It is quite evident that you are also a patient. You suffer from a condition known as discomfort unless struck on the leg. Fear not, I am quite adept at treating this ailment. Would you care to give it a try? I guarantee a cure within 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Wendy promptly made her exit. She was well aware that the man before her had no regard for the delicate nature of women. Nonetheless, she still believed Dr. Lee to be a fraud. Just as Dr. Lee was not unfamiliar with Wendy, the same could be said for her. When they first met, Dr. Lee was in a rather disheveled state, even resorting to using bed sheets to wipe himself. A prestigious doctor would undoubtedly belong to the higher income bracket in any city, and could not possibly be in such dire straits. Moreover, it was well known that doctors value cleanliness. As for Dr. Lee's room, it resembled that of a typical, slovenly bachelor, with yesterday's stinky socks washed by Wendy. Humph. The young girl let out a small huff. A fraud is a fraud. One day the truth will be revealed, and then he shall await his misfortune. Once Dr. Lee is apprehended, when he would no longer need to endure the daily torment of visiting this place. In the underground training ground of the inner city, Dr. Lee was once again knocked to the ground by Freya, the instructor at the new recruits' training ground. Freya approached Li Cha, her familiar military boots echoing with each step. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Today marks the 3rd day of your training, yet your performance remains consistently subpar." Li Cha nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he yearned to retort, "What do you expect? I am but at a single-digit level, attempting to challenge a level 30 elite. Give me 30 days, and I would still falter." However, compared to the first day, Li Cha's sparring time had significantly diminished. He could hardly recall the number of times he had fallen yesterday and the day before. After his 20th tumble today, Freya declared the training session concluded. Li Cha donned his heavily encumbering gear alongside a backpack that towered over him. He was to run the full distance of 5 kilometers while fully loaded, and it was not long before he opted to purchase stamina. Unfortunately, he discovered the disheartening news that the cost of stamina had increased. Initially priced at 10 copper coins per hour, it had risen to 12, and now stood at 14 copper coins per hour. Li Cha was now acutely aware that the items available for purchase were subject to the system's arbitrary price changes at any time. Cursed be the merchant. In his past life, such a rogue would have found himself bereft of customers. Yet, the burdensome task of running with a full load compelled Li Cha to temporarily set aside his grievances. Once the second task concluded, Li Cha felt as though he had emerged from the depths of a river, utterly drenched. Freya stated, "You have 5 minutes to rest and adjust, after which I will teach you swordsmanship." The notion of learning swordsmanship was met with disdain. Li Cha trembled, not from fear, but from sheer frustration. Were it not for the genuine experience, attribute, and skill gains from this new recruit training, he would have vehemently resisted her commands. With time passing, Li Cha's reflections on the trading system grew increasingly intricate. Given his financial capacity, aside from the cost of Freya's time, acquiring other items posed no challenge. He was certainly not a match for a level 30 elite in direct confrontation. However, in terms of strategy, he held no fear for this emotionless woman. "Now, we shall commence," she declared. The foundational sword techniques were simple, yet profound. Each strike, whether slash, thrust, or jab, was straightforward. Despite their simplicity, these foundational techniques contain boundless variations. It is often said that a solid foundation is essential for erecting towering edifices. And Li Cha could genuinely feel his strength advancing. One stroke, another stroke, and yet another. Freya would occasionally correct his movements while wielding her small black whip. Time slipped by amidst these exchanges. Ding! Notification. Through diligent training, your experience has increased by 32. Your strength and constitution attributes have seen slight improvements. And your proficiency in sword weapon specialization 0 has reached 5. You have comprehended basic swordsmanship 0, 1100. Basic swordsmanship 0, while wielding a sword, attack power 2. Attack speed 1. Having purchased an additional portion of stamina today, Li Cha found himself seated on the ground post-training. Gazing at his attack power, which had surged to 67 points, he was momentarily struck by the illusion that he could rival an 18-level Flame Knight. Yet, he was fully aware that this was merely a fleeting delusion. The true Flame Knight would be mounted on a warhorse, clad in heavy armor, wielding a spear, and charging forth amidst blazing flames. launching a swift and lethal assault. Li Cha knew he would stand no chance against such an adversary. Chapter 026. How to resolve the situation after lying down. Contemplating this, Li Cha's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. He observed Mary, whose core talent skill was level 2, complemented by a host of level 1 skills. Li Cha, now possessing skills, found himself devoid of even a single level 1. Indeed, he recognized the long journey that lay ahead, both in skill advancement and leveling up. Although he was not a player, he possessed both experience and proficiency, which would enable him to elevate himself more easily than the native inhabitants of the Lauren continent. The path of diligence is rewarded, as long as one is willing to invest effort and sweat. Even a small advantage could lead to overturning the military's intelligence division. Fei Liya had already reclined. Next came Li Cha's duty to assist his superior, Fei Liya, in achieving restful sleep. This process was akin to the new recruit training, and Li Cha was well acquainted with it. He plopped down beside the major, resting his head against her thigh without a hint of hesitation. Instinctively, Li Cha gave a playful pat on the soft flesh that spilled over the edge of her seat, muttering, "You know, in my hometown, someone like you would be considered a prime catch, quite popular, but your foul temper seems to attract quite a few sycophants." With a swift motion, Fei Liya's eyes flew open. The two exchanged gazes, one looking up, the other looking down, their eyes locking. Li Cha thought to himself, what on earth is this situation? Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he suddenly recalled that Fei Liya had yet to sell her time to the system today. Damn it, how careless of me. After all, the daily routine had become so familiar that he had allowed this detail to slip his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Li Cha hurriedly recited the transaction in his mind. Ding. Notification. Transaction successful. Cha-ching. Li Cha's pockets now jingled with 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Question. How does a level 5 subordinate chastise a level 30 superior and even slap a female superior? Asking for a friend. Quite urgent. Li Cha rose, pressing his forehead. This was likely the consequence of frequent missteps by the riverbank. His body swayed, and he leaned against Fei Liya's thigh as if it were a pillow. It was a rather poor habit that needed correction. When she awoke, he would adamantly deny it. In dreams, anything could happen, and he could dream of resting on her thigh, and, at most, she might add an hour of extra training, which would amount to just a handful of copper coins. Mere chump change. Li Cha had been acquainted with the system for quite some time, from the proprietress Mary to Fei Liya, from the interrogation applications to opening a clinic. Just that morning, he had successfully completed 2 intricate surgeries. His mindset had undergone a significant transformation, especially in terms of utilizing the system. Fei Liya desired restful sleep, and upon awakening, she would undoubtedly find satisfaction in that. With this premise, Li Cha remained steadfast, reassured by the absence of surveillance cameras in the office. Thus, Dr. Li Cha felt entirely at ease. 3 hours later, the transaction came to a close. Li Cha inclined his body. Very well, Major. Observe, this was the epitome of calmness. Perhaps the other party was unaware of the distinction between dreams and reality. Upon leaving the detective agency, after 3 consecutive days of training, he felt he had adjusted adequately. Without incident, he acquired 2 glowgrass plants, elevating himself to level 6, with his attack power rising to 73 points. The threshold of 100 loomed ever closer. Doctor. Li Cha was quite satisfied. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Li Cha arrived at Sanin's first weekend as anticipated. The old Shuka Tavern was bustling, and just before leaving, young Winnie mentioned that she might not return until next Monday. The Charlie Psychological Clinic, lacking its welcoming maiden, felt notably more desolate. Yet this did not deter Dr. Li Cha from leisurely sipping tea and perusing the newspaper within the establishment. For instance, Li Cha could observe in the newspapers that the border skirmishes of the Hongsha Empire were escalating, with casualties exceeding 10. The fact that news outlets began to publish such reports indicated that the situation could no longer be suppressed. Consequently, it was highly probable that war would soon descend upon the Hongsha Empire within the next year or 2. Additionally, in the city of Shang'an, the local knightly order recently dismantled a cult hideout and rescued dozens of women and children. This reminded Li Cha of the Goddess Church. Ordinarily, the Church of the Radiant Goddess, as the legitimate faith of the Hongsha Empire, regarded any other religious organization as a thorn in their side. Yet, it was the knightly order, a local armed force, that had taken action against the cult while the news made no mention of the goddess church. This suggested that the empire's suppression of the church had been remarkably effective, resulting in the church's passive observation of matters that were ostensibly within its purview. There were numerous other considerations as well. Li Cha noticed advertisements for otherworldly ventures, which were quite ordinary and lacked even an eye-catching headline. Some advertisements sought to recruit adventurers via the papers, while others engaged in quarrels through the same medium. Li Cha's assessment was that the insults exchanged were rather crude. As he continued to peruse the pages, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled. A Mediterranean gentleman entered, first bowing to Dr. Li Cha, then stating, "Doctor, I am Ram from the Adventurers Guild. I heard that you can help men regain their confidence." Li Cha, regain confidence? The sign outside clearly states a psychological clinic. When did it transform into a men's health facility? Ram, an employee of the Shungan Adventurers Guild, replied, "I understand. Here, we must first sign a confidentiality agreement. I won't disclose your information, nor will you reveal mine." Li Cha, "Then how did you come to know about me, Mr. Ram? From the old Shock Tavern?" Ram responded, No, I am a conservative man and never frequent such places, but I am friends with the craftsman Randolph." Randolph, Li Cha's previous client. "What did he say about me?" Upon hearing this, Ram shook his head. "Dr. Li Cha, please do not blame Randolph. He did not voluntarily disclose your information. It was my persistent inquiries that led him to point out this location on the map." Chapter 027. Dr. Li Sihaya. The master of men's healthy issues concerning the Randolph family had been resolved by Li Cha. Even if not entirely, the majority had been addressed. For at least the next 3 to 5 years, the Randolph family would not encounter similar crises of trust. Having triggered a commission task, Li Cha received not only a reward of 6 silver coins, but also a surge of experience, attribute rewards, and the goodwill of Mr. and Mrs. Randolph. Dr. Li Cha profited immensely and held a positive outlook for the future of Charlie's clinic. Charging 6 silver coins for a treatment, he could simply claim 5 silver coins for a single procedure, even with a business transaction every fortnight. Li Cha's income would surpass his baseline salary at the Military Intelligence Service. However, he found the sensationalist promotional tactics of Old Shock to be quite frustrating. Dr. Li Cha, endowed with extraordinary abilities, specializes in married women. What nonsense was that? Now, even more absurdly, Li Cha had become a master of men's health. This incident transpired the previous evening. When Ram's household plumbing malfunctioned, he sought assistance from his friend Randolph. Typically, Randolph was proactive in his work and primarily concerned with his wages. This time, however, Randolph's focus shifted. As a friend, Ram understood that Randolph was facing his own struggles. In fact, Randolph's situation was slightly worse. After all, working at the Adventurers Guild was more respectable and stable. Out of curiosity, Ram inquired about his old friend. The response he received was a mysterious smile. Ram offered to treat Randolph to drinks, casual ones. Yet, Randolph remained unmoved. However, human nature is such that the less someone reveals, the more one desires to know. Through relentless questioning, Ram ultimately triumphed. Randolph confessed, "My wife loves me dearly, and I love her as well. We are preparing to have another child." Upon uttering the last sentence, Randolph exuded confidence. Ram was skeptical. He was indeed Mediterranean, but he knew Randolph had his share of limitations. That mysterious smile from Randolph. Randolph showcased the muscles on his arms. He also claimed, "Now I could take on 10. Ram suspected he had resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Randolph countered, "No. Did you change your wife?" "Get lost." Randolph proudly proclaimed, "A man is born to conquer women. Once conquered, she will naturally be devoted to you." Ram longed for that as well. This marked his 3rd year of marriage, and they still had no children. Ultimately, Ram nearly knelt before his old friend, who reluctantly pointed him in the right direction. Randolph also mentioned the rules of Charlie's clinic and the confidentiality agreement. Ram pondered throughout the night and finally could not resist finding his way here. Li Cha, men and women, men conquer women. In truth, if he could successfully market his ability to treat men's health, the business at Charlie's clinic could multiply tenfold. This is akin to how the blue pill became a worldwide bestseller in his previous life. The weak desired strength, while the strong sought further enhancement. No man would refuse the opportunity to become more powerful. With a clatter, Ram placed 10 silver coins on the table, eagerly stating, "Dr. Li Cha, is this enough? If not, I can offer more." "Excellent. Additionally, a further point. Men are willing to spend generously to become stronger. Li Cha sighed. Come with me to the examination room. Mr. Ram. The Mediterranean Ram expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Li Cha. Li Cha had no desire to become a men's health doctor, but the compensation offered was simply too generous. The door was locked. A cup of calming herbal tea was served. Li Cha invited Ram to sit down and slowly inquired, Mr. Ram, please tell me about your concerns. Ram's issue was quite straightforward. His hair made everything evident. That glaringly bald head, where even a mosquito would struggle to land, could not boast of robust health. Ram recounted how he once was young and vigorous, easily handling 3 or 4 women in a single night. However, due to neglecting his health during his youth, after indulging himself, he now found himself lacking when facing his wife post-marriage. His wife was wonderful, gentle, beautiful, and thrifty. Yet, Ram's repeated poor performances gradually led to her dissatisfaction. Thus, he yearned for strength, not to reclaim his youthful vigor, but at the very least to lead a harmonious married life. Li Cha undo stole. As a man who had lived 2 lives, he was astonished by such lofty terminology. Harmonious life. Li Cha opened the transaction panel. The top-ranking intelligence read, Ram's intelligence 1. Ram once faced 3 women, valued at 0 copper coins. The next line, Ram's intelligence 2. Ram faced 2 women, valued at 0 copper coins. The line after that, 1 woman, 0 copper coins. Li Cha couldn't help but smirk. So he was quite the scoundrel in his youth. In this context, Dr. Li Cha did not expose the matter. The confidentiality agreement of the Charlie Clinic is not merely for show, and he would keep his client's personal privacy under wraps. Indeed, Mr. Ram, he affirmed as Mr. Ram listened attentively. A healthy body is typically indicative of sound state. You must be cautious with smoking and drinking in the future. Mr. Ram, hailing from the Adventurers Guild, replied, You can rest assured about Dr. Li Cha. Aside from unavoidable social engagements, I have never touched tobacco or alcohol. Ding dong. Notification. The transaction list has been updated. Please check promptly. Upon reviewing, Li Cha noted that the value was finally above 0. Mr. Ram was truthful regarding his habits concerning tobacco and alcohol. The next step involved discussing dietary and lifestyle habits. I'm aware of certain foods that you may increase in your diet, and you should also strive to avoid staying up late. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ram promptly took out a notebook to record the information. Dr. Li Cha also had a set of health exercises, which he had seen in short videos in a past life, and suggested incorporating those as well. Finally, Dr. Li Cha posed a question. Mr. Ram, are you certain that what you seek is a harmonious marital life? Mr. Ram patted his chest confidently, declaring, of course, I am a loyal man. Although I enjoyed outings in my youth, since marrying, I have never strayed. Dr. Li Cha responded, No. What I mean is, if that is indeed your requirement, it may necessitate your wife accompanying you to see me. The implication was clear. My dear fellow, spare no further words. If anyone were to inquire, I could testify that your spouse is your first love and that you have never been with another woman. Not a problem, Dr. Li Cha. Please wait a moment. Mr. Ram had come prepared today. His wife, Lisa, was sipping coffee in a CAF just a few hundred meters away. Within 10 minutes, the couple stood before Dr. Li Cha. Upon seeing them, Dr. Li Cha noted how their family contrasted sharply with the Randolph family. The pressing issue for Mr. Ram was to ascertain just how far his wife's heart had strayed beyond the confines of their home. Chapter 028. A gambling father, a sick mother, a studious sister. The poor girl. Lisa, Mr. Ram's wife, appeared to be under 30, her makeup somewhat heavy, suggesting her condition was likely not far from that. If Dr. Li Cha recalled correctly, Mr. Ram was already 36. Mr. Ram gave an impression of mediocrity, Mediterranean in appearance, unremarkable in stature. And perhaps his only merit lay in his somewhat artistic way of speaking. Madam, indeed, this is the place. This is Dr. Li Cha, he introduced. Doctor, greetings, Lisa said in a dulcet tone, her elongated, fox-like eyes adorned with a form-fitting, Chong Sam-style dress that accentuated her figure. The hem revealed her slender calves clad in sheer stockings, complemented by striking 10-centimeter high heels that drew attention. Witnessing this, Dr. Li Cha was tempted to remark, Old Ram, thank goodness you have no children. Otherwise, you would need to hastily arrange for a paternity test to ascertain if the child is truly yours. Even Mary, donning the tavern owner's apron, could not compete with such allure. The overpowering scent of her perfume was inescapable. Very well, Mr. Ram and Madam Lisa. Let us proceed to the consultation room to discuss further. The situation was thus. Dr. Li Cha had already accepted payment, and it was time to converse. At worst, he could simply extend the duration of the procedure for Madame Lisa, nothing more. My apologies, may I have a moment? At this juncture, Lisa, meeting Dr. Li Cha for the first time, spoke again. Dr. Li Cha, could I have a word with you privately? Dr. Li Cha glanced at Mr. Ram. Mr. Ram replied, I apologize, doctor. I cannot deceive my wife. Lisa is aware of your esteemed medical expertise, which is why she agreed to accompany me. The confidentiality agreement that had been promised was at risk of becoming public knowledge. With such a mode of dissemination, it would not be long before all of Sainan City was aware that Li Cha was a urologist. Once this treatment concluded, he would need to clarify matters thoroughly. Contemplating this, Dr. Li Cha beckoned Lisa to enter the consultation room and take a seat. He had several questions he wished to pose to the strikingly adorned Madame Lisa in private. However, upon settling in, she propped her chin on one hand and entered a mode of observation towards Dr. Li Cha. For 10 seconds, then a minute, the same continued. Dr. Li Cha smiled and inquired, Madame Lisa, do I have something on my face? To his surprise, she nodded, her eyes sparkling. Without hesitation, she signed a confidentiality agreement and placed 5 silver coins on the table, gently stating, Doctor, I must confess I do not love my husband. I married him because he is a good man and to help our family repay debts. A gambling father, a sick mother, a studious sister. Poor her. With a chuckle, Dr. Li Cha observed that the essential elements of her narrative were coalescing. He maintained a listening posture as Lisa elaborated on her story for over 10 minutes. I am content with my current life, so please do not heal Mr. Ram. At this, Madame Lisa had already slipped off her shoes and began caressing Dr. Li Cha's calf with her stocking-clad foot, adorned with red nail polish. I can offer you money and other incentives. I have heard you are quite the lady killer. As long as you take it easy on him, I promise to accompany you weekly. My goodness! Dr. Li Cha exclaimed, finally understanding the meaning behind her earlier scrutiny. Madame Lisa was clearly captivated by his appearance. Once a week may not suffice, he replied. Oh, that is quite simple. The flamboyant young wife laughed. Doctor, Mr. Ram's work is quite demanding. Twice a week should not be a problem. You could also prescribe him medication, reducing the dosage each time, and I could fetch it for him. This way, you can have as much as you desire. Lisa's smile radiated like a blooming flower. Meanwhile, her upper body was merely inches from leaning against Dr. Li Cha, her alluring form nearly brushing against his arm. Dr. Li Cha snapped his fingers. Lisa swayed. And regarding the confidentiality agreement, Dr. Li Cha made further refinements. The subsequent treatment protocol could specify physical strength, duration, memory, or substitute terminology, among other factors. Signing a confidentiality agreement would equate to acknowledging the transaction with Dr. Li Cha, thus granting him full access to the agreement's terms. Dr. Li Cha opened the consultation room door. Mr. Ram stood at the entrance, his complexion less than favorable. The sight of his wife in a room alone with another man did not stem from a lack of trust in Dr. Li Cha's professional ethics. Rather, it was the sheer beauty of his wife that filled him with concern. What if an unexpected incident occurred? Dr. Li Cha? He called. Dr. Li Cha waved. Mr. Ram, you must have been anxious. Madame Lisa has already lain down. Please assist her to the bed. Dr. Li Cha remained calm, his demeanor composed, and his attire unwrinkled. Mr. Ram, feeling awkward as he observed his wife resting on the table, hastily helped Lisa lie down. Dr. Li Cha instructed, please lie down as well. The treatment is about to commence. I have understood your condition and am confident about this treatment. Furthermore, Madame Lisa has merely shared some life concerns with me. Rest assured, once the treatment concludes, everything will improve. Truth be told, Mr. Ram began to regret bringing his wife. Just as he had witnessed Dr. Li Cha and Lisa conversing moments ago, his anxiety grew the longer he waited, accompanied by a rising urge to check in on them. A swirl of emotions, anger, fear, and uncertainty pervaded his thoughts. Once again, Li Cha implored, please trust me. You should trust your wife even more. If you do not believe in her, I advise you to relinquish your efforts. Upon hearing this, Ram steeled himself, stating, I believe in you, Dr. Li Cha. A resounding snap of his fingers followed, bringing a momentary tranquility to the couple. A notification chimed. The transaction list has been updated. Please check promptly. There were numerous items available for trade concerning these two individuals. For instance, Li Sha's time management was valued at 20 copper coins, and Ram's wisdom was worth 18 copper coins. Thus, it was no wonder that Ram often found himself at the mercy of his wife. Soon, Li Cha discovered Li Sha's infidelity. Li Sha, Ram's wife, was not content with marrying an ordinary man and had been seeking new prospects since the first year of their marriage, valued at 5 copper coins. Li Cha clicked to sell, obtaining 5 copper coins, while simultaneously the treacherous nature of Madame Li Sha departed from her. It is worth noting that regardless of yesterday's Randolph, Emma, or today's Ram and Li Sha, they are all commoners, deemed to possess little value in the eyes of the system. For instance, Randolph's alcoholism was worth half a copper coin. Hence, the fact that Li Sha's infidelity could be exchanged for 5 copper coins indicated that this cunning wife was rather formidable. Continuing his search, Li Cha unearthed a new focal point, Ram's shadow. At the age of 16, Ram's father took him to Hongxiangzi to understand women, believing it to be a rite of passage for men. However, this experience left young Ram with lasting trauma, leading to increasingly severe emotional responses throughout his life. Valued at 50 copper coins, Li Cha nodded, realizing the root of the issue lay here. Chapter 29. 50,000 times the love and doctor, please grant me another chance. In fact, taking a son out to experience the world is generally a positive thing. However, due to Ram's shy disposition during his youth, skipping from step 1 to 99, they may have inadvertently caused more harm than good. Li Cha sold Ram's shadow to the system, receiving 50 copper coins. This item likely encompassed memories from that day, explaining its substantial worth. A notification chimed again. Transaction successful. Your experience points have increased by 1. Li Cha was taken aback. Apart from collecting tasks, he had never directly acquired experience points from the system. While 1 point was not significant, it represented potential growth. 1 could lead to 2, 3, and 4 in the future, all awaiting Li Cha's discovery. Continuing to examine the items, he found Ram's love for his partner, valued at 10 copper coins, and Li Sha's love for her partner, valued at 0.00001 copper coins. Madame Li Sha was not lying. She truly harbored no feelings for her husband. This was unacceptable. Li Cha had received payment. There must be something of value. A compromise was necessary. Half for each. Fairness was paramount. The final entries were Ram's physique, valued at 8 copper coins, and Li Sha's physique, valued at 5 copper coins. In contrast to the Randolph household, Li Cha recalled that Ram abstained from smoking and drinking, maintaining a clean lifestyle. Thus, his health was indeed reasonable. As for the Mediterranean condition, it was more likely hereditary. Observing Madame Li Sha, with her delicate limbs, it seemed she had never faced hardship. After marrying Ram, he had lavished her with care, so her average health was quite justified. No changes were necessary. With this, the second couple's treatment was essentially complete. In the following minutes, Li Cha conducted transaction tests on items valued at 0. These exchanges did not yield any experience points for Dr. Li Cha, indicating that the system's mechanism for discovery remained a formidable undertaking. On the hospital bed, Li Sha from the Ram household was the first to awaken. She appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly bewildered as to why she had fallen asleep. How could I have said such things? Li Sha questioned in disbelief. I'm a married woman. My husband is right beside me. Blushing and hesitant, she glanced at her still sleeping husband, reaching out to touch his cheek. I am sorry, Ram. It was all my fault. With tears in her eyes, Madame Li Sha knelt down. Doctor, I regret my actions. I was reckless and shameless. Please grant me another chance. The previous treatment of the Randolph couple seemed to have left them more affectionate, but on the surface, not much had changed. In stark contrast, Li Sha's love for her husband had surged 50,000 times. Overwhelmed by this transformation, she even contemplated sacrificing herself as an expression of her remorse. Madam, please rise, mister. Ram is stirring, and it would not be appropriate for him to witness this, Li Cha advised. Li Sha shook her head vehemently. No, Dr. Li Cha. Ram is a kind man, and I am not. To marry Ram was the blessing of the goddess of light. I do not wish to part with him. I promise to treat him twice as well from now on. Therefore, I implore you, do not disclose what occurred earlier. The notion of a married woman attempting to seduce her husband's doctor and uttering such words was indeed scandalous. Li Cha inquired, what about the past? Li Sha raised 3 fingers. I swear to the goddess that my body has never betrayed Ram. It was merely that on certain lonely nights, I might have sent ambiguous signals to a few men, but that is all. I promise never to see them again, and if I happen to encounter them, I shall avoid them. As a devotee of the goddess, even under severe oppression in the Red Cedar Empire, the goddess of light remained the foremost faith among the populace. Hence, there was some credibility to Li Sha's words. From Li Sha's perspective, Madame Li Sha had evidently become wholly devoted, and her love for her husband was genuine. If the two could no longer coexist, it might indeed be the goddess's design, beyond human intervention. Noticing his silence, Li Sha assumed Li Cha was skeptical. She lunged forward, embracing his leg. "Doctor, please believe me. I truly love Ram. If you would keep my secret, I could come to visit every week." Wait. Li Cha hastily pulled her up. "Madam, I believe you, and I wish you and Mr. Ram all the best. When the Ram household welcomes a little one, I will come to extend my blessings." The treatment for the Ram household came to a close. Mere minutes later, Mr. Ram of the Adventurers Guild awoke, feeling a newfound strength. A remarkable kind of strength. Simultaneously, it seemed his wife had also transformed. Typically, when out and about, Li Sha maintained her distance from him, citing the heat or social etiquette, emphasizing a husband's respect for his wife. However, now she leaned closer, taking his hand, an affectionate gesture they had not shared even during their courtship years ago. Before departing, Li Cha called Ram, indicating he had further words for him. In those 5 minutes, Li Sha's heart raced with anxiety. However, once Ram reemerged, he said, "Oh, it's nothing. I still owe a balance for the treatment. I was so elated just now that I forgot." Only then did Li Sha breathe a sigh of relief. Charlie's psychological clinic. "Doctor." Li Cha watched them depart into the distance. What he spoke of with Ram was certainly not a matter of outstanding payments. First, Li Cha returned 5 silver coins to Ram, stating, "This is what Madame Lisa previously entrusted to me." Ram accepted the coins with alacrity. Then, he withdrew 10 silver coins from his pocket, uttering only 2 words, "Thank you." While others might be oblivious, Li Cha was acutely aware of the precise moment when Ram regained consciousness. He had overheard the dialogue between Li Cha and Lisa, as well as her heartfelt confessions. While lying in bed, to speak candidly, Li Cha had already earned a substantial amount today. Nevertheless, Ram insisted on offering more, leaving Li Cha with no choice. Out of a sense of responsibility to his client, Li Cha produced a note bearing the names of several men, Ram's colleagues, a distant nephew of the Baron, the merchant's eldest son, and others. Ram wished to give him more money. This time, Li Cha firmly declined, saying, "Mr. Ram, I wish your family prosperity and hope you will need funds in the future. I am a doctor, not a mercenary driven by greed. Please grant your wife another chance." Ram nodded. He had reflected on his actions over the past few years and recognized that excessive kindness towards women was akin to being a sycophant. Lisa was his wife, and he certainly wished to see her again. However, he would not allow her to meet the men listed on that note. As for Dr. Li Cha, he had aided him and was a benefactor, a friend. Ram would treat this benefactor friend with sincerity. But with Lisa, there was no need for further dealings. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Li Cha donned a gentleman's hat and grasped a cane as he walked from the outer district into the inner city. Being the weekend, the streets were noticeably busier. Meandering leisurely, Dr. Li Cha arrived at the Maple Leaf Detective Agency. The maid at the agency was quite familiar with him and stepped aside upon seeing his face. Ascending the stairs, Li Cha entered the underground training room through a concealed door. A sumptuous feast awaited him on the ground. Without further ado, he indulged in the meal. Although the system did not enhance his attributes, the invigorating sensation coursing through him was unmistakable. After dining, he rested and changed into his training gear, preparing himself for the exercises ahead. Before long, Major Freya arrived, clad in military attire, with knee-high boots and a wooden sword. Li Cha recalled that he had lain down before concluding a transaction yesterday. This woman was different from Mary. She preferred to settle scores after the fact. Li Cha's new recruit training had become a hellish ordeal due to his offense against Freya. Previously, he had inquired about the nature of the recruit training, and Mary had assured him that as long as one listened to orders and paid attention, the difficulty would not be substantial. Yet, each day, without purchasing stamina, Li Cha feared he would perish on the spot. She had termed that as not being excessively difficult. Thus, it seemed that Freya was exacting personal revenge. At this moment, Freya stated nonchalantly, "Today's training will be modified. We shall commence with physical conditioning before moving on to swordsmanship." She activated a mechanism, and obstacles such as walls, nets, and ropes appeared within the training arena. This is the most basic level, You shall attempt it yourself. Return to me once you can complete it within 1 minute. Li Cha nodded. Yes, Major. Seconds ticked away. Freya raised an eyebrow. What are you dawdling for? Or do you wish to delay? Li Cha promptly began. His hesitation had nothing to do with procrastination. Rather, he was gauging the intensity Freya would impose. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and was confident he could complete the course within a minute. Thus, following Freya's pattern, there would undoubtedly be additional conditions later on, such as added weight or blindfolds. Freya excelled in embellishing challenges. However, there were no such twists this time. As Li Cha raced forward, he internally lamented. At that moment, a sharp crack of a whip echoed nearby, and Freya remarked, "The requirement for you to complete the course within a minute is a small test. Failure will result in a direct transition to a weighted march." Li Cha thought, "Very well, perhaps I overestimated myself." Alternatively, he realized he had no time to ponder extensively. Completing this vexing test was his immediate priority. Li Cha soon recognized he had perhaps overestimated his own abilities. The running track stretched approximately 400 meters. He recalled that the athletic record for 400 meters was over 40 seconds. Facing an array of obstacles, the difficulty of this 400-meter course was compounded by hurdles. In essence, Freya had assigned him a standard akin to the world record from his previous life. On his first lap, Li Cha clocked in around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Outside, Major Freya did not even glance in his direction. After resting for a moment, he entered serious mode and attempted again. His time improved dramatically to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Even after this lap, he had exerted all his effort, yet he remained more than halfway from his target, indicating that his method was flawed. Thus, over the next hour, Li Cha tackled each obstacle individually, conquering walls and ropes one by one. After an hour, he re-engaged in the race. Like the wind, he dashed from the starting point, leaping against the wall, propelling himself forward. Before long, he reached the finish line, achieving a time of 1 minute and 36 seconds. This attempt was the smoothest of all, yet the outcome still fell short of Freya's standard. Once more, he shouted, achieving a time of 1 minute and 28 seconds. Again, he tried, only to record 1 minute and 38 seconds. A subsequent attempt yielded 1 minute and 45 seconds. His performance was deteriorating. Li Cha was genuinely fatigued, panting heavily. Amid his labored breathing, he spotted familiar military boots. Freya, with an impassive expression, remarked, "It appears I overestimated you. I thought this test would not pose much difficulty." Li Cha sighed deeply, wishing at that moment to exchange a wave of elves, thereby sprinting the entire distance with the prowess of an 18th level flame knight, delivering a resounding slap to that woman's face. Alas, the secrets of time and the possession of the system remained Li Cha's most closely guarded secrets. The former could be revealed once he grew stronger, but the latter was something he intended to take to his grave. He had not forgotten that this world harbored gods. Perhaps those ancient beings had fallen into slumber, their power diminished to a mere fraction. However, if a deity were to set their sights on a mere human, Li Cha's best outcome would be to become nothing more than a tool. Thus, he refrained from contradicting Freya's words, focusing instead on regaining his strength and energy. With less than 30 seconds remaining until the 1 minute mark, a notification chimed. Task reward. Current experience 50. All attributes increased once. Freya's affection increased. Li Cha wished to exchange the last item for money. Experience or attributes would suffice as well. He silently resolved to clear this challenge today. Since the task had been activated again, he felt even more compelled to succeed. Li Cha rose from the ground and resumed his efforts. In Chapter 031, Freya exhibited peculiar behavior, and he was the flamboyant young man chasing the wind. To complete a 400-meter obstacle course in under a minute was something Li Cha would never have contemplated in his previous life. Instead of pondering the running issue, he considered whether he had any chance of taking a break, or if he could request permission from his superior for an outing to avoid tardiness. However, in this otherworldly realm, the goddess of light could exist, and a flame knight could exist, rendering the previous world record of little consequence. Ready, set, go. Li Cha recorded a time of 1 minute and 16 seconds. Again, he achieved 1 minute and 9 seconds. Once more, he clocked in at 59.87 seconds. After crossing the finish line for the last time, Li Cha slowed down, propelled by inertia for a few more steps before collapsing. His mind swirled in confusion. Hadn't he another swordsmanship training session ahead? Had Freya finally come to her senses? After a prolonged moment, he successfully acquired the experience points and attribute boosts. Just as he was about to commend Freya, he suddenly realized it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Li Cha, considering the task he had jumped into, found himself at over halfway to level 6, inching closer to the fabled level 10, which marked the threshold of a first-tier adventurer. Li Cha's class of occupation, none, was due for a change. At that point, it would be entirely justified for him to declare that he had attained the ability to protect himself in the LURN continent. Taking a deep breath, Li Cha stood up. Had he activated his powers again? Indeed, who could maintain 4 to 5 hours of high-intensity training? Even if someone could, it would not be something a mere low-level Li Cha could accomplish. After bathing and changing clothes, he stepped out from the hidden door to find Freya lounging on the sofa, as usual. Yesterday had been a chaotic day for Li Cha. He had anticipated misfortune, but nothing had occurred. Perhaps due to the repeated transactions, he and Freya no longer required any verbal agreements or contracts. Freya lay there, and by merely thinking the words of completion, he could finalize the transaction of time. Stepping forward, Li Cha settled onto the adjacent sofa. Unconsciously, he placed a hand on Freya's leg. 1 second, 2 seconds. Freya lay there quietly, unresponsive. Then, Li Cha's hand moved upward, crossing her slender waist, and beyond that which could not be grasped, he cupped her face. Still, there was no reaction. At that moment, Li Cha finally realized Freya had issues. Her repeated requests for Li Cha's assistance with sleep were certainly not solely due to the time exchanged allowing her to rest well. There were other matters unknown to him. It was precisely because of this that her perception of Li Cha's previous offense was considered normal. Perhaps, deep down, she craved the presence of a man. Or perhaps, beneath Freya's icy exterior, she secretly enjoyed being reprimanded. Li Cha's heart raced uncontrollably. In his past life, he had watched numerous shows where seemingly perfect female protagonists often possessed unexpectedly simple weaknesses. Thus, Li Cha spoke. "Freya, you wretched woman." Instantly, her striking eyes opened wide, icy and piercing. Damn, I was wrong. He discovered that Freya had issues and attempted a bold maneuver, which ultimately failed. Indeed, those anime narratives could not be trusted. He had thought he might seize the opportunity to become the master. However, as time passed, Li Cha dined and played countless rounds of cards with himself, gradually regaining his composure. Much like the day before, he did not suffer any retribution. Perhaps it was again the trading system that rendered Freya incapable of distinguishing between dreams and reality. Indeed, how could he, a mere subordinate, dare to lay hands on his superior and speak so brazenly? A smirk crept across Li Cha's lips. But now, my attempts are limitless. The intelligence agency had provided him with his current lifestyle. Yet, even with a modicum of thought, it was clear that as a member of that agency, the dangers he faced far exceeded those of an ordinary adventurer. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to be a mere second-class soldier. Li Cha waved his hand. Summoning the trading system, a 2-hour gathering task awaited him. Due to his training, Li Cha's stamina was nearly depleted daily. Gathering tasks offered experience points and were the most efficient means of replenishing stamina, essential before sleep. Meanwhile, at the Old Shock Tavern, the craftsman Randolph and adventurer guild member Ram were drinking together. Randolph had long since lost his craving for alcohol. However, Ram insisted on treating him, claiming that while they need not drink, the meat would be plentiful that evening. Randolph informed his wife Emma that he was going out to dine with friends. Emma disliked the smell of alcohol on her husband, but understood the intricacies of social relations. Mr. Ram worked at the Adventurer Guild and had introduced Randolph to numerous crafting jobs. Thus, she felt it would be ungracious to refuse. Consequently, she merely advised him to be cautious and said no more. At the table, laughter erupted. "Ha, Randolph, you've really made a name for yourself. Weren't you always complaining that Emma didn't give you any face? Now you're out drinking without a care?" Randolph, gnawing on a freshly cooked meat steak, replied with a mouthful of grease, "Of course, I am the head of the household. I'm just out for some fun, not to chase women. She should just keep quiet." Laughter filled the air. "Randolph, you haven't even had a drink yet. Why do you seem so intoxicated?" Randolph flexed his muscular arms. "Get lost, this is strength. You roughnecks could never envy me. To be frank, having a wife and children and being able to enjoy oneself without restraint was indeed enviable." Of course, this did not include Ram. If Randolph was enjoying life through his strength, then Ram, with a shaved head, bringing his wife to the tavern was something altogether alarming. Those familiar with them knew that Mr. Ram's wife was beautiful and quite alluring, and Ram was an honest man. It was only a matter of time before trouble befell the Ram household. However, tonight, Ram intends to demonstrate to everyone with undeniable evidence that they are all mistaken. He is indeed the flamboyant youth who chases the wind. Chapter 032. The clinic of Li Cha has begun to attract a queue. Lisa is pouring wine for Ram, and as she mentioned, she only fills the glass halfway. This evening, she is adorned with heavy makeup, exuding an abundance of charm. Yet, her allure is reserved solely for her husband. She does not spare a glance for anyone else. Additionally, her new attire remains visually appealing, though its modesty has dramatically increased. After engaging in a brief interaction with Ram, Lisa departs, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. The boisterous men at the table erupt in cheers. Wow, our Ram has stood up. Repeat after me. Lord Ram is impressive. Come, let us toast. The sound of clinking glasses fills the air as the men gulp down their beer. Ram feels a swell of pride. As an ordinary man, few things bring him more joy than having a young and beautiful wife who is devoted to him, treating him like royalty. After downing 3 large glasses, his cheeks flush with color. He then draws the gun tucked at his waist, placing on the table and spinning it around, aiming it directly at the scruffy adventurer across from him. The lively atmosphere suddenly turns cold, particularly affecting the adventurer named Long Duo, who seems to be seeing the honest Ram for the first time. Subsequently, Ram slaps the table and laughs heartily. "Ha, I was just kidding, Long Duo. You were admiring the barmaid, not my wife, right?" Adventurer Long Duo responds, "Of course, hee, absolutely." Ram is transformed. This sequence of events has left a profound impression on everyone present. The Ram family is quite formidable. His father works at the Adventurers Guild, and it remains so to this day. Although this bald man is neither the president nor the vice president, dealing with a few adventurers is child's play for him. Initially, Ram was the honest Ram, someone everyone could joke about. If it were his beautiful wife, he might feel displeased but would not show it. Yet today, gradually, Ram has become the focal point at the Old Shock Tavern. He can easily deal with anyone present, and conversely, providing assistance to someone is merely a matter of words. Some have inquired why Mr. Ram has become so strong. Ram offers a mysterious smile. A man, being powerful is the ultimate truth. After saying this, he maintains his enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Lisa is also enjoying a drink, albeit fruit wine. Mary, standing behind the bar, meets Lisa for the first time. She feels no animosity towards Lisa, but scoffs at the rough men in the distance. Men, they're all the same. Lisa takes a sip of her drink and replies, "I accept your judgment on others, but my Ram is a wonderful man." Mary responds, "Your man has been here a few times. He seems quite honest. However, people can change, especially men." Upon hearing this, Lisa blinks, as if she has received astonishing news. Just as men love to drink and boast, women possess an innate curiosity for gossip. She inquires if it is related to Boss Shock. Mary assures her it is not. Lisa becomes even more intrigued. The Old Shock Tavern sees a noticeable increase in patrons on weekends, with seats filled to capacity amidst the bustling atmosphere. On stage, the young Winnie dances gracefully to the music, even if only a few are watching. She dances earnestly, is her job. However, her gaze occasionally drifts towards the bar. Being a woman, she does not find Lisa interesting. She is aware of Lisa's past, recognizing her as a rather provocative woman. Yet today marks Winnie's first encounter with Lisa. Winnie thinks the rumors have been exaggerated, but that is the extent of her thoughts. Her primary focus is on her stepmother, Mary. Ever since she made a deal with that fellow Li Cha, the latter has not returned to the tavern. Wendy intends to seize this opportunity to play matchmaker for her father and stepmother. Alas, her father has only spent 2 days at the tavern before becoming busy again. Oh, these adults, they truly give me a headache. Wendy continues to dance. At Charlie's psychological clinic, Li Cha rises at 8, freshens up, and has breakfast. His life has stabilized. Sunday is a day of rest. He no longer has to wander the inner city. However, before he can enjoy his leisure, customers begin to queue at the clinic. "Dr. Li Cha, I am Feared, a colleague of Ram." "Dr. Li Cha, I am Tony, a loyal customer of the Old Shock Tavern." "Haha, doctor, you must help me. I am Morgan, a second-tier adventurer." Information spreads rapidly. Even in a world without the internet, once it reaches a level of word of mouth, it multiplies exponentially. Soon enough, The title of Master of Male Medicine will undoubtedly resonate throughout the entirety of Shang City. Li Cha wishes to clarify, I am a distinguished psychologist. This is Charlie's psychological clinic, not Charlie's urology hospital. Subsequently, the three individuals, who may or may not know each other, fervently swear to the goddess that they are here purely by chance and that everything that transpires here will remain confidential. Li Cha remarks, honestly, I feel it doesn't matter whether you share this or not. However, treatment is a time-consuming and laborious affair. On weekends, I can only accommodate one patient per day. Even a patient like Morgan, a level 25 warrior, slightly bows before Dr. Li Cha. Yet, when it comes to queuing, he immediately straightens up. I'll offer 100 copper coins. I arrive first. I'll give 150. I'll give 200. It is evident that they're willing to spend money to become even stronger. Among the previous 3 clients of Charlie's clinic, Old Shock does not count. He is merely boasting. However, the fame of Mary, the barmaid, is well known, and as the gossip spreads, it has taken on a miraculous quality. Randolph is merely a craftsman, his story rather ordinary. Yet, he excels in boasting even more than Old Shock, nearly elevating himself to the status of a deity. Finally, the most shocking story involves Ram's family, transforming a flirtatious wife into a virtuous mother and turning a meek, honest man into a formidable figure. These matters are not merely about medical expertise. Magic cannot possibly be that miraculous. Even if one is currently single, if they can present themselves as a strong individual in a red alley, it would indeed be a matter of immense pride. Just as the 3 are locked in a heated dispute, a middle-aged gentleman in formal black attire enters the clinic. Dr. Li Cha, Lord Kevin requests your presence. Chapter 033. 1 hour, 2 gold coins. Within the smoothly moving carriage, Li Cha remains somewhat bewildered. In the hierarchy of nobles on the Lorraine continent, a knight is the lowest rank, lacking land and hereditary titles. In contrast, a lord, though not as renowned as a baron, holds a title that can be inherited. With sufficient wealth, one can purchase a piece of land, allowing the title to be passed down through generations. Lord Kevin of Shang City exemplifies this. Kevin's household boasts a quaint town, 2 farms, a forest, and a mine, establishing them as notable landlords. After the butler Cade finished his introduction, he took a seat opposite. Li Cha remarked, as the saying goes, fame brings fear, and pigs fear becoming fat. His clinic had opened less than 10 days, yet it had already caught the attention of the Lord, and the intelligence agency's investment had proven worthwhile. Remarkably, without having done anything today, he had already received a deposit of 1 gold coin and 6 silver coins. The 6 silver coins were left by 3 patrons of the clinic, while the radiant gold coin was the consultation fee provided by Cade, the butler of the Kevin family. Cade clearly stated that as long as Li Cha adhered to the confidentiality agreement, the coin was rightfully his. The medical profession indeed yields substantial profits. Merely making a round could earn one a gold coin. However, the more one knows, the greater the risks involved. Who among the guests at Charlie's clinic had not signed a confidentiality agreement? Yet, Li Cha's reputation had already spiraled down a twisted path from which there was no return. Fortunately, aside from his medical profession, Li Cha also possessed the backing of the intelligence agency. Even the aristocrats would hesitate to offend the claws of the judiciary over trivial matters. Silence enveloped their journey. After approximately half an hour, Li Cha arrived at a manor situated in the heart of the inner city. The disparity between wealth and poverty in this other world was akin to that between humans and dogs. Li Cha recalled a time when he would sell his conscience for mere coppers. The Kevin family's estate was nearly comparable in size to the Saint and Adventurers Guild. We have arrived, Dr. Li Cha. Please this way, the butler guided him. Disembarking from the carriage, Li Cha entered through the manor's side door, traversing corridor after corridor until he halted before a 3-story building. The middle-aged butler advised, Dr. Li Cha, please proceed ahead. Someone will escort you to the patient. Perplexed, Li Cha inquired, isn't my client Lord Kevin? The butler smiled and shook his head. The Lord is already 62 this year. Acknowledging his oversight in background research, Li Cha realized that as people age, their requirements in such matters typically diminish, especially among the elderly nobility. Even if they themselves were oblivious, their wives and children would remind them to be cautious. After all, reaching 60 does not preclude the possibility of fatherhood. Li Cha nodded, I understand. With that, he donned his white coat and grasped his medical bag, entering the small building. As Li Cha departed, Cade the butler wasted no time in relaying the doctor's arrival to the lord. The elderly lord queried, "Is it possible that this Li Cha is affiliated with the Black Mist Church?" Cade replied, "We cannot ascertain, but his sudden emergence and rapid rise certainly indicate that he is no ordinary physician." The old lord commanded, "Keep a close watch on him. Regardless of whether he can heal Susan, we must retain him." The middle-aged butler affirmed, "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, upon entering the building, Li Cha was halted by two robust maidservants. Presenting his credentials and allowing them to inspect his medical bag, he was finally granted passage. On the second floor, 3 additional maids and a regal-looking lady awaited him. This was one of the lord's wives, Madame Vina. After scrutinizing Li Cha, Madame Vina spoke slowly. "Dr. Li Cha." Li Cha replied, "It is I, madam. Your patient today is my daughter Susan, the sole daughter of Lord Kevin. If you lack confidence, you may leave now." Li Cha, now at level 6.5, possessed keen senses and could hear unusual noises emanating from a room on the second floor. He responded, "Very well." As the 108th heir of the listening persuasion, he believed that he should heed counsel, an admirable traditional virtue. Had today merely been a matter of domestic inconvenience for Lord Kevin, it would have been simple for Li Cha to fulfill the expectations tied to the gold coin deposit. However, this was not the case. Meeting with the lord's wife and hearing the peculiar sounds led Li Cha to press onward, much to everyone's astonishment. Even when he descended the stairs, no one reacted. Yet, having arrived, leaving would not be so straightforward. As Li Cha stepped out of the small building, he had not walked 100 meters before Cade, the butler, reappeared before him. "Dr. Li Cha, have you completed the treatment?" Cade inquired. Li Cha responded, "Oh, indeed. I encountered Madame Vina on the second floor, and she asked me to leave." The middle-aged butler, taken aback by Li Cha's forthrightness, soon handed another gold coin to Li Cha. With an apologetic expression, Cade remarked, "Dr. Li Cha, to be candid, our Miss Susan is unwell. Since then, Madame Vina has been in a rather poor mood. I apologize on her behalf and kindly request your assistance with Miss Susan." Li Cha agreed. The Kevin family, true to their status, did not hesitate to dispense gold coins at the slightest disagreement. Who could withstand such pressure? What was Li Cha's trump card? Time of Freya. Yet, a level 30 rare elite experience card was valued at 30 silver coins. Previously, no matter how extravagant Li Cha had been, he could only exchange for at most 2 cards. Now, within less than an hour at the Kevin estate, he had secured nearly 8 experience cards. Li Cha felt that possessing these 8 cards would more than suffice to eliminate the entire Kevin family. Inside, Madame Vina was in a fit of rage. "What? You just left? What kind of doctor is this? Does he have no medical ethics?" "Cade, you arrived at just the right moment. How can I trust this wild doctor to treat Susan?" The maids attending to Miss Susan fell silent in trepidation. Yet, the middle-aged butler Cade, after bowing respectfully, calmly replied, "Madam, the request for Dr. Li Cha's presence was sanctioned by Lord Kevin." Madame Vina retorted, "Sanctioned? This manor belongs to the Kevin family. Everything is at Lord Kevin's discretion." While Vina was indeed the Lord's favored woman, she dared not defy her husband's decisions. "Follow me." Madame Vina led the maidservants and opened the door to the largest bedroom on the second floor. The strange noises Li Cha had heard earlier originated from here. Chapter 34. The Evil God Wooden Sculpture, Level 1. Upon a wide princess bed lay a girl clad in a pure white nightgown. Her features were exquisite, yet her expression fierce. Her long hair cascaded untamed, and her limbs were bound, the ends of the ropes affixed to the wall. Her mouth was also stuffed, likely to prevent her from biting her tongue. This was none other than Miss Susan, the daughter of Lord Kevin. She struggled desperately, emitting muffled sounds that heightened the sense of dissonance. Upon recognizing her biological mother, her eyes filled with tears, transforming her gaze into one of pitiful desperation. MMM. Li Cha now understood why it was necessary for there to be 2 formidable maids attending to the noble lady. Miss Susan was indeed gravely ill, requiring someone capable of restraining her. Madame Vina sighed, "This child has been spoiled by me, the sole daughter of the illustrious Lord Kevin. Even if she were to inherit none of the vast wealth of the Kevin family, would undoubtedly have a life free from financial worries." However, as Susan grew, she inexplicably became enamored with the life of an adventurer, donning male attire and mingling with those of lower social standing. This news incited great fury in Lord Kevin and Lady Vina. Their daughter was a noble. Susan's actions were tarnishing the family's reputation. Unfortunately, despite the Kevin family's strict surveillance, Susan occasionally managed to escape. 2 weeks prior, she vanished without a trace, returning in a state of disarray, as if she had been through some harrowing experience. Li Cha nodded and remarked, "Ah, I see. However, Lady Vina, I feel that Miss Susan's mental state is still stable. May I have a word with her?" In the spacious bedroom, only the physician Li Cha, Lady Vina, and several maids were present. After the middle-aged steward escorted Li Cha to the second floor, he departed. Upon hearing Li Cha's words, Lady Vina signaled to 2 sturdy maids, and at last, Susan's mouth was freed. The girl, her voice slightly hoarse, exclaimed, "Mother, why do you allow them to bind me? It hurts, mother." Upon hearing her daughter speak, Lady Vina's heart ached even more. "Susan, you are unwell," she said gently. "I'm not sick. Who dares to say I am? They are the ones who are sick." Susan's demeanor shifted from pitiable to fierce as she raged, her expression contorted with anger. She glared at Li Cha, standing beside her mother. "Is it you? You claim I am ill, trying to harm me, you despicable, shameless scoundrel, a mere country bumpkin, a lowly worm. Get out. Get out." Li Cha, feeling awkward, inquired, "Madam, has Miss Susan always had such a fiery temper?" Lady Vina replied, "Certainly not. Susan is a gentle and obedient child. She is unwell. Otherwise, why would I have summoned you?" Li Cha responded, "Indeed, excessive anger is detrimental to one's health, so please do not provoke her." He retrieved a confidentiality agreement from his medical kit, signed it, and then requested Lady Vina's signature. In truth, Susan's signature will be the most reliable. However, as she currently lacked civil capacity, her mother signed on her behalf, which held nearly the same validity. The girl on the bed, for some reason, felt an ominous premonition upon seeing Li Cha. "What are you doing? Mother, what are you signing? Are you selling your daughter? He is a fraud, mother. Do not believe him. He is just a con man." Lady Vina, being literate, clearly understood the confidentiality agreement, which stated that if Li Cha disclosed today's observations, the consultation fee would be refunded tenfold. Li Cha had already received 2 gold coins from the Kevin family. Tenfold would be 20 gold coins. A doctor residing in the outer city could not possibly afford such a sum. Thus, Lady Vina was quite pleased with the agreement. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Transaction list has been refreshed. Please check promptly." Li Cha declared it is done. The agreement was effective. During the treatment period, everything became a tradable commodity. The noblewoman crossed her arms. "This is inconvenient, Dr. Li Cha. Do you intend to do something to my daughter?" Li Cha clarified, "You misunderstand. Miss Susan is your biological daughter. I fear that your concern for her may hinder the treatment." Lady Vina reassured him, "You need not worry. As long as Susan can be cured, I shall cooperate fully. And these individuals," she gestured to the maids, "are slaves of the Kevin family. If they dare to act out of line, I shall order their execution without hesitation. Slaves bound by contracts could easily be disposed of with a mere thought." Li Cha replied, "Very well, let us commence the treatment." With a snap of his fingers, all 7 present fell into slumber. Naturally, Li Cha would not allow anyone to witness the treatment process. Otherwise, those seeking him would no longer be distressed ladies or gentlemen, but rather agents of the Church of the Radiant Goddess. He approached the princess's bedside and took a seat. Li Cha had just traded for the time of these individuals, acquiring over 40 copper coins. Among them, the most valuable was undoubtedly the noble daughter, Susan, a level 12 adventurer, whose hourly worth was 20 copper coins. Next was Lady Vina, whose level was only 10, but her status granted her an impressive bonus, making her time worth 18 copper coins per hour. Lastly, the Kevin family slave maids, whose time was valued at just 1 copper coin per hour, barely above the base price of Li Cha's stamina. Here, Li Cha found himself grateful for the slave system of this alternate world. With Lady Vina having signed the confidentiality agreement, some of her possessions could also be sold to the system by Li Cha. Lady Vina stated that the lives of the maids were under her control. Thus, Li Cha indirectly gained a small measure of authority over the maids. He opened the transaction interface once more, quickly locating the crux of this treatment. Susan's mental pollution. The adventurer Susan's team discovered a mysterious wooden carving in a cave. All teammates who touched it perished. However, Susan, repulsed by its filth, escaped unscathed. Yet, having gazed upon the object, she still suffered some contamination, resulting in her mental disturbance. Worth 50 silver coins. A mysterious wooden carving? Li Cha was taken aback. This object sounded disturbingly linked to evil deities or cults. This was the first time the system had offered a half gold coin valuation. To sell? Absolutely, right now, immediately. A notification chimed. Transaction successful. You have acquired 50 silver coins. Level 1. Your mental fortitude has increased. Chapitre 35. Nobility. Susan's time has been seized. Li Cha recalled that not long ago, the knightly order of Boken City had dismantled a cult stronghold. Numerous innocent lives were at stake. Had the knights not arrived in time, those souls would have become sacrifices to appease dark deities. Moreover, during the recent visit from old Xiao Ku, he had mentioned pollution. His brother, Xiao Dun, a knight from the Saint Order, had also been contaminated. Considering what Li Cha had witnessed, it was highly probable that the wooden carving was connected to the cult. If he sold Susan's pollution to the system, would it provoke the dark deity? Li Cha hesitated for merely 2 or 3 seconds before decisively clicking the confirm button. The dark deity might be formidable, but why is the Church of the Radiant Goddess still the largest in the Hongshan Empire? Besides, Li Cha trusted in the system's credibility. By trading with the system, cult members would be unable to trace the source of this contamination, and the dark deity would likely not care about the loss of such a trifling fragment of power. Upon reviewing the rewards from this transaction, he chuckled. Not only would he dare to sell the pollution of the dark deity, but he would also sell the blessings of the goddess. Current status. Name, Li Cha. Occupation, none. Level, 756. Attack power, 87. Assets, 3 gold, 25 silver. 60 copper coins. Novice adventurer. Section 2 soldier. Basic swordsmanship 0, 6100. Sword weapon specialization 0, 18100. Riding specialization 0. The system had once again awarded experience points. Still the most lucrative for level 1. It is neither 1% nor 10%, but rather an outright level 1, utterly unreasonable. Then comes the attribute of mental strength. Li Cha felt a surge of energy, and for a fleeting moment, he even perceived the stars twinkling in the air. Those seemed to be elemental particles, water elements, wind elements, and others unknown to him. In the princess's chamber, having reversed time, Susan from the Kevin family opened her eyes once more. She appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of what had transpired. She attempted to rub her temples, but discovered her hands and feet were bound, rendering her incapable of doing so. Who are you? Susan noticed Li Cha. Furrowing her brows, she asked, Am I ill? Li Cha replied, Indeed. However, I can now congratulate you, for you have fully recovered. Susan glanced at Li Cha, then around her room, and remarked, It seems I truly was unwell. Where are my father and mother? Li Cha explained. The treatment required a tranquil environment. Thus, he continued, As for Lord Kevin, I'm not entirely certain, but Madame Wayna is just outside. Susan insisted, Then please release me. I wish to see my mother. Of course. Soon, Susan's limbs were freed from their restraints. She tidied her disheveled hair, got out of bed, and donned her shoes, her expression suddenly shifting. Someone, seize this scoundrel, quickly. With a thud, Li Cha caught her fist with his palm, accompanied by a muffled sound. Seize me? Li Cha questioned in confusion. I cannot comprehend, for I have saved you, Miss Susan. The young lady, Susan retorted, That is of no concern to you. No one who knows about this matter can escape. Susan recalled the sinister wooden sculpture they had discovered underground. Her illness was likely connected to that object. Not one to be foolish, she understood that if the followers of the goddess were to learn of this, and anyone reported it to the Baron, it could spell disaster for the Kevin family. Contemplating this, she launched a series of attacks against Li Cha. A level 12 battling a level 7 should have been a simple task. Unfortunately, since falling ill, her condition had fluctuated, leaving her weak. Moreover, her opponent was Li Cha, who frequently practiced with a level 30 swordsman. When facing Freya, Li Cha typically endured punishment, but on fortunate occasions, he managed to exchange a few blows. Now, against the weakened Susan, her attacks were riddled with flaws. Li Cha sighed. I initially felt rather guilty for accepting 2 gold coins as your treatment fee. Congratulations, Miss Susan. You truly ought not to provoke me. With a snap of his fingers, Susan collapsed to the ground. This time, she did not fall asleep. She merely felt utterly powerless and unable to move. Li Cha remarked, Your parents paid me to heal you. You are now cured, and I shall take my leave. According to our agreement, I will not speak of this indiscriminately, allowing us all to be satisfied. Why must this turn into such a ruckus, Miss Susan? Currently, Susan was immobile, unable to speak, and even turning her eyes was a strenuous task. She was oblivious to her condition. Was it poisoning or some form of dark magic? Li Cha hoisted her up and turned to leave. Outside the bedroom door, Madame Wena and several maids were lined up, soundly asleep. What is this man doing? Susan thought. Miss Susan, I initially came merely to earn a living. The Kevin family's case has been the most lucrative for me. Li Cha pinched Susan's cheek, stating, I am a kind-hearted individual who cannot bear to see others tormented by illness. Hence, upon witnessing your contamination, I disregarded my own safety to rescue you. Yet, your manner of repaying your savior is profoundly disappointing. From my entrance into this estate to the treatment I provided you, the repeated actions of the Kevin family have made it clear that if I simply cured you, it would not end well for me. Sweet dreams, Miss Susan. Remember to visit me at Charlie's clinic. Once again, Susan's time was snatched away. Before long, the news of her recovery reached the ears of the elderly Lord Kevin, bringing him immense joy. In his plans, his daughter would at least become a baroness, contributing further to the flourishing of the Kevin family. If anything were to happen to her, it would spell disaster. After his jubilation, Lord Kevin inquired, Where has Dr. Li Cha gone? The butler, Cade, replied, He has already departed. When? I am not entirely certain. Cade responded, Moreover, Madame Wena and the maids have little recollection of Dr. Li Cha. Miss Susan even claims to have never seen him. The old lord asked, You did not treat Dr. Li Cha disrespectfully, did you? Cade replied, Absolutely not. Let us send 10 more gold coins as compensation. Since he has left, there is no need to meet again. He instructed, advised Wena and Susan not to wander into the outer districts without reason. Yes, my lord. This Li Cha is no ordinary individual. As a lord of the Sequoia Empire, he surely would not fear such a person. Yet, no one would willingly seek trouble. By the way, what are the maids? The lord had only mentioned that the lady and madam should refrain from wandering, omitting any reference to the informed maids. Those wretched slaves, of course, had been executed. The future baroness must bear no blemish. Chapter 036. Seek out Li Cha or face death. Susan has recovered, yet she has forgotten the events of the past few days. Madame Wena sat beside her, feeding her beloved daughter while calmly recounting the occurrences. It is natural to feel irritable at times, but Susan had resorted to violence, injuring 2 maids and, in the stillness of the night, skinning her cherished cat, Elizabeth. This was not the end. Her cruel actions were witnessed by a night watchman. Surprisingly, she had the audacity to say, Keep this a secret, and you may have your way with me. The terrified servant reported the incident, for the consequences would have been dire otherwise. Regrettably, Susan retained no memory of these events, only asking before sleep, Mother, who is Dr. Li Cha? Dr. Li Cha held no particular impression for Madame Wena, though she knew he had cured her daughter's hysteria. In the quiet of the night, Susan awoke from her slumber. She recalled that man. Li Cha possessed devilish powers and knew all about her. A chill of fear coursed through her, and she attempted to rise to inform her mother. Yet, for reasons unknown, Susan's legs had lost all sensation. She sought to call for help, but found herself equally unable to speak. Li Cha, surely he is behind this. He is a servant of the devil, and I have offended him. He is tormenting me in this manner. Thus, the night passed in fear and humiliation. Susan was so frightened that she wet the bed, leaving the sheets soaked throughout the night. The following day, everything returned to normal. The only difference was that Susan had once more forgotten about Li Cha. Miss Susan, having just recovered from her serious illness, was primarily tasked with resting. She longed to express, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes, and I wish to apologize for my malice and rudeness. She desired another chance from Lord Li Cha, not wishing to perish amidst such torment. Why did Susan realize that she was destined to die, as the areas of numbness increased? Last night, it was merely her legs that lost sensation, but tonight it extended to her waist. Susan felt that when this numbness reached her head, it would signify her demise. On the 3rd day, that very evening, Susan completely broke down. The numbness had ascended to her chest. Just then, Madame Wena, carrying a crystal lamp, came to check on her daughter. Susan dared not reveal her condition, pretending to be sound asleep, and only cried after her mother departed. She was engulfed with regret, lamenting that the first thought that crossed her mind upon waking was to silence her. Born into a noble family, she had always been aware that the Kevin family was a major landowner in Seine City. Her parents instilled in her the belief that purchased slaves were no different from penned pigs, and that the common folk outside were of inferior status. Their servitude to the nobility was deemed natural, and Susan's life was worth 1,000 times more than theirs. Her experiences had always reflected this sentiment. Even when Susan ventured to form an adventurers' team, the commoners, regardless of gender, regarded Miss Susan with utmost reverence, almost wishing to kneel and lick her boots clean. What Susan did not anticipate was that when faced with the threat of death, she and those commoners would become indistinguishable. She was terrified. Susan was exceedingly frightened. Her life had just begun. She did not wish for it to end so abruptly. With gritted teeth, she bit her lip, drawing blood as she buried her head in the blankets, weeping silently. Ultimately, Susan made up her mind. I must seek him out. As dawn broke, Miss Susan, as expected, once again forgot the events of the previous night. However, her lips throbbed with pain, and she noticed a blood-stained arrow on her pillow. The arrow pointed downward, unmistakably clear. Beneath the pillow lay a piece of paper filled with blood-red writing. Seek Li Cha. You must find Li Cha, or you shall perish. Susan, this matter must remain a secret. Do not let anyone know, and find a way to quickly seek out Dr. Li Cha. It must be urgent. After reading these words, Susan's head twitched violently. She did not understand why she needed to find Li Cha. She felt fine, though still somewhat weak. The family doctor of the Kevin household had provided a detailed health report, indicating that a few more days of rest would restore her to her former self. Yet, these words were undeniably her own handwriting. Susan could not possibly mistake her own script. Furthermore, she could sense the urgency emanating from the text. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Susan crumpled the paper into a ball and ingested it. The pillow stained with blood was torn to shreds. Evidence destroyed throughout that day, Miss Susan cooperated diligently with her recovery regimen, until nightfall, when she casually concocted an excuse and went to bed. As a level 12 adventurer, Susan was agile and possessed ample experience in sneaking out. Previously, her parents might have assigned someone to watch over her, but now, that was no longer the case. Therefore, from the moment she jumped out the window to leaving the Kevin estate, it took her less than 15 minutes. Around 8 in the evening, the Military Intelligence Office, or rather, the new recruit training under the iceberg-like Major Freya, had seen no changes after the weekend. The intensity was high, and the instructor showed little humanity, often making snide remarks. Li Cha truly wished to eliminate her, but unfortunately, he was unable to overpower her. Ever since that derogatory remark, Li Cha's post-training tests had become more restrained, and he had yet to uncover the root of Freya's issues. However, Li Cha's acceptance of the new recruit training had significantly improved. Firstly, training elevated his experience points, enhancing his attributes. He was now just a few herbs away from reaching level 9. His sword attack power had finally surpassed the 100 mark, reaching 101 points. Secondly, training indeed enhanced his practical combat abilities. The battle with Susan at the Kevin estate was the best testament to this. Regardless of the circumstances, the single-digit level Li Cha had managed to suppress the level 12 adventurer Susan. Even if she were a mere novice, Li Cha had gained a newfound understanding of his own strength. I am not weak. At the very least, I am not as feeble as I once believed. This was certainly due to the benefits of the new recruit training. As such, Li Cha found Freya's perpetual lack of expression either irritating or tiresome. Just as Li Cha entered and prepared to turn on the lights, a figure suddenly flashed behind him, tightly constricting his neck. A heavy, raspy male voice followed. Dr. Li Cha, I've heard you made quite a bit of money lately. How about sharing it with your brother? Li Cha responded, sure, and immediately shot the man in the heart. Chapter 037. Li Cha, I will feast on the matters of the evil god for a lifetime. Dr. Li Cha, hand over all your money. A strange man's voice rang in Li Cha's ears. Li Cha took a decisive, deep breath and chuckled dryly, brother, let us talk. It's just money, no need for this. Less chatter, I want the money. Li Cha pointed forward. The money is upstairs, in my sleeping quarters. Let us go up together. At that moment, the assailant's attention was drawn to the staircase. Then, with a bang, the man collapsed, lifeless. In truth, Li Cha had sensed more than one breath in the clinic when he opened the door. Had it been a few days prior, Li Cha would have chosen to retreat and flee towards the old Shock Tavern. Although he had just endured a hellish version of new recruit training, outrunning a couple of thugs would have been trivial. However, he had a gun now. The Military Intelligence Office had officially issued firearms on Monday, with a large capacity, formidable power, and a built-in charging chamber to imbue bullets with magical energy. He also possessed 50 armor-piercing rounds capable of ignoring most cloth leather, and light armor, inflicting lethal damage to the human body. Thus, Li Cha shot the man who had taken him hostage. After the man fell, well-versed in the art of follow-up shots, Li Cha fired several more rounds to illuminate the crystal lamp. Upon inspection, the man in the pool of blood was undeniably dead. Pulling back his mask, Li Cha did not recognize him. However, a prompt chimed. The transaction list has been refreshed. Please check promptly. Opening the system panel, a glaring entry appeared. The corpse of Kachi. The corpse of Kachi. The corpse of the vagrant Kachi, level 8, profession, vagrant, previously committed murder, rape, and trafficking offenses. Valued at 2 silver coins. Click to sell. The corpse on the ground vanished, along with the still warm blood, severed limbs, and colorful brain matter. A prompt chimed. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 silver coins, your mental strength has slightly increased, and you have earned 10 experience points. Li Cha smiled. Very good. Come out. Li Cha called into the treatment room. Miss Susan, do you need me to fetch you? Creaking open, the still brand-new wooden door revealed a girl clad in a light blue adventurer's ensemble, adorned with silver shoulder armor and golden hair. The young girl held a gun in her hands, aiming it squarely at Li Cha. Her weapon was merely a standard firearm. It was more than sufficient to deal with the unarmored Li Cha. Strikingly, despite Susan's apparent advantage, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. In contrast, Li Cha appeared entirely at ease, even taking the time to pick at his teeth with a toothpick. Don't move. Susan gasped. Li Cha nodded, remaining still. Are you a cultist of the Haimu, Jiaohui? Susan gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Do you think I'm blind? I saw you sacrifice that corpse to the evil god. Li Cha retorted, What corpse? Where did it come from? I didn't see anything. Besides, Miss Susan, it's rather late for you to be lurking in my clinic with a gun. How do you explain that? Susan replied, I don't know. I am unclear about why I had to see you, but now I am certain you are a follower of the evil god. You did something to me while I was ill. No, my sudden abnormalities are your doing. Clap, 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 Li Cha applauded. I must admit, Miss Susan, your imagination is quite vivid. Don't move. Susan insisted. What have you done to me? Speak. Li Cha chuckled at her. There's a saying, if someone insists on knowing, one must compassionately indulge them. Susan's memory, release. Just like every night. After collecting the memories, it was quite late, and it was time to let Susan's memories flow. Ding! It felt as if a great bell was ringing in Susan's mind. Thud! This was how she had spent her nights for the past few days. On a day of adventure, Susan led several adventurers to discover an underground cave. Her companions urged caution, suggesting they gather more people before venturing further. However, Susan insisted that the cave was not far from Shungin City and that no formidable monsters would be present. Adventure was only interesting with a hint of danger. Consequently, they encountered only minor woodland creatures, and the 5 first-tier adventurers, working in unison, managed to navigate without incident. It was only at the moment they opened the treasure chest at the cave's end that calamity struck. Upon touching the wooden figure inside the chest, the person turned to ash. As a noble, Susan always positioned herself at the rear, and upon sensing something amiss, she was the first to abandon her comrades and flee. Thus, she survived. At Charlie's clinic, Susan stood frozen. She believed her conjecture was nearly correct. Yet it was entirely wrong. But there was more. She recalled the time she abused her maid, killed her beloved Elizabeth, and seduced the male servant, among other transgressions. Fortunately, that servant, fearing the consequences, kept his mouth shut. Otherwise, his fate would have undoubtedly been grim. Thud, the eldest daughter of the Kevin family, collapsed. It was clear that it was not Li Cha who was causing trouble. It was her own self-destructive actions that led her to become a vessel for some evil god. Ironically, Susan's first thought was to eliminate witnesses. Even tonight, her mind lingered on silencing potential informants. I was wrong. Susan recalled everything. She crawled to Li Cha, then clung to his leg, pleading, Doctor, I was wrong. You are my savior, and I shall repay you. Please forgive me. Li Cha responded, What? Susan continued, My body is no longer my own. Li Cha reassured her, Oh, you mean that, Miss Susan? Please do not worry. This is merely a side effect of being tainted by the evil god's aura. In a few days, everything will return to normal. Side effects? Susan wiped her tears and asked uncertainly, Is that true? Li Cha counted on his fingers, You, your father, and your mother all conspired to ensure I would not leave the Kevin household alive. Thus, this is what you deserve, Miss Susan. From the darkness of impending death to the dawn of victory, then back into endless darkness, the drastic shift caused Susan's already fragile state of mind to shatter. and she fainted. When she regained consciousness, it had been over half an hour. Li Cha had donned the uniform of a second-class soldier from the Military Intelligence Division, propping one leg up casually. Noticing some movement across from him, he waved a document bearing the seal of the Redwood Empire, stating, "Miss Susan, please disclose the exact location of the evil god's wooden figure. It is your civic duty, and it is for your own good. If you cooperate, I assure you will not be harmed. Of course, the fact that you are connected to this evil god incident will remain with you for life." Chapter 38. The Deceitful Words of Men. Li Cha returns to the tavern since obtaining his medical license. Li Cha genuinely intended to become a psychologist. At the very least, he would not exploit the patients seeking his help. With every treatment, he endeavored to assist individuals in resolving their troubles. The Randolph family was no exception, nor was the Lamb family. In the past 3 days, Li Cha performed 3 minor surgeries. The amount earned from consultations was not the primary concern. Rather, it was the joy of the 3 clients as they left Charlie's clinic. However, during one house call, even though Li Cha received a fee of 2 gold coins, the client intended to keep him at the Kevin household indefinitely. That was unacceptable. Currently, Li Cha's value in the system trading interface had soared to 3 gold coins and 52 silver coins. To think they would attempt to purchase his life for just 2 gold coins was utterly absurd. Therefore, the fact that Miss Susan of the Kevin family had been tainted by the evil god was not merely a personal issue. Li Cha intended to take it to the Kevin family as well. "Miss Susan, allow me to reintroduce myself. Li Ka, an inspector from the Military Intelligence Division of the Grand Court. It is a pleasure to meet you." After presenting his credentials, Li Cha tucked the officer's identification away. Matters concerning the evil god would, without fail, attract the attention of the higher-ups wherever they arose, much like the reports of dismantling cult hideouts and rescuing innocent citizens. To the average person, the rescue would seem paramount. However, it was the dismantling that would elevate knights and others in status and fortune. Thus, if Li Cha were to inform the priests of the Church of the Goddess of Light about the wooden figure of the evil god, it would undoubtedly be taken seriously. If he were merely a doctor, the Kevin family might have a chance for redemption. Alas, Li Cha was an officer of the Military Intelligence Division, inherently endowed with law enforcement authority. If he claimed that Lord Kevin was entangled with an evil god, the efforts of the Kevin family over generations would be rendered futile. Susan realized this, understood it, and after much contemplation, she tied her disheveled golden hair back into a ponytail. With no rolling, only crawling, Miss Susan blinked her big, watery eyes and bent down to unzip Li Cha's trousers with her teeth. By 10 o'clock at night, the streets of the outer district of Shungin City were gradually becoming sparse with pedestrians. Yet, the Old Shock Tavern remained lively and vibrant. The drinks were inexpensive, and there were free dance performances by young girls. The tavern's proprietress had a fierce temperament, but Madame Mary was a gem of the outer district. Just catching a glimpse of her could lift one's spirits. "Welcome." Upon hearing the door open, Wendy casually called out. However, when she saw who had entered, her expression instantly shifted to one of intense anger. "Li Cha, the scoundrel speaks without honor." Wendy, fuming with anger, charged forward. As a mere girl, Li Cha had just satisfied one craving and was utterly disinterested in this altercation. When he pushed his hand aside, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Li Cha replied nonchalantly, "To drink and perhaps unwind a bit." Unwind? Is that not merely a euphemism for seducing women? When he quickly discerned that a man's words are often laced with deceit, Li Cha then asked, "Where's your stepmother?" Winnie's reaction was one of incredulity, exclaiming, "You dare to ask? You actually dare to question?" Consumed by anger, she warned, "Li Cha, let me tell you, Old Shook is home today. If you dare to lay eyes on my stepmother, be wary of your head." Li Cha responded, "Oh, Old Shook is home? Well, then I shall seek him out." With that, he began calling for the tavern owner. As he brushed past Wendy, he did not forget to deliver a playful slap to her rear, the sound crisp and humiliating, when he thought it was inappropriate, especially with so many patrons present. Yet, when he struck, she instinctively pushed her backside back, feeling a tingling sensation that was oddly pleasant. No, she was here to thwart this rogue. But Li Cha had already summoned Old Shook. The two appeared to be quite familiar. Old Shook ushered Li Cha upstairs, when he felt there was no longer a reason to pursue them. Meanwhile, the raucous men still indulging in merriment observed Li Cha and Old Shook, secretly hoping for an exhilarating showdown. However, to their disappointment, none ensued, which inadvertently confirmed Old Shook's earlier boast. Li Cha had been invited to treat the tavern mistress, Mary, as a doctor. The rumors were mere misunderstandings. Then there was Lord Kevin, surely around 60 years of age. What of it? Have you not heard the adage? A man remains youthful until death. If I possessed the wealth of a lord, I would marry at least 100 wives. Ha ha ha. Mark, you truly can boast. I heard your wife is your sister whom you've known since childhood, and you were beaten by your father while growing up? Get lost. You rough men do not understand the value of sister. In the past 2 weeks, Charlie's psychological clinic had indeed gained some notoriety. There were several rumors they were eager to inquire about, such as the husband killer and the master of male medicine. Furthermore, with the spread of his reputation, Charlie's clinic had begun charging registration fees. Dr. Li Cha could only attend to a maximum of 2 clients a day, corresponding to the numbers assigned from the 1st to the 14th of each month. On the 14th, that amounted to 14 silver coins, a weekly wage that made rough men wish to transform into women to marry Li Cha. On the 3rd floor of the tavern, in Old Shook's office, Li Cha arrived to find the slightly endearing middle-aged dwarf seemingly engrossed in drafting some blueprints. Now, 2 chill beers were placed on the table as the dwarf chuckled. Li Cha, haha, my friend, I promised to promote your clinic, and now you have become quite the sensation. Other colleagues from the Intelligence Bureau have inquired about you. Li Cha felt somewhat speechless. Without Old Shook's exaggerations, he would not have been labeled as the husband killer or master of male medicine. However, it was indeed thanks to Old Shook that Charlie's clinic was thriving, and for that, he could only express gratitude. The dwarf waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. That girl, Wendy, has also caused you some trouble. Wendy, the young lass, believed her daily efforts at Charlie's tavern were contributing to family harmony. Li Cha reassured him. Rest assured, Shook, I have no interest in the young girl. Old Shook replied. Wendy is grown up and has the right to choose her own life. As long as you do not exploit the naivety of a child to deceive her, allowing her to experience life is not a bad thing. Indeed, Old Shook's tavern was Li Cha's first refuge in the city of Sainton. He held some affection for the people and events here, so he gave a firm response without beating around the bush. Li Cha stated, I have come here today to acquire some information concerning the evil god. Evil god? Which one? Who is it? The wooden door to the office was forcefully pushed open, revealing the tavern mistress, Mary, standing at the threshold. The 3 exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. However, Li Cha understood that as long as he remained unperturbed, the discomfort belonged to the others. He greeted Mary before continuing. Chapter 39. Tavern Mistress, come, have a taste. Li Cha was a new colleague at the Intelligence Bureau, and Major Freya had arranged for him to establish a psychological clinic. This was no secret within the Bureau, which inevitably led to gossip. They claimed that the iron tree had finally bloomed, suggesting that even Freya could fall for a pretty boy. Being a doctor is, unsurprisingly, a high-paying and respectable profession. While psychological doctors exist in the Redwood Empire, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Could the newcomer, Li Cha, truly be a psychological doctor? That seemed laughable. Yet, in the past fortnight, the rising fame of Charlie's clinic and Dr. Li Cha had slapped the faces of the skeptics. Old Shook had just mentioned that several colleagues had inquired about Li Cha. What were they after? Certainly not to investigate Li Cha. Charlie's clinic was merely a small intelligence station masquerading as a medical facility, which had long been documented in the files. Perhaps they sought something similar to what Lamb or Randolph had requested. The reality had proven that this new colleague possessed genuine skills. If Li Cha could continue to provide quality intelligence monthly, Charlie's psychological clinic would undoubtedly flourish. In Old Shook's tavern, in the dwarf's office, the 3 felt a bit awkward. Li Cha was the first to invite Mary to sit down before resuming his tale about the evil god. In recent days, my clinic has received numerous clients, among whom once mentioned. As he spoke, Li Cha retrieved a hand-drawn map from his pocket, pointing to a marked location. There lies a problem. Within it resides a statue of the evil god. Are you certain? Old Shook asked. How do you know it is a statue of the evil god? Mary added. Li Cha replied, I cannot be entirely sure. Otherwise, I would have reported this directly to Freya. He flipped the map over, revealing a hastily drawn sketch. The artistry was quite amateurish, exuding a sense of cheapness and roughness. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the outline of the statue and its grotesquely contorted face. This is the emblem of the evil god belonging to the Black Mist Church. Mary recognized it. The Black Mist Church is one of the major cult organizations rooted in the Redwood Empire. Its followers claim that the god of black mist is the brother of the goddess of light, ruling over the night, secrecy, and death with supreme authority. Regardless of how grand the claims may be, the Black Mist Church excels at pleasing their deity through blood sacrifices. The most notorious incident involved the sacrifice of a town whose population comprised 1/3 of Sainan. Following that event, the Black Mist Church became one of the most wanted organizations in the Redwood Empire. A high-level manhunt has been declared. The head of a local bishop could secure a lordship. The head of a cardinal, on the other hand, could elevate a commoner directly to the rank of an earl within the empire. Thus, when ML and the venerable Shike discovered that the intelligence provided by LCH was indeed linked to a cult, specifically the HIWG Ohu, both were filled with exhilaration. LCH remarked, "I suspect the location marked on the map once served as a stronghold for the HIWG Ohu. This statue of the malevolent deity appears to be something they left behind in their hasty retreat." "Haha, the reasons are inconsequential," LCH exclaimed Shike, thumping LCH's shoulder with fervor as he stood atop his chair. "If all goes as expected, this should be a relic of the HIWG Ohu's saints. The power contained within should be quite diminished. Otherwise, you would not have been able to acquire this information. Nevertheless, it matters not. If we obtain it and present it, it will be a monumental achievement." LCH, haha, "You are new here and may not be aware, but in our department, if we can submit a relic this year, not only will the previous incident involving Shidi N become insignificant, but for the next 6 months, we can indulge in revelry and still receive top-tier salaries. Is it truly that impressive?" El Siashanquayad, ML elucidated. "This artifact holds immense research value, and many will be willing to pay a handsome sum for it, including the Church of the Goddess of Light. Perhaps the tribunal will exchange it for something of great worth from the church. By the way, LCH, how do you come to know of this?" Shike queried. "Just to clarify, he does not suffer from any male-related ailments. He is perfectly normal. I am treating a standard psychological disorder," he added. LCH responded, "I found his erratic behavior pitiable and helped him recover from his affliction. He was grateful but lacking in funds, so he shared this information with me. An adventurer had inadvertently stumbled into an unnamed cave while evading monsters." Shike nodded fortuitously. He did not encounter that object. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. LCH expressed confusion. The relic can be seen as a form of self-sacrifice by the followers of the HIWG Ohu. Before dying, the cultists offer everything to their deity, and their souls are absorbed into the statue of the god of black mist, endowing it with power for the use of their comrades. It is a consumable. The more it is used, the more it loses its extraordinary nature. Conversely, the more souls infused, the greater the strength it possesses. What would happen if an ordinary person were to touch the saint's relic? LCH inquired. Their soul would be extracted, serving as nourishment for that malevolent object, leaving their body reduced to ash. Is it truly that formidable? LCH exclaimed. Indeed, it is exceedingly formidable. Thus, it seems the saint's relic is extraordinarily valuable. The craftsmanship alone possesses significant research merit. LCH pondered, given the inherent danger of this artifact. Should he still pursue it? Suddenly, ML interjected. "You mentioned that the adventurer who encountered the saint's relic became deranged, and you healed him?" LCH affirmed, "Indeed." ML, gazing intently into his eyes, asked, "Are you certain?" LCH turned to Shike. "My friend, can I report her for workplace harassment?" It was then that he noticed not just ML, but Shike's expression had grown unusually grave. LCH raised his hands. "I've stated before, I am a follower of the Goddess of Light. That individual faced difficulties due to encountering the cult's artifact, and I prayed for the goddess to redeem this unfortunate child, and he recovered. What is so abnormal about that? It is quite normal. Ultimately, you wait here for me. I shall step out for a moment." With that declaration, the dwarf Shike jumped down from his stool and departed. LCH inquired, "Where is he going?" ML replied, "To meet Major FLI. Is it because I can treat mental disorders?" LCH question. That was indeed one reason, but the banner was still concerning that saint's relic. Once more, ML fixed her gaze on LCH, her brow furrowed. "Are you truly a psychologist?" Upon hearing this, LCH smiled. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm asking you a question," ML retorted. "Curious to know? If you wish to know, let me have a taste." ML gasped, realizing the audacity of LCH's request, yet he was bold enough to say it aloud. Indeed, LCH was both daring in speech and action. He leaned forward and seized her vibrant red lips in a sudden kiss. This unexpected move left ML with scarcely a second to react. Once she became aware that her lips were captured, her mind went blank, and she instinctively leaned back. However, the office, or rather the workspace, was scarcely spacious enough. Prior to their exchange, LCH had already secured a strategic advantage, pinning her against the desk. Thus, I could only lean back, unable to flee. In truth, she could have resisted. Their physical capabilities were not even remotely comparable. LS strength was certainly superior. Yet, it was not until several minutes had passed that she finally remembered to push him away. LCH staggered back a few steps, smacking his lips in surprise. That was rather sweet. You, ML fumed, realizing this blatant provocation. However, having gained the upper hand, LCH swiftly distanced himself from the now enraged knight. While I'm not a psychologist, I have perused a number of psychology texts and possess some insights in this area. If you do not believe me, I can take a guess. Colonel ML, you are currently very much inclined to strike me. ML took a step forward. Congratulations, you are correct. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, LCH turned and dashed out of the door, swiftly exiting the Shike Tavern. The young woman WND noticed the lipstick on his lips and shouted at him, making a mental note. Starting tomorrow, she would no longer endure suffering at the CHL clinic. This scoundrel had broken his promise, returned to the tavern, and even bullied her foster mother. It is worth mentioning that Shike had instructed LCH to wait at the tavern. LCH chuckled to himself. After all, his home was merely a kilometer from the Shike Tavern. If something were amiss, someone would come looking for him. Moreover, having clarified what the saint's relic was, LCH planned to subtly adjust his original scheme. An artifact of a cult, an unknown craftsmanship, and it could even absorb human souls. LCH intended to report the intelligence to the Military Intelligence Office, motivated by aspirations for promotion and wealth, as well as the immense benefits arising from trade, all while resolving some personal vendettas. To gain the advantage, LCH was willing to gamble his own soul. Wasn't it far more appealing to advance steadily as a physician? As for the sudden assault on ML, it was merely an excuse to make an escape. LCH had not lied. Although he lacked formal education, he possessed cases of treatment. At present, he could confidently refer to himself as a half-hearted psychologist without much concern. Furthermore, LCH had engaged in exchanges of time with FLI, ML, and even a nurse SSHN from the KIWN family. Among these three, I was the first, FLI the most frequent, and SSHN had provided the greatest assistance to LCH. SSHN's memories had long since been entirely open to him, and due to her complete downfall, she was uninhibited in discussing any inquiries LCH may have. Thus, Li Cha became aware of the transaction concerning time. He understood what the exchange with the other party entailed and what the counterpart would gain. In other words, when Mary approached Li Cha with the intention of intimacy, she had subconsciously already shared 2 nights as his bed companion. It was evident that regardless of her internal thoughts, Mary's body did not resist Li Cha's closeness. Reflecting on the state of Freya at the office, Li Cha perceived great potential. That night, he slept remarkably soundly. With a good mood, quality slumber naturally followed. The next day, the young girl Wendy indeed did not return to Charlie's clinic. However, it mattered not for Dr. Li Cha had already found a replacement. Clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform, with golden hair and a mask, complemented by white knee-high socks and small leather shoes. She perfectly embodied the phrase angel in white. Good morning, Nurse Susan. Good morning, Dr. Li Cha. Indeed, the new nurse at Charlie's psychological clinic was Susan. Li Cha had saved her life, and she came to work here to repay her debt of gratitude, a fair and reasonable arrangement. Susan was somewhat clumsy. After all, prior to last night, she had always been a sheltered, noble lady. Fortunately, she could provide emotional support to the hardworking Dr. Li Cha in other ways. For instance, in the treatment room, Susan first tidied up for Dr. Li Cha before attending to her own organization. She frequently kept her head down, seemingly afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Li Cha reassured her, "Do not worry, you are wearing a mask." No one would suspect that the sole daughter of the illustrious Kevin family would come to work as a nurse in this humble clinic. Across from her, Susan's long legs, encased in white stockings, trembled slightly as she kept her head bowed. She declared, "Rest assured, as long as you fulfill your promise, I will serve you wholeheartedly." In contrast to their previous encounters, The tainted Susan resembled a madwoman. The lucid Susan, like her mother, was aloof and self-centered. Last night Susan, however, bore the semblance of a little white rabbit clutching desperately to a final straw. Now the little white rabbit had matured, understanding the principle of repaying even a small kindness with great gratitude. Li Cha extended his hand, and Nurse Susan retrieved 10 gold coins from her pocket and placed them into his palm. This was indeed the embodiment of repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Dr. Li Cha's total assets amounted to 10 gold coins. He smiled and said, "After you left last night, I reported the matter of the evil god statue to the commander of the military intelligence section." Susan's pupils constricted suddenly. "However, I did not mention that the evil god statue is related to you. Shortly, you may leave. Today, I am highly likely to accompany my colleagues to retrieve that saintly relic from the cave." Li Cha gestured to Susan. "The saintly relic is the wooden carving you have seen." He lifted the girl's chin and added, "I cannot ascertain the truth of what you mentioned. However, to extricate you, I can assure you that both the location and the item are genuine." "Do not let me down, Miss Susan." Susan replied, "I believe that after reading my letter, they will be quite intrigued by you and your family." Susan, hesitant to move, increasingly perceived the man before her as a demon in human guise. "It is you and your father and mother who have complicated matters. Yet you need not worry. I shall not remain in Saint and City for long. Once I depart, you will still be the noble lady of the Kevin family, so do not be overly sorrowful." 20 minutes later, she intended to leave this cursed place as swiftly as possible. However, due to her hurried steps, she felt something sliding along her thigh. Chapter 41. Departure and arrival. Charlie S. Psychological Clinic had closed its doors. Before that, 3 men and 1 woman had visited. They were all acquaintances of Li Cha. Sergeant Mary from the military intelligence section, Sergeant Hayden with a bushy beard, Sergeant Fakin the dwarf, and Captain Old Shock. They had come to seek Li Cha regarding the saintly relic. Last night, Old Shock reported to Freya about a saintly relic located outside Saint and City, along with Li Cha's ability to treat contamination. Old Shock expressed confidence in the former, believing their journey outside the city would not be in vain. However, he was uncertain about the source of Li Cha's information. He could not guarantee the treatment of contamination. Addressing contamination was the specialty of the divine priests of the goddess of light, and Li Cha, in all aspects, bore no resemblance to a priest. Given the involvement of the Black Fog Church, Major Freya had every reason to take matters in her own hands. Thus, the lion's share of the credit would belong to Freya. Yet, for reasons unknown, Freya seemed particularly busy lately. Consequently, the task of retrieving the saintly relic was ultimately entrusted to Captain Old Shock of the military intelligence section. Inside the clinic, Old Shock sat casually and inquired Li Cha, "Can you truly treat contamination?" Wearing a white coat, Li Cha replied, "Perhaps." With 4 pairs of eyes upon him, he could not be definitive. He had gathered that the military intelligence section functioned as a cohesive unit, with everyone considered siblings. However, as they dealt with intelligence, each individual was permitted to develop their own networks and informants. As long as the information Li Cha provided was reliable, no one would delve too deeply into his sources. Some connections were normal, while others were intentional. In other words, investigating Li Cha would prove to be quite challenging. Li Cha pointed to himself. "Do I also get to go? I am not yet level 10. Old Shock reassured him. "Do not worry. Unless something unexpected occurs, you will not need to take action. You have never fought a beast before, right? This will serve as a training opportunity for you." Indeed, Li Cha had never slain a beast, having only killed a vagrant hired by Susan to confront him. Contemplating, Li Cha reasoned that if Susan could bring people to the saintly relic, the 4 elites from a military intelligence section should be able to do as much as a noble lady playing an adventure. "Thank you all, esteemed officers, for this opportunity. Please wait a moment." With that, Li Cha ascended to the upper floor to don the set of black iron light armor previously issued to him, along with a black iron sword and a magically powered handgun filled with bullets. Due to his frequent completion of gathering tasks, he had a few bottles of combat potions stashed at home. After preparing, Captain Old Shock declared, "Once we enter the cave, Mary, you will protect Li Cha. Let's set off." Shortly thereafter, the 5 members of the military intelligence section boarded a horse-drawn carriage. Old Shock, being a dwarf, served as the driver. Inside the carriage, Hayden was applying poison to his dagger, while Fakin was maintaining his firearm, sitting on one side, while Li Cha and Mary, now clad in silver heavy armor, occupied the other. Mary was not particularly short to begin with, and with the armor and full-face helmet, it was impossible to discern that she was a woman. Li Cha whispered, "Boss, why you been so quiet today?" In knightly form, Mary replied, "What is there to say? There is nothing worth discussing." Li Cha zepunde, "Oha? I thought you were upset with me." The eyes behind her visor turned toward him, and Mary growled, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart." Upon hearing this, Li Cha scratched his nose. It seemed you were indeed still angry. When dealing with a rogue man, Mary typically resolved matters with a swift slap. However, Li Cha was not like the other men. As Li Cha once remarked, had it not been for Mary's betrayal, he would never have had to join the intelligence agency. At that time, Shioku was in shock due to his brother hiding from danger, and Mary, unwilling to lose her companion, saw in Li Cha's uniqueness a glimmer of hope for solving the case, prompting her to decisively betray him. Now they're all teammates. Old Shioku arranged for Mary to protect Li Cha once they entered the cave, subtly aiming to mend their relationship. Unbeknownst to them, the discord between Li Cha and Mary was far more complex than mere misunderstandings. Just considering the two nights Mary lost consciousness in front of Li Cha left an indelible mark in her heart. What truly transpired during those 2 nights? A man sharing a room with her for 2 nights. Mary could hardly believe that nothing untoward occurred. In any case, her feelings towards Li Cha were intricate, especially after last night, when that scoundrel had the audacity to come at her, yet she had refrained from slapping him. With that thought, Mary raised her arm. The rugged face hardened across from her and inquired, "What is the matter, Mary?" She replied, "Nothing." However, she pointed at Li Cha, commanding, "You sit over there." Before long, as the carriage halted at the edge of the forest, the driver, old Shioku, opened the door from the back. Upon seeing the interior, he realized all his efforts had been in vain. Inside the carriage, there were 3 seats. Mary sat alone, gripping a knight's lance, while 3 large men squeezed together across from her. Old Shioku informed them, "Gentlemen, according to the map, we will set off from here, enter the woods, and within 40 to 50 minutes, we will reach the cave entrance." Knight Mary leaped down first, leading the way. The dwarf, Faken, held a hunting rifle. The dense forest was not particularly friendly for a gunner. Nevertheless, Faken maintained a positive disposition, whistling a cheerful tune. The third, Hardin, despite his appearance as a rough fellow, was agile in combat. Within the small team, Hardin took on the role of scout, declaring, "I'll go ahead and take a look," and with a few bounds, he vanished into the woods. In contrast, Old Shioku was the most amiable among them. The swiftest among the trio, Hardin, would leave marks as they advanced, allowing the others to follow. Mary, clad in heavy armor, moved with remarkable speed. The gunner Faken was on high alert, with no time to spare for chatter. Only Old Shioku took the initiative to impart basic knowledge about wilderness combat to Li Cha. "We are originally part of combat team, and there is no need for extensive planning. We know what we should do. Typically, an adventurer's team must emphasize composition, melee, ranged, and support roles are crucial for the overall strength of the group. Regarding professions, it seems that in Shinchi-yu, the categorization of roles is not as rigid as in conventional games. Well, this is a real world of the same name, where anything is possible. Even placing beggars in the profession category would not raise eyebrows." Li Cha relied on his past experiences as a warrior, rogue, mage, and priest to gauge professions, which would undoubtedly lead to misjudgments in the future. Old Shioku explained that combat professions are broadly classified into melee, ranged, and support. Melee includes swordsmen, knights, and warriors, each with their strengths and weaknesses. Ranged professions include hunters, gunners, sorcerers, fire mages, ice mages, and arcane mages, each excelling in their own ways. At this point, Old Shioku paused slightly. Among ranged professions, the status of mages is exceptionally high. No other profession can compare. Upon hearing this, the dwarf gunner Faken, who had been scanning the surroundings, interjected, "Shioku, are you about to start bragging again? You didn't even drink this morning, you old fool. Just because you spent 2 years at a magic academy and learned a few ice spells, you think you can boast endlessly. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were the court mage of the Red Cedar Empire." Old Shioku retorted, "Shut your mouth, you one-eyed dwarf. I am a distinguished graduate of the Holy Blue Magic Academy." Faken challenged, "A graduate after 2.5 years of study? The Holy Blue Academy is an 8-year program." Li Cha was genuinely unaware that Old Shioku was a mage. There is a saying, "The mage is always your superior." This profession seems to inherently possess attributes of a favored child of destiny. Regardless of circumstances, they often hold an elevated status. The fact that old Xiao Ku attended a magic academy was surprising. One could not judge a book by its cover. However, his talent must not have been exceptional, for he would not have dropped out otherwise. Moreover, concerning height, dwarves are tall compared to Li Cha. Yet it must be acknowledged that old Xiao Ku was indeed a few centimeters taller than Faken. Height is often a sensitive issue for dwarves, and any comment can provoke a reaction. It was clear that old Xiao Ku stood taller than Faken, even when wearing height-increasing shoes. Faken lunged at him, but old Xiao Ku remained unperturbed. At that moment, a furious shout from Mary echoed through the air. Li Cha pondered a question. Who exactly was the leader of this small team? As a group, there must be a leader. When Freya was present, as the highest authority, it was natural for Major Sir to command the team. However, it was evident that the exceptionally powerful Freya would not frequently participate in team missions. Previously, Li Cha had thought old Xiao Ku was the leader, as this dwarf was busy making arrangements, and the others seemed to accept his authority. Yet, Mary's commanding voice seemed to carry more weight than old Xiao Ku's directives. Mary, standing at the forefront of the team as a heavily armored knight, was also justified in directing the battle. After a moment of calm, old Xiao Ku remarked, "Come on, Li Cha, let us continue discussing professions." Range professions are held in high regard, as old Xiao Ku stated and firmly believed. With his proud demeanor, it seemed any profession stood as mere rubbish before mage. Finally, regarding support professions, this classification is the broadest. Generally, anyone who masters 2 or 3 life skills can serve in a support role, such as doctors, nurses, alchemists, weapon masters, craftsmen, and massage therapists, among others. However, the continent widely recognizes the most formidable support profession to be that of the priest in the goddess church. Old Xiao Ku explained, those individuals can heal, detoxify, and soothe. When pressed, they can even engage in melee combat with their priestly martial arts. As they conversed, mainly led by old Xiao Ku's chatter, with Li Cha occasionally posing questions, time swiftly passed. Whether it was due to Hardin's swift reconnaissance or the formidable presence of the intelligence team, the only creature they encountered along the way was a large wild rabbit, which Mary swiftly dispatched with a lance and stowed in her backpack. Upon reaching the cave entrance marked on a map, it appeared not as a grand opening, but merely a narrow crevice in the mountainside, sufficient for a single person to pass sideways. When they arrived, the burly Hardin was seated on the ground, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing them, Hardin remarked, "Hey, Li Cha, are you sure there is something in here as you claimed? This area has been thoroughly scoured by novice adventurers. If there were anything of value, it's likely already claimed by someone else." Li Cha remarked, "It is precisely due to this uncertainty that I reported the intelligence to all of you, Commander Hardin." Commander Hardin spat on the ground, retorting, "Is best that way. If I find out you are playing games with me, you'll have to treat me to a delightful evening at the Hongxiangzi." There existed a conflict between Hardin and Li Cha, but that was before Li Cha had joined the military intelligence department. Now, standing united on the same front, with Li Cha successfully managing the Charlie Clinic, Hardin's jest served to ease the tension between them. Li Cha chuckled, "Rest assured, Commander Hardin, I'm the one who fervently hopes we can return triumphantly today." Mary cast a glance at them and interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter, Hardin. Have you explored inside?" Hardin shook his head. "Are you joking? I would not rashly venture into a suspected stronghold of the former Black Mist cult. However, my instincts tell me there is an overwhelming stench within. If I am not mistaken, the cave conceals undead creatures." "Undead creatures?" Old Shioka, now clad in a staff and robe, frowned. "This is not some desolate place. Where would undead creatures come from?" Hardin shrugged, merely stating the facts. Subsequently, old Shioka produced a vial of golden liquid. "Fortunately, I came prepared and procured this purification potion. The purification potion is effective against undead and shadow creatures, with added properties to eliminate toxins." Without hesitation, old Shioka tossed the purification potion into the cave. A loud crash echoed as the glass bottle shattered. Old Shioka, feeling triumphant, raised his staff and began to chant softly. Suddenly, a small magical array glimmered at the tip of his sapphire staff, and winds began to swirl, rushing towards the cave entrance. This is the art of a wizard, who can wield magical power to cast wondrous spells, old Shioka declared. Regardless of whether they are undead or not, There are certainly monsters inside. The burly Harden and the dwarf Faken scoffed at this. Mary, with the might of a knight, swung her lance and commanded, "Light it up, let us move." Chapter 043. The goddess's adherent tick-tock. Within the dim cave, droplets seemed to fall from the ceiling. Two floating crystal lamps accompanied the five-member team from a military intelligence department as they advanced. Armored Knight Mary led the charge, while Scout Harden lurked in the shadows. It was said that Li Cha was a newcomer in need of the protection of his seniors. Yet, he too was equipped for close combat. While the marksman Faken and ice mage Old Shioka appeared rather fragile. In the midst of arranging their formations, Li Cha inadvertently became the protector of the two ranged attackers. Suddenly, a broken figure lunged forward. Faken raised his hand, not even looking, and with a single shot, the creature's head exploded. It was a corpse, with hollow eyes and a staggered gait, a quintessential low-tier undead. The headless corpse, due to its inertia, stumbled a few steps forward before collapsing. The battle concluded, and the corpse disintegrated into ashes within 10 seconds. A notification chimed. Team kill, your experience points. 1. Li Cha blinked, realizing that this was the sensation of accruing experience by merely following the team. Current status. Name, Li Cha. Occupation, 9th level. 9-3. Attack power, 138. Focus, composure. Night spirit. Assets, 13 gold, 46 silver, 23 copper coins. Novice adventurer, military intelligence department private. Basic swordsmanship 0, 15100. Sword weapon specialization 0, 36100. Riding specialization 0, 2100. As expected, Li Cha's level surged to 9. His sword weapon specialization also improved with daily training, surpassing 13 in proficiency. Most notably, his attack power skyrocketed. It felt as though if Li Cha were to acquire a profession and reach level 18, he would rival even Sergeant Mary, the Fire Knight, without any extraordinary talent. However, the attack power of 138 was supplemented by 3 attributes. Focus, from the dwarf Faken's focus aura, granting 3 attack power and 2 accuracy. Composure, from Scout Harden's composed presence, granting 2 agility and 25 attack power. Night Spirit, from Fire Knight Mary, contributing 5 attack power and 5 block rate for the entire team. Excluding these additional attributes, Li Cha's attack panel was not as remarkable. Another notification chimed. Team kill, your experience points, 15. Li Cha, still in a daze, witnessed another skeleton monster being obliterated by Mary's lance. Old Shioka inquired, Li Cha, once we enter the cave, do you know which way to go? Li Cha shook his head. I only know that the treasure chest is below. If we encounter a fork in the road, we should generally head downward. That should not pose a problem. Just as he spoke, a fork truly appeared ahead, with paths leading downward. The group turned to Li Cha. Li Cha innocently replied, I am a newcomer. This is my first time venturing out on an adventure. I believe we should take the left path. Mary commanded, let's go. With undeniable authority, the Fire Knight acted swiftly. Minutes later, this path yielded no treasure chests, but rather dozens of entwined shadow serpents. The lair of the shadow serpents contained a massive serpent at least level 30. Old Shioka hastily cast Ice Ball. Faken's gun barrel glowed red hot. Had Li Cha not been closely following them, the group would have surely suspected he intended to lead them to their doom. Who claimed this was a place for novice adventurers to slay monsters. It had already been plundered countless times, once they distanced themselves from the lair of the shadow serpents. Old Shioka collapsed onto the ground. Harden, you must explain this to me. The burly Harden stepped out from the shadows, equally shaken as he gazed toward the lair of the shadow serpents. How was I to know? I had never encountered such a massive shadow serpent during my time as an adventurer. No one blamed Li Cha, for he had clearly stated prior that he was unaware. The giant shadow serpent was a level 35 elite creature, capable of poisoning an entire village with a single droplet of venom. The meager level 9 adventurer could easily meet his demise with just a minor touch. At that moment, Mary extended her arm, lifting her armor, which had been severely corroded by the venom, revealing her injured arm. Old Shioka retrieved an antidote. Mary took it and applied it to her wound, but regrettably, the effect appeared insufficient. Among the 5 members of the team, Mary was the only one who had directly confronted the giant shadow serpent and had not entirely evaded its toxic breath. The level of this serpent was quite formidable, and the antidote's potency was inadequate. With a furrowed brow, Mary had not anticipated encountering such a high-level monster, so soon after entering. As for her injury, the relationship between the military intelligence department and the Church of the Goddess of Light was far from harmonious. Thus, among the five, there were no clerics to rely on. They had to depend on themselves. High-temperature disinfection seemed a viable method, but directly scorching her arm with fire would inflict pain beyond what an average person could endure. Why don't I give it a try? Li Cha suddenly raised his hand. You could detoxify? The burly Harden questioned. Li Cha smiled. Have you forgotten? I'm a devotee of the goddess. Indeed, the crowd recalled the incident. However, it was evident that Li Cha was not a devotee of the goddess. On that day, he had proclaimed that when faced with adversity, he would pray to the goddess, and she would aid him in overcoming his challenges. He was not the goddess's favorite child. Mere prayer could not guarantee a response. Without allowing the crowd much time for inquiries, Li Cha placed a treatment agreement before Mary. Sign this, and I shall take care of the treatment, Li Cha stated. Who among them required a signed agreement for detoxifying a teammate? Old Shioka scrutinized Li Cha intently. Young man, are you certain you are a follower of the goddess, and not a harbinger of darkness? Yet, Mary remained undeterred, requesting a pen and signing her name at the bottom right of the agreement. Certain unique abilities were secrets of the highest order, seldom revealed unless absolutely necessary. Mary understood this well. Furthermore, given that half of her body was beginning to feel numb, she chose to place her trust in him. Ding dong. Notification. The transaction list has been updated. Please check promptly. Li Cha smiled. This version of the agreement had been meticulously prepared upon signing. Mary's ownership would temporarily belong to Li Cha, provided she consented to the treatment. The transaction list included Mary's time, Mary's stamina, Mary's long legs, Mary's toxins, a complete array of assets, Mary's toxins, venom from the shadow serpent, possessing corrosive and paralyzing effects, valued at 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins were scarcely enough to purchase a few bottles of intermediate antidotes. Now was the perfect moment for him to showcase his abilities as a devotee of the goddess. Li Cha decisively sold. Chapter 044. 4 Agreements. Li Cha as the team Guardian. Li Cha's assets totaled 2 silver coins. Meanwhile, Mary's discolored forearm returned to its original state. All done. Old Shioka's eyes widened in astonishment. The treatment had concluded far too swiftly for them to comprehend. The dwarf Fakin wielded his firearm, which produced smoke. Old Shioka cast spells, causing fluctuations in elemental particles. Li Cha, however, had performed nothing. He simply closed his eyes and muttered for a few seconds, and Mary's injuries were completely healed. Incredible. Fakin approached with a grin, asking, Li Cha, my brother, is that treatment agreement still available? I believe I might need one as well. Old Shioka chimed in. Count me in too. The bearded Harden added, I want one as well. Goodness, if only the system displayed affection levels. It would undoubtedly indicate that the 3 rugged men held an impressive fondness for Li Cha. Typically, a mere adventuring party boasting a professional healer was quite commendable. Undoubtedly, doctors were esteemed professions, and if one merely sought a comfortable life, there was no need to venture into the unknown. Moreover, even more prestigious support roles existed, such as missionaries, clerics, priests, and nuns, without connections within the Church of the Light Goddess. These holy figures would be exceedingly unlikely to emerge from the sanctuary and engage in perilous endeavors. Thus, Li Cha's formidable healing abilities were akin to those of a revered guardian. He could save their lives in critical moments. In the face of a potential lifesaver, calling him father seemed entirely reasonable. A few minutes later, Li Cha acquired 4 additional agreements. His transaction list refreshed 4 times consecutively. The intelligence squad set forth once more, altering their formation from the original front-middle-back support to a decisive 4-1 formation. The so-called 4-1 arrangement meant that Mary and her 3 companions surrounded Li Cha as they advanced. This way, any incoming attack from any direction would be detected immediately and neutralized in its infancy. Li Cha remarked, in truth, as long as we exercise caution, the undead creatures within the cave are not particularly fearsome. Bearded Harden replied, no, you need not worry. Brother Li Cha, just watch your step and avoid stumbling. Li Cha inquired, may I attempt to slay some monsters? Old Shioka responded, that is unnecessary. We can handle it. However, if you truly wish to practice, I could freeze the monster's body, leaving the head intact, and you could directly sever the head for some practice. Li Cha smiled awkwardly. That seems overly complicated. Li Cha displayed his abilities to enhance his standing among his companions while also preparing for any eventualities. He had no desire to become a holy priest. Much like his previous reluctance to be a husband killer or a specialist in urology, his intentions were clear. Li Cha was unaware that this version embodied the glory of a priest. Otherwise, on the very first day of his arrival, he would have sought alms before the Church of the Light Goddess, befriending priests and nuns, and integrating into their warm and loving community. Present circumstances were not entirely unfavorable. In his inaugural dungeon expedition, Li Cha needed only to observe and explore, thereby reaping the rewards of an entire team's experience. Ding dong. Notification. Your experience points have increased by 1. Current total, 8. Ding dong. Notification. Your experience points have increased by 15. Ding dong. Notification. Your experience points have increased by 8. Indeed, he needed to do nothing at all, simply benefiting from the efforts of others. In the interim, Scout Harden, having grown overly reckless, was scratched by a mutated undead creature. Li Cha gestured over his back, and Harden's wound vanished in an instant. There was no further discussion needed. The three men regarded Li Cha with increasingly fervent gazes. Thanks to the presence of a guardian like Li Cha, the intelligence squad's exploration speed of the nameless cave had increased by at least 40. The heavily armored knight charged directly at the monsters. Initially, the scout, who specialized in stealth and assassination, abandoned his concealment, following the knight's lead. As for the two ranged attackers, they merely unleashed their barrage. With Li Cha among them, as long as the wounds were not fatal, only minor discomfort would ensue. They were accustomed to adversity. By around 10 o'clock in the morning, they estimated they had descended 3 to 4 dozen meters underground. The stone walls were adorned with patches of green moss and a mixture of mud and water, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. The five gathered together to recuperate their stamina. It must be said that the stifling underground environment was quite inhospitable for them in their armor. Fortunately, they had arrived at the ornate stone door described by Li Cha. Old Shioka took several sips of magical glacial water and inquired slowly, "Li Cha, is the relic left behind by the Black Mist Church inside?" Li Cha replied, "It should be." Although he had verified Susan's information through the transaction system's intelligence mechanism, he would not guarantee anything until he personally beheld the statue of the Dark God. The evidence suggested that the intricately carved stone door had been opened before, but the signs were not particularly fresh, aligning with Susan's account. Subsequently, Harden and Fakin employed their professional abilities to investigate. There were no signs of life beyond the door, nor any repulsive undead creatures. They could not see any treasure chests. However, the safety aspect seemed adequate. Old Shioka remarked, "Well, we have come this far. We must at least take a look inside." Saying this, the towering dwarf approached the door, flipping his wrist to reveal 7 or 8 bottles of purification potions. The Black Mist Church remained formidable. The wizard did not dare to be careless. The purification agent contains a touch of holy water from the Church of the Radiant Goddess, perfectly suited for dealing with the relics of the Black Mist Church. With a crash, glass shattered. With another crash, Old Shioka, in his stylish throwing poses, recklessly tossed the purification agent into the mix as if it were free. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 20 bottles. Truly, Old Shioka, the tavern owner, was extravagantly wealthy. While Shioka was showing off, Li Cha inquired of Mary, "Boss, I am curious, who among our team is the strongest?" Recovering her strength, Mary replied, "I am." She cast a glance at Li Cha and continued, "I am a second-tier knight. Old Shioka is a level 29 second-tier mage. F.A. Ken is a level 26 second-tier gunslinger. Harden is a level 27 second-tier scout." Li Cha understood. They all possessed second-tier combat professions and were not far from advancing to Tier 3. Wait a moment. If Li Cha remembered correctly, Mary, the boss, was level 18. Logically, one must reach level 20 to advance to the second tier. Is she perhaps benefiting from the additional bonuses of the Flame Knight? Mary instructed, "When we enter, you stand back." Li Cha responded, "I understand. The relics of the saints carry pollution. We cannot even gaze upon them. If we take the pollution outside, the consequences could be severe, ranging from suspension to death." Chapter 045. Sudden Change and Hatred. Ding Dong. Notification. Flame Knight Mary has cast Aid Mark on you. Aid Mark. When you encounter danger, the caster can arrive at your side at a speed of 500, providing assistance for a duration of 10 minutes. This mark can only be cast once per battle, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Li Cha was momentarily taken aback. The tavern owner Mary was prepared to shield him from harm at any moment. To be honest, aside from reporting Li Cha's abnormalities to the military intelligence agency, Mary had been rather agreeable. As for whether there was any affection boosted by Mary towards Li Cha, he believed it to be minimal. Freya still acted as Li Cha's pillow every day, and when it came to Freya, Li Cha was still intent on finding her weaknesses to repay her in kind. Meanwhile, Mary stood at the forefront, extending her hands to push open the stone door. The gunslinger F.A. Ken said, "Make way." He then raised his long-barreled hunting rifle and fired several rounds of illumination flares imbued with a hint of divine attributes. The illumination flares, with their holy properties, illuminated the darkness, suppressing all shadows. "Let us go." The 5 of them charged in together. Within the stone door lay bare stone walls, covered in moss and mud. At the end of the stone chamber, a large bronze chest lay quietly. The lid of the bronze chest had been opened, and a bizarre wooden carving shrouded in black mist slowly floated up. "No, this relic of the saints is not right. Retreat," Mary shouted first. Her concerns were valid. The sentient nature of the relics warranted careful consideration. Yet, Mary found herself unable to move. Not only her, but all 5 members of the team were rendered immobile. Li Cha, why is the relic of the saints moving on its own?" Old Shoka yelled. Li Cha replied, "I don't know. Wait for me, I'll try." Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a powerful punch. The assailant was the bearded Hardin. Hardin declared, "Everyone, don't listen to him. This person is suspicious. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I suspected this was a trap set by Li Cha." With his back to the chest, Hardin said, "I'm fine for now. Shoka, give me the containment item. I will secure the relic first, and we can interrogate this scoundrel once we escape." Upon hearing this, old Shoka fell silent. "What's wrong? You don't trust me?" Hardin continued, pointing at the unconscious Li Cha on the ground. "You'd rather believe this pretty boy than trust me?" The dwarf ice mage Shoka interjected, "Hardin, your actions are too hasty." Hardin retorted, "What do you mean? Do you not realize how strange Li Cha's abilities are? If he prays to the relic, who knows what might come forth? So, you're afraid." At that moment, Mary, Shoka, and F.A. can all stare Hardin. "You fear that Li Cha might disrupt your plans, so you strike first." Hardin lowered his hands, his head drooping. "I truly did not expect Li Cha's abilities to be so monstrous." This implied Hardin's admission. Raising his head again, Hardin, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at his 3 teammates. "This item belongs to the Black Mist Church. I merely intended to return it to its rightful owner. Is that wrong?" The dwarf F.A. Ken rebutted. "The deaths of Hutin and Mirachi were your doing." The 3 faces, 2 men and 1 woman, were filled with anger. Hardin sneered. "Can you not speak anymore?" "Ha ha, congratulations, you are undergoing divine baptism." With that, 3 thuds echoed as the 3 of them fell. Not long after, old Shoka was the first to awaken, prostrating on the ground, scribbling. "I am a mathematician. I am smarter than anyone. I concoct potions relying on my brilliant mind, and the engineering blueprints I draw also depend on my intellect. One day, I shall become the greatest person on the continent of Lorraine. Just wait a moment. I am calculating the area of the continent. Once I finish, I will be the father of area." Old Shoka spoke earnestly, yet his tone trembled with a hint of madness. His kneeling posture resembled more of a dog than a great mathematician. Soon after, F.A. Ken also awoke. "Damn, getting old. Lying down feels so comfortable. I wonder how long until I can retire." F.A. Ken lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke. The end of life is merely lying flat. At that moment, a silver figure rushed toward Li Cha. It was Mary, discarding her helmet. Her long hair now resembled almost burning flames. With an anxious expression, she exclaimed, Li Cha, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Noticing, Li Cha had not only been punched away, but also had a wound on his abdomen from which blood was seeping. Mary furiously demanded, "Hardin, what have you done to Li Cha?" The bearded Hardin shrugged. "What? It's nothing. The one I despise most in this life is the goddess. This guy claims to be a believer of the goddess, and even receives her blessings. Pah, fool." Hardin-S family were staunch followers of the Church of the Radiant Goddess. When they were still relatively affluent, they never hesitated to donate to the church, and they were always active in church activities. However, a plague took everything away. The priests, nuns, and bishops of the goddess fled faster than dogs. Since then, a deep-seated hatred for the Church of the Radiant Goddess had taken root in Hardin's heart. "I have killed the clergy of the goddess's church. Ha ha. I once kidnapped a nun from the goddess's church, locked her in a cage, humiliated her, tortured her, and made her bear me a pair of twins. I said I would kill those two wretched children. She actually begged me. Do you know, no matter how violent I was, she firmly believed she would receive the goddess's redemption. Until that day, she begged me, ha ha ha. She proclaimed that as long as I could spare the child, she would be willing to do anything, even betray her dearly beloved goddess. I killed those two wretches. Ha ha. She has taken her own life. She has committed suicide. Ha ha. She has indeed ended her life. In that moment, Hardin danced about like a madman. Chapter 046. Kill. Hardin had gone mad, illuminated by the radiance of the Black Mist. Even the most devoted followers of the Black Mist Church would succumb to madness. At this juncture, some deeply buried thoughts and actions would spill forth like beans from a bamboo tube, desperately seeking release. Mary, now unable to manage the frenzy of Hardin, looked down at the faintly breathing Li Cha in her arms, her heart aching profoundly. It's all right. You'll be fine. I will save you. Mary produced a vial of high-grade healing potion and poured it over Li Cha's wounds. Alas, this was not merely an ordinary knife wound. Hardin had coated his dagger with deadly poison, and that strike was delivered with all his might, infused with devastating power. Mary wept, holding Li Cha tightly. Li Cha, please don't die. Mary focused her magical energy, yet the only element she could summon was fire. For her own constitution, using flames for disinfection was manageable. However, targeting Li Cha would result in a fiery cremation. Mary sobbed uncontrollably, pleading, I beg you, don't die. Li Cha, didn't you want to eat well? Just promise me you won't die, and I will ensure you have delicious food every day. All right? Really? Li Cha's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Mary desired to assure Li Cha, but upon looking again, the person in her embrace was already lively, the oozing wound vanishing without a trace. Clearly, Li Cha had deceived her. This ignited Mary's fury. Do not forget, Mary was also in a state of corruption, transitioning from red to black. Her nightly intent to kill surged, and fiery flames erupted around her. Fortunately, Li Cha was quick-witted, and a snap of his fingers echoed in the cave. The transaction was successful, and Mary collapsed. Then, Li Cha pressed his hand against Mary's chest. Sale, Mary's corruption. Ding. Notification. You have acquired 30 silver coins. Your experience has increased by 30, and your mental attributes have slightly improved. In an instant, the furious expression of the slumbering Mary faded, returning to tranquility. After a while, her cheeks still bore a hint of crimson. Setting Mary down, Li Cha glanced at the three rugged men nearby who were losing their minds. The dwarf Lao had a mediocre relationship with Li Cha, having never harmed him, and aspired to be a mathematician. The dwarf, F.A. Ken, had participated in the incident where Li Cha was knocked unconscious. But that was the extent of it. This was a laid-back creature, now gone mad, yet unwilling to move an inch. Such individuals were of little significance for Li Cha to eliminate, at least not today. Moreover, there was a stark contrast nearby. Li Cha had gained 2 additional opportunities, along with 2 instances of corruption from the evil god. The 2 old dwarfs slept soundly. Meanwhile, the increasingly deranged Hardin continued to boast about his grand achievements. He loathed the Church of the Goddess of Light, having secretly orchestrated numerous acts of vengeance over the years. It was no surprise that he mingled with the Black Mist Church. He felt elated and joyful, though he would die today, taking a few enemies of the Black Mist god and a loyal follower of the Goddess Church with him. Hardin felt he had gained something. Once he reached the realm of the Black Mist god, he would at least be a high priest. Suddenly, a knightly lance pierced through Hardin's breastplate. Feeling the searing pain, Hardin finally regained some composure and saw the man before him clearly. Li Cha beckoned him. Come, let us fight. Originally, your crimes did not warrant death. But since you insist on your own demise, I shall compassionately fulfill your wish. Li Cha. Hardin spat blood. Aren't you already dead? Li Cha smiled. I can heal you. What is so surprising about healing myself? That was a fatal wound. Hence, the price is higher. As he spoke, crimson flames erupted around Li Cha, coalescing in his palm into a fireball spell. Hardin dodged this attack, but did not anticipate the knightly lance following closely behind. You are a knight. The bearded Hardin exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Li Cha's profession was listed as Flame Knight. However, this was not a class he cultivated nor inherited from any mentor. It was purchased from a system. Since he had acquired Mary's template, whatever Mary could do, Li Cha could now perform as well. This thrust pierced Hardin's shoulder armor. When Li Cha had the no profession status, lifting this several dozen-pound knightly lance was somewhat taxing. However, with the Flame Knight template activated, Mary's lance became an extension of Li Cha's body, effortlessly soaring through the air. Even if Li Cha were indeed Mary, he was still nearly 10 levels below Harden, making it unexpected for him to overpower the latter. The influence of the relic from the Black Mist Church had distorted Harden's consciousness. He struggled to concentrate, yet could barely manage half of his focus. Additionally, Li Cha's corruption had long been sold. The statue shrouded in black mist bore no effect on Li Cha. Furthermore, the scout class excelled in assassination, while knights were among the premier classes for direct confrontation. At this moment, they were engaged in a head-on clash. Harden sought to create distance for his profession's advantages. Unfortunately, Li Cha offered him no such opportunity. Moreover, with a snap of his fingers, the shadow serpent breath that once struck Mary bizarrely materialized on Harden's arm, causing him to feel a numbing sensation, and one of his daggers clattered to the ground. Interesting, Li Cha remarked with a smile. The Flame Knight profession seems to possess such capabilities. With Li Cha's stamina as a foundation, Li Cha the Knight was resolute in not fearing the high consumption of prolonged battles. From the beginning, his attack speed remained at an optimal rate. A fierce, surging flame erupted from Li Cha once more, even forming a fire tornado. The flames suspended in the air coalesced into several fireballs. Delayed magic. Li Cha had locked on a Harden, and his magic was now fixed upon him. He attacked relentlessly. One fireball suddenly surged forth, trailing a long tail straight for Harden's head. And there was more. There was still Li Cha's lance. Kill. With a resounding boom, the bloody bearded man was flung away. Simultaneously, Li Cha halted his steps. So this is what battle is. I relish it. As long as it is a crushing victory, it brings me joy. On the opposite side, thud. Harden, just rising from the ground, collapsed once more. He succumbed to the poison. For someone at levels 1 or 20, the Shadow Serpent's venom was classified as high-tier toxin. Harden, already injured, could hardly withstand it. Bang, 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 the bullets followed up. Li Cha, Fireball spell. Ranged finishing blow. Fireball spell. Ranged finishing blow. Fireball spell. Ranged corpse desecration. Until Harden was nearly cooked through, Li Cha finally ceased his efforts. The battle had concluded. Chapter 047. The evil god carving was ripped apart. Notification. Battle concluded. You have slain a level 29 scout. Your level has increased. Notification. The trading list is refreshed. Please check promptly. Engaging in monster slaying for experience points had always seemed to Li Cha a rather unprofitable endeavor. Indeed, nothing could compare to the thrill of a direct confrontation. Today, however, Li Cha had vanquished a sergeant scout from the Redwood Empire's military intelligence, despite being several levels above him. As the bearded Harden took his last breath, Li Cha's level ascended to 11. Current status. Li Cha, level 11, 18, profession, none, Flame Knight. Having witnessed the might of the Flame Knight, Li Cha had contemplated removing the parentheses more than once. Nevertheless, witnessing his level rise so dramatically brought him great joy. After rummaging through Harden's corpse, Li Cha found 2 gold coins and 25 silver coins. A modest profit, nothing extraordinary. Harden's body was indeed worth a considerable sum, yet it was unsellable. As the saying goes, one must see the living and the dead. Having obliterated this cultist's body left Li Cha feeling somewhat lost. Wait a moment. Notification. Selling. Harden's corruption. You gain 5 experience points, 5 silver coins. Up to now, Li Cha had sold 6 portions of corruption. The first portion came from Susan of the Kevin family, and the spoils from that transaction were the most bountiful. The second portion was from Li Cha himself, granting him 50 experience, 50 silver coins, and a modicum of mental fortitude. Still impressive, yet significantly diminished compared to the initial offering. The third portion was from Mary, yielding 30. The fourth and fifth portions, from Old Shock and Dwarf Fakin, rendered 20 and 10 respectively. Harden was the last, once again halved, leaving only 5 experience and a mere 5 silver coins. It appeared that the value of items of the same type diminished upon repeated transactions. Alternatively, the corruption might be particularly unique, leading to such depreciation upon resale. Li Cha stroked his chin, then gazed at Harden's corpse, the foolishly floating relic of the cult of Black Mist, and the still time-deprived Mary, Dwarf Fakin, and Old Shock. They could have already been let out. Yet, with the day concluding in this manner, Li Cha felt a twinge of regret. To speak candidly, the sale of Susan's corruption had raised his expectations excessively high. Thus, Li Cha believed that after enduring numerous challenges, he had finally discovered this relic of the saints. And with a little manipulation, he should have achieved level 14 or 15. After all, this was Li Cha's inaugural venture into monster slaying, his first foray into a dungeon. A moment of great significance. It was uncertain when he would next embark on such an adventure. Contemplating this, Li Cha resolved to take one more gamble. To clarify, his previous confrontation with Hardin did not count as gambling, for he could have seized Hardin's strength or time at any moment. Even before the bearded Hardin inscribed his name on the treatment agreement, Li Cha was aware that a wolf lurked within their ranks. Therefore, the task of handling the relic was entrusted to the werewolf, Hardin, dragging Hardin's corpse to the chest. It seemed that the grotesque wooden carving understood that its corruption had no effect on Li Cha, as it refrained from unleashing its corruptive power. Li Cha declared, "My dear brother, it is no longer a matter of whether you wish to corrupt me. Rather, your corruption is woefully ineffective. Let's strike a bargain. Assist me in reaching level 13, and I shall refrain from using you as an experiment." The floating wooden carving remained silent. Li Cha Zima? Negotiation failed. He then pulled the slumbering dwarf Faken over, just in case. The relic's ability to cause corruption through direct gaze or soul extraction upon touch had been rendered temporarily ineffective due to the other party's inaction. However, Li Cha believed that the latter aspect still held potential. Adjusting the positions of the corpses, the experiment commenced in earnest. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Cha lifted Hardin's arm with his knight's lance and touched the relic. Instantly, the surrounding black mist stirred, first enveloping Hardin's hand, then extending upwards. Intent on devouring the entire arm, Li Cha exclaimed, "That will suffice." He watched as it turned to ash. Meanwhile, the black mist, having consumed one arm, was not yet finished and began advancing towards Hardin's body. Now was the moment. Li Cha acted decisively. Seizing the entity, as long as your method of attack is not instantaneous death, victory is mine. You are now mine. Notification. The trading list has refreshed. Please check promptly. Transaction successful. Throughout this ordeal, Li Cha had never possessed ownership of the relic of the saints. This was entirely reasonable. He had never taken any action against the sinister wooden carving, hence it remained an unclaimed object. However, at that moment, Li Cha had captured a fragment of the source of corruption, and according to the principle of possession, this grasp signified his claim of sovereignty. Transacción initiata, Li Cha's corruption. Notification. Transaction successful. You gain 3 experience points, 3 silver coins. Just as Li Cha intended to consume another fragment of black mist, it vanished, and the reward diminished once more. Fear not, for I have many more opportunities for transactions. Experiment concluded. Li Cha kicked Hardin aside, using Dwarf Faken as a makeshift seat, and commenced his own unique game of claw machine. Reaching for the black mist, he initiated another transaction. Notification. Experience 3, silver coins 2. Immediately after, he executed the transaction. Notification. Experience 3, your mental attributes have slightly increased. Transaction after transaction. Notification. Experience 3, silver coins 1. Li Cha's level remained at 11. With the game's fervor, his level advanced once more. The surrounding black mist was entirely depleted. Yet, Li Cha remained convinced that this wicked sacrificial item from the cult of black mist still harbored potential. He respected each and every determined adversary. Experience 3, experience 3, experience 25, experience 25. It was evident that the rule of diminishing returns for similar items was indeed true. However, the special nature of corruption as a transaction item elevated its status. Once the experience points reached 3, the rate of decline in value significantly reduced. Level 12 required 10, 20, 30. Li Cha's arm grew somewhat numb. Switching hands to continue. 40, 60, 80. The black mist erupting from the relic grew increasingly thin. After a prolonged period, when Li Cha's level once again reached 1 and ascended to level 13, the relic could no longer withstand the pressure, and a distinct crack appeared on the forehead of its bizarre visage. It seemed it was about to explode. The relic of the saints, unwilling to suffer indignity, contemplated self-destruction. There was no need for such drastic measures. The relic trembled slightly, perhaps astonished to witness someone who could consume corruption as sustenance. Sensing the overwhelming power surging within him, Li Cha mused. Level 13 it is. Let's conclude this. After several minutes, Mary and her companions slowly awoke against the wall. Their minds clouded with confusion about the events that had transpired. Particularly upon witnessing Hardin's mangled body, a look of bewilderment crossed their faces. Chapter 048, Containment. Wait a moment. Hardin was a follower of the god of Black Mist. The trio immediately grasped their weapons, adopting a defensive stance. Cough, cough. Nearby, the pale-faced Li Cha slowly interjected. There's no need to fight. He has already been slain by Officer Mary. Any further assault would merely desecrate his remains and waste our strength. Li Cha, if memory serves, he was the first to be attacked by Hardin. The three were not foolish. Had it not been for Li Cha's formidable abilities, Hardin would likely have maintained his deception until the end. Ultimately, they could not hope to contend with the will of an evil deity and would inevitably become sacrifices offered to the god of Black Mist. It was Li Cha's behavior on the road that compelled Hardin to reveal himself. Li Cha had once claimed that he could heal pollution akin to the priests of the goddess of light. Initially, no one believed this, and even he had not provided a definitive answer. Yet, the truth was that Li Cha had managed to heal the breath of the shadow serpent in mere seconds. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Hardin had to eliminate Li Cha. Just a moment. The trio recalled something else. Concurrent with Li Cha's ambush, they had been affected by the pollution emanating from the relic of the saints. Old Xiao boasted incessantly, a dropout from a magic academy aspiring to be a mathematician. The dwarf Fakin revealed his greatest secret, having married and fathered children in the countryside, and not with just one wife. His ultimate desire was to retire and live a shameless life with his wives. Then, with a sudden burst, Mary stood up. Her gleaming knight's lance aimed squarely at Li Cha. You, even after encountering you several times, I have yet to discern anything from you. Subsequently, Mary pivoted her weapon towards old Xiao and Fakin. The two dwarves exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Mary would act in such a manner. Upon further reflection, they understood. The three of them had gone mad. Social death was merely a small tale, and as old friends, they could endure it without much consequence. Only Mary, having been tainted, rushed towards Li Cha, weeping like a child. Old Xiao lowered his head, lost in thought. The gunslinger Fakin covered his head, exclaiming, my memory is particularly poor at my age. By the way, Li Cha, how did that bastard Hardin die? Li Cha replied, he was killed by Officer Mary. If you don't believe me, you can examine the wounds. Mary's profession as a flame knight was not a secret within the team. On the ground, Hardin's corpse bore either gunshot wounds or burn marks from flames. Aside from the absence of an arm and a few peculiar bullet holes, the rest appeared to be the work of Mary. Mary furrowed her brow and said, I did kill him, but why can't I remember? In response, Li Cha shrugged. Then who else could it have been? Surely not me. This statement held merit. Among those present, only Mary could wield a knight's lance weighing dozens of pounds. Old Xiao, the fragile mage, could not manage it. Fakin was slightly stronger, but standing at just over 1 meter tall, wielding a knight's lance for combat was absurd. As for Li Cha, he was merely a low level. Hey, Li Cha, already level 13? Old Xiao was the first to notice this detail. Coughing weakly, Li Cha replied, this must be a gift from the goddess. After Officer Mary killed Hardin, she intended to eliminate me. So I quickly prayed to the goddess of light to dispel the pollution from her. I succeeded. Then I prayed for her majesty to cleanse the pollution from Officer Xiao and Officer Fakin. And here we are, having escaped from that place. Praying to the goddess. Li Cha, a devoted follower, always claimed such, and the results were evident, leaving no room for dissent. Old Xiao remarked, this is clearly a trap set by that bastard Hardin. He was an agent of the Black Mist Church, likely in connection with the relic of the saints. The moment we disembarked, Hardin rushed out. It is impossible that we were immobilized the moment we entered. Remember, prior to entering, I threw out a handful of purification potions. Based on the elemental feedback, such a situation should not have occurred. The outcome was entirely unexpected. Thus, there was only one explanation. Someone who was very familiar with their modus operandi had set a trap in advance. Li Cha inquired, so what should we do now? Old Xiao replied, of course, we must continue the containment. He produced a shiny silver bag, followed by several small contraptions resembling mice, a screwdriver, a hammer, and a small knife. Old Xiao made modifications to these small mechanical puppets. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Old Xiao sealed the bag's opening and added 2 more bags, along with a mechanical mithril box before explaining. The residual power of the Black Mist Church's relic is somewhat potent. I suspect Hardin had a hand in this. However, the pollution requires us to expend energy without replenishment, which naturally reduces the difficulty of containment. Remembering his earlier statement, old Xiao Ku had said that, barring any unforeseen events, Li Cha would not need to intervene. The intelligence agency may not often deal with cults, but they had ample experience in containing such chaotic entities. However, the process would be slow, far less effective than the team could achieve in a streamlined manner. In short, it was over. The group collectively sighed in relief. Looking at Hardin's corpse, the dwarf Fakin felt an overwhelming urge to desecrate the remains. What do you have against the Goddess Church? What connection does it have with the intelligence agency? Just because you have a grudge against the Goddess Church doesn't mean you must join a cult, does it? I'm starting to suspect that Xiao Dun and Mi La Chi led this guy astray. Mentioning Xiao Dun caused the atmosphere to shift. After all, old Xiao Ku and Xiao Dun were brothers, and while it was acceptable to privately express relief over Xiao Dun's demise in the dungeon, addressing it in front of his brother was akin to reopening old wounds. At that moment, it was Li Cha, the least experienced among them, who stepped in to ease the tension. Typically, a small team comprises 5 members. Li Cha speculated that the original configuration of the patrol team should have been Flame Knight Mary, Mage Xiao Ku, Scout Hardin, Gunslinger Fakin, and Support Xiao Dun. Ultimately, among the 5 comrades who had faced life and death, 2 had turned traitor, which would leave anyone feeling disheartened. They regrouped to restore their strength, having long overstayed their welcome in this accursed place. Meanwhile, outside the nameless cave, Major Freya of the Judgment Court, wielding a great sword, had been waiting patiently for a considerable time. Behind her stood 30 black-armored knights, the formidable elite of the intelligence agency and Freya's private army, the Rune Knight Order. Chapter 049. Captured again, interrogation, and the cycle of forgetting and remembering. Approximately half an hour later, the 4 emerged one by one from the entrance of the nameless cave. This expedition had proven to be more thrilling than perilous. The lair of the Shadow Serpent, a 30-plus level elite serpent, likely raised by the Black Mist Church to guard the relic of the saints. It is also possible that the dark aura within the cave attracted them to take refuge here. A snake has offended the intelligence service, and today they have no time to deal with it. Tomorrow, they will surely come with heavy artillery to eliminate it. As for the Black Mist cultist Hardin, he has been placed in a body bag. The old sorcerer has also bestowed upon him a floating spell, carried out by the dwarf Fakin. It is precisely because of this that Fakin's visibility is severely impaired. Upon emerging, he first exclaimed, "Why aren't you moving forward?" Exhausted from carrying a corpse, Fakin carelessly dropped it to the ground. Only after discarding the body did he notice Freya standing with her sword and 30 black knights opposite him. What the hell? He thought. They had received word that Major Freya was occupied with official duties, and collecting a relic of the saints that had long been abandoned was not a significant matter, so only a few of them had come today. It turns out that the esteemed Major had been waiting outside to provide support. However, the old sorcerer inquired, "Boss, do we need to lay down our weapons?" To which Freya replied, "Yes." After conducting an examination, she stated that this area had previously erupted with energy beyond the 3rd tier of anomaly, and she needed to ensure the safety of both them and the entire intelligence service. The old sorcerer nodded and was the first to throw his staff, backpack, and all combat-related items forward. Li Cha, meeting the cold gaze of Freya, wanted to inquire about something but was interrupted by Mary, who had just discarded the knight's spear. Mary said, "Don't ask, just do as you're told." Li Cha thought it strange that the intelligence service was confiscating all equipment from their own people. Nevertheless, that was indeed the case. Not only did Freya collect their items, but she also ordered the Black Knights behind her to restrain the 4 in Hardin's corpse. Bang! The familiar sound, and Li Cha lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in an underground prison, subjected to dozens or even hundreds of interrogations, being asked what had happened today, what he had done, why even Hardin was contaminated while he was not, who had killed Hardin, and whether there were any other suspects. Among other inquiries, Li Cha cursed inwardly, but it was of no use. The individuals opposite him were also colleagues from the intelligence service, and they said, "Brother, involving the Black Mist cult, Major Freya cannot afford to take this lightly. We have suffered losses at the hands of the Black Mist cult more than once, and we understand your grievances, but please bear with us a little longer." After this, they continued. The officer opposite asked, "This time, there's a new issue. There's a crack on the relic of the saints. Are you aware of this? Li Cha. No. Are you sure? Of course. A mere glance at that thing can drive one insane. At that moment, I was too busy saving someone to observe it. The officer continued, all right, next question. Who is your source of information? Li Cha said, to be honest, I don't quite remember. He added, I am not lying. I remember helping someone with treatment, and he provided me with information as payment. But for some reason, I can't recall what that person specifically looked like. In one corner of the interrogation table sat a dim oil lamp, a magical alchemical item infused with special properties that could discern whether Li Cha's words stem from his true feelings, thus determining their authenticity. Although sincerity does not necessarily equate to truth, it certainly holds some reference value. The interrogation continued with a barrage of questions. After a chaotic and repetitive series of inquiries, the three officers withdrew once more. When would this end? Li Cha sighed. However, it seems I have indeed forgotten quite a bit. Could it truly be due to the contamination from the relic of the saints? He couldn't comprehend it. As a mere level 13 individual, he could not possibly contend with an evil god, and it was normal to forget. The following day, already the weekend, as night fell, Dr. Li Cha, in a daze, unexpectedly encountered a visitor. He focused his gaze. Mr. Mark? The adventurer Mark affirmed, indeed, it's me. How are you doing, Dr. Li Cha? Li Cha replied, not too well. I had a consultation and was thoroughly deceived by my employer. To be honest, whether Li Cha was deceived or not was of little concern to Mark. As long as his registration fee had not been scammed, that was excellent. He then said, haha, please rest. Your clinic opens tomorrow, right? Li Cha rubbed his temples. Perhaps in the afternoon. I plan to get some good sleep. Of course, I will come back in the afternoon. Goodbye, Dr. Li Cha. In the presence of a doctor, patients often exhibit a hint of humility. Especially for someone like Dr. Li Cha, a master in urology, the difference before and after treatment is stark. No one can resist becoming stronger. Therefore, being courteous to Dr. Li Cha is entirely reasonable. Dr. Li Cha himself is a humble and polite gentleman, deserving of respect. Otherwise, at night, when the wife has bathed and donned seductive sleepwear, waiting in bed, and the husband says he is a bit tired, they will only regret not having met Dr. Li Cha sooner. There's a saying that a man over 25 is akin to one over 60. Dr. Li Cha tells everyone that they can refute this statement. He is the divine embodiment of all 26-year-olds. Clang. Upon returning home, Li Cha took a shower and immediately entered a state of repose. His mind was somewhat muddled, feeling that something was amiss. Fortunately, he was not the type to dwell on such matters. He settled in and soon began to snore. Sunday arrived. Ding dong. Notification. Mary's time has ended. Your equestrian proficiency is at 0, with a skill level of 15. Current equestrian proficiency is 0, 17,100. Your strength attribute has increased. Your experience points are 5. And you have gained a slight insight into fire spells. Li Cha opened his eyes, and in an instant, everything became clear. So that was it. Witnessing Freya create such a commotion, Li Cha had complied with all instructions as Mary advised. However, he estimated that the rampaging relic of the saints, coupled with a traitor within the intelligence service, would lead to harsh interrogations awaiting them. Thus, he temporarily sold away any memories that should not be present. Such a decision would surely provoke the system. Nevertheless, when compared to personal safety, wealth is merely an external concern. To prevent unexpected occurrences, Li Cha decided to test the selling of memories to the system with a duration of 3 days. The system offered a price, 1 gold coin for 1 day. It was Li Cha paying the system, not the other way around, totaling 3 gold coins. From the outcome, it could barely be considered a case of you get what you pay for. Discovery. You can deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Current name, Li Cha. Occupation, none. Level, 13, 9. Attack power, 143. Assets, 19 gold, 26 silver, 18 copper coins. Novice adventurer, second-class soldier of the intelligence service. Basic swordsmanship, 0. 32100. Sword weapon proficiency, 0. 40100. Equestrian proficiency, 0. 17100. Li Cha stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. His 3 purposes for going out were to be promoted and gain wealth, to take advantage of opportunities, and to resolve minor conflicts. Firstly, whether it was bringing back a relic of the saints or exposing the bearded hardened, Li Cha played a significant role in both. Yet, this alone does not warrant an increase of even 1.5 ranks. Surely someone has falsely claimed his graduation thesis. As for taking advantage, the relic of the saints had been thoroughly exploited by Li Cha. The wooden sculpture, originally an inanimate object, seemed to gaze at Li Cha with a hint of fear emanating from its twisted eyes after it cracked open. Adhering to the traditional virtue of moderation, Li Cha chose to spare it. Achieving a level 13 result was not the pinnacle. Yet it could certainly be said that the precious time of Dr. Li Cha was not squandered. Ultimately, there was a minor contradiction. Hardin was dead, killed by Li Cha himself. After the deed, he was still to receive a reward from the intelligence agency, which was quite pleasing. Furthermore, Li Cha surmised that there would likely be further surprises following Hardin's demise. As for when these surprises would arrive, it could be today, tomorrow, or the day after, all of which would surely bring joy. Additionally, there was the matter of the experience card. During the battle with Hardin, Li Cha activated Mary's time. The entire process did not require much effort. However, when comparing the rewards from the two experience card sessions, the second was evidently superior to the first. Experience cards. Experience cards. Only by genuinely engaging with them can one reap greater benefits. This was a new discovery for Li Cha, warranting emphasis. Should he grasp some advanced sword techniques from Fu Leia, Li Cha felt confident he could navigate through challenges below level 20 with ease. Nevertheless, he had no desire to ride or become a knight. So what use was there in improving his riding proficiency? He continued to ponder the issue of experience card drops, recognizing that its patterns required further exploration. While it is often said that skills should not be underestimated, Li Cha found little utility in specializing in jump rope to level 10. Just then, the door to his room swung open, and the landlady, Mary, strode in with confidence. At that moment, Li Cha had finished washing up, yet he was entirely bare except for a pair of shorts. Neither he nor Mary seemed to mind. Pulling up a chair, Mary sat down and scrutinized Li Cha from head to toe. Nodding as she remarked, "It seems you have made a decent recovery." Li Cha merely chuckled. Mary continued, "You need not harbor any resentment. We are all in the same boat, subjected to layers of questioning and testing before being released." Li Cha shrugged. He had submitted intelligence to the agency and, despite the dangers, had joined others in containing the saint's relic, being the first to face betrayal and assassination, only to receive treatment no different from that of a criminal in the end. Mary stated, "Fakin has been suspended." Startled, Li Cha, while putting on his clothes, exclaimed, "What? Is he also a traitor?" Mary replied, curtly, "Having 4 out of small team with issues is already excessive. Do you wish for us all to be traitors?" Caught in one net, Li Cha countered, "Do not slander me, landlady. After all, I am your savior." Mary retorted, "It is precisely because you saved us that I did not report you." Li Cha was left bewildered. Mary articulated slowly, "You dispelled the corruption from all of us. Yet Fakin harbored remnants of it within. Dare you claim this was not intentional?" Li Cha, expression gradually regaining composure, simply responded, "Yes, indeed." The teachings imparted to him by old Xiao Ku and Mary regarding combating the cult were succinct. Be cautious, remain vigilant, and exercise utmost care. The malevolent will of the dark deity was exceedingly terrifying. Even a slight taint could precipitate dire consequences. Thus, when personnel from the intelligence agency encountered pollution and tested positive for residuals, they faced suspensions or retirements at best, and at worst, life imprisonment or even mysterious disappearances. Among the 5 members of the squad tasked with containing the Saint-S relic, Hardin was dead, and the remaining 4 had all gazed upon the statue. Consequently, while Li Cha, old Xiao Ku, and Mary emerged unscathed, the report for the dwarf Fakin was far less favorable. Mary seized Li Cha by the collar. "It is truly you. Your mind is so narrow." Fakin was merely fulfilling his duties. If anyone has grievances, it should be between you and me. "So why did you still choose to save me?" Li Cha replied, "Because you made me a meal." Mary swung a punch. Li Cha, having anticipated the move, easily dodged it. With Mary at level 18 and Li Cha at level 13, the disparity in their levels was not excessively vast. Yet, it was only the level difference that was minimal. Li Cha had previously inquired of Mary who was the strongest in the intelligence agency's inspection team. Although he did not understand why Mary, at level 18, claimed she could crush those 10 levels above her, her straightforwardness lent her words considerable credibility. He immediately distanced himself. "You, woman, are unreasonable." Mary retorted, "How am I being unreasonable?" Li Cha counted on his fingers. "Hardin's allegiance to the Black Mist Church has nothing to do with me, right?" Mary affirmed, "Yes." He himself chose not to be human and intended to drag us down with him. Hardin met his just deserts. Li Cha continued, and you stated that Falcon's actions against me were merely his duty. Thus, when I had the chance to eliminate him, I refrained, allowing him to vanish before me. Mary's anger flared once more. Is this your idea of reasoning? Li Cha replied, what else should it be? Landlady, do you think my prayers come without a cost? Before resolving the pollution issue, he had employed healing thrice. The first was against the venom of the shadow serpent. The second was for Hardin's treatment, which Li Cha suspected was deliberate on Hardin's part, wishing to test his healing skills. The final instance was for himself. Had he not utilized it, he would have perished. Li Cha's account of his experiences mirrored Mary's own, devoid of any exaggeration. As for addressing the issue of black mist pollution, Li Cha stated, as for the four of us, let's establish an order. I shall place myself first, as I do not wish to die. Mary, you are second, for you have treated me kindly. Old Shioku is third. Though he can be boastful, I cannot deny that he has looked after me. So, is there an issue with placing Falcon last? Chapter 051, Rune Equipment, Meal, Rune Master. Seeking divine grace requires a price. This is common knowledge. Regardless of the era, deities reign supreme. Not to mention borrowing even a minuscule fraction of divine power. Gaining even a modicum of divine attention elevates one's status within the church significantly. She recalled that when they awoke, Li Cha's complexion had been quite poor. At that time, Mary attributed it solely to Hardin's attack and thought little of it. Yet, in truth, Li Cha had bravely confronted a living saint's relic to rescue them. The hardships and dangers he faced were unimaginable. In fact, due to embarrassment, Mary had never even inquired about Li Cha's injuries. Others maintained a casual relationship with Li Cha, prioritizing their own issues, but Mary should not have. Then there was the matter of cost. Li Cha had declared himself a devotee of the goddess on more than one occasion. This was inconsequential. What was significant was that even seasoned clerics from the Church of the Radiant Goddess found it exceedingly difficult to dispel the corruption from 4 individuals in one go. Li Cha accomplished this, undoubtedly expending every ounce of his strength. Yet, he faced skepticism and interrogation from the intelligence agency, and with Mary's arrival, he was still met with doubts and cold stares. He must have been feeling quite disheartened. As Li Cha noted, placed before him were 4 patients. No one could treat them equally. Li Cha himself, Mary, Old Shioku, and Falcon. If it were Mary, she would likely arrange things according to the closeness of their relationships. Upon realizing this, Mary relaxed her tense hands and bowed her head, murmuring, I am truly sorry. Li Cha was taken aback. His background was no secret within the military intelligence agency, which is why he had no intention of concealing his minor actions from her. Not to mention, Mary was one of the parties involved. However, what surprised Li Cha was how swiftly Mary came to her senses. It felt as if he hadn't even exerted himself, and his opponent had already surrendered. Clearing his throat, Li Cha remarked, well, the situation is as it stands. If you wish to report me, feel free. I am not a direct member of the intelligence agency. It is only natural for someone to take the fall when things go awry. No, I wouldn't do that, Mary said, pressing her lips together. I was too selfish before, not considering your feelings. Are you all right now? Li Cha replied. Bazatai, the boss lady has unexpectedly turned reasonable. It's a bit hard to adapt. When it came to Fu Leia, Li Cha's expression grew serious again. It was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware that the yellow oriole was lurking behind. Li Cha thought he was the yellow oriole, only to discover that the true yellow oriole had been stationed outside with troops. He instinctively pulled Mary into his embrace. This time, the body of the fiery knight was soft. Naturally, her body would not reject Li Cha, and with various enhancements. Miss Mary was exceptionally compliant today. Boss lady, tell me about our fair-minded Major Fu Leia, Li Cha inquired. Mary raised her gaze. What do you intend to do? Nothing. It's essential for every subordinate to understand their superior, Li Cha stated. Mary advised, I suggest you refrain from provoking Fu Leia. She is the daughter of a duke, and with a mere breath, she could bring about your demise 100 times over. Li Cha understood. This was a sign of someone who had been restrained. He opened his mouth wide. Minutes later, he continued, in simple terms, what is our superior strength? And regarding the black-armored knights we saw that day, I sensed their levels were not particularly high. Yet they gave me the impression that I couldn't withstand even one of their strikes. With her lipstick now smeared, Mary's voice softened. She realized that if she didn't reveal something today, this guy would surely not let her off the hook. Thus, Mary shot a glance at him and said, Those are rune knights, humanoid heavy artillery, absolute reapers on the battlefield. With these second-tier rune knights, Fu Leia could conquer a barony. What? Mary sat up straight, explaining. Rune knights utilize rune equipment. So, they are enchanted? Li Cha asked. That is one aspect. The warhorses of rune knights possess the bloodline of magical beasts, and their armor is also imbued with rune power. As she spoke, Mary rolled up her sleeves, revealing a long, fair arm that exuded strength. Rune power can be inscribed on a person's body, like this. With her flowing hair, crimson magical patterns instantaneously appeared on her arm. Li Cha Gapet, realizing it was akin to a tattoo, and asked, is there a profession for rune masters in Loren continent? Mary retracted her display, of course. How many runes do you have? Li Cha Guivi. 5. Together they form a set that grants a complete array of additional attributes. Who inscribed them? Mary understood his curiosity now. She then revealed a name familiar to Li Cha. Fu Leia. Ah, Fu Leia is a rune master. No wonder she commands a rune knight regiment. Li Cha mused. Rune masters must hold a high status on the continent, correct? Then why did she come to such a small place as Shungan City from being a duke's daughter? Although Shungan City in the Red Cedar Empire is not small and has a considerable population, it is merely the main city of a barony. A far cry from a ducal territory. Mary warned, I told you, do not think of provoking her. Li Cha countered, it is not that I wish to provoke her. It is her cold-blooded nature that concerns me. Do you think she knows that Hardin is a cultist of the Black Mist Church? Mobilizing the rune knights requires time. Yet just as we entered the cave housing the relics of the saints, she promptly blocked our only escape route. What does that imply? What does it mean? Mary asked. It means quite simply that if they encounter any issues with a command from Fu Leia, her rune knights will shred them to pieces within 5 minutes. With such a yellow Oriole in close proximity, how could Li Cha feel secure while working under her? To speak frankly, it was only because Li Cha couldn't resolve the repercussions of Fu Leia's demise that he hadn't acted sooner. Chapter 052, The Grand Tribunal. Li Cha, an investigator of the Military Intelligence Agency, rubbed Mary's head, striving to maintain his composure. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to confront anyone head-on. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have mentioned those things to anyone. Look at my little clinic, it's quite nice. Therefore, my desire to understand Fu Leia is primarily for self-preservation. I need to know what kind of temperament my superior possesses to ensure I don't inadvertently offend her and end up torn to shreds by her rune knights. This statement was considerably more credible. Mary glanced at his wandering hands, but chose to ignore them. I am uncertain why Fu Leia left the ducal territory. I heard she was expelled. As her first aid, I possessed the second-tier rune set known as Explosive Rose. Mary claimed to be the strongest among the inspection team, relying not solely on her level, but also on her identity as a fiery knight, which surpassed ordinary professions. More importantly, her full state, mounted on her warhorse, with rune power unleashed, was formidable. She was grateful to Fu Leia. Without her assistance, she wouldn't be where she was today. However, Mary didn't find Fu Leia's character particularly good. It certainly couldn't be described as favorable. Currently, Fu Leia held the position of Sergeant Major in the Military Intelligence Agency, slightly inferior to the true commander but wielding military power, especially with her own exclusive Rune Knight regiment. The number of Rune Knights in this team was debated. Some said 10, others 30, and some even claimed 50 or 100. Mary was uncertain. However, on the day they were blocked, Fu Leia brought 30 Rune Knights with her. Additionally, it was not incorrect to say that Fu Leia handled matters fairly. At her age, she had already achieved the rank of major. And to prevent attracting too much attention, she would not require further accomplishments for promotion in the next 3 to 5 years. Therefore, Fu Leia was quite willing to share credit with her subordinates. In terms of benefits and treatment, Mary and her team were undoubtedly of high quality. After recounting for about half an hour, Mary finally couldn't restrain herself any longer and yanked Li Cha's hand from her clothing. Her angry gaze conveyed a message. Enough already. Li Cha understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Early in the morning was not the appropriate time to delve into overly complex matters. Thus, Li Cha spoke. Madam Boss, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Mary replied sharply, no way. Do not presume that saving me grants you the liberty to act as you please. Li Cha clarified, what I mean is, I would like to borrow some money. For a fleeting moment, a fire seemed to ignite in Mary's hair, but after a few seconds, it returned to normal. She inquired, "How much?" Li Cha extended 2 fingers, 200 gold coins. "Are you out of your mind? 200 gold. I have my own needs. You can see the state of my business, and I will repay you monthly." Mary stood up again, tidying her clothes, and regarded Li Cha with an expression of disbelief. "Do you have a misconception about gold coins? They're a currency most commoners will never use in their lifetime. If someone were to frivolously spend gold coins, they would most likely be reported and imprisoned, as it is not theirs to possess." In this regard, Li Cha could attest that he had only acquired 2 gold coins during his time at the Kevin residence. "My weekly salary is merely 10 silver coins, and even at the highest monthly pay, it amounts to just 1 or 2 gold coins. You demand 200 gold from me? You could sell me, and I would not be worth that much." "Sell?" Li Cha's eyes brightened. He had no intention of selling Mary. The efficacy of that treatment agreement had lapsed, and selling her life was not feasible for him at the moment. Instead, he pondered whether he could sell a few nobles to the system to quickly gather 200 gold. However, his expression was misinterpreted by Mary. She assumed he truly intended to sell women, and her anger surged. Hey, what are you thinking? I merely had an epiphany." But Mary chose to ignore him and turned to leave Charlie's clinic. Before departing, she added, "Your new military uniform and appointment letter are downstairs. Retrieve them yourself." Madame Mary had stormed in with fervor and left without much cheer. Li Cha descended the stairs and gazed at the items laid out on the coffee table. It seemed likely that Mary's purpose for coming today was merely to deliver these items, while clarifying the circumstances surrounding the suspension of the dwarf law was secondary. The fact that she delivered them herself only reinforced this notion. Li Cha had not anticipated that a few casual words would render the knightly Miss Mary so obedient. On the coffee table lay a new military uniform, a single stripe, and a beautifully crafted silver star emblem, signifying the rank of corporal. Accompanying the uniform were an officer's certificate, an appointment letter, and a graduation notice. Graduation notice. "Congratulations, student Li Cha. You have successfully completed the new recruit training at the Military Affairs Department of the Grand Tribunal with satisfactory results. Ding. Notification. Your overall attributes have increased by 2. Officer's certificate. Li Cha, corporal at the Military Affairs Department of the Grand Tribunal. Ding. Notification. Your physique is 5, mental strength is 5, and willpower is 5. Appointment letter. Corporal Li Cha is hereby appointed as an investigator at the Military Affairs Department. While executing investigation tasks, you may disregard the knight commander and summon local knights. Ding. Notification. Your mental strength is 5. Li Cha exclaimed, "Goodness." He was genuinely in awe. Who could have predicted that this was merely the beginning? Once a private in the Military Affairs Department, Li Cha had now ascended to the rank of corporal investigator at the Grand Tribunal. His recruit training had concluded. No longer would he have to endure hardships at the Maple Leaf Detective Agency. When Mary was present, Li Cha had mentioned setting a modest goal for himself to be promoted to corporal within a year. Yet, in the brief time it took to descend the stairs, he had already achieved the rank of corporal, advancing 2 levels. Moreover, as per Li Cha's knowledge, the rank of sergeant was equivalent to that of a knight commander. Not only was he a corporal, but he also held a specific position as an investigator in the Military Affairs Department. The appointment letter clearly stated that while executing tasks, he could automatically be promoted 1 level, allowing him to kick the knight commander aside. Li Cha noticed the signature of Freya on both the appointment letter and the graduation notice. Undoubtedly, if Li Cha wished to rise in rank, he would first need to navigate Freya's approval. So, was this a case of receiving a blow followed by a sweet reward? Li Cha chuckled, finding amusement in the situation for quite some time. After tidying up, Li Cha donned his white coat, brewed himself a calming herbal tea, and accessed the trading interface. During his time in the dungeon, Li Cha frequently utilized the system. Consequently, a brand new item appeared on the purchase interface, the Authority of the God of Black Mist 120, priced at 200 gold coins. 053 Chapter. The Authority of the God of Black Mist 120, 200 gold coins. The Authority of the God of Black Mist 120, without a description, merely stated the price of 200 gold coins. The question arose, was this item truly worth such a sum? The origin of this item was simple. It was the pollution that Li Cha had sold to the system. However, today, upon reopening the trading system, all traces of Susan's pollution, Li Cha's pollution, Mary's pollution, and so on had vanished. They seemed to have undergone a fusion evolution, transforming into the authority of the God of Black Mist. It is said that the deity worshipped by the Church of the Black Mist is an evil god. Li Cha, being a man of integrity, would certainly not favor any malevolent deity. Yet, what he beheld was neither the whispers of the evil god nor its offerings, but rather the authority of the god of Black Mist. The god of Black Mist and authority, which signifies divine power, a pinnacle standing above the world. Even if what Li Cha ultimately acquired was merely the authority of a washroom, he could still proclaim himself the god of the washroom, invincible in that domain. Thus, upon comprehending the significance of those words, he could only feel elated. The next question was it rational for that pollution to merge into authority? Considering the evil god's pollution as its power, if Li Cha sold enough, it would be reasonable for it to evolve into complete authority. Moreover, whether it was reasonable or not, Li Cha cared not, for he had the funds. He intended to purchase it and see for himself. If a threat of invasion by the evil god arose, he could always resell it to the system. At worst, it would be 100 gold coins in tuition fees. Li Cha, a doctor, was guarding a gold mine labeled as husband, killer, and master of men's health. In a year or so, would he not be able to repay this sum? With this thought, a smile graced Dr. Li Cha's face. However, upon reflecting on this mission, he realized that the rewards provided by the Military Affairs Department amounted to not a single coin. Damn, indeed, to earn substantial wealth, one must not work for others. Doctor. Li Cha opened the door of Charlie's clinic and stood outside for a while. Dinkling, perhaps having heard Li Cha's call, Charlie's psychological clinic soon welcomed a guest. The first guest, albeit not entirely counted as such, had spent one at Charlie's clinic. Susan, the only daughter of the Kevin family, entered with a hint of suspicion. To be honest, she had not been faring well these past few days. Ever since Li Cha mentioned his intention to retrieve that evil god's wooden sculpture, Charlie's clinic had remained closed. Susan had matured, or rather, she had gained a deeper understanding of this world. Without her family, she was nothing. Her wealth stemmed from her lineage, and her meager combat skills could only be deemed as trivial in the rumored dragon-infested continent of Lauren. Her wisdom, huh? If Susan were indeed a sage, she wouldn't be so easily manipulated by Li Cha. Thus, when she saw Dr. Li Cha seated there, sipping tea and reading the newspaper, she could not help but burst into tears. Li Cha, noticing her, promptly intervened. I am doing just fine. What is the meaning of your tears? Quickly change your clothes and prepare to welcome the guests. Dr. Li Cha was not mistaken. A little over 10 minutes later, the adventurous Mark, who had already paid the registration fee, appeared at the clinic. He first apologized to Dr. Li Cha, stating that he had no intention of rushing, but merely happened to pass by and wanted to take a look. Upon this, Li Cha thought to himself, since you are here, there is no need to hesitate. Quickly settle the remaining payment. The conversation, hypnosis, and surgery took 1 hour and 10 minutes. The beautiful blonde nurse, Susan, handed Dr. Li Cha a towel to wipe off his sweat. Li Cha remarked that Mark would awaken in a few minutes, and he would take a short rest. If any guests arrived, they should call him upstairs. Susan replied affirmatively. The remaining treatment fee was not mentioned here, as typically, there was no worry about that at Charlie's clinic. Firstly, Dr. Li Cha possessed absolute confidence in his medical skills. Secondly, there was the confidentiality agreement. The agreement clearly stated that if the clinic disclosed any information about a client, the fees charged would be returned tenfold. The esteemed reputation of Charlie's psychological clinic would also be tarnished. However, conversely, if a client were to abscond without payment, Li Cha could also suffer a blow to his reputation. Once upstairs, Li Cha lay on his bed, pressing his forearm against his forehead. He had overexerted himself that morning and needed to take a moment before resuming his practice. After a dungeon expedition, Li Cha had leveled up 4 times. Upon his return, he had only slept for 1 night. Although his experience points had not increased, his attributes had significantly improved. Therefore, he planned to rest well this weekend. Yet, the allure of divine authority was too tempting. Rewinding a week, Li Cha might have favored a more cautious approach. Now, however, he understood that in the continent of Wallowan, levels did not determine everything. An 18th level Mary could effortlessly dispatch several teammates 10 levels above her. Additionally, there were rune masters and rune knights. Freya, leading her rune knight regiment, could easily conquer a baronial territory. This realization reignited a sense of crisis within Li Cha, stemming from being an outsider. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the second-floor bedroom, and Susan, who had escorted the guest out, approached lightly in her small shoes. "Doctor, are you all right?" Susan asked with concern. Li Cha waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Mr. Mark had settled the remaining payment of 4 silver coins. Li Cha replied, "Good, thank you." Susan. The topic of work came to a close. The noble girl in her angelic nurse attire stepped forward, extending her hand softly. "Doctor, may I give you a massage?" Li Cha neither opposed nor agreed. He could not see the girl's expression and was unaware if she held a dagger in her hands. Ultimately, what touched Li Cha's head were soft, warm fingers. To provide better service, it seems Susan had even infused her touch with a hint of magic. "Li Cha Inquit, you wish to ask about the relic of the saint, do you not?" Susan's movements paused. Li Cha continued. "It has been contained within the military intelligence department. You need not worry about this cursed object causing harm to you or your family." Susan's breath quickened. "Thank you, doctor." Li Cha waved his hand. "There is no need for thanks. I have also leveled up 2.5 times due to this matter, and my current position is nearly equivalent to that of the leader of the Saint and Knight Regiment." Susan had met the leader, a rather ordinary-looking but robust middle-aged man. The leader had a good relationship with the Kevin family, and Li Cha's father treated him with great courtesy. It was simple. This man held the military power of Saint and City. In Chapter 54, it continues the theme of lifelong sustenance, alongside the breath of the winds. Recently, Susan had also discreetly gathered some information through her channels regarding the military intelligence department, which had a poor reputation. Being a noble, most of her circle consisted of aristocrats. From Susan's perspective, the nobles had a 50-50 attitude of disgust and fear towards the military intelligence department. The last time they met, Li Cha seemed to still be a junior officer in the military intelligence department, but now he had been promoted, and it was no ordinary promotion. Although the matter regarding the relic of the saint had concluded, it had resulted in the death of one sergeant and the suspension of another. "I am bound by duty, and you already know the outcome. However, if they learn that this incident is connected to others, they will undoubtedly pursue it to the end." Susan added, "Furthermore, that relic of the saint is even more bizarre than you described. It is likely quite significant to the Black Mist Church. If someone from the Black Mist Church inquires, please do not reveal that you know anything. Those people are all madmen. They would risk their lives to eliminate even a single opponent." Li Cha assured her, "Rest assured, I will not speak indiscriminately." He then lowered his hand, opened his eyes, and sat up. Gently grasping the girl's chin, Dr. Li Cha stated, "It is really nothing. Just as I mentioned before, this matter will be something I rely on you for a lifetime." More than an hour later, Charlie's psychological clinic reopened. Nurse Susan tidied up the bedding before heading out to buy lunch. One must admit, employing a young girl as a nurse has its advantages. She was fresh and appealing. At 2 in the afternoon, the second client of Charlie's clinic departed happily. Since Li Cha only utilized his conversational skills, he charged a mere 2 silver coins for the consultation. At this point, Nurse Susan should have finished her shift. Li Cha could also discern that as time passed, the frequency with which the girl glanced towards the clock increased. Transaction list. Susan's fear, valued at 35 silver coins. Setting aside the system's valuation standards, her fear towards Li Cha was genuine. Li Cha invited her to sit down and, in the most amiable tone possible, said, "Susan, I am in urgent need of some money." Upon hearing this, Susan immediately straightened her back, attentive and ready to listen. The morning's intimidation, followed by an afternoon request for money, was quite consistent with the nature of their relationship. Li Cha assured her, "I am borrowing money, not demanding it. I will repay you." Susan replied, "Understood." Li Cha stated, "I need 200 gold coins." Susan, wishing to express her disbelief, thought to herself that she was already frantically calculating how to gather the money. Yet 200 gold coins was indeed an enormous sum. She simply did not possess it. Li Cha was aware that a noble girl with little connection to inheriting a family fortune had limited financial resources. So he added, "How much do you have?" The girl lowered her head, 20 to 30 gold coins. "Is that all?" "I apologize, doctor. I have never made a financial plan. This money is merely the rent income from the shop in the inner city that my father entrusted to me on my coming-of-age ceremony." She feared Li Cha would be displeased. "I can earn money. My father said that if I can marry into a count's territory, I will receive a substantial dowry." Upon saying this, Susan immediately regretted it. Setting aside the difficulty of a noble girl marrying into a count's family, a girl like Susan, who could hardly finish her lunch, would likely find it challenging to marry at all. Moreover, speaking of marriage in front of Li Cha, what was she thinking? "I'm sorry. I was foolish. It was unintentional." Susan apologized. Li Cha waved his hand. To be frank, even if he and Susan shared a genuine friendship, he would never consider encroaching upon her dowry. This was not a matter of morality, It was simply too risky. A bare 200 gold coins lacked appeal. Lord Kevin would most likely convert the money into tangible assets. Cattle, sheep, slaves, and so forth. Li Cha intended to sell these. Was he planning to wage war against the Lord's family or the Count's family? Li Cha inquired, is there a more reliable approach? One that would entice Lord Kevin to willingly part with his funds? It was indeed an uncommon situation for a daughter to conspire with another man against her own father's wealth. Nevertheless, Su Shan was deep in thought, racking her brain for a solution. She was uncertain whether she could devise a viable plan, but she knew that any semblance of indifference would surely provoke the man beside her. The wrath of Li Cha was certainly not something she could endure. Suddenly, the girl's large eyes sparkled with inspiration. Doctor, I have a brilliant idea. Magical Academy. Magical Academy? Li Cha was quite familiar with this term, as he had a failed ice magician in his company. Su Shan continued, when I was young, both of my brothers and I were tested for magical aptitude. I was deemed the best, yet my talent was still mediocre. Being a girl, my father abandoned any hopes of nurturing my abilities. However, if I could obtain an acceptance letter from a magical academy, even if it isn't a prestigious institution, my father would certainly be willing to pay for it. Purchase a diploma? That surpasses the 2.5 years of study required for that old shocker. At that point, the difficulty for a noble magical girl to marry into an earl's family would be significantly reduced. Wizards, regardless of gender, were esteemed professions within noble circles. The likelihood of a wizard's offspring possessing magical talent was considerably higher than that of ordinary children. Li Cha rose, circling around Su Shan, who was clad in a nurse's uniform. He smiled broadly. Miss Su Shan, if I have understood correctly, it should be like this. My backing is the Military Intelligence Bureau. You acquire the acceptance letter through me. I receive the funds I desire, and you leave Shungen City to pursue your studies, thereby regaining your freedom. Su Shan hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, I didn't think that at all. Truly, Dr. Li Cha? Li Cha reassured her, no, your idea is quite commendable. Give me a moment. He then accessed the transaction system and purchased an hour of Su Shan's time. Ding. Notification. Transaction successful. 50 copper coins. The time of a noble lady is indeed quite valuable. Current status. Name. Li Cha. Occupation. None. Level. 12. Attack power. 105. First tier adventurer. Daughter of a lord. Agility enhanced 1. Resilience 1. Water affinity 1. Wind breath 3. Unawakened. Upon awakening, wind magic skill damage 30. Wind magic skill learning speed 30. Casting speed 10. With a chance to comprehend mobile casting. Chapter 55. Stepmother. Li Cha is indeed a pervert. Su Shan harbored intentions of joining the magical academy. As the saying goes, a noble who does not aspire to be a magician is not a true noble. Furthermore, a noble bearing the title of magician, even if illegitimate, would see their worth greatly increase. Thus, Li Cha found himself somewhat optimistic about Su Shan. It appeared this girl was adept at using the guise of beneficence to manipulate others. Once again, Li Cha thought of his instructor, the noble daughter Freya. This woman was not only formidable in combat, but was also a rare profession, a rune master. Due to her noble status, she even commanded her own private army. The journey to surpass such an imposing figure would undoubtedly require an extensive amount of time. In contrast, defeating magic with magic seemed far more reliable. Consequently, Li Cha utila su shen estime. The girl claimed to possess magical talent, yet that was merely her assertion. Whether she truly had it or not, Li Cha needed to ascertain for himself. 1 minute. Su Shan, seated on the sofa, was oblivious to the significance of that minute, yet she felt an inexplicable tension. Perhaps she feared more than anything the wrath of Li Cha. As he paced around the sofa, his expression remained unchanged. 1 minute later, Li Cha suddenly extended a hand, ruffling the girl's hair with a smile. Your proposal holds great merit. I will endeavor to procure an acceptance letter for you, though I am somewhat reluctant. I believe your future is of greater importance. Su Shan stammered. You mean? Li Cha nodded affirmatively. You may take it as such. I intend to nurture you. Do not hope for a top-tier institution, but I will strive to obtain an acceptance letter from a first- or second-tier magical academy. The girl leaped into his embrace, fervently enthusiastic. Her mind was a whirlwind, yet she could not fail to comprehend the opportunities that studying at a magical academy would bestow upon her. Susan relished d'avventure. This inclination revealed that she was far from a docile girl. The Kevin family had instilled in her the ways of noble living. Simultaneously, The price she paid was that her life was dictated by her family's arrangements. Particularly 2 years ago, Su Shan had witnessed an elder sister being married off to a far-off western province, where her sister's husband was older than their father. It was then that Su Shan felt a rebellious spirit awaken within her. After all, marriage was inevitable. If she had to conform to her parents' schemes, why not live freely before that time? Experience had also shown that as long as she did not stray too far from propriety, she would merely endure a few scoldings, harmless, and her pocket money would remain unaffected. Yet that was the extent of it. Her future was already inscribed with the name Su Shan Kevin. As for the Magical Academy, Su Shan had contemplated it. Unfortunately, due to her advanced age, she had been thwarted right at the application stage. Today, Li Cha had proclaimed he would secure her an acceptance letter to the Magical Academy. Su Shan was ecstatic, more so than ever before. This handsome man inspired a sudden urge within her to be beneath him once more. The girl was already quite satiated, yet that seemed insignificant. Even if he were deceiving her again, Su Shan was willing to pledge her utmost loyalty to this beautiful dream. On a Sunday night, the old Shock Tavern was bustling with patrons. The proprietress, Mary, stood behind the bar collecting payments, while Wendy, fresh from the stage, busily attended to the crowd. A silent sigh arose from the tavern's young women. The reason was simple. Their stepmother had begun to lose focus once again. At times, Wendy felt sympathy for her stepmother. Her father was indeed a good man, but he was either locked away in his study conducting research or out negotiating business deals, leaving his wife feeling neglected. Therefore, Wendy supported her stepmother in moments of indulgence. However, indulgence aside, Wendy was resolutely against her stepmother developing genuine feelings for another man. Yes, that man was Li Cha. For the sake of family harmony, Wendy had made sacrifices. Yet, it appeared that aside from providing free labor for that scoundrel for a few days, it had yielded no results. Delivering the customer's orders, Wendy entered the bar and said to Mary, "Stepmother, I believe we need to have an earnest conversation." Mary raised an eyebrow in confusion, noticing her daughter's serious demeanor. She stepped back toward the liquor shelf, allowing Wendy to speak. "Stepmother, that fellow Li Cha is a complete scoundrel." Mary nodded in agreement. Exactly. Wendy had prepared a plethora of reasons, anticipating that her stepmother would defend the man. Instead, Mary concurred with her assessment, prompting Wendy to continue. "You know his clinic, right? Charlie's psychological clinic? He is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing," Wendy remarked. "His nickname out there is the master of male medicine and the husband slayer, specifically targeting beautiful married women like you." Upon hearing this, Mary's interest peaked slightly more than at the onset. The Charlie Psychological Clinic is an establishment of MI6, akin to the old Shock Tavern, serving as one of the secret strongholds of the intelligence agency. While it cannot be said that all the information regarding the relics of the Black Fog Church was obtained solely through the clinic, Dr. Li Cha's identity undoubtedly played a significant role. Mary had also heard of the clinic's popularity, rumored to restore men's confidence. She had faith that this fellow possessed the means to do so. However, regarding the husband slayer, Wendy continued, "You have seen Lisa, who accompanied her husband to our home last time. Before her treatment, she was quite the promiscuous woman, entangled with numerous men in the city. But look at her now. She has completely transformed. I cannot believe any treatment could alter a person's character. Thus, I suspect she must have suffered some inhumane torment." "Oh, really?" Mary couldn't help but chuckle. Wendy, growing anxious, exclaimed, "You still find this amusing? That guy's a pervert. The closer you get to him, the more you will suffer." The tavern girl gestured towards the door, stating, "I have already told you everything today. I do not wish to see you become further ensnared by him." So I approached him. "Men, I understand. They merely desire a woman to sleep with. I told him I could take your place." Mary inquired, "And then?" Wendy replied, "Then I worked for him for an entire week without pay. The agreement was that I would work for him, and he would cease to harass you. He did not keep his word. Moreover, I know he is a lazy man, so I intended to return to his establishment for a second negotiation. Can you guess what happened? On the second day of my strike, a new nurse showed up at his place, a blonde with a curvaceous figure, very provocative. Oh, is that so?" This time, Mary laughed heartily. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind the young Wendy. "Wendy, it is quite unethical to speak ill of someone behind their back, you know." With that, Li Cha playfully smacked the girl on her backside, causing Wendy to leap up and hastily flee. Chapter 056. Old Shock apologizes to Li Cha again. Li Cha's slap echoed loudly, attracting numerous curious glances. When they realized it was merely Dr. Li Cha teasing young Wendy, They resumed their business of eating and drinking. When he took off, having recognized that her guardian could not protect her, a certain man was crude and violent. Wendy even suspected that Li Cha might take advantage of Old Shock's absence to drag both her and Mary into a room. Only Old Shock could put this scoundrel in his place. Meanwhile, the tavern owner Mary continued to chuckle. Although Wendy could not see it, Mary had already noticed. The moment the truth about someone's misdeeds was revealed, the individual in question appeared. "Did you not promise when you would not come?" Mary queried. "Li Cha Zipli?" "That was in the past. Previously, I would come to the tavern mostly to drink, but now it is different. I can indulge in other pleasures." Regarding the matter of pleasures, denying it was futile, as the involved parties were not limited to Li Cha and Mary. MI6 had 2 other witnesses. However, Mary was no meek character. Upon hearing this, she beckoned the man upstairs. Once inside the room, Mary unveiled her arm, activating her magical runes, determined to give Li Cha a thorough reprimanding. Ultimately, her plans went awry. Afterward, with her hair disheveled, Mary expressed her confusion. In the morning, she had felt guilty, which led her to fall for Li Cha's antics. Yet, in the evening, he had the audacity to provoke her again. She could not let him get away with it. In response, Li Cha said, "Madam, have you forgotten that I am a follower of the goddess? The promise you made under the watchful gaze of the goddess of light leaves no room for reneging." Mary retorted, "I do not believe it." With that, she lunged at him. Despite her disbelief in his claims of being a follower of the goddess, she had even confronted priests of the church without witnessing the goddess intervene. She believed she was merely dealing with a false believer, yet found herself unable to land a single blow. Who would believe that? Mary was nearly infuriated to the point of exploding, preparing to unleash her full potential when Li Cha obstructed her. Hey. I am now also an investigator with MI6. We are colleagues. If you wish to indulge in pleasures with me, you may simply say so. Get lost." Mary narrowed her eyes. "Quickly tell me, what exactly did you do to me?" Li Cha responded, "Huh?" Mary snapped, "Do not play coy with me. If it were not for your meddling, how could I possibly be unable to resist?" Upon hearing this, Li Cha silently activated his system, checking for any options related to Mary's pleasures. To his surprise, he found none. Consequently, his expression morphed into one of puzzlement. Analyzing the situation, he concluded that the absence of options must indicate feelings of affection. At that moment, Mary had already lost all her lipstick, and her lips felt slightly numb, provoking an inexplicable unease within her, as if something untoward had transpired. "You troublesome girl." In the room, Li Cha stated, "I actually have something I wish to consult Old Shock about. As the saying goes, he who does not do anything wrong has no fear of a ghost knocking at the door." Li Cha's conscience was clear, thus he felt no embarrassment. Upon exiting the room, he encountered the short Old Shock ascending the stairs and greeted him with a smile. "Thank you, Wendy. I was just looking for you, Old Shock. Shall we discuss matters in your office?" Li Cha attempted to throw his arm around Old Shock's shoulders to showcase their camaraderie. Unfortunately, the height difference posed a challenge. He could only manage a high five with Old Shock. Once inside the studio, Old Shock wasted no time and poured a drink. "Mary has been giving you trouble again? Hasn't she? She has always had a bad temper since childhood. Do not be bothered by her." An apology from Old Shock? He even poured himself a drink as penance. Li Cha was tempted to say, "Brother, you have only guessed the beginning. The conclusion of this story is entirely different from what you think." Unfortunately, Old Shock, rubbing his nose, did not afford him that opportunity. Finishing his drink and thanking Li Cha once more, Old Shock's drinking capacity was exceptional, as he downed several large glasses of chilled beer in no time. Old Shock always exuded a pleasant demeanor, calm and patient, welcoming to newcomers. In light of this, Li Cha felt comfortable and briefly explained that he had a friend wishing to attend the Magic Academy. Old Shock suddenly lowered his voice. "Is it the little nurse from your establishment? Does Mary know?" Li Cha replied, "In MI6, regardless of the specific divisions, intelligence work is undoubtedly our forte. A fully capable person like Susan, who frequents the Charlie Clinic, cannot possibly remain undetected by Old Shock." Li Cha continued, "Brother, you did not say that earlier." Old Shock, drinking, inquired, "Are you planning to have that girl join the Holy Blue Magic Academy?" Indeed, to Old Shock, Li Cha at least regarded him as an ally, speaking candidly. "She is Susan from Lord Kevin's household. Once I secure her admission notice to the Magic Academy, I will receive a substantial fee." Lao Shoka furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you in need of money?" Li Cha could not respond directly to this inquiry, So he replied, to accomplish certain tasks, one must inevitably pay a price. However, rest assured, it has nothing to do with the incident regarding the relics of the saints. Using the relics of the Jaime Wuhui as a point of reference would imply a sense of indebtedness, which Li Cha found inappropriate. He believed that the favor owed to Lao Shioka held greater value than cold, hard gold, thus he did not intend to utilize it today. Despite this, Lao Shioka retrieved a substantial handful of coins from a dark compartment within a distant cabinet. Among the coins, gold was scarce while silver was abundant, totaling about 20 gold pieces. Lao Shioka said, "Brother, although I am unaware of your intentions, our friendship is not something that can be measured by mere money. Nevertheless, take this money without haste in repaying it. Just do not inform Mary. It is my private savings." Lao Shioka resumed his diminutive stature. Dwarves have an innate affinity for alcohol, a trait of their race, and Lao Shioka was skilled in brewing, so there was no need for concern in that regard. However, he once harbored a penchant for gambling, to the extent of having lost his undergarments in a wager. Thus, despite being the owner of the establishment, his finances were never particularly abundant. If Mary were to discover his hidden savings, it would spell disaster for Lao Shioka. Regarding the matter of the Shenglan Magic Academy, Lao Shioka stated, "I can only inquire on your behalf. Although Shenglan Academy is not among the continent's top magic institutions, it has produced notable figures and is quite stringent in its admissions. As a mere dropout, I may not have the connections to assist you." Li Cha understood. His visit today was merely an attempt, and if it did not work out, it would suffice if Susan chose not to pursue a career as a magician. He would have no regrets. Unbeknownst to him, Lao Shioka's identity at Shenglan Magic Academy was far from that of a mere dropout. He had nearly lost his life there. Far from having friends, if given the opportunity, he would have gladly annihilated the academy. In Lao Shioka's workshop, after discussing serious matters, the two indulged in drinks and casual conversation. A rather impolite topic had been on Li Cha's mind for some time, and after much hesitation, he finally broached it. "Mary," he inquired, eager to learn about her relationship with the members of the patrol squad. Lao Shioka reassured him, "Do not worry, it is not as you might think. In fact, Wendy can call me either father or grandfather." What on earth? Li Cha was left even more bewildered. However, the story was not difficult to comprehend. The brothers, Lao Shioka and his kin, had been close friends with the dwarf Fa kin in their youth. Normally, they would have sent the girl to an orphanage run by the Church of the Goddess of Light. At a critical moment, Lao Shioka's heart softened, and he decided to keep her. At that time, the three rough men struggled to communicate with the girl who spoke no common tongue, so they collectively named her Mary. Essentially, when Mary was around 6 or 7 years old, she became an orphan, later acquiring 3 fathers but no mother. Among them, Lao Shioka took the most responsibility for raising and caring for young Mary, thus forming the strongest bond with her. Otherwise, why would a girl, raised under the guise of a task, have any claim to Lao Shioka's money? Lao Shioka remarked, "I'm already 55 years old." The dwarf held up both hands to illustrate. Truthfully, Li Cha did not perceive him as being that old. However, dwarves are known for their long lifespans. They appear older in their youth, but do not seem to age much in their later years. Li Cha suddenly felt the weight of the coins in his pocket. His assets had increased by 22 gold and 63 silver today. This was Lao Shioka's retirement fund. It was highly likely that Li Cha would need to borrow a sum from Mary, and if Wendy were included, it would amount to a significant extraction from the resources of 3 generations of the Lao Shioka family. Consequently, Li Cha resolved to never borrow money from Wendy, as even a tavern girl had limited funds. As he descended the stairs, Mary handed him a pouch filled with coins, which Li Cha accepted. Currently, his status was as follows. Li Cha, level 13, assets, 58 gold and 66 silver. It proved that the concept of private savings held substantial value. The money Lao Shioka lent him exceeded what Mary could offer. The purchase of the Jaime God's authority for 120 gold required a total of 200 gold, and Li Cha's savings progress had reached 2933. In the heart of the city, late at night, the Fingya Detective Agency was closed, its lights extinguished. However, in the underground training room of the detective agency, Freya practiced her swordsmanship, wielding a double-handed sword. "Boss, Lao Shioka has arrived," someone called out. Freya paused her movements, waving her hand to conjure a pristine towel. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she asked, "What good news do you bring?" "Lao Su Zipli, the Church of the Goddess has examined the relic and is quite interested. Bishop Ruby wishes to speak with you." Freya replied, "Tell him I am unavailable." If he desires it, he may simply make an offer. Understood. Lao Shioka nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding Li Cha, Freya said, I am listening. He wishes to send Susan from the Kevin family to the Magic Academy. The Kevin family is merely a local landlord, not someone she is familiar with. Recently, Susan had caught Freya's attention. Dressed in training attire and wearing short boots, she extended her hand once more. Lao Shioka naturally presented the information regarding the noble girl, Susan. Freya perused the documents casually, muttering to herself, she possesses merely a common water magic talent, even inferior to Mary. There is little value in cultivating her. Lao Shioka added, Li Cha mentioned he is in urgent need of money, hence he wishes to exchange the enrollment notice from the Magic Academy for cash. Freya, with a knowing smile, remarked, regarding this, I only know one saying, a man with money becomes corrupt. He speaks not a word of truth. Do not give him any money. This is the directive from Major General. In response, Lao Shioka thought to himself that he had already given it. Upon further reflection, it was not a gift, but rather a loan, and he would ensure Li Cha repaid him within a few days, and the matter would be settled. At that moment, Freya pondered the solution to the Magic Academy issue and slowly said, you can tell him that obtaining an enrollment notice in the short term is quite challenging. However, my letter of recommendation holds similar weight to the notice. If he requires it, he may come to me. Lao Shioka, taken aback, took a few moments to process this before finally nodding in agreement. Their leader, who claimed to be the strongest and sanest city while commanding the Rune Knight Corps, was indeed formidable. This was also the primary reason Freya was dispatched to the military intelligence section, quickly establishing her position. The reason why Sergeant Lao Shioka held such respect for his new superior was twofold. Her strength was one aspect. But after he had languished in the rank of sergeant for a decade without progress, Freya had helped him achieve promotion within just 3 months of her arrival. In terms of team dynamics, Major Freya was never selfish and tailored her training to each individual's strengths. Lao Shioka, being older, received fewer resources, but Mary had plenty. The second-tier rune set known as Exploding Rose could fetch several hundred gold coins if sold. With the personal installation by a third-tier runesmith, it could easily reach 1,000 gold coins. However, Mary received the Exploding Rose for free, without spending a single coin on materials. It was simply her due. Freya's endorsement held immense value. Later, Xiao Dun became a traitor, while the old Xiao Ku, this direct relative, still had the opportunity to escape the storm, relying on the favor and support of Major Fu Leia. In every regard, what others did not see was abundantly clear to Xiao Ku, the old mudfish of the 6th Bureau. Nowadays, the military intelligence of the 6th Bureau appeared to be a contest between Chief Fu Leia and her counterpart. Yet in truth, Fu Leia had long since become the shadow leader. Therefore, the old Xiao Ku did not mind offering his unconditional loyalty to Lady Fu Leia. However, ever since Li Cha appeared, Fu Leia had taken on an odd demeanor. The new recruit training and Li Cha's rapid promotion were not the crux. Fu Leia's philosophy of employing talent had always been one of reward for merit and elevating the capable. What puzzled the old Xiao Ku was Fu Leia's excessive attention towards Li Cha. To this day, it remained her top priority. Was it merely because Li Cha was handsome? No, Fu Leia was not one to judge based on appearance. Forget it, the mission had been updated, and he would see to it. Upon returning from this adventure, the old Xiao Ku gathered a wealth of inspiration, feeling he might very well become the greatest artist of his time. The following day, Li Cha exclaimed, What? You wanted to ask Fu Leia for a letter of recommendation? Chapter 058, 200 gold, all set. Early in the morning, the old Xiao Ku approached him with an innocent expression, explaining the situation and that he had already devised a method. As for the outcome, it depended entirely on Li Cha. He said, Li Cha, from now on, we must rely on Fu Leia for our bread and butter. Do you know the best way to foster a closer relationship? Indeed, it is to seek help. By owing your superior a favor, you will make them more assured in utilizing you. Our boss enjoys nurturing promising newcomers, and I see great potential in you. Before leaving, this old dwarf in his 50s added, Remember to keep my lending you money a secret. That is my entire fortune, and I expect it back. How about this? If you can repay me within a week, I won't charge you interest. Just kidding, 1 month will do. No interest within a month, after that. You will owe me 50 silver coins per month in interest. Don't worry, this isn't extortion. I will treat you to drinks with the interest later. Li Cha thought. The old Xiao Ku departed like a small tank. He increasingly felt that this old dwarf was losing his charm. In the continent of Luo-Luan, the goblin race was synonymous with unscrupulous merchants. They traded in subpar goods, buying low and selling high, engaging in any business that could yield profit. Given that dwarves and goblins shared a similar stature, Li Cha had reason to suspect that the ancestors of dwarves and goblins were related. He borrowed over 20 gold coins, with the first month interest-free, and from the second month onward, half a gold coin in interest each month, totaling 6 gold coins for the year. This was usury. Even typical usurers were more principled than the old Xiao. Should I just not repay the debt? Li Cha felt no guilt. After washing up and having breakfast, Nurse Sushan arrived for her shift. It must be said that this noble young lady displayed remarkable aptitude, although she had never done housework before. After a few days of practice, she had become quite adept, especially when Li Cha passed by, or she passed in front of him. Sushan knew how to leverage her advantages. With a slight arch of her back and a more pronounced curve of her waist, she sat on the small sofa reading a newspaper, and Li Cha commented, "You didn't sleep well last night, did you?" The mask she wore made her eyes appear larger and brighter. It was also because of this that the faint dark circles under her eyes were clearly visible to Li Cha. Sushan approached, squatting down, resting her head on his thigh. This was a display of reliance. At least the girl showed dependence on Li Cha. Then, she pulled out a handful of paper and gold coins from her pocket, saying, "I told my mother about my potential admission to the Magic Academy. This is all the money I could find recently. I know it's not enough, but please rest assured, I will gather 200 gold. Ding dong. Notification. Assets 168 gold. Li Cha, is this the power of nobility? Or did Sushan leverage her mother's love to forcibly acquire over 100 gold? Goodness, more importantly, Li Cha's total assets exceeded 200 gold, sufficient to purchase the authority of a deity. He took a deep breath, first glancing at the golden banknotes. These were the universal banknotes of the Hongshan Empire, worth 1 gold pound. If Li Cha recalled correctly, 1 gold pound equaled 10 gold coins. The banknotes on the coffee table totaled 15, plus 18 gold coins, yielding 168 gold. Li Cha accepted the money and slowly said, "Have you considered another possibility? You give me the money, yet I might not be able to bring you the admission notice." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression turned pained. She seemed to feel that she could not deceive the man before her, so she opted for honesty. "I thought of that. If I deceived my family out of their money, I would never have a free life again, regardless of how they arrange my future." Li Cha replied, That sounds quite pitiful." His fingers glided from the girl's forehead to her nose, making a full circle before resting on her soft back. To be honest, Li Cha had not anticipated Su Shan's dedication. The Magic Academy was her own suggestion. He had mentioned needing money, 200 gold, and merely a day later, she had brought him most of it. It was easy to guess that Su Shan had exerted considerable effort in front of her mother, or even behind her back. This truly tempted one to abscond with the funds. Li Cha reassured her, "Don't worry, I have thought of a plan. The admission notice for 200 gold will not disappoint you." Sununtai Shan responded eagerly. After Su Shan left, it was already afternoon. Today was Monday, and the business at Charlie's clinic was mediocre, with only 1 consultation, yielding 2 silver coins. Meanwhile, Li Cha acquired a new agreement, with terms exceedingly harsh, effectively binding anyone who signed it, body and soul, to Li Cha. This was prepared for Su Shan. When the time came, either an admission notice or a letter of recommendation would be presented to her. The fact that the girl was increasingly skilled at serving others was not what Li Cha valued. It was the breath of wind that truly mattered. Currently, Li Cha had yet to encounter a genuine powerhouse. However, a single Rune Knight regiment could conquer a barony, indicating that this was still an era dominated by individual martial prowess. As an outsider, Li Cha could not align himself with the lordly faction. Thus, he could only continuously strengthen himself and seek out several promising followers. As for Su Shan, she would serve as an experiment. If successful, all would be well. If not, Li Cha could sell her to the system for money, incurring minimal loss. With these thoughts in mind, Li Cha ascended the stairs, changed into his formal gentleman's attire, donned his top hat, and made his way to the inner city. Fu Leia, that woman must have a screw loose. In the inner city, at the Maple Leaf Detective Agency, in the office on the 3rd floor, Li Cha stood outside and knocked on the wooden door. The door was not closed. With a resounding clang, it opened automatically. Looking inside, he saw the familiar room, the familiar arrangements. Even the notes on the desk remained in their original positions. "Come downstairs to find me." Li Cha. His new recruit training had already concluded. Reflecting on the morning, The anxious and flustered demeanor of Lao Shioka comes to mind. I then glance at the note that seems to anticipate his arrival. Li Jia understand. It was Fu Leia who mentioned she could write a recommendation letter, urging me to seek her assistance. This woman is indeed peculiar. And as for Shioka, this diminutive old man possesses the makings of a spy. Recalling a few encounters with Fu Leia, if it were not for necessity, Li Jia genuinely wishes to be an ordinary subordinate. This way, should his superior ever be displeased and summon him for questioning, Li Jia would not harbor any feelings of resentment. Alternatively, if one day he attains great prowess and summons Fu Leia before him, it would be the moment to exact a playful revenge upon her. Li Jia steps through the hidden door. The sensation of teleportation washes over him. For someone who has endured hellish boot camp training, this is hardly daunting. Moments later, his vision stabilizes, and before him stands Fu Leia in military garb and long boots. Without a trace of idle chatter, she tosses him a sword and states, "Come, let me see if your skills have declined in the days you have not trained." Li Jia responds with a sword strike aimed directly at her. Chapter 059. Sister Fu Leia, the flow of magic swords, the innate element affinity theory of humanity. Heaving breaths follow, as the cycle of lying down and resting repeats endlessly. Li Jia, at level 13, faces an opponent at level 30, an advanced elite specializing in swordsmanship. Does he truly intend to confront her with his head? The boots, worn from countless kicks, return to confront Li Jia once more. "You have indeed grown complacent," remarks Fu Leia. Not far away, a new recruit training outfit lies quietly, identical to Li Jia's. Fu Leia instructs, "Change into that attire, then continue." However, sparring with Fu Leia holds no significance. What is the value of merely enduring torment? Noticing his inaction, Fu Leia remains unfazed. "Did you not come seeking my recommendation letter? How about the Magic Academy of Hongshan Empire? A mere carrot dangled on a stick?" Li Jia is not swayed by such tactics. He sits up, rubs his sore wrists, and declares, "My training period has concluded." Fu Leia responds, "Yet you still desire a recommendation letter. I have just facilitated your promotion and salary increase. Your clinic was established through my efforts. Moreover, I have not yet sought retribution for your using my thigh as a pillow." Women, such beings are inherently adept at seeking out debts. With her arms crossed, Fu Leia gazes down at him. "Li Jia, do you comprehend the severity of the crime of offending a duke's daughter under the Empire's laws? In my office lies a memory stone containing comprehensive evidence of your transgressions, including your peeping." "Stop!" Li Jia zits, shedding his somewhat tattered formal attire in favor of training garments, commencing a new cycle of training. At 4 in the afternoon, Li Jia purchases an hour's worth of stamina to endure a full weight run. Sweating profusely, he can only think. A humble investigator, comparable to a knight commander, must endure this mindless routine like a raw recruit. The memory stone, he has tested its existence through the system, confirming its presence in the third-floor office. No wonder Fu Leia is so at ease with him. When Li Jia claims to possess abilities that promote sleep, she dares to slumber by the side of a stranger for 2 to 3 hours. This is entrapment. If only he could best her in strength. Otherwise, today she would learn that Dr. Li Jia is not to be trifled with. As it stands, Li Jia is burdened with a 2-meter-long, waterlogged piece of wood. Running laps, one lap after another, while the malevolent Major Fu Leia stands at the sidelines, overseeing his training completion. At 5 in the afternoon, the training concludes. Ding dong. Notification. After training, your experience points are 8. Basic swordsmanship proficiency is 5. Physical attributes have slightly improved, and mental attributes have also seen a slight enhancement. He truly cannot fathom Fu Leia's intentions. If this is personal vengeance, aside from causing her embarrassment, he has not wronged her in any other way. Any debts owed should have long been settled. Summoning the system, Li Jia continues testing. Does Fu Leia have a serious mental illness? Negative. Does Fu Leia have sadistic tendencies? Negative. Does Fu Leia harbor hatred for Li Jia? Still negative. Dispelling the system's light screen, he concludes it cannot be that she harbors feelings for him. That black formal attire is essentially ruined. Looking at his own training outfit, equally ragged and far from presentable, he suddenly notices new items by the training area. A jacket, trousers, leather shoes, and a semi-high silk top hat. All brand new. He might as well wear them. Additionally, there is a statement he refrained from uttering on Fu Leia's territory. If he cannot provoke her, he will evade her. The first order of business is to locate the memory stone. Although Li Cha is not particularly observant, his leveled status is no longer that of an ordinary individual. He recalls that his perception has been enhanced. With such an item constantly monitoring him, he had not sensed its presence at all. It must be found. Fu Leia, lounging on the sofa, interjects, "No need to search. That memory stone is enchanted with concealment magic. Unless you become a mage and reach the third tier of magical power, it is impossible to detect." Onevort set. Li Cha complies. Fu Leia takes a sip of the coffee on the table and casually remarks, "We were just discussing professions. I see you have reached level 13. Do you have any thoughts regarding your vocation?" Li Cha responds, "What?" Fu Leia continues, "Old Shioka must have mentioned it to you. I am quite willing to cultivate my subordinates. I see your potential. Although I am strict during training, I can assure you that at your age, it is not too late to practice swordsmanship. If you're willing to join my faction, I will impart the swordsmanship of the magic sword flow to you." To be honest, Li Cha's teacher had already approached the brink of exasperation. Had Fu Leia uttered the words, "Become my disciple," they would undoubtedly have transitioned into the most cherished master-disciple relationship today. This would make future betrayals all the more intriguing. Yet, it merely amounts to joining a faction. Li Cha inquires, boss, what is the magic sword flow?" Fu Leia leans back, crossing her legs beneath the cloud-like hem of her skirt. "In private, you may call me sister." Li Cha retorts, "Who has a sister like you?" Fu Leia elaborates, "The successors of the magic sword flow are all siblings. We are all on the same side, so you need not worry. As for the magic sword flow, it is a combination of magic and swordsmanship." Li Cha asks, "Is it akin to Marius Flame Knights?" Fu Leia nods, somewhat surprised. "You are aware of this?" That simplifies the explanation. Magical energy, or elemental power, exists everywhere, in the heavens and on the earth. Those of us who dwell upon the land are inherently aligned with the elements. Fu Leia lifts her coffee cup. What is contained within? It is coffee and also water. If humanity were to reject the water element, water would be poison to us. She takes a sip of her coffee, unharmed. This alone serves as a testament to the validity of humanity's water elemental affinity theory. Next, the fire element. People feel warmth when approaching fire. Yet flames can also consume a person alive. Thus, it can only be concluded that everyone's affinity for the fire element is relatively low, unable to withstand high-intensity fire energy. The same reasoning likely applies to earth, wood, wind, and so forth. Human affinity for elemental magic is innate, with the good fortune distributed evenly, resulting in no extreme weaknesses. Conversely, this also means that the abilities are overly balanced, leading to a lack of specialization, rendering the majority of individuals rather mediocre. Li Cha realized for the first time that elemental affinity could be explained in such a manner. Upon further reflection, he acknowledged that what Fu Leia said indeed held merit. Take fire beasts, for instance, fully attuned to the fire attribute. They can breathe fire but become utterly weak when confronted with water. In the realm of professional tasks, the rune master relies on mana, as do wizards, to wield their spells. Long ago, professions such as swordsmen and warriors harnessed fighting spirit to unleash powerful skills. However, through generations of research by magical scholars, it was discovered that fighting spirit is, in fact, a form of mana. Frost fighting spirit and flame fighting spirit are merely alternative manifestations of ice and fire mana. Of course, some individuals still insist on distinguishing fighting spirit from mana and do not acknowledge the theory of their fusion. Wizards are inherently superior, and fighting spirit is often regarded by them as a diminished form of mana. Those who wield swords or axes are destined to remain subservient. Yet, for every opposition, there are those who accept this new path and advance along it. The magic sword style represents a new school of thought on this path. Fu Leia stated that the magic sword style requires a robust physique, an iron will, and a certain degree of magical talent. Li Cha inquired if he possessed magical talent. Fu Leia nodded affirmatively. Having already tested him, his affinity for the elements surpassed that of the average person, particularly the fire element. Although he may not reach the level of a wizard, qualifying as a magic swordsman was certainly within his grasp. Stronger than the average person means just being a little better than ordinary, right? Li Cha was skeptical of her claims, lamenting the lack of evidence. However, he readily understood his affinity for the fire element. Having utilized Mary's experience card, he had gleaned some insights into fire. "Are there any other requirements to become a magic swordsman?" he asked. "Certainly." Fu Lei replied. The profession of magic swordsman, while not on par with that of a wizard, is still considered rare. There exists a chance to achieve the title of sword saint. Yet the greatest challenge lies in the necessity of having a guide who is also a magic swordsman. Li Cha grasped the situation. Fu Lei had approached him to discuss his profession and introduce him to the magic swordsman role, even referring to him as little brother and attempting to build rapport, ultimately leading to the expectation that he would continue training under her guidance. The guide, the magic swordsman, was none other than Fu Lei herself. She would lead Li Cha down the path of the magic swordsman, training him relentlessly, with the freedom to discipline him at her whim. Such thoughts were quite fanciful. At that moment, the exceptionally beautiful yet notoriously ill-tempered Fu Lei spoke again. I hear you're also interested in magical runes. As a magic swordsman and a rune master, I can assure you that these two professions are not mutually exclusive. If you're willing to join the magic sword school, I can also impart my knowledge of runes to you. Ding dong. A prompt appeared. Would you accept the task, magic swordsman? Magic swordsman, Fu Lei wishes for you to become a member of the magic sword school. Accept her training to gain the rare combat profession of magic swordsman. Was this a task? This was Li Cha's first encounter with a professional task. It indicated that Fu Lei could indeed assist him in becoming a magic swordsman, and that was her intention. By simply accepting the task, he would acquire his first combat profession. To be honest, when it came to professions, Li Cha still leaned towards being a wizard, forever in a position of authority. However, given that the magic swordsman was related to magic, and, judging by the Fire Knight, it was highly probable that the combat stance of a magic swordsman would resemble that of a swordsman adept in magic. The allure of the rune master also lingered in the background. A squad of rune knights, numbering in the dozens, could easily flatten a barony. Li Cha would be lying if he claimed he did not desire his own exclusive squad of rune knights. He possessed ample Fu Lei's time, which was essentially Fu Lei's experience card. With the experience card and Fu Lei's guidance, his advancements along the paths of the magic swordsman and rune master would surely be remarkable. His only lingering doubt was Fu Lei's excessive kindness towards him. Was it merely her penchant for nurturing promising subordinates? Li Cha quietly tested this notion. Fu Lei shares her knowledge of the magic swordsman and rune master out of a desire to cultivate subordinates. The system indicated that this piece of information was worthless. As expected, if she were truly so eager to teach, the legacies of the magic swordsman and rune master in Shungan City would have surely undergone more than one wave of development, making it impossible for Li Cha to have heard nothing. Subsequently, Li Cha nodded and said, Sister Fu Lei, I am indeed very interested in becoming a magic swordsman. However, given the gravity of the matter, I would like to write a letter home to inquire about my family's opinion. I will certainly provide you with a response within a week. One word, delay. The questions and tasks had come too suddenly, and Li Cha decided to reflect on them in a few days. If there were indeed ulterior motives on her part, time would ultimately reveal the truth. Fu Lei replied, That is acceptable. After saying this, the older sister, who would have been more fitting as a mute bride, clasped her hands over her abdomen and closed her eyes. Li Cha was perplexed. Was this gesture meant to signal a continuation of her slumber? Was she not already aware of what he had done while she slept? Just then, a sound emanated from her, and she stated, Remember to wake me before 8 o'clock. With that, a silent agreement was reached, and Li Cha's transaction bar now included an additional 2 hours of Fu Lei's time. With the monitoring stone nearby, Li Cha sat upright, his gaze fixed ahead. However, 2 hours proved to be an eternity, and it was not long before he could no longer maintain his composure. Leaning slightly, he once again found himself resting on her black, silk-clad thighs. Testing Fu Lei's ulterior motives towards Li Cha, information valued at 60 copper coins. The bid was modest, yet still of value. Given this, before the truth was laid bare, Fu Lei would likely overlook some minor issues. After a brief slumber, he awoke around 7:30, expertly preparing himself tea, to return 15 minutes later to enjoy it, perfectly timed. In the inner city of Shungan, under the cloak of night, a well-dressed gentleman walked steadily southward. As he distanced himself from the Fengya detective agency, Li Cha gradually increased his pace. This evening, he had yet another crucial task to complete. 200 gold coins had been gathered. To be precise, Li Cha's current assets totaled 226 gold coins. Authority of the God of Black Mist 120 required a quiet, secure environment. To be prudent, Li Cha needed to make additional arrangements to ensure that even if he summoned a fragment of the evil god, it would not lead to his immediate demise. The authority of the god of black mist, divine authority. Li Cha was eager to uncover what this entity, which had led him into substantial debt, could ultimately deliver. On the other side, at the Fingye Detective Agency, Fu Leiya's rest had concluded. Standing by the window, she watched Li Cha's silhouette disappear into the distance. Though she was not left-handed, she wrote with her left hand. Signing, Li Cha. After completing the letter, she sealed it. Fu Leiya casually tossed aside the succinct plea for help, and it vanished without a trace. Chapter 061, Profession, Red Priestess. You have anchored the powers of concealment in night as midnight approached. In many parts of Shungan City, it had reached the quietest hour. The inhabitants were to work and venture forth for battle the following day. Of course, the Red Alley was an exception. The young women there were fortunate to encounter a generous patron. Perhaps within 5 minutes, their day's labor would conclude, allowing them to sleep comfortably until dawn. Conversely, during less fortunate times, it was not uncommon to entertain 3 to 5 guests in a single night. Although there is a saying that only exhausted oxen toil the fields, fatigue was indeed a reality. Recently, the city had been abuzz with tales of a doctor named Li Cha, claiming to possess the ability to empower men. As for the veracity of these claims, the Red Alley was most qualified to speak on the matter. Their work had become increasingly taxing. While 1 or 2 encounters were manageable, the frequency of such occurrences suggested deeper issues. Not all patrons sang the praises of Dr. Li Cha. However, the young women could discern that some visitors were there specifically to test their newfound strength. Women have an innate understanding of men. There is a saying in the Red Alley, once you have entertained over 1,000 men, there are no secrets left between you. Additionally, there circulated a set of health exercises originating from Charlie's clinic, reputed to be extraordinarily potent. Many had not even registered at Charlie's clinic. Yet simply practicing these exercises had rendered them doubly formidable compared to their former selves. All these factors fueled the grievances of the hard-working young women each night, leading to a growing animosity towards Dr. Li Cha. Some even proclaimed that if he had the audacity, he should refrain from visiting the Red Alley for the rest of his life, or they would graciously entertain him for free. Indeed, this man was excessively brazen, devoid of limits in pursuit of wealth, and the sisters vowed to unite against him, determined to outmaneuver a mere urologist. A sneeze escaped Li Cha as he returned home, having just finished dinner and completed his bath and change of clothes. Sniffling, he remarked, "I must take care of my health. A heat-induced cold is quite unpleasant." During this time, Li Cha prepared his escape route, soaking bullets in holy water, reciting the sacred prayers of the Church of the Goddess of Light, and more. Regardless of their efficacy, he ensured he was well-equipped. Engaging in transactions with the system was a stream of consciousness in itself. The system was active, allowing Li Cha to sell his items with but a thought. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for a transaction amounting to 200 gold, a staggering sum even for a physician in a high-income profession. Li Cha was no gambler. He disliked leaving his fate to chance. However, the allure of divine authority was enough to compel anyone to take the risk. Closing his eyes, he clicked to purchase. A sudden sound echoed, followed by a chime. Transaction successful. You have acquired the authority of the god of black mist 120. In an instant, Li Cha found himself frozen in place. It felt akin to having sold his vitality, immobilized throughout his being. No, it was far more severe than mere exhaustion. Whereas before he could entertain thoughts and move his eyes, now he was rendered completely incapacitated, save for the awareness of his continued existence. Li Cha's home was his solitary sanctuary. Had there been another present, they would likely have been petrified by the scene before them. In his bedroom, Li Cha's eyes had transformed into pure black, emitting copious amounts of dark mist from his orifices, enveloping him entirely. He resembled a relic of a sage entombed in a cave. Transaction after transaction, sell, sell, sell. The artifacts of an evil god were indeed unreliable. Li Cha deemed it a lesson learned. As thoughts emerged in his mind, he struggled to issue commands through layers of mental exertion before his body could respond. Given Li Cha's current condition, this process was conservatively estimated to require an hour. Concurrently, he sensed his consciousness drifting, ascending to a lofty height. The wind roared in his ears, akin to a tempest. Upon reaching the zenith, the wind ceased, replaced by a cacophony of voices. Were these the whispers of the malevolent deity? No. Li Cha could not comprehend the language of the evil god. These utterances were something else entirely. O great god of black mist, I sacrifice my parents, my spouse, and my children to you. Please bestow upon me wealth, boundless wealth. O divine majesty, I have fallen in love with a young man. Alas, he is merely our family's stable hand. Grant me guidance on my path forward. O god of black mist, great deity, you are the sovereign above the black mist. You are the eternal moon. Grant me strength. O goddess, I, Andy, your most devout follower, wish to see my mother once more, even if only in a dream. I beseech you for a good dream. Praise be to the goddess. Li Cha's head throbbed as if pierced by two steel forks, churning within his skull. How could an ordinary mind bear the weight of 1,000 voices clamoring in its ears? Damn it! Li Cha jolted awake. He found himself sprawled on the floor of his home, drenched in sweat. Hastily, he drank at least a liter of warm water, feeling slightly better. What had just transpired? Li Cha dared not contemplate it, for the mere thought sent a jolt of pain through his head. He examined his hands, normal. He touched his face. It seemed nothing untoward had occurred. However, just as he believed the ordeal had passed, the layered chaos of discordant voices surged once more. He clutched his ears and head, urging them to quiet. Alas, a solitary individual could not hope to silence the clamor of thousands. Ding! A chime sounded. New profession, Red Priestess, available. Red Priestess, a rare profession within the religious occupational system, requiring mastery of certain powers for advancement. Li Cha mused, what is this? Where does this profession come from? Am I not contemplating becoming a magic swordsman? O great god of black mist! O great goddess! O god, I am guilty! I implore you. The incessant noise persisted, leaving Li Cha no mental capacity to ponder the profession. Ding! A notification chimed. Red Priestess requirements. Powers, level 2. Li Cha retorted. This is the first I've heard of a profession requiring level deductions. Where does this nonsense come from? Regrettably, the current situation was such that the arrow was drawn, and he must release it. Li Cha had no choice but to either accept the new profession or endure further agony until his head split. The system? Unable to concentrate. He couldn't summon the system. He noted this as a trap. In the future, he would refrain from purchasing anything related to the evil god, refusing to repeat the same mistake. I agree. The voices instantly fell silent. Ding! Notification. Level 2. Current level 11. Ding! Notification. Your assets. 1 gold. Ding! Notification. Congratulations. You have successfully become a Red Priestess. Notification. You have anchored the powers of concealment and night. Chapter 062. The cult leader is myself? Regarding professions, it is an inevitable aspect. If one were to speak solely of a livelihood, Li Cha believed that a psychologist would be quite commendable. The medical profession, characterized by both financial stability and dignity, often does not experience the complications of doctor-patient relationships as observed in the case of Li Cha, having already participated in battles. Specifically in dungeon conflicts, he holds a favorable view towards the versatile role of a magician. Today marks the day he accumulates 200 gold coins. He visits Fu Leiya and, for some reason, the conversation shifts to professions. A magic-wielding swordsman is also an option, although Li Cha currently lacks any magical talent. Embracing the role of a magic swordsman as the first stepping stone in his career path is not particularly challenging. Moreover, the magic swordsman is followed by a runemaster, known for their title as a war machine creator. In the absence of a certain level of personal combat prowess, a powerful ally can undoubtedly provide Li Cha with the confidence and support he needs. By employing a delaying tactic, he secures 200 gold to purchase the authority of the Lord of Black Mist, level 120. To his astonishment, spending money unexpectedly leads to the acquisition of a new profession. Name, Li Cha. Profession, Red Priest, level 1121. Attack power, 235.47. Assets, 24 gold, 18 silver, 50 copper coins. Skills, Sacrifice 1, 0-100, Stealth Knight. Novice Adventurer. Lieutenant Investigator of the Military Intelligence Department. Mental Strengthening 1, 0-100. Iron Will 2, 0-200. Basic Swordsmanship 0, for 0-100. Sword Weapon Specialization 0, 50,100. Horsemanship Specialization 0, 22100. Li Cha's profession is no longer void. However, he has been deducted 2 levels. The initiation into a profession does not grant experience or lead to leveling up. Instead, it results in a decrease in levels, which is quite peculiar. Red Priest, a second-tier rare profession, evolved from the priestly class within the church, referred to as the Red Priest due to their control over certain authorities. Red Priest, a profession with high growth in intelligence and mental strength, capable of casting spells and independently conducting sacrificial rituals, thus positioned as a favored individual under the divine. Li Cha wipes the sweat from his brow, finally comprehending why Mary, despite being under level 20, possesses a second-tier profession. Much like the Red Priest, the Flame Knight has always been a second-tier profession from the outset. The Red Priest, a favored individual under the divine? This is absurd. Li Cha is clearly a thief who has pilfered the authority of the Lord of Black Mist. This is an intelligence and mental strength-oriented profession. So does this mean I am half a magician? Mental strengthening. 1. Mental strength 10. Iron Will. 2. Your will is incredibly formidable. The former passive skill is quite standard, representing a normal mental enhancement, while the latter, Iron Will, is more intriguing, lacking numerical values and instead simply stating its formidable nature. Lastly, the most significant line pertains to Li Cha's professional skills. Sacrifice. 1. Conduct a sacrificial ritual. Relevant knowledge has been inherited. The system indeed speaks the truth. Upon successfully initiating his profession, Li Cha's mind expanded to encompass various peculiar insights. As a priest, he can perform rituals to receive blessings or offer items in sacrifice to obtain desired outcomes. In simple terms, this is how it works, though the specifics require Li Cha to dedicate time to organize. Notably, as a Red Priest, he inherently possesses authority. If he conducts a sacrificial ritual and prays to himself, the success rate is guaranteed at 100. Consequently, it becomes easier for him to assume the role of a devotee of the goddess, as he is a professional in sacrificial prayers. Regarding the 2 authorities he purchased for 200 gold coins, Stealth, secondary authority, grants immunity to prophecies, divinations, and long-range targeting skills. Beneath the Saints, no one can discern your concealment. Actively invoking this authority allows for the target to be hidden. Night, secondary authority, when night falls, all your attributes increase by 20. The night is your domain, significantly enhancing your perception, magical power, and more. Actively invoking this authority can bring forth the night. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these 2 authorities, Li Cha can only conclude that the 200 gold was well spent. Initially, he thought that acquiring the profession of Red Priest would facilitate his role as a devotee of the goddess. Now, it should be revised to reflect that with the addition of Stealth, he can prance before the bishop of the Light Goddess Church without revealing his true identity. My true identity, a priest of the Black Mist Church? After taking a shower and changing into clean pajamas, Li Cha finally acknowledges this predicament. Have I inadvertently joined a cult? Damn! The Red Priest is likely to be considered the leader of the Black Mist Church. Therefore, Li Cha is the infiltrating head of the cult within the military intelligence department, biding his time to restore the glory of the Lord of Black Mist. He does not recognize the Lord of Black Mist. Leading a group of ruthless individuals is not of interest to Li Cha. Flopping onto the bed, Li Cha's headache subsides. Yet the fatigue from afternoon training combined with the evening's tumult leaves him undeniably exhausted. He has taken on the role of a Red Priest, but the task of becoming a magic swordsman remains. In other words, the role of Red Priest does not impede the initiation of the magic swordsman. Li Cha clicks to accept the task. Ding! Notification. You have accepted the task, Magic Swordsman. Please complete the initiation task under the guidance of the guide, Fu Leia. Done. In a state of drowsiness, Li Cha seems to hear the prayers of the Black Mist Church as followers echoing in his ears. However, this time, he is no longer the passive recipient of attacks. Li Cha, unwilling to listen, finds that no one can force him to absorb this nonsensical information. The following day, Li Cha awakens at 9 a.m. Over half an hour ago, Nurse Susan had arrived, opening the door herself and tidying up the clinic downstairs. After a night's rest, the unbearable fatigue has diminished significantly, and Li Cha's initial sensation is that the world has grown clearer. Red Priest. Li Cha raises his hand, and a swirl of black mist emanates from his palm. The leader of the Black Mist Church is simply a title. He shall use his professional skills and authorities as needed while distancing himself from the cult. Dr. Li Cha, are you awake? Susan's voice calls from downstairs, likely responding to the sounds above. Although the Red Priest is a profession centered on intelligence and mental strength, there is no doubt that upon acquiring the profession, his attributes, including strength and physique, have also been enhanced. After all, it is a rare profession inherently second tier. If it did not confer even this modest benefit, it would render the continuous system notifications meaningless. Li Cha comprehends this well. He has accepted the initiation task of the magic swordsman, and the operating hours of Charlie's clinic must also be halved today. Furthermore, as a debtor, Li Cha's priorities have shifted. Work and earning money are no longer at the forefront of his concerns. Chapter 63. Doctor, are you interested in being the father of my child? The first sacrificial ceremony. At 9:30 a.m., the first scheduled patient arrives. She is an elderly woman, 42 years old, widowed, and childless. She yearns for love and seeks a partner to share the journey of life until the very end. However, for reasons unknown, her plans have consistently encountered obstacles. Consequently, Ms. Machi Nua has begun to lose confidence in her own allure, leading to a deteriorating mood and mental state. The treatment of Ms. Machi Nua by Dr. Li Cha lasted no longer than 15 minutes. The initial 14 minutes were spent understanding the patient's condition, and in the final minute, Dr. Li glanced at her and remarked, "Madam, regarding your concerns, I believe we can set them aside for the moment. I have some delightful news for you." A question mark appeared above Ms. Ma's head as Dr. Li continued, "You're pregnant, 2 months along." The treatment concluded, and Ms. Ma promptly paid and turned to leave. She was with child and needed to find a father for her baby swiftly. She inquired of Dr. Li, "Doctor, would you be interested in becoming the father of my child? I possess a farm where we could comfortably spend our lives as a family of 3. Dr. Li decisively declined. Ms. Ma remarked that her journey towards remarriage had been fraught with difficulties. Initially, Dr. Li attributed this to age in the realm of romance. Age often poses a disadvantage for both genders. However, after signing the treatment agreement, Dr. Li's expression nearly betrayed him upon discovering that in the past 6 months, Ms. Ma had engaged in romantic encounters 49 times, with partners both male and female, the oldest being 60 years and the youngest merely 13. This was not a matter of misfortune. Rather, it indicated a rather extravagant lifestyle. As for her physical discomfort, it was entirely normal to experience symptoms during pregnancy. After bidding farewell to this affluent client, Dr. Li resumed his tea and newspaper on the first floor. News broke about yet another stronghold of the Haima Church being dismantled, with the greatest credit going to the Secret Intelligence Service. Dr. Li turned to Susan and said, "This is what you were concerned about. It has been reported, so you can rest easy now." "Thank you, Doctor," Susan replied while massaging her legs. It must be said that she possessed a remarkable talent for serving others. In just a short span of days, Nurse Susan not only shed her clumsiness but also honed her dexterity. Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes announced the arrival of 2 visitors, a man and a woman, who surveyed the clinic before entering. The man, with slightly darker skin, inquired, "Which one of you is Dr. Li Cha?" Dr. Li turned his head, observed them for a few seconds, and smiled. "That would be me." "What kind of consultation do you require?" The woman, with a hint of allure in her eyes, stated, "My husband has issues in that regard. I heard this is where the finest doctor in Shungen City practices, so I brought him to see you." Dr. Li nodded. "I see. Let us discuss this inside." He rose and instructed Susan to greet the guests at the door, as he preferred not to be disturbed during treatment. Susan, acknowledging his request, stepped outside, always obedient to Dr. Li's directives. However, Nurse Susan found the couple rather peculiar. It was not unusual for spouses to visit the clinic together, but the wife's attitude towards her husband raised concerns. In matters of intimacy, she had never witnessed someone so openly express their issues upon first meeting. This could potentially embarrass the husband and strain their relationship. Furthermore, the husband seemed unconcerned about his wife's comments, maintaining a cheerful demeanor throughout. Additionally, it was evident that his gaze lingered predominantly on Susan's legs, suggesting that her legs, clad in white stockings, were of greater interest to him than his wife's medical condition. Suddenly, the wooden door to the treatment room swung shut. Dr. Li stood at the forefront, with the couple positioned behind him. They exchanged a glance, revealing a menacing intent. Each drew forth a gleaming dagger, ready to strike. Just then, Dr. Li, with his back turned to them, uttered, "Who sent you?" The pair hesitated. "Doctor." Li shook his head. "Do I need to clarify further?" "The great god of black mist." As he spoke, a dark mist seeped from his pant legs, rapidly enveloping the entire floor and climbing the walls, staining the ceiling an inky black. How is this possible? You are one of the church," exclaimed the 2 intruders, who were, in fact, adventurers or rather disguised acolytes of the Black Mist Church. Today, their target was the renowned psychologist Dr. Li Cha of Shungen City. Who would have anticipated that Dr. Li was one of their own? The man continued, "I've checked. You cannot be a brother of the church. You boldly run a clinic in Shungen City. If there were any issues, you would have been dragged into the Black Death prison by those hounds of the Secret Intelligence Service. Dr. Lee turned to face them, his pupils now completely filled with darkness. He gazed down at them imperiously. You worthless fools nearly jeopardized our Lord's plans. Do you not realize the gravity of your actions? As for why the Secret Intelligence Service had not detected him, he queried, have you forgotten that the great god of Black Mist is also the master of secrecy? The two men promptly discarded their daggers and knelt. We beseech your mercy. Though their status within the Black Mist Church was low, they understood that being able to wield the power of the Black Mist and receive the Great Lord's hidden protection implied at least the rank of bishop. Dr. Lee asked, who else knows of your visit here? In other words, your intent to kill me was a spur-of-the-moment decision? The two bowed their heads deeply. My lord, we have sinned. The system determined they were not lying, which put Dr. Lee at ease. Not long ago, he had advised distancing himself from the Black Mist Church, and now these two cultists had appeared at his door. From a distance, he could smell a foul odor emanating from them, instantly recognizing them as members of the Black Mist Church. However, since they had not yet committed a grave transgression, the great and merciful Lord would naturally not hold it against them, provided they could demonstrate their faithfulness. Praise the god of Black Mist. Long live the great god of Black Mist. This was clearly insufficient. The best way to prove one's faith was to offer everything to the divine. The sacrificial ritual commenced. Dr. Lee lightly tapped the air 3 times, then directed his attention toward the trembling duo. In your next life, may you be reborn into a fortunate circumstance. With that, the two were immediately engulfed by the thick black mist. A chime resounded, indicating, sacrifice successful. Your experience points have increased by 20, and your skill proficiency in sacrifice has reached 20. Current total, 2100. Chapter 064. Doctor, I saw you shaking your head and sighing at me, along with new abilities. Dr. Lee did not expect to utilize the sacrifice skill so soon. He even began to suspect that once one became involved with a cult, one might inevitably fall into a certain pattern. Perhaps it was a law of sorts. Becoming a cultist would lead to encounters with other cultists. After all, Dr. Lee had never met these two individuals before. The Black Mist Church, it seemed, was so eager to resort to violence. Otherwise, Dr. Lee could have treated them, collected his fees, and sent them on their way, leaving all parties satisfied. Waving his hand, Dr. Lee dispelled the black mist. The mist was a component of the ritual. Once it filled the space, the preparations for the ceremony were complete. How high were the levels of the two assassins? Dr. Lee was equally uncertain. Yet, for the acolytes of the Black Mist Church, entrapped in the Black Mist sacrificial ritual, it was a matter of Dr. Lee merely uttering a few words to determine their fates. Soon, the darkness dissipated, and the treatment room of Charlie's clinic remained pristine and hygienic as ever. Dr. Lee remarked, to think one could conduct a sacrifice without leaving a single coin behind? He made a mental note that next time he performed a sacrifice, he would first collect any valuables. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and no one was aware of the events that had just transpired within a room. Dr. Lee washed his hands and settled down to enjoy his tea and rest. Conducting a sacrificial ceremony inevitably incurs a cost. He currently feels somewhat dizzy. Upon accessing the system interface, no updates were apparent. This implies a dichotomy between sacrifice and trade. One must choose only one path, unable to indulge in both. At that moment, he could only opt for the sacrificial route. The two individuals before him, whose combat prowess remained unknown, misjudged his identity, knelt before him, yet did not offer their lives in servitude. The two cultists affiliated with the He Wu Jiao Hui must first agree to a contract if Li Chao wishes to include them in his trading list. It is rather unusual for a prominent figure within the church to engage in agreements with mere minions, as it could easily arouse suspicion. Thus, with a mindset of testing the waters, believing the opposition would not dare to resist, Li Cha chose to proceed with the ceremony. The ritual was successful, yielding a satisfactory offering, 20 points of skill proficiency and 20 experience points, averaging to 10 per individual. In comparison, should both individuals have reached level 20, bundling them for sale to the system would likely yield similar rewards. Regardless, he had already embarked on his professional journey, and enhancing his vocational skills was a necessity. Ensuring no loss, maintaining a positive mindset, is one of Li Cha's strengths. As he opened the door to the treatment room, he beckoned Susan to continue massaging his legs and then his temples. Susan appeared hesitant, wanting to speak but lacking the courage. Li Cha reassured her, stating that he had eliminated the two cultists from the He Wu Jiao Hui and the military intelligence department would send personnel to retrieve the bodies later that afternoon. Susan acknowledged this, understanding that as a military officer, Li Cha's clinic served as a base for the intelligence department. The cultists, unwise to come here, met their demise as deserved. Thus, it was no surprise that Susan found their presence peculiar. However, what truly occupied her thoughts was the status of her enrollment notification from the Magic Academy. She had been diligently saving, and within the week, she should be able to gather the remaining 30 or so gold coins. How much longer must she wait for the notification? 10 days, half a month, a month? If the wait were prolonged, Susan might not be able to endure it. After a moment of contemplation, her cheeks flushed, she asked, "Doctor, I have been feeling a bit of pressure in my chest these past few days. Could you take a look?" Was this Susan's subtle invitation for a challenge? Why had she become so bold? Nevertheless, Li Cha, renowned as a master in urology, could not afford to hesitate over such a trivial matter. An hour and a half later, Li Cha felt as though he had been reduced to a mere tool for alleviating psychological distress. Despite his current role as psychologist, Susan was not a patient, and she had not compensated him for his services. However, she had indeed spent 178 gold coins at Charlie's clinic. Li Cha had no intention of reimbursing her. Her expenditure was valid. With this thought, his mood improved slightly. Noticing the time, he realized it was time for lunch. He removed his lab coat and donned the formal attire and top hat he had worn the previous day. Having accepted the quest of becoming a magic swordsman, he had thus become one of the inheritors of the magic sword lineage. As a senior of the same discipline, Freya had invited him for lunch, which was entirely reasonable. Walking through the streets of Shungen City, he observed pedestrians, carriages, and the various shops and stalls along the sidewalks. It was still a weekday, and most figures appeared to be in a hurry. Yet, something felt different. Li Cha furrowed his brow. Upon arriving in Shungen City, his primary goal was to integrate into this world. Now, his demeanor and conduct had significantly improved. The longtime residents could still perceive that he was not a local. If he claimed to be a traveler from another realm, he would likely be met with disbelief or ridicule. "Dr. Li Cha, good afternoon." Upon his arrival, no one had greeted him. "Good day, Mr. Raymond." "Good afternoon, Mrs. Gorman." Strangely, the number of individuals greeting him increased as he walked. Suddenly, a middle-aged gentleman approached him. Dr. Li Cha, why the sigh?" "I did not sigh," Li Cha replied. "No, I saw it. You shook your head and sighed at me just now." The man decisively pulled Li Cha aside and lowered his voice. "Dr. Li Cha, you noticed, didn't you? I've been experiencing severe back pain lately. I know your clinic is quite busy, but if you have time, could I come by tomorrow morning?" The middle-aged man was unfamiliar to Li Cha, yet his hands adorned with gold and silver rings indicated his affluence. Indeed, Li Cha's assets stood at 12 silver. If one wishes to thrive in business, it is essential to have significant clients. After scheduling an appointment for the next day, Li Cha continued towards the inner city. As for the perceived difference he had mentioned earlier, it was unrelated to business. The enhancement of his mental fortitude had sharpened his senses, allowing him to perceive nuances that ordinary individuals could not. Yet, this perception seemed to extend to emotions. When someone hurried by, he could sense their urgency. A person with a smile might harbor sadness within, as their heart was burdened by someone or something, masking their true feelings. Chapter 065, Rune Knight, 2,000 gold. Is this also a capability of the Red Priestess? Maple Leaf Detective Agency. On the third-floor office, Li Cha prepared himself for another day of laborious tasks. However, to his surprise, Freya, with her long hair tied up and dressed in professional attire, was not waiting for him downstairs. Beside the familiar sleep-inducing sofa lay a steaming lunch, quietly awaiting him. "You're here," Freya greeted. "Yes," Li Cha replied. "Have you considered yesterday's matter?" With a smile, he remarked, "Sister, I believe I am exceptionally suited for the role of a magic swordsman." Freya smiled in response, her demeanor surprisingly pleasant. Was it possible for her to smile? Li Cha had assumed she maintained a singular expression around the clock. This remarkable revelation felt akin to discovering that the deity worshipped by the Hei Wu cultists was, in fact, a female. Even more astonishing was that when observing Freya's smile, he perceived genuine joy radiating from her. "Excellent. You must have come at this hour to partake in a meal. Enjoy your food before we discuss training matters," Freya instructed. Nonetheless, the provisions at the detective agency are quite delightful. The aroma of the dishes is enticing, the portions generous, and the chef's skills surpass those of an average restaurant. Li Cha took a seat, indulging in the meal. Throughout, he stole glances at Freya, noticing her cheerful demeanor lasted merely 5 minutes. After that brief interval, she shifted back to a focused state, engrossed in her work. Another individual in the office seemed to have no effect on her concentration. Suddenly, Li Chao pondered. Emotional changes are abstract. What I perceive are shifts in color. For instance, urgency manifests as a faint red hue. Frustration is painted in shades of gray. Just moments ago, Philia radiated joy, and Li Cha perceived it as orange. Now, as Philia immerses herself in her work, her aura transforms into a deep blue. Is something on my face? Philia sensed someone's gaze. Li Cha replied, It's nothing. I've finished my meal. Philia remarked, You could add sister at the end of your sentences. That would make me more inclined to impart knowledge to you. Li Cha responded, All right, Philia Jejia. Upon hearing this, Philia smiled once more, jingling the bell beside her, signaling the maid to tidy up the tea table. This time, in the presence of her radiant smile, Li Cha felt completely impervious, his emotions unruffled. Philia settled into her usual resting position, her hands folded upon her abdomen, and inquired, Are you more intrigued by the magic swordsmen or the rune masters? As the saying goes, desireless is strong. Their relationship was merely that of superior and subordinate. Yet Philia's willingness to assist Li Cha in becoming a magic swordsman or a rune master might also suggest ulterior motives. Therefore, Li Cha felt no need to conceal his thoughts. Philia nodded, I suspected as much, considering you have seen my Rune Knight order. The Rune Knights are a high-tier class on the Luolan continent, possessing intelligence, agility, and strength surpassing that of heavy artillery. At this point, the esteemed third-tier Rune Master from the Intelligence Agency emphasized, But do you know how much it costs to establish a Rune Knight order? Take my second-tier Knight order as an example. My expenditure on each member exceeds 2,000 gold coins. 2,000. Li Cha had extravagantly spent 200 gold coins just yesterday. Prior to that, he was elated to have more than 10 coins to his name. To gather 200 gold coins, he had borrowed from 3 individuals, including the entirety of one person's fortune and a noble maiden's life savings. Then Philia stated that sustaining a single Rune Knight costs 2,000 gold. With that sum, one could easily purchase a piece of land and become a minor lord. Wouldn't that be more appealing? Philia responded, Do you think the Rune Knights are so formidable for no reason? She raised a finger. A standard set of second-tier rune equipment costs 800 gold, and the rune gear for their steeds amounts to 500. A second finger, training an individual with the potential to become a Rune Knight, requires 500 gold. A third finger, a suitable warhorse for a Rune Knight, costs 200 gold. Philia smiled. This is merely the expense for a Rune Knight to mount their steed and engage in battle. The subsequent salaries of the knights, sustenance for the warhorses, damage repairs, and equipment maintenance all fall upon you, their master. Li Cha smirked. Who can afford such an expensive troop? Philia replied thus. Most Rune Knights serve as the private armies of the nobility. The term nobility looms like a colossal mountain over the Luolan continent. They possess the most fertile lands, abundant laborers, and slaves, continually generating wealth for their lords, who in turn utilize those funds to create war machines and safeguard their interests. This cycle perpetuates the strong remaining strong, while the lower classes remain trapped in their grim fates. Li Cha asked, Do all nobles possess Rune Knight orders? Philia answered, Certainly not. Cultivating talent takes time, and Rune Masters are exceptionally rare. Since my promotion to second-tier Rune Master, I have been forming my Rune Knight order, which currently consists of only 62 members. I will not sell rune equipment externally until I'm satisfied with my knights. Li Cha Gongpeng. Rune Masters are scarce, and their advancement is arduous, resulting in limited availability. Hence, the noble lords cannot have a knight order for each of their ranks. Does the royal court allow Rune Knights to proliferate within the Red Cedar Empire? What Li Cha truly contemplated was whether the king of Red Cedar feared rebellion if things progressed in this manner. Philia affirmed, The empire possesses formidable protectors. As long as that great power supports His Majesty the King, the banner of Red Cedar will not fall. Protectors of the empire, oh, indeed. This is a world where deities exist. The goddess of light, the god of dark mist, King of Red Cedar dares to confront the goddess's church. And even if no true deity stands behind him, there must be a presence of similar might. In reality, Rune Knight orders function like bulldozers, obliterating any opposition they encounter. When divine authority is involved, with a meteor descending from thousands of miles away, would you not fear? Wait a moment. Li Cha recalled another matter. since rune masters are a rare profession and rune knights exceptionally powerful. Placing a piece of rune equipment in the auction house would surely yield a high price. Philia confirmed, indeed. However, every rune master begins as an apprentice, and training a rune master apprentice costs tenfold or more than that of training a knight. Li Cha pondered, "Are you prepared for the tuition?" Chapter 66. As always, a deal. Upon hearing the figure of 2,000 gold, Li Cha suddenly felt that the system's price of 200 gold for the authority of the god of dark mist was quite reasonable. Of course, he understood this was merely an illusion. Without the vast amount of corruption he had acquired, the system, given its nature, would not sell authority for less than 200,000 or even 1,000,000 gold. From Philia, Li Cha gleaned insights into the continent's dynamics. This prompted him to contemplate the matter of training Susan. On the Luluan continent, at least within the Red Cedar Empire, the nobles stand as the mightiest, excluding deities. For an ordinary person to challenge the nobility is akin to a jest. This realization further solidified Li Cha's plan to defeat magic with magic. In the office, Philia inquired, "Are you ready for the tuition?" "Oh, by the way, sister, joining the magic swordsman faction doesn't require any tuition, right? It's not that I'm unwilling to pay, but I genuinely do not have the funds. If the price is not too steep, perhaps 10 or 20 gold, I could manage. Training a rune knight costs 500 gold, while a rune master exceeds 5,000 gold. He already possesses the Red Priest profession with inherent authority. For now, he has no opportunity for a rune master." Philia said, "You seem to have forgotten that you can assist me in achieving restful sleep. If you refrain from engaging in peculiar activities while I am asleep, that could count as your tuition. Furthermore, aside from self-funding, becoming a rune master apprentice can also involve signing a contract. This is quite similar to my arrangement with my knight order. Essentially, if I recognize your talent, I will invest in your training. Once you become a rune master, you will serve me for the duration of the contract." Service. This term was familiar to Li Cha. A 3-year apprenticeship followed by 2 years of service is an age-old tradition within the craft. Thus, he readily agreed to the latter condition. As for the former peculiarities, knowing that the room contained a recording stone, Li Cha naturally refrained from giving anyone leverage against him. Lying on her lap does not count. Just as today, Li Cha clearly noticed Philia was wearing stockings beneath her trousers. Having donned pants, yet still pairing them with stockings was an unmistakable invitation for Li Cha to recline. Philia declared, "Very well, your path as a rune master apprentice is now set. I shall first impart some fundamental knowledge to you. If you can keep pace with my teaching, it will confirm your potential. Afterward, we will sign the contract. If you do not meet the standards, the contract will be unnecessary, as one's focus is limited, and you should dedicate yourself to mastering swordsmanship." Li Cha expressed his gratitude, and Fei Luya nodded before closing her eyes. The current time was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Miss Fei Luya desired a 2-hour nap. Advance payment for tuition? Li Cha snapped his fingers lightly, sealing the deal. He amused at himself that he had discovered a talent of Fei Luya's. Fairness, absolute fairness. Just when he thought her words carried some weight, the next moment she would surely deliver a betrayal. He had previously considered her to possess certain virtues, yet a single remark from her could swiftly erase those thoughts. However, when it came to selling Fei Luya's time, Li Cha was determined not to be at a disadvantage. He had just satiated his hunger and planned to lie down for a while to regain his energy. Once Fei Luya awoke, there would undoubtedly be another round of grueling training. With a letter of recommendation yet to arrive, evasion was out of the question. Thus, he would have to muster his determination. Resting upon the soft, warm cushion of her lap, Li Cha's mood gradually settled. He had grown accustomed to this semi-solitary state. Perhaps in the beginning, during those initial instances, he had been affected by the imposing presence of the mountain that was hard to lie against. Now, however, all he could think of was how lucrative being a rune master was. Equipping a horse could fetch 500 gold coins. Thankfully, the human equipment cost 800 gold coins, or else he would have been in a rather dire situation. Had he exposed himself? Li Cha had already acknowledged in front of Ma Li that he did not wish for the dwarf Fa Kin to return. Ma Li likely would not report him, but she was accompanied by an old dwarf, a devoted admirer of Fei Luya. This old dwarf must have noticed the situation regarding Fa Kin, as he was one of the parties involved. Therefore, Fei Luya was equally aware that Li Cha was the mastermind behind Fa Kin's suspension. If Li Cha were in Fei Luya's position, he would have set aside such a disunited subordinate, regardless of his potential, allowing him to reflect independently. Yet, Fei Lia's actions were entirely contrary. She actively inquired about Li Cha's employment status, invited him to join the magical sword faction, and dangled the lucrative profession of rune master as bait. Additionally, she unveiled the long-hidden powerful skill, the Shadow Stone, to threaten Li Cha. Such a series of actions left one bewildered. The key was that this woman was not lacking in intellect. Rather than analyze the situation, it would be better to wait until he was powerful enough to drag her into a small dark room for intense interrogation. 1 minute later, Li Cha managed to calm himself and ponder his new profession. The ability to perceive emotions, which he had lacked yesterday but possessed today, could only be attributed to his employment as a Red Priest. No one had introduced him to this ability. Moreover, what advantages could a priest gain from discerning the emotions of others? There must be benefits at the very least. As a psychologist, he could constantly gauge his client's emotions, allowing him to navigate the therapeutic process with greater ease. However, this skill likely consumed mana. He did not wish to maintain it perpetually. What could he do? He was uncertain. Next came the practical test. Li Cha glanced at the peacefully sleeping Fei Luya. Her aura had returned to a tranquil shade of dark gray. He silently commanded it to close. No effect. Dark gray remained dark gray. The incantations he attempted were futile. Did he need to conduct a ritual to deactivate this ability? If that were the case, it would be quite absurd. Li Cha closed his eyes, focused, and began to sense something. Looking at Fei Luya again, there was still no change. Yet his intuition indicated that he was close to finding the solution. He tried once more and entered a peculiar state resembling meditation. However, that was typically the domain of mages, and Li Cha was not one of them. Mages could restore their magical and mental energies through meditation, which was beneficial for spell cultivation and occasionally even sparked inspiration. Wait, Li Cha noticed that the darkness before him had dissipated, revealing 2 flaming orbs approaching. His instinct, shrouded in mystery, informed him that these were the black mist authorities he had acquired for 200 gold coins, concealment and night. The anomaly in his gaze was not related to the night authority. Otherwise, his vision would not have altered during daylight, but would only evolve at night. Thus, Li Cha focused his attention on the concealment authority. In Chapter 67, the Kevin family was indeed a cult, facing the dark mist god. The 2 fireballs halted about 1 or 2 meters away from Li Cha and began to orbit around him. Their relationship with him resembled that of the Earth and its moon. They existed in connection with Li Cha. It was precisely because of this bond that he discerned the true nature of the fireballs. Concealment and night naturally lacked any emotional hues, hence their absence of unusual colors. However, they were not merely compressed flames. Their cores resembled genuine spheres, akin to celestial bodies in the sky. Li Cha scrutinized the concealment star. It flickered momentarily, seemingly providing feedback to its master. Instantly, Li Cha felt a wave of warmth wash over his eyes. When he opened them to behold the world, the colors had vanished, and Fei Liya appeared to be peacefully sleeping once more. At that moment, Li Cha noticed a magnificent crystal chandelier at the center of the office ceiling, composed of numerous exquisitely shaped small crystals. One of the small crystals, located at the very bottom and differing in color from the others, was the Shadow Stone imbued with hidden magic. It contained all the images of Li Cha captured within this room. He was determined to destroy it. Only Fei Luya knew of his affairs, and without evidence, she could not act against him. The concealment authority also fell under the realm of concealment. Under its aegis, all hidden truths will be laid bare. From this moment on, anyone attempting to undermine Li Cha through petty theft would undoubtedly pay the price. With this thought, Li Cha smiled, closed his eyes, and activated his perception power. Suddenly, Fei Luya was infused with color. Upon closing his eyes again, the colors faded. As anticipated, Li Cha's visual anomaly could at least be modulated through the concealment authority. This authority, divine in nature, was undoubtedly far more potent than what Li Cha currently perceived. Like the system, its wonders required Li Cha, as its master, to continually explore. Furthermore, there was the prospect of upgrades. That morning's ritual had left Li Cha's head spinning for quite some time. The reason was simple: low level, low mana. Once Li Cha reached levels 40 or 50 and donned a suitable set of rune equipment, conducting a ritual for a branch of the Black Mist Church should pose little challenge. He was tired. Sleep beckoned. Li Cha had over an hour left resting on Fei Luya's lap, and he could not waste it. He would pursue that wretched thief who had pilfered fruit from his orchard and ensure he faced the consequences. A man dressed as a farmer was chasing after a scrawny boy, who was quick on his feet, laughing and munching as he ran. Unfortunately, the joy was fleeting. By the next afternoon, he was sent by his father to work in the orchard. This boy had already offended the orchard owner thrice. It was hardly surprising that he would face difficulties ahead, especially upon realizing that this job was obtained at the cost of his mother's body. The youth felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, seizing a steel fork and slaying that scoundrel. The boy became a wanted fugitive, known as Cabo. Cabo joined the Black Mist Church, for the esteemed priest informed him that there were many unfortunate souls like him within the church, which would aid them in exacting true vengeance. What led to Cabo's tragic fate? The orchard owner was but a minor point in the grand scheme. The true wrongdoers were not the impoverished commoners, but rather the nobility, the hypocritical followers of the Radiant Goddess Church, the king of the Sequoia Empire, in this entire world. The Black Mist Church, under the divine will of the great god of Black Mist, sought to overthrow the decaying old world and establish a new realm of absolute fairness and compassion. Cabo did not fully comprehend this, having only received 2 years of education. He only knew that the Black Mist Church had taken him in, and that there were others like him within its fold. Among them was Gina, who had been a mistress to a landlord and nearly beaten to death when discovered by the landlord's wife. She was even more ruthless than Cabo. After recovering from her injuries, Gina's first act was to set fire to the landlord's household, killing them all. The two soon became friends, bonded by their shared passion for murder. Through their brutal deeds and loyalty to the Black Mist Church, they ascended to the rank of hunters. The priest bestowed upon them the divine gift of altering their appearances. With this ability, they easily evaded capture, registering with the Adventurers Guild. Henceforth, they presented themselves as noble and righteous second-tier adventurers, joining a somewhat renowned adventuring party. Behind the scenes, they committed murder, plundered treasures, and assisted the church in attracting fresh blood. Additionally, they were assigned minor tasks, such as collecting this quarter-s donations from Lord Kevin's estate. Suddenly, Li Cha awoke with a start. Previously, he had frightened Susan, claiming that if anyone discovered her connection to the Black Mist Church, the entire Kevin family would be doomed. Ironically, it turned out that they were indeed cultists. Moments ago, Li Cha had dreamt of 2 Black Mist adherents he had sacrificed. Why did he have such a dream? It must be related to the sacrificial ceremony that morning. In the realm of sacrificial knowledge, the target of a sacrifice does not necessarily have to be a specific deity. It could also be celestial bodies like the sun or moon, which hold divine, symbolic significance. The so-called sun god and moon god are merely fabrications of humanity. This is particularly true on the continent of Loren. Yet, throughout the millennia, people have continued to pray to the sun and moon, thereby endowing them with a semblance of divinity. However, whether mere praise of the sun would yield any response, Li Cha remained uncertain. Theoretically, a sacrificial ceremony directed toward the Radiant Goddess is the most reliable. Regardless of notions of good and evil, there have yet to be any recorded fatalities during these divine rituals. Unfortunately, Li Cha dared not praise the goddess. His authority of concealment allowed him to roam freely within the Radiant Goddess's church, yet did not grant him the liberty to confront her in person. No, even without the goddess herself, being noticed by a true deity could spell disaster for the insignificant red priest in an instant. Eliminating the option of sacrificing to the god of Black Mist, Li Cha decisively chose the god of secrecy and the god of night for the morning's ritual. Possessing the powers of concealment and night, regardless of whether these deities truly existed, opting for this direction would yield him benefits. Reflecting on what he had gained, Li Cha wondered, what had he actually received? Experience points? Skill proficiency? The rewards seemed rather meager. Was this dream merely a part of share? Li Cha suddenly realized that he had awakened not in the 3rd floor of the Maple Leaf Detective Agency. Opposite him, in the distance, a colossal creature, covered in black fur, with menacing tentacles and crimson eyes, was staring intently at him. Was this the god of Black Mist? Chapter 068, What a Load of Nonsense. Brother of the goddess, and fundamentals of symbolic literature with a start, Li Cha woke. This time, no longer was he confronted by that monstrous being whose mere gaze could induce physiological discomfort. He sighed with relief. Did you have a nightmare? It was Freya's voice. Li Cha turned to see Freya extending a pristine handkerchief toward him. His mind still buzzing, He accepted the handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead and face. Then, instinctively searching for a trash can, he remembered that it was someone else's property and returned it to Freya, thanking her. She tucked the handkerchief into her pocket and asked again, "What did you dream about?" Li Cha waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, nothing much. Just being chased by a monster. However, I discovered something important today." Perhaps still dazed, he instinctively considered revealing the secret of the Kevin family being cultists to Freya. But as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he recalled that he was still in the midst of training Susan. Should the Kevin family perish, Li Cha might enjoy a celebratory drink, for their demise would be well-deserved. But Susan must not die. Her breath of wind held immense potential for cultivation. Thus, Li Cha said, "I encountered 2 guests today. They intended to kill me, but fortunately, I detected their intentions and turned the tables on them. However, after I killed them, their bodies were immediately consumed by a cloud of mist and turned to ash. I suspect they were members of the Black Mist Church or another nefarious organization." "What do you know about those 2? Li Cha continued, "I learned their names. They are adventurers, one named Cabo and the other Gina." Freya's eyes narrowed. "That is sufficient." As she spoke, Freya conjured a piece of paper with a wave of her hand, inscribing the names Cabo and Gina, then casually discarding it, causing the note to vanish into thin air. Li Cha was taken aback, thinking that Freya would mobilize personnel immediately upon receiving this information. Instead, she stated, "The task has already been assigned. Technically, since this was your lead, the subsequent investigative tasks should fall to you. However, I see you are not in the best condition. You may take action during the follow-up interrogation." Assigned, is it? How casual, he thought. In other words, that piece of paper had already reached the relevant personnel in the military intelligence department. No wonder she had been so swift to deploy the Rune Knights last time. Was this magic? Nevertheless, even if Freya was willing to exchange this message using her communication magic, Li Cha would not divulge his recent dream of the god of Black Mist, nor his newfound role as a Red Priest. The god of Black Mist, brother of the Radiant Goddess, the embodiment of calamity. That monstrous creature was a composite of twisted disasters. Li Cha had seen it vividly, replete with countless eyes and agonized faces. Beneath this grotesque deity lay a pool of pure black sludge bubbling ominously. Yet, the most crucial point remained. Li Cha's identity as a Red Priest must not be exposed. Given Freya's 2 previous attitudes toward the Black Mist Church, should he reveal himself, she would be the first to draw her sword against him. Li Cha shook his head. "I must have been influenced by those 2 cultists. I have already prayed to the Radiant Goddess. It was a close call, but I am unharmed." Li Cha, the doctor, a follower of the goddess, still managing to deceive. Suddenly, in a whimsical turn of events, Li Cha found himself holding a hefty tome. Its azure cover bore the title Fundamentals of Rune Literature, authored by Goethe and Kafka. Thus, the teaching task for the day, presided over by instructor Freya, came to a close. Li Cha mused to himself about the superficiality of all. While many teachers in his previous life exhibited a similar demeanor towards ordinary students, ostensibly showing affection for their pupils, he understood that their busyness did not preclude the benefit of self-study. As he opened the first page of Fundamentals of Rune Literature, the initial sentence caught his eye. Runes originate from magic, and magic is derived from the divine. This Goethe fellow certainly possessed a flair for captivating introductions. He recounted a time long ago when humanity was devoid of magic. However, certain scholars deciphered and translated the divine language, thus acquiring the first batch of magical characters in history. Consequently, humanity's inaugural magicians ought to be referred to as divine practitioners. They wielded formidable power, drawn from the gods themselves, but this also resulted in their brief lifespans. To wield divine power with mere mortal flesh was to incur a significant cost. Subsequently, scholars turned their attention to the dragon kin for a simple reason. Dragon language magic was embedded within the bloodlines of every dragon. They were inherently magical beings. Despite their considerable distance from the divine, their capabilities far exceeded those of humans, meriting further study. The dragonkin maintained a master-servant relationship with humanity until the emergence of the Chosen Ones, who, with divine assistance, expelled the malevolent dragons from human territories. Li Cha furrowed his brow. Was it a case of heroes battling dragons? As time passed, the challenges diminished, leading to the true birth of magicians and the legends of first, second, and third-tier magic. Scholars discovered that fighting spirit was also a manifestation of magic, and so forth. 2 centuries prior, someone recombined these repeatedly dissected magical texts, only to find that it was not feasible. However, this endeavor resulted in the creation of the first magical rune. To explain in layman's terms, a rune is a more intricate form of magical script. It cannot alter magic itself. It can be inscribed onto equipment or the human body, bestowing wondrous powers upon its bearer. For instance, the fireball rune allows the user to cast a fireball spell without the need for a magician's profession or the recitation of incantations. However, the wear and tear of such skill runes is considerable, rendering them impractical after just a few uses. Chapter 69, The Cultist Case, presided over by Li Cha. Fundamentals of rune literature is indeed foundational, beginning with its historical development, a fact that Li Cha found quite appealing. What he currently lacked most was knowledge about various local matters. He was aware of the prowess of rune knights, and since Mary was also a rune knight, he had come into close contact with his class. Yet, that was the extent of his understanding. This book, Fundamentals of Rune Literature, enriched his knowledge significantly. Runes could be considered one of the derivatives of magic. Given that magic stems from the divine and dragons, the potency of runes is hardly surprising. In the office of the Maple Leaf Detective Agency, on the 3rd floor, Li Chan nestled into a guest sofa, holding the substantial book. Occasionally, he turned the page, sometimes even flipping back, nodding in contemplation. In terms of reading, Li Cha felt he could not compare to the scholars of the Loren continent. Thus, fundamentals of rune literature did not entirely belong to him. Otherwise, his pen and ruler would have already been set into motion. After digesting the foundational theories, he finally encountered the first rune illustration, named Basic Strength. Its effect was straightforward. Upon activation, it increased strength by 10. This was a first-tier rune, appearing quite exquisite. Perhaps due to the fact that the red priests are also considered magical professions, Li Cha found the pale red patterns on the page aesthetically pleasing. This was a beauty of both vision and magic. Li Cha's fingers gently stroked the image. It was merely a drawing, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, his subconscious assured him that activating this rune would indeed augment his strength. He inquired, "Can magicians inscribe runes?" Freya, engrossed in her work, paused, lifted her gaze to him. Li Cha reiterated, "Sister Freya, can magicians inscribe runes?" A gifted runesmith later resolved this issue, allowing rune literature to flourish. Li Cha responded, "Oh, understood. Thank you. Can I attempt to draw magical runes now?" Freya fell silent again. This woman certainly knew how to take advantage of situations. Thus, Li Cha addressed her as sister once more. Freya replied, "Certainly, anyone can. However, I must remind you that even if you draw runes in the dirt with a stone, it will deplete your magical and mental energy. In other words, even if you're now a qualified runesmith apprentice, you cannot create a complete magical rune." Li Cha comprehended the implications. It was fundamentally a matter of insufficient skill and limited authority as an apprentice. He expressed his gratitude once more, ceasing his inquiries, and continued reading Fundamentals of Rune Literature. Perhaps, as Freya suggested, the study of runes indeed demanded substantial magical and mental resources. After merely half an hour of examining the illustrations and their accompanying analyses, he felt a sense of mental fatigue. He decided it best to refrain from being overly critical of himself. Marking the page he had reached, Li Cha closed the book. Ding dong. Notification. You have engaged with rune literature, achieving proficiency level 2. Current rune literature 0, 2100. See, pausing is not necessarily a negative outcome. It can yield rewards as well. The current time was 4:40 p.m., signaling the conclusion of today's studies. Li Cha stretched languidly, preparing to take his leave when he noticed Freya lifting her gaze once again, her expression subtly shifting. Freya remarked, "It seems your contributions cannot be overlooked. The subordinates have captured Cabo, Gina's companion, and they indeed have issues. However, those adventurers are rather unclear about Cabo and Gina's origins. Adventurers, after all, are a motley crew, hailing from all corners of the world and often living on the edge." Li Cha had become an adventurer himself for merely the price of a few copper coins worth of ale. Even though he had refrained from venturing into the Adventurers Guild since his initial registration, no one had ever questioned the authenticity of his credentials. Thus, it was hardly surprising that 2 cultists managed to infiltrate the ranks of adventurers. While Li Cha knew the truth behind Cabo and Gina's origins. He could not disclose it, having only crossed paths with them once. Freya inquired, "What do you think we should investigate next?" Li Cha pondered for a moment and replied, "The teammates of those cultists likely still possess some exploitable value. We cannot afford to abandon the lead at the Adventurers Guild, especially since I have friends within that circle. It would be prudent to follow up." Freya responded, "Excellent. I've heard you are in need of funds lately. If you manage this task well, while another promotion may be challenging, I can certainly offer you a bonus." "Thank you, Chief." "Oh no, I should say thank you, sister. During work hours. Refrain from addressing me as sister." "Understood, Major." Li Cha turned and exited the office, closing the door behind him. The first thing he did was raise his middle finger. Such an unlikable woman deserved to live a life of solitude. Upon returning to the Charlie Psychological Clinic, Li Cha ascended the stairs to put away his fundamentals of runes. His study of runes had yet to truly commence. The reason was simple. Li Cha had not yet utilized Fu Leia's time. Fu Leia had stated that even an apprentice rune master could not possibly inscribe a complete magical rune. However, what if Li Cha forcibly became a rune master? Thought, equipment, and runes were external entities, beyond the realm of limitation. Everything else could be experienced at Li Cha's discretion. Therefore, the finest teacher was neither textbooks nor Fu Leia, but rather Fu Leia's time. Well, first, he would secure the achievements he could obtain, and there was no rush to cheat. After about 20 minutes, two steady-footed men found Dr. Li Cha, who was sipping tea and perusing the newspaper on the clinic's first floor. One of the rough-looking men said, "Commander, regarding today's mission, the Major sent us to await your orders." They were Private Charles of the 6th Bureau, level 24, a professional warrior, and Private Luke, level 23, a professional hunter. Both were equipped with handguns and ample ammunition. Li Cha set down the newspaper. It was the first time in his life he was addressed as commander, and the feeling was rather pleasant. Yet, he remained composed and first inquired about the progress of the case. Luke presented a small crystal, a recording stone, which documented the entire interrogation process of the cultist teammates along with a summary. By inputting magical energy, one could watch it in fast forward, quite convenient indeed. The footage within the recording stone was blood-soaked, far more gruesome than that of the traitorous dwarf, Hiu Dun. The 6th Bureau's underground prison was notorious for its practice of entering standing and exiting lying down. After a brief review, the case officer, Li Cha, nodded and remarked, "At this hour, the Adventurers Guild is still open. I shall upgrade my adventurer title." Li Cha had already devised his upcoming course of action, changing into the attire of an ordinary adventurer before setting off with his companions. 070. Promotion, Level 1 Adventurer. As for the gruesome scenes in the recording stone, Li Cha felt little. If the 6th Bureau were not so notoriously brutal, they would not have earned the title of executioners. What surprised Li Cha was that Cabo and Gina had completed 2 instances of corruption guidance in merely 6 months since joining the adventurer team. They had once annihilated another level 2 adventurer team in their quest for loot. Generally speaking, murder was a matter best avoided, as everyone would encounter each other again. However, due to Cabo's fatal blunder, the situation spiraled out of control. Ultimately, the 5 members of the team resolved to eliminate all witnesses, marking their most lucrative adventure outing. Subsequently, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and blood had awakened their darker inclinations. In Cabo's and Gina's plans, another conflict with the Church of the Goddess of Light would signal the end of their mission to recruit new members for the year. They had not anticipated their demise at the hands of Li Cha. Conversely, by eliminating these two, Li Cha had preemptively resolved a nuisance for the goddess's church. Hail the goddess. In the city of Saint, and, as the sun descended in the west, Li Cha walked ahead, trailed by the 2 privates from the 6th Bureau, maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters. This was the command of Commander Li Cha. Ostensibly, he was merely an ordinary adventurer, a somewhat renowned psychologist. It was entirely normal for him to venture to the Adventurers Guild alone. Bringing companions would only attract undue attention. Upon entering the estate, Li Cha no longer exuded the cautiousness he had once displayed. The charming twin receptionists, Luna and Lucy, were equally impressed by the doctor who only undertook gathering tasks. As skilled men in urology and notorious for charming married women, the sisters remained unmarried. Otherwise, they would likely keep their distance from Li Cha. "Good afternoon, Dr. Li Cha. Have you brought fresh herbs today?" The twin sisters inquired with sweet smiles, adding a refreshing touch to the sweltering summer. Li Cha replied with a smile, Could it not be that I simply missed the beautiful Miss Luna and Miss Lucy and came to see you? The twin sisters were the face of the Adventurers Guild in the Outer District. However, due to their status as the guild leader's daughters, few dared to harbor intentions toward them. Sister Luna asked, "Which of us is more beautiful, me or Lucy?" The other girl blinked her big watery eyes, seemingly eager for Li Cha's response. As for the lively banter between Li Cha and the twin sisters, the rough men in the Adventurers Guild Hall displayed no signs of impatience. They were all men. Being men was sufficient. Among the 10 present, 8 boasted that they could take down Li Cha within 10 seconds. Yet, Dr. Li Cha's medical skills were well renowned. No one could guarantee that they would remain healthy and robust throughout their lives, free from becoming a client of the Charlie Psychological Clinic. Thus, upon hearing the sisters' question, many began to cheer. Some whistled, wagering whether Li Cha would be wounded by the 2 most vibrant flowers of the Adventurers Guild, creating quite a lively scene. Li Cha urged them to quiet down before responding, "Whichever lady wishes to dine with me tonight shall be my most beautiful star." Sister Lucy chimed in, "What if both my sister and I agree?" The hall erupted in commotion. "Oh, Lucy, don't fall for Dr. Li Cha's tricks. Indeed, Dr. Li Cha, you are too cunning, trying to whisk away both of our guild's roses in one go." With their raucous antics, the momentary tension between Li Cha and the twin sisters dissipated. Li Cha had not intended to pursue anything further. He decisively turned, found the loudest instigator, and snagged 2 beers before letting him be. From a physician's perspective, Li Cha exuded remarkable authority. He merely sighed and shook his head to test if he could frighten a multitude. Afterward, Li Cha approached Luna and Lucy once more to clarify his intentions. Regarding the promotion of adventurers, it primarily depended on contribution points, followed by the adventurer's own strength and level. However, during the lower levels, as long as the contribution points were sufficient, the Adventurers Guild typically did not impose restrictions. Currently, Adventurer Li Cha was at level 11, meeting the requirements for a first-level adventurer. His contribution was also ample, although Li Cha lacked records of slaying monsters. The guild tasks he had completed were not less than any novice adventurer. Gathering tasks counted as contributions, albeit not significantly high. Yet, Adventurer Li Cha treated them as a mere grass-cutting game. The sisters even suspected that Li Cha had procured calming herbs and luminescent grass from outside to complete his tasks. Regardless, the flourishing Charlie Clinic was not short on such trifles. Subsequently, Sister Luna stated, "All right, Dr. Li Cha, please hold on a moment." Luna took some items and headed to the second floor. Leaning against the counter, Li Cha inquired of Sister Lucy, "Miss Lucy, is my friend Ram in?" Lucy replied, "Mr. Ram has already left for the day. I heard today is his wife's birthday, so he left early." Li Cha responded, "Oh, I see. I was planning to invite Ram for a few drinks at the tavern." Upon hearing this, Lucy blinked her large eyes once more and exclaimed, "Dr. Li Cha, did you not say you would invite my sister and me to dinner?" Li Cha replied, "That is indeed my intention. However, if I were to proceed with such a plan, I fear I might incur the wrath of the esteemed president. Even if President Lucio refrains from intervening, I dread the possibility of being poisoned, assassinated, or ambushed by the suitors of the 2 young ladies." Lucy chuckled, "It truly seems that way. Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me, Doctor?" Li Cha joined her laughter. "That is simply impossible." At that moment, Luna returned and announced, "Congratulations, Mr. Li Cha. From this moment forth, you are officially a Tier 1 adventurer of the Adventurers Guild." A prompt chimed, "Congratulations. You have become a Tier 1 adventurer, and all your attributes have increased by 1. Moreover, he was aware that his friend, Ram, who had been working at the Adventurers Guild for over a decade, was likely at home, happily enjoying a small life with his wife. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Cha waved goodbye to the sisters. However, once he departed, Luna immediately turned to her sister, saying, "Father has warned me that this person is problematic, Lucy. If you wish to court danger, do not involve me." Her sister, Lucy, provocatively retorted, "Hee," and then scampered away. Chapter 071. An awkward family birthday dinner in a cozy house located in the outskirts of Sannon City, which is closest to the inner city. The bald Ram donned an apron and retrieved the roasted turkey from the oven. In the past, such actions would have earned him only a mild compliment from his wife, who was more preoccupied with her nails, skin, and newly purchased evening gown. However, ever since he received assistance from their benefactor, Lisa's affection for him had surged exponentially. For instance, at the dinner table, there was a dish that Lisa had specially prepared for Ram. Although it was not particularly visually appealing, it was noteworthy that for several years, Lisa had been utterly clueless about even opening the kitchen door. Additionally, Ram had stated that Lisa need not lift a finger tonight nor enter the kitchen. Yet, she insisted on preparing a dish, wanted to spend more time with Ram, and continuously encourage him with phrases like, "Darling, you can do it. You are the best. You are incredible." The emotional value was profoundly elevated. "Darling, the roast chicken is ready. Come and take a look. I believe this is my finest creation tonight." Ram approached with anticipation. Following the previous trend, one would expect an enthusiastic response. However, this time, he found himself waiting in vain, instinctively searching for his wife. She remained in the house, but beside her stood a man, the very benefactor Ram had mentioned. "Dr. Li Cha, what brings you here?" Ram inquired, astonished. Seated on the sofa, Li Cha, now dressed in formal attire, smiled gently. "Mr. Ram, I went to the Adventurers Guild to find you, but unfortunately, you were not present. Upon hearing that today is Mrs. Lisa's birthday, I decided to come and extend my congratulations." As he spoke, Li Cha produced a red music box, which, upon opening, revealed a dancing couple. The music that filled the air was the universal birthday song of the Red Cedar Empire. After presenting the gift, there was a brief moment of silence. Mrs. Lisa seemed uncertain whether to accept the gift and glanced at her husband. Upon receiving a nod of approval from him, she graciously accepted the music box, expressing her gratitude. The bald Ram chuckled heartily. "Dr. Li Cha, you are far too kind. Just in time, the meal is ready. Let us, Lisa, open a bottle of red wine." "Certainly, dear," replied Mrs. Lisa. Lisa's love for her husband had indeed soared over 500-fold. Yet did not signify a change in her character. She remained true to herself, enamored with beauty and strength. But in her eyes, her husband was the mightiest man. With Ram by her side, Lisa feared nothing, save for Dr. Li Cha. This man was privy to her past. Thus, when she saw Li Cha standing at the door wishing her a happy birthday, she nearly succumbed to an impulse to silence him permanently. A few minutes later, at the dining table illuminated by a small chandelier, the couple, Ram and Lisa, along with their friend Li Cha, shared a meal. In truth, regardless of the host's warm hospitality, unless it was a public birthday celebration, Li Cha should have taken the initiative to leave once it was time to eat. Yet, he did not. He behaved as if he were unaware that he shone brighter than a 1,000-watt light bulb, indulging in food and drink. When the birthday cake was presented, he and Ram sang the birthday song for the lovely Mrs. Lisa, and he received a generous slice of creamy cake. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, dinner finally came to an end. Lisa proactively began to clear the table and, upon receiving a signal from her husband, ascended the stairs. With a loud thud, the door to the upstairs room closed. Ram's expression immediately darkened. "Dr. Li Cha, please take a seat." Li Cha, who had already been seated, smiled and replied, "Mr. Ram, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance tonight." Upon hearing this, the opposite party remained silent, but from his expression, Li Cha could discern that Ram was silently questioning. "You knew it was an intrusion, yet you still came?" Ram sat down, offering a cup of tea to sober up and a pouch of coins, stating, "Thank you for your assistance last time." A notification chimed. Li Cha's assets, 1 gold coin, 50 silver coins. Li Cha was somewhat puzzled, but accepted the money nonetheless. Ram continued, "Lisa and I are very much in love now, and plans for starting a family are in motion, all thanks to you, Dr. Li Cha." Li Cha replied, "So that is what you meant. You have already compensated me." "No, there's more. I have emerged from the shadows, possessing newfound confidence as a man. This has allowed me to stand tall, both at home and in public, something I had long yearned for. I am neither a great merchant nor a wealthy tycoon. The earlier sum was merely a token of my gratitude. You are my benefactor, and your kindness will be etched in my memory for a lifetime." Was this an attempt to shower him with praise? An attempt to silence Li Cha with money? Li Cha responded, "Mr. Ram, you misunderstand. I'm not the type to be indebted in that manner. Indeed, being indebted has nothing to do with the 15 gold coins just received. However, I do have a small matter I wish to consult with you today." Ram replied, "Of course, no problem." Hearing that Li Cha had a request, Ram felt a sense of relief. As of now, Dr. Li Cha remained his benefactor, and he wished to avoid any conflict. If the benefactor sought assistance, he would gladly oblige, thereby strengthening their bond. It was the absence of requests that would make Ram uneasy. Li Cha stated, "I have 2 names here. Could you please assist me in investigating who approved their entry into the Adventurers Guild, who provided their guarantee?" And who else has interacted with them? Ram queried. What purpose do you have for this? Do those two owe you money? Li Cha smiled without answering. This information could easily be obtained from the front desk through the sisters Luna and Lucy. I have checked, and there is nothing. Ram asked, were the documents destroyed in secret? At that moment, the bald man finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite being just two forms, they could potentially harbor significant risks. Thus, Ram chuckled nervously. In that case, I might also... Li Cha interrupted. No, Mr. Ram, you can't. As far as I know, the personal profiles of the Adventurers Guild require your review prior to archiving. Ram, he is doing well now, as is Lisa. He relishes his current life and wishes to avoid any disputes. Sigh. Li Cha sighed. Mr. Ram, as friends, I do not wish to speak harshly. Chapter 072. The Military Intelligence Department apprehends individuals without the need for evidence. Setting aside the First Institute, there exists another, the Seventh Institute. The Seventh Institute, perpetually the runner-up, is essentially subordinate to the First Institute and can be regarded as its long-standing rival. After all, the three brothers in the dormitory have treated him quite well. Unlike other classmates who mock and ridicule, every cell of Feng Jiao greedily absorbed every trace of chaotic energy, rendering his entire being translucent, while the energy of the Qinglian celestial fire within him combined to manifest as an ethereal azure flame, a new form of chaotic Qinglian fire. Wang Kumu, I require your assistance. I have been sealed once again. They are resurrecting Ma He and summoning Cologne Kaluya. Dong Sheng weakly uttered, each time his wounds healed. Fei Ying would tear them open with a claw, and he dared not resist, not even daring to cry out in agony. The cold light was neither ahead nor behind, neither to the left nor the right, as if it had never startled or was simply always there. The monsters behind grew increasingly powerful. Wang Mu was grateful he had come today, or else Malia would meet her end here. However, the more Hu Yang struggled, the tighter Zhou Ruo embraced him, their bodies drawing closer together. I understand now. Feng Jiao, thank you for your words. I vow I shall never marry Zhang Mingfeng. I refuse to accept such a fate. Lu Yu resolutely made up her mind and finally felt a sense of clarity. This is the consensus of all. The uncertainties of the burial ground have spanned millions of years. There have been several attempts to enter this chaotic galaxy, but without exception, they suffered severe losses. Not to mention other factions. Even the formidable demon generals from the three great demon halls lost over 2/3 of their forces. Pan Ling could not help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself, I am right here across from you. Are you really oblivious to the fact? After agreeing on this matter, Shang Wanshi quickly turned and left. Both he and Sun Shilin were the hosts tonight, and they needed to attend to all their guests. As there was much to be done, Zhao Luchan pondered for a moment and found it indeed reasonable. She had spent the entire evening in the tea house, contemplating everything, but had been unable to reach a decision, primarily due to overthinking, especially in ancient military camps. The discipline was no jest compared to other places. It is said that the Eastern Immortal Emperor is the oldest and most powerful demigod among many, while the Southern and Northern Immortal Emperors are similar, with only the Western Immortal Emperor being comparatively weak, with his celestial lords disregarding him. Lu Yixian rubbed her head and complained. Sister Sue's tone lingered with a drawn-out sound, encapsulating all her pitiful and helpless emotions. You, I shall expel you. Wank did not expect such blatant disrespect, retorting angrily. For this voice came from a hospital bed, belonging to the long unconscious Zheng San. Such a price would only be accepted by someone with a few screws loose. In fact, not only this slight premium, but even a bit more, say under 5 times, would have many willing to take action. We cannot subdue the Dragon Gang through force, for when it comes to the Axe Gang and the Jiang family, their influence in Chuan province far surpasses ours. In terms of force, we cannot compete. Li Fantian solemnly stated. Shunli initially instinctively refused, but after a moment's reflection and a glance at Mu Yin beside him, he reluctantly nodded. Following the precedent set by Zheng Hao, many male classmates immediately expressed eagerness, each requesting Lin Feng to teach them swimming. Stretching comfortably, Hao Qian silently praised the marvel of the innate primordial purple energy as he soared from the mountain's core. Dear, today the flavor of the Yuller distant relatives is quite delightful. I truly enjoy it. Angel smiled. Kindness. I shall also bestow the communication jade talismans upon the two of you. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 luminescent jade slips from his Qinquan ring and handed them to Zhen Yuanzai and Hong Yan. In late September, Beijing exhibited no sign of autumn. The bright sun shone down, as if summer had not yet passed, causing one to sweat profusely. Clearly, she lacked neither wealth nor men. What she truly yearned for was love. Zhang Wan, possessing both money and power, could provide her with many things, yet this was something he seemed unable to offer, prompting a hint of regret as he spoke. Yang Qing ignored her. The notion of calmness brings coolness was something a steadfast Marxist like her would never believe. Indeed, many places have suffered natural disasters affecting agricultural yields, yet we are not lacking in grain. If we truly were, rice prices would soar. If we truly lack grain, we possess sufficient funds to purchase from other nations. Chapter 073. Cultists tremble, the cult leader does not. This massive tree has its roots deeply embedded in the earth, subtly drawing the surrounding earth's energy towards its trunk. How shall we engage in the battle below? Zhao Qi inquired. If Tao Min continues to attack, our artillery positions are too distant from the battlefield to utilize scatter shots. If Lin Tao does not draw a card, he can only obtain 20 points. If he does draw, this round's deck is already exhausted, and his points shall not exceed 20. In an instant, the leaves in the garden curled under the scorching heat, only to meet a sudden chill that suppressed the heat wave. Sun Yi called out to the sea. Thank you. There is nothing left to eat. Disperse, everyone. He then accelerated forward. Yet I can still restrain myself, lying on the sofa and continuing to sleep. I slept until after 4 in the afternoon, then called Xiao Nuyan, asking them to come to my room, stating I had matters to discuss with them. Lien Chengyi gazed at the lively and adorable Meow Meow, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling like gems, exuding a vibrant health. The cavalry regiment collectively turned with the second gunshot. This time, their speed surged. Andreas capitalized on the time difference, intending to breach this line of defense during the enemy's artillery loading pause. When she began to speak, Bairuaju could not help but pay her more attention, as her words held an intriguing quality. Frequently hearing Brother Jiang mention, you serve as a reminder to Bairuaju that Jiang Yichuan often engaged in close conversation with her. He fears I will spread tales about him. This is a bribe to silence me. Lan He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the affectionate Yang Zhanghe. Yang gripped both their necks, lifting them slowly, his expression devoid of emotion, and amidst their terrified expressions, with a crunch he snapped their necks. At that moment, Lu Yinyan led a throng of disciples lurking nearby, collecting the souls and grievances of the deceased. A barrage of words spilled forth, causing the members of the alliance of beings to exchange glances, their expressions reflecting shock. This maritime region held no fog, yet was enveloped in dense mist. The fog accumulating without dispersing, resembling towering edifices magnificently grand. Above him, the sun shone brightly, and a celestial island hovered, moving slowly, appearing to be a heavenly palace. Suddenly, from within the thicket, the moonlight cleaved down like a sword. Upon witnessing this, Number 1 promptly retreated several steps. Yet you once requested us to take you to the sealing conference, and we have already regarded you as part of our team. Wu Yong coaxed gently. Everyone, search diligently once more. Since there's a police car, they must have fled somewhere. If all else fails, let us smash the police car. A rather unattractive middle-aged man remarked. It was evident that his words carried significant weight among the villagers, particularly with the favorable conditions offered by Jian Duzuan, which were indeed generous. However, this would bind Chan Xiao within the confines of the Xinjiamen, a notion he would never entertain, as it contradicted his aspirations. The establishment of the Shuri Charity Medical Foundation was predominantly fueled by Shui Wantong's benevolence. He had rarely interacted with the children benefiting from the foundation's aid. Yet Zhang Kai's gesture warmed his heart, accompanied by a tinge of sorrow. Although Wang Dong's application of Zhan Shui foam might not stem from pure intentions, perhaps aimed at witnessing his predicament or compelling his submission, Qin Yang naturally had to address Zhang Jing and the others in this manner. Just as several concubines were about to speak, a sharp voice interrupted them, rendering the entire palace silent in an instant. As the sponsor of the finest stage, one must naturally occupy the best seats in the audience. Even more concerning was the information suggesting that the recent malicious actions involved participants from the Thunder God organization, known for its overwhelming destructive capabilities and previous notorious terrorist incidents. On ordinary days, Baiyu, who was often bold in front of Ji Lingsheng, blinked her large eyes. Glancing between Shui Yu and Lu Ruoxi, uncertain of whom to engage or how to initiate conversation, casting a pleading glance towards Ji Lingxing, only to be thwarted by the curtain. The disheveled warrior's expression grew increasingly lewd upon hearing this term. How could that be possible? With people gone and the family dispersed, how could any semblance of home remain? A recently launched mutual assistance application had been at the center of controversy, initially met with skepticism and negative reviews, only to gain traction later. Although he currently hid in a cave, this was merely a response to the dire situation at hand. Once calm returned, Zhou Tai would undoubtedly discover his hiding spot. In truth, from the moment Mo Gongjin repeatedly pushed her away, the original owner's initial hope had almost entirely eroded. Suddenly, Zhou Pingyan, who had intended to say something, was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, I lit a cigarette, savoring the moment, until Jiang Yin finally emerged from the kitchen after a little over 10 minutes, taking a seat at a considerable distance from me. The White Emperor had already revised the schedule for the Genius Battle, which would commence a year from now, following the elite competition and academy contests across the continent. Observing the men's gazes upon Mo Lingqin, Mo Qianrong could hardly contain her desire to scratch his face. I approached her vehicle, and Lin Yin rolled down the window, fixing a cold stare upon me, gritting his teeth. Lin Meng's scream pierced the air as Chu Ming struck down with a steel bar. Lin Meng instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, resulting in one arm being broken on the spot. Ming Rue, not lacking in intelligence, discerned the implication in Lei Jiuzhao's words, sneering, "You merely wish to say that we shall battle again when you reach the 6th level of the true Origin Realm." Chapter 074. The deteriorating reputation of the Military Affairs Office also involves Li Cha's contribution. Upon unfolding the letter, He Sanlang was momentarily stunned by the simple sketch depicted on the topmost page. Compared to John's emotional fluctuations, the others appeared far more singular in focus, all driven by an infinite zeal, fervently desiring the rewards promised by their leader, eager to discover what awaited them. Thus, upon hearing the leader's pledge, they all prepared to exert themselves in their training. Suolong smirked, thinking that dream builders were indeed rare, and it was not surprising that the demon clan managed to recruit such a one. Observing Lady Wu Lian's hesitant demeanor, torn between her desire for a bath and fears of being watched by Sunan, he found it amusing yet dared not voice it, feigning ignorance as he discerned the direction she indicated. "Brother Meng, here are 8 high-grade spirit stones and 200 mid-grade spirit stones, which I have painstakingly gathered," Yuli said cheerfully, producing a storage bag and handing it to Meng Qi. "Thirdly, Fatty is the heir of the tomb raiding school. Without his assistance, he believed he might have perished before even entering the tomb." After Nangong Lingyun departed, Sunan gave a thumbs up to Gong Weiwei, praising her for being so decisive. Indeed, directing the eunuchs just as she had intended. Unable to suppress his fatigue and drowsiness, Mu Shichen rubbed his sore eyes, which were bloodshot, and his swollen eye bags gave him a look of disquiet. Upon realizing something, Chu Yin suddenly understood why she had received a letter from Madame Yang a few days prior, inquiring about the matter of Gue Linju. She had only delicately stated that it had been returned to her grandmother and was no longer under her management. Mu Shichen gritted his teeth, producing faint clicking sounds. If he was not mistaken, there was something concealed behind those trees, countless eyes fixated intently upon him and the fatty, while the fallen trunks resembled hands reaching out to seize them. The ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall are considered luxurious, representing the most extravagant dish among the cooking methods currently mastered by Yang Ming. In truth, over the past few days, apart from pursuing Liu Bei, Ling Yu still had time to attempt refining this innate spiritual treasure. "Brother, what exactly does the magistrate of Jiayu County mean by sealing the first arrow of the Yangtze River? What qualifications does he possess?" One subordinate expressed dissatisfaction. Fang Sheng casually gestured, and the blood soul crystal forged from the blood abyss fell into his palm. Yang Ming peeled the ginger, slicing it into thin pieces. Then have the mushrooms and dried tangerine peel, placing them into the boiling Wanbao purple clay pot, followed by a drizzle of oil. Yet, who could have imagined that within just a week, the savior's strength would surge remarkably, enabling him to barely suppress Draco. After Miao Fu reported the battle plan to the court, he adjusted the troop deployment, canceling the 3-line formation and concentrating 70,000 soldiers on the Eastern Front. Specifically on the west bank of the canal, constructing a plank-walled camp approximately 35 miles from Li Yanqing's encampment. "What's wrong?" Guo Jing inquired as Su Yu remained silent for an extended period, appearing despondent and sighing, prompting her to ask. When Su Yu handed the score to Li Zheng, he had already informed him to make these pieces as entertaining as possible. So when Su Yu and Zhu Miao arrived at the recording studio, they were greeted by the cacophony of Tao's howls. "I have long suspected it. Did you drink the complimentary soup when you had clay pot rice? The free soup is far tastier than what you would pay for at a restaurant," clearly showcasing Master Yang Ming's culinary skills, a diner praised. Now, with the excuse of 9, Yuan Shi Tianzun could openly kill. Once he eliminated the San Shao, it would inevitably enrage Tong Tian Jiaozhu. At that moment, Tong Tian Jiaozhu would set up the 10,000 Immortals formation, allowing Yuan Shi Tianzun to join forces with Taishang Lao Jun and the two Saints of the West to battle against Tong Tian Jiaozhu. "Hey you, how can you resort to violence? Kusha, are you alright?" The companions of the floral shirt first questioned the handsome one, then turned their concern towards the floral shirt man who had been kicked away. Upon hearing this, Feng Rui's heart stirred, recalling an event from 20 years prior. Losing himself in the nostalgia of bygone times, a warm smile unconsciously gracing his face. However, shrouded in the floral shadows, his face remained obscured, and at this urgent juncture, no one would take notice of him. Only Bai Inkai, an utterly uneducated scoundrel, would fail to recognize a middle-aged beggar. Even if he did not know the beggar, he should at least recognize the blade of the middle-aged beggar. Upon his arrival, the surrounding guests displayed expressions of trepidation and greeted him with utmost respect. Perhaps this was what Yi Zimei had in mind. Once she exposes Huang Kuei's nefarious plot and proves that he is indeed the abhorrent vampire king, it is likely that even though Huang Yun carries her senior brother's child, her senior brother would not choose to be with her any longer. Unbeknownst to them, Giguzi has gained another formidable ally, and soon, they will all be drawn into the fierce struggle for dominance within the ghost realm. Giguzi never harbored such grand ambitions. Yet faced with reality, he had no choice but to take action. For him, once a task is undertaken, it must be executed to perfection. This is the essence of Giguzi. Shiguan Fei expressed frustration. "We have searched for so long without uncovering any leads, and we are about to cross the border of Zhoujin. Is there still a chance to find them?" Princess Yuning, parched and fatigued, voiced her impatience. Chapter 075. Freya, you seem a bit disappointed. Aren't you an infrequent smoker? What's this? Recently seeking to let nicotine combat your white blood cells? Chun Kenny remarked as she leaned against Zhou Chuan's desk, her long legs casually crossed. Yin Shiyu's body acted against her will as she suddenly sprinted towards the source of the sound, seemingly eager to find its origin. However, the sound appeared to emanate from all directions, filled with bizarre echoes, rendering its source elusive. What heinous deeds has the Black Robe Gang committed over the years? How many lives have they harmed to amass such wealth? As for how Tang Hao managed to escape the encirclement of two tidal daw, Xue Qinghe held no doubts. In an instant, a rift was distorted in space, and hands emerged from behind the ice pillar and cerebral waves, catching them off guard and pulling them out of Xing Li's reach, directly into the rift, their figures vanishing as the rift sealed. The box contained Lu Qingfan's clothing and shoes, all sent by his mother previously. Perhaps at the outset, it was merely an unconscious release, but as it grew stronger, it began to exert an uncontrollable influence. She prepared to venture to the town. Upon reflection, she realized Hu Yang was correct. She could not risk her life in search of herbs. With the assurance of having space in hand, she believed she could find a better solution. The wind blades whispered through the air, while the colossal wind blade wielded immense power, yet was easy to evade. The wind blade spread widely but lacked strength. Lawyer Shun was left exasperated. Was this person truly lacking in common sense? She too began to feel bewildered. "I knew it. You could never match my master. Yet I wish to spar with you again. However, my master insists on waiting at least 7 years." Alas, Lin Dong sighed. Perhaps it was the inherent compassion of a healer that gradually imbued Shen Yu with a benevolent temperament. Or perhaps it was the honor bestowed upon him tonight by the Tian Shou Emperor, who named him Wei Yuan Ho, fulfilling his aspirations. At this moment, the warmth and earnestness emanating from Shen Yu genuinely surprised Chu Xiu and left her in a daze. Ning Fan, how did he emerge? Why did he appear at Hai Fu to create trouble? Although the number of individuals seemed few, one must recognize that their identities were anything but ordinary. Each could shake Jinling with a mere stomp, and their movements were heavily guarded. While others enjoyed retirement, Director Tang remained employed and could not afford to miss work. Upon his departure, Qin Feng also took his leave from the breakfast establishment. Dongfang Tianyun's expression shifted dramatically. She never anticipated her plans would be uncovered by her second uncle, causing her anxiety to swell. Jiang Guangguang simply replied with a good and quietly began to eat. Cheng Rongjian, lacking appetite, nonetheless forced herself to consume her bowl of rice. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon an exceedingly tranquil locale. No place resembled this one. At least in this seemingly subterranean realm, Long Yicheng had not anticipated such a haven existed. Among the three types of cavalry, aside from the monkey cavalry, none possessed speed. The monkey cavalry lacked frontal impact strength and were ill-suited for open field combat, excelling instead in forests and mountainous terrains. Previously, when Miao Miao and the others sought medical attention, Hua Bin's diagnosis, though manipulated, confirmed a pulse cessation. It was indeed a fatal condition, beyond the aid of gods or spirits. Tao Shang frowned once more, realizing even the Demo might be helpless. It seemed the mechanism beast would be impossible to decipher today, and retreat was the only option. To trap them, Yi Ling issued a brief command to the 8 great sword spirit puppets before settling down to meditate, closing his eyes to rest. The major sects had established their presence in this location for millennia, gaining a comprehensive understanding of various tiers of monster territories, allowing them to proceed with caution during each expedition. Although casualties did occur, they were generally minimized. Suddenly, Zhang Yun's heart raced with alarm, and a singular thought consumed his mind. Su Jigang could not possibly be here to catch him in the act. Gao Changong's power level of 95 in ordinary confrontations felt merely like a tickle to Zhang Fei. Yet in this clash, Zhang Fei sensed an unprecedented struggle. Haha, Vice Commander Jiang, you are the highest authority here, and I am your subordinate, so please do not be overly courteous, lest your subordinates begin to regard me with suspicion, Wang Shi remarked, his gaze sweeping over Lu He and Zhang Dabiao deliberately. However, today he hesitated as he had been drinking, which prevented him from immediately resuming work. Instead, he was directed to rest. Chapter 076, Meditation. Willpower can resist corruption. Praise the god of the black mist, requesting the bestowal of strength. This is trivial. If Li Cha were a follower of the evil god, he would likely behave similarly. The crux of the matter was that Li Cha had seemingly heard the title of Your Majesty amidst the cacophony. This reminded him of previous rumors propagated by the Black Mist Church. The god of the Black Mist was the brother of the goddess of light. All the senior executives of the Lancelot group gathered for this meeting, including several elders from within the Lancelot family who attended as family shareholders. The following morning, I and Gu Weiyan, dragging 2 suitcases, boarded the high-speed train bound for Lanchi. The first individual, a bespectacled gentleman, emerged from backstage, waving to the audience below as a form of greeting. His gaze relentlessly scrutinized her face. Gu Xi's smile faltered, and her grip on his sleeve tightened slightly. Your expression suggests you are on the verge of heartbreak, Tong Tong teased. After a prolonged wait in the Li family's grand hall, they finally saw Li Changong enter, weary from travel, exchanging pleasantries before promptly addressing the matter at hand. When several professionals laid eyes on the blue and white porcelain before them, they were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to a peculiar demeanor after a cursory glance. Gan Kuan, what transpired with Ning this afternoon? He sought to uncover the events that had caused Ning's emotional shift. Gu Tong stepped in front of the camera, transforming into Wei Siming in under 30 seconds, immersing herself in his mental realm. For reasons unknown, she felt that the seemingly innocent Xia Shuyan was not acting in accordance with her typical character, prompting her to remain cautiously vigilant. Urgent footsteps echoed from outside, and simultaneously, hundreds of men clad in black suits rushed in with frenzied urgency. Upon witnessing this scene, Tong Tian was suddenly struck by the feeling of having been deceived. Was this the level of difficulty for the task? As soon as Xu Bao heard that his uncle had relented, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Han, both their faces beaming with radiant smiles. The figure before me, Tian Lang, clearly appeared to be a skilled martial artist, showcasing a plethora of moves within the mere seconds he charged towards me. Shortly after the portly individual had assumed a defensive stance, we observed the opposing side beginning to engage in mutual combat. resulting in a significant reduction in their ranks. The crowd appeared somewhat disheveled, gripped by fear. Yet, upon witnessing Xiang Gang Tian, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone, akin to a burden being lifted. Moreover, the two stone mouse statues imparted an oppressive aura, compelling us to venture deeper within, past the threshold guarded by the statues. The venerable Kulao Fu Zhu shook his head. While others remained perplexed, his years had afforded him the insight to grasp the situation. However, due to Shan Chen's earlier disrespectful demeanor, he deemed it unnecessary to offer any counsel. We sprinted towards the opposing side, slashing through foes. Yet our weapons proved ineffective against the lizards, inflicting no mortal wounds. Fortunately, the lizards did not seem inclined to retaliate fiercely. This was merely the first round, and already an abundance of talented youths had emerged. The afternoon promised even more astonishing revelations. A supreme being from the Tian Di Fu sat beside the old master. Chuckling softly, "It should be him," Qin Han remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the man, who remained leisurely, fanning himself without a care. Su Ling once again retrieved the ancient mirror, directing its reflection towards the man, but only a mundane image was revealed, devoid of the anticipated darkness. In Chapter 077, Power, the Monarch of the Night, on his way home, Li Cha continued to ponder this conundrum. Purchasing the authority of the malevolent deity had inflicted immense suffering upon him, spiraling his circumstances out of control. This led Li Cha to resolve never to engage with matters related to the malevolent deity again. However, having acquired divine authority and assumed the role of the Red Priest, Li Cha had become one of the leaders of the Black Mist Church. Unless he was willing to part with the Red Priest for a mere 10 gold coins, his ties to the cult would remain unbreakable. Tainyo, with the meat sow in hand, traversed a considerable distance in Kaiyun City, inquiring of many, all confirming that the herb indeed bore the name meat sow, and that consuming its juice would induce a deep slumber, albeit with no other side effects. Upon recalling this, Chen Yue felt a surge of excitement. Yet, just as he prepared to act, he hesitated. Life, alas, rarely unfolds as one desires. Shen Yi could only offer herself such consolation as she ventured to the shunned family. My joy had not yet diminished when the gusts ceased abruptly. In that very moment, I distinctly heard a tremendous splash. Rest assured, once we arrive at Nantian City, I guarantee you will meet him at the earliest opportunity, Li Meng assured Chen Yue, thumping his chest for emphasis. At that moment, two powerful surges of blood energy erupted simultaneously from both individuals, radiating fierce vitality and stirring the winds around them. "It's time to go," Kylie said as he seated himself at the table, pouring tea for both himself and her. Xing Yu had initially believed that after vanquishing the formidable ghost cultivator, she could resume her training in peace. Now, she turned back for one last, longing glance at the Jiyu continent, sighed, and departed. Shen Yi noticed Fu Lu's feelings of grievance, but felt no remorse. Her bias was evident, and she saw nothing wrong with it. However, Zhou Jian had presumably left yesterday, and she hadn't inflicted any actual harm upon him, had she? Su Kei smiled kindly, musing that indeed, companions could be adversaries, and these two factions had already clashed before even establishing their haunted house. Behind them, Chu Tuo and the others exchanged glances and hastily dashed towards their figures. Moreover, was he not the one who fancied himself a great tycoon? Why was he so miserly now, refusing to assist her in repaying even a fraction? Yet, feeling uneasy, Chu Tuo deliberated before deciding to transfer the jade into the world, wishing to minimize his ties with the Li family. The princess of Chu State had already reached the intermediate stage of spirit cultivation and being a prodigious beast tamer. While Gu Chaoshi possessed some talents, he lacked the formidable status of a beast tamer, which posed a significant risk. Before the mysterious voice could fully discern Wang Zhixing's cultivation realm, Xiaoru had already taken the initiative to strike. Seated in a warm room, Hong Yi was impervious to the changing seasons, yet he did not mind a more comfortable environment. Laughter erupted on the court. The Huaxia television host need not read advertisements. As the largest network, they could don the sponsors' brands without promoting such ads. His mind felt somewhat vacant. He ought to be contemplating something, perhaps anger, sadness, but there was none, only a blank stare. Thus, when Fat Tiger clutched the crystal core with one paw, it appeared particularly awkward, and Fat Tiger likely felt the same discomfort. It was unexpected that your strength had reached such levels, enough to dare confront a legendary, unparalleled powerhouse. From a distant structure, the leaders of the younger generation from the Kaiji clan and other talented individuals from various kingdoms participating in the genius battle stood nearby. Liu Chen had been diligently practicing the multi-star gathering sword technique. To perfectly execute this sword art, mastery over the Earth's path was essential. Currently, Liu Chen had only grasped its fundamentals. In Chapter 078, Praise, Adoration, the God of Black Mist, 10 minutes later, in the first floor of Charlie's clinic, where Li Cha often drank tea and read newspapers. 2 cups of brewed Ning Shun flower tea exuded a gentle fragrance. With hair graying and neatly tied back, and a well-groomed beard, Lord Kevin handed his cane to his butler, Cade, without touching the murky tea before him. His gaze slightly clouded. First surveyed the general appearance of Charlie's clinic before settling on Li Cha. Lord Kevin inquired, "Dr. Li Cha, is this where my daughter works?" Unlike Fong Shun and the Sword Master of Destruction's ambush on the 3 distant visitors from the Dao-severing realm, Fong Shun's side held a significant advantage, and their unexpected assault yielded remarkable results. The star domain was layered. Ordinary spells entering it would become lost within, ultimately dissipating without the need for decryption. Yi Ting began to touch upon the direct utilization of the law's domain, casting aside the superficial, as it remained a celestial robe without an endless starry expanse. Upon learning of news, the master of Yin Yin Star erupted in fury, dispatching numerous individuals to hunt down the assailant. With much of the personnel from Yin Yin Star deployed, even the master himself occasionally vanishing. The illusionary realm cultivator behind the fish dragon immediately detected the fleeing 5 Hells Lotus platform, and one of the illusionary realm cultivators summoned Azure Light, within which lay hundreds of twisted golden threads, arriving swiftly atop the 5 Hells Lotus platform. Yangtian Greu Somilhat display asset. Yet the sinister smile at the corner of his eye only intensified. With a cold remark, he transformed his palm into a fist and struck out again. The leading players exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Everything within the mine was unknown, yet thus far they had gathered some rewards. Discovering a hidden chamber, they had no reason not to explore it, even if it meant facing demise. Liu Qi's arrival was remarkably timely, had it not been for him. The beheading strategy of one Yin Zong Wang would have indeed succeeded. Of course, given Zhao Yogong's capabilities, escaping would have been effortless. However, as the esteemed king of Qin and the commander of the national army, what consequences would arise if he chose to flee? The alteration of the rules governing spirit and flesh could fundamentally transform this dynamic. It could render a being's corporeal form into an ethereal energy entity, incapable of safeguarding the soul. Conversely, the soul would manifest as a tangible, substantial entity. A dozen henchmen swiftly dispatched the ordinary fighters they were originally matched against, relentlessly launching a desperate assault on Lu Lang. Although Lu Lang possessed formidable strength, he was not easily subdued. Meanwhile, Wang Yichen's adversary promptly summoned his trio of cards for protection. The force of the Tempest grew increasingly potent, necessitating the use of spiritual treasures to shield themselves, including the Dingfeng Pearl, the Wuji's Parasol, and the Baoyan Lantern. However, these were merely stopgap measures. Even Lin Qiyu, with his profound understanding of Qin Zheng, could not fathom what he was currently doing or what would transpire next. He himself understood that trust was not guaranteed, and this spiritual artifact was merely a fleeting indulgence. Ultimately, as the presence of Chu Tianzi vanished from between his brows, he sensed peculiar phenomena emerging within his consciousness. Some individuals vanished entirely from existence, while others, who had never before appeared, began to emerge. Everything was rewritten. Even the fates of formidable Taoist masters, such as the Time and Space Elder, remained unchanged. A sudden chill crept over him as 2 security guards slowly turned their heads, inadvertently locking eyes with the smiling face of Yin Kai Exine, a middle-aged man. Though lacking comprehension, Zhou Ming's gaze towards Yi Xiaofeng transformed from admiration into fervent obsession. In Chapter 079, "My lord, congratulations on passing the trial." Li Cha directly attributed the betrayal of the church to Kevin, nearly inducing the elderly lord to lose his composure. Moments prior, a living corpse had been devoured by the black mist. Anyone would struggle to withstand such a sight. "My lord, please allow me to explain. I have been at home these past few days." The elderly lord, possessing notable eloquence, clarified his recent activities while extolling the virtues of Lord Li Cha and praising the great god of black mist. Su Qiao was deeply immersed in her own world, oblivious to Chun Feng's reminders, quietly admiring the divine countenance of Si Yuzhou. She longed to overpower Tang Mengjiao immediately, hoping to thoroughly subdue this detestable vixen. This also illustrated how some cultivators, despite knowing the dangers lurking in the void, still ventured forth in search of their fortunes. The man was startled by Lin Yuan's sudden movement, grimacing in pain as his expression darkened. She came to realize that Si Jingxian ultimately did not love her, yet she felt no trace of hatred. Unexpectedly, in such a state, he received a video call request from Wang Shuifei. Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a blush crept onto her cheeks as she gently nodded, her eyes shimmering with happiness. Tingting and I are close friends. I know some things, Jiao Shuang revealed, prompting Chen Mo to fall silent. He frowned and stood up, only to notice a black leather belt resting against the back of the sofa. Let us change the name and arrange the pig ears on the plate to resemble peonies, complemented by a few green leaves of water chestnut. Thus, even if the fire palace were to collapse, this realm would still exist, albeit transformed into a desolate wasteland. Even the seventh son of the Kai family praised it profusely, lingering with delight, undoubtedly providing Zhao Hao with considerable publicity, attracting numerous wealthy young masters. Yang Ling observed that the man, who should have appeared bashful, was now filled with astonishment. The first sighting of the Yadas should have revealed a robust physique, yet the one before her, as Jean Tianyi described, was little more than skin and bones, merely a layer of human skin over the skeletal remains, particularly among some foreigners. Witnessing the might of the Huaxiao people stirred intense feelings of imbalance within, igniting a desire to confront Li Xiao. Yet reason dictated that such an action would be tantamount to courting death. Most crucially, the deployment of 200 soldiers to assault the village defended by the Salt Gang assured an almost certain victory. Such speed surpassed their limits. Even the strongest among them could not withstand such an onslaught. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ran was immediately incensed. Qi Feng hurriedly restrained her, saying to Long Tongue, "If such is the case, I can only lament my child's misfortune. Farewell." With that, he grasped Nangong Ran's sleeve and strode away. The old diviner did not come to my aid, but rather trembled and crawled toward the entrance. The zombie, with its long-since desiccated bones, sniffed vigorously. It then forcefully hurled me aside and leaped towards the old diviner, evidently attracted by his scent. She had already sensed that Chao Ji Kuei's recent behavior was peculiar, and now a faint suspicion began to form in her mind. The opposing party made an exceedingly high offer. Half of the school board members had consented. Were it not for Uncle Meng holding 40% of the shares, granting him significant influence, the deal would likely have been finalized. Qi Manqing furrowed her brow and remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiju raised both hands in agreement, exclaiming that it was the best plan. I have heard that monsters are causing disturbances everywhere. Initially, I suspected this as well, but lacked evidence, leaving me in a state of uncertainty. In Chapter 080, Susan, Mother was wrong. Please do not hold a grudge against me. The shopkeeper hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, pointing at Han Zishuan with a smug expression. Wu Zhao was equally astonished by the news and dispatched court physician Wei Sizang and Shen Nanxiu to provide rescue, saving Jin Song's life. Wu Zhao personally visited, sighing alas. My child, my existence has brought you so much suffering. He commanded Lai Junchen to cease the interrogation and release the prisoners. The two engaged in profound discussions, laughing as they walked to the vicinity of the palace, strolling along the flowing Qingming Canal. The water of the canal flowed continuously, producing a crisp sound. Guo Chengliang, following the sound, suddenly noticed a red leaf floating in the water, having drifted from the Forbidden Palace. Their raucous quarrel reached Yi Lian, who, initially incensed and ready to chastise them, softened upon learning that it was the green bean cake specially prepared by Wang Momo, prompting her to hastily summon someone to bring the food box inside. With swift sounds, bandits descending from the opposite hillside were struck down by arrows. Those who remained unscathed turned to gaze in astonishment at the cavalry, then fled in panic. Very well, but it is already full. The scholar will have to sit outside with me. Yilan nodded in agreement. Jining flicked her shirt and gazed intently at Yi Shaochen. Biting her lip, she squinted and approached him, taking the cup from his hand and drinking its contents in one gulp. Weren't a dozen bodyguards just waiting on the other side of the building? Had something unexpected occurred? 1,000 taels was unsatisfactory. She wondered what amount would suffice. Hopefully, it would not be excessively high, or her miserly young master would surely be driven to despair. Lu Yao smiled radiantly, akin to a snow lotus blooming at dusk. Illuminating kan zishuans darkanat isakevega. Today, she was not in her room, but rather seated at a stone table in the courtyard, staring blankly at the swing beneath the tree. This incident made them realize that even though they resided in the capital and had so-called skilled bodyguards at home, it could not guarantee their safety. One could easily find themselves transported to an entirely different realm in the blink of an eye. In addition to documenting the course of the war, numerous miscellaneous details were recorded, for these will surely become history in the future. It was not until a considerable amount of time had passed and the oil lamp flickered that she finally folded it up, stepped outside, lowered her head, and cast a lingering glance at the item in her hand before knocking on the door of the neighboring room. It was hardly surprising that, in this era devoid of any special means of communication, Zhou Tsang was unaware of the circumstances on Yan Shao's side. Upon witnessing the chaos of a sudden attack from the enemy troops, it was only natural for him to send someone to Yan Shao to issue a warning. The proud little girl, clad in thick cotton clothing, rolled about the bedside like a bear, while Li Yi, despite wishing to remain in bed a while longer, had no choice but to rise. This country was undoubtedly affluent. Otherwise, why would nations like Holland and England establish East India companies instead of companies with different names? After regaining his strength, Fan Bizhuang had already utilized his exceptional abilities to captivate his club teammates. Now, as a member of the national team, he was naturally tagged as part of the Real Madrid camp. The players from Real Madrid showered him with blessings and imparted some of their national team experiences. The pleasant fragrance emanating from the man nearly led her to believe she was marrying a prince on a white steed. Had these two not been young, an elderly person would have undoubtedly suffered a stroke from anger. Amidst the shouts, Qian Kaiyan led the way, followed by Wu Weiguang, with other patrol officers and thugs excitedly rushing in. Occasionally, they would take her to their laboratory to observe, allowing her to participate in the dissection of large creatures such as whales, where she had entered the whale's abdominal cavity more than once, coming out covered in blood. I will have to stay here for another year, as long as I reach the 7th grade real person realm before you turn into a monster. I will help you regain your human form, Lin Fan stated. Unfortunately, he was far too naive. Zhang Xian did not bother to hide. And through the fusion of various bloodlines and treasures, his physical form had become extraordinarily powerful, making him impossible to capture. With a furious roar and a strike of his paw, the void trembled as the 9-headed beast's fur exploded, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with 2 colossal creatures. Damn it! Lin Fan shot an exasperated glance at the girl, for what Jin Chuchu had said was indeed the truth. However, Qingqing City was not solely occupied by the Bai family. If the Lu family were to take action against them, Bai Jingyan remarked, glancing at Lin Fan with lingering curiosity about why he was so intent on preserving a mere obsession. After walking several hundred meters, they arrived at an exceedingly secluded location, where no one else could be found. Wei Momi sighed within, reflecting on how his cleverness had failed him this time, having fallen for someone else's clever ruse. He feared that the true Wei beast and Long Di Wei had already ventured deep into the sea. Chapter 081 was no longer satisfied with merely playing the role of a nurse. Today, Susan appeared more cautious than usual. However, when Li Cha discerned the thickness of the 2 envelopes, he felt pleased and pulled the slender girl onto his lap. Opening the first envelope, Li Cha remarked, "It seems you have given too much money." Susan's body stiffened slightly, but she had already devised a response regarding the money. The notification letter from the Magic Academy was far too precious. Someone had previously attempted to purchase it, ultimately spending extravagantly. Zhao Shaoling clasped her hands tightly on her knees, nodding seriously as if preparing for a heroic sacrifice, completely oblivious to the ambiguous nature of their conversation. Remembering the low sobs from the restroom, Ting Yuan felt that. At this moment, Jin Yu's laughter was unusually joyful. After speaking, without waiting for a response from her subordinates, she hurriedly departed from Qingsheng, heading in the direction she had come. Gu Beibei wiped her face, uncertain whether it was rain or tears, and suddenly knelt down before the gravestone, knocking her head 3 times with great force. Suddenly, Ning Tao's phone, which he had placed in his pocket, rang. Upon checking, he saw was a call from his sister, Ning Chuyu. Observing Yinzi's steady breathing and rosy complexion, with no signs of poisoning, Mao Ritian finally felt at ease. Knowing that this girl treated him well and that he could not afford to let anything happen to her during their outing. Regardless of his innate talent, he had been engaged in this field for over a decade, making it a rarity, and it was a matter of great joy for the master. I truly believe that upon meeting Man Qian Yan, and you along with Ziyin, I would also reunite with my mother. I have not given up waiting all these years because I knew my mother would come to rescue me, Shu Qin choked out. Seeing Chun Feng in such a state, Fan Jin couldn't help but smile inwardly. For it was just as he had anticipated. An 8th-level Qi refining cultivator dared to expend such immense energy to flee for their life. At the banquet, Shin Shuiji raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, suddenly realizing that today's wine was the finest he had ever tasted in his life. It turned out that the reason his uncle had said those things was to persuade him to abandon his desire for revenge and forget the past. I know the plump one's swimming skills very well. He can hold his breath underwater for 2 minutes with ease, so he must be deceiving me, trying to make me jump in as well. Wanner, tears in her eyes, looked around at the unfamiliar environment and the unfamiliar person before her, unsure of what to do. The claw, enveloped in a layer of ice, pierced through the body of the holy soldier in an instant. The icy domain continued to suppress the soldier's realm. I advise you not to be greedy. Since this is a time for preserving life, select those you can easily manage. Strive for the greatest effectiveness in the shortest time. The demon spirit noticed the glimmer of greed in Chun Feng's hesitant gaze and promptly offered her advice. Unaware, your disciple's rebellion is a result of your arrogance. You are so confident that nothing within the sect escapes your notice. Yet even the most obvious traces eluded your detection with your current cultivation. Li Yolin's voice grew louder, reverberating painfully against the eardrums of the other cultivators. However, these individuals were destined to miss their mark. Chun Feng understood that sending a signal would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. So at the moment the signal was transmitted, he chose to leave immediately. Of course, matters regarding national warfare were still far off. The Southern Song dynasty was currently stable internally, with the 4 elite armies flourishing, and the struggles among the trial participants had not yet impacted the official military. Given the strength of the Great Yuan, they did not dare launch a large-scale attack. And how could the Western Xia casually invade? Suddenly, Tang Lauda let out a wail. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out and fell into his mouth. My lord, the Norman army consists of merely 13,000 men. We possess over 18,000. With well-trained troops and ample supplies, sufficient to swallow this piece of fat meat without needing to share with anyone else, Earl Falls suddenly interjected. Chapter 082. Regarding the prophecy of advanced humans, players, one can only say that it is befitting of Mentor Forea. First, teaching that 11 equals 2, and then diving straight into higher mathematics. Drawing a rune, in minor areas, one can already claim the title of a first-tier rune master. In truth, obtaining the title of a first-tier rune master is not as simple as it seems. However, the essence of a rune master is precisely to draw runes, enhance individuals, and elevate their strength. Once drawn, regardless of whether the standards are met, they can still enhance attributes. Are you all right? Mian noticed that Shan Xian seemed a bit unsteady and stepped forward to support her. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen caused Ling Wei to take a deep breath, warming her heart, before she pulled out her vibrating phone. Seeing a message from Mo Bei, Gong San continued to breathe heavily, his bloodied face seemingly bearing something more, yet he did not respond. He understood that this might be his final encounter with Tong, and that his absurd journey was destined to conclude. Is it done? Is it all right? How much longer will you linger? Gu Qingcheng opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Feng with a pleading expression. Naturally, this peril was not about life and death, but rather concerned the political future of Yin Jingyi. When Hao Qianqian arrived at the Western restaurant, Ling Feng was already seated in a booth. She smiled warmly from a distance and gracefully approached him. Although Shan Xian did not oppose using violence to counter violence, these were ordinary humans. Wang Yin's overwhelming display of power through sorcery was excessively cruel. Shan Xian fixed her gaze on Wang Yin's open eyes until their stares converged. Ling Wei felt a deep sense of pity for her. Who would have anticipated that the once prominent Yuxinyan would end up in such a state? This was the inaugural sect competition of the Tianqing sect, which Lu Tianqing regarded with utmost seriousness. The primary purpose of this competition was to assess the strength of the new disciples. Thus, only the Foundation Establishment Group was established for the contest. Those who failed the selection might serve in various central government positions or local judicial roles. As the Tianqing sect disciples accumulated increasingly high scores, Lu Xi had effectively lost sight of the bigger picture. Suddenly hearing something pertinent to him, Chu Lan's eyes turned red as she glanced at Nan Fu like a startled rabbit. Ren Xiaoming managed to deflect a strike from Ko Zhong, but couldn't evade another blow, causing him excruciating pain as Jiang Xiaofeng struck at his heavenly spirit point. Wei Baichen removed his coat and handed it to Pang Di, instructing her to dry her hair, then led her to the waiting room. Huang Lei forcefully swung his right leg, yet Peng Yuchang remained unfazed, sporting a relaxed smile. After an intense kiss, Nangong Waner finally broke free from Jiang Xiaofeng's grasp, gasping for air and playfully biting his shoulder in dissatisfaction. This sensation was utterly surreal, evoking an overwhelming sense of unreality. The Empress had no doubts about her words. She had longed for a child, and despite the physician's assurances of her good health, she had not conceived. As her hopes dwindled, she learned to let go, embracing her intimacy with Hong Li as the most beautiful enjoyment of marital life, rather than a means to procreation. Yet a child had come. After leaving Elder Wang's presence, Xia's brow furrowed deeply, as if a troubling matter lingered in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed yet unable to resolve it. I yearned to alleviate Xia's burdens, but she refused to confide in me, and I could not force her. Thus I would wait until she was ready to share. The man initially paused, then swiftly grasped another dagger, aiming to stab Yanduo. In Chapter 083, Filia's Time, a third-tier sorcerer and a third-tier rune master, I boarded the carriage in silence, and the driver took me to this location. The carriage belonged to Lord Kevin, and the driver was also in his employ. The driver delivering Susan to Charles' clinic was no different than Lord Kevin bringing his daughter here. He had no friends. For so many years, he had fought alongside the Brothers of the Night Legion, which was his everything. Regret was not an option. Yang Fan realized that everything must evolve with the times. Blind conservatism held no promise. Not knowing was better. Dongfang Haoran was magnanimous, coming to rescue others. And when the time came, those he aided would be grateful. So what did transient anger matter? He glanced at Hua Lianxiao, who stood at the rear of the line, her expression devoid of emotion, remaining as cold as ever. The pincers guarding her suddenly opened wide, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged outward. The surrounding seawater stirred violently in response to the shockwave. After hearing this, Schwartz ceased speaking and quietly moved aside. He cast another glance at her, determined not to allow her to approach Hua Lianxiao. Given Hua's nature, she would undoubtedly accept the challenge. From a purely medical standpoint, Gu Fan had elevated the doctor's role to its zenith. The guests erupted in admiration, fully aware of the sheer improbability of disbanding and reorganizing an army of tens of thousands within a week. Yet after visiting the Joseph family's headquarters, they began to believe miracles were indeed achievable. It seemed they understood that those capable of such feats were not to be trifled with. And the true reason for their hesitation likely stemmed from disbelief that the individuals aboard the flying vessel could obtain anything valuable in the realm of blazing skies. Relax, the elder said with a smile, seemingly unperturbed that Li Fangsheng had not immediately recognized him. Lin Ai had long since devised an explanation for her resurrection, so she spoke without hesitation. Why is General Yang so irate? Lu Danxing asked, not angered, but rather chuckling lightly. Naturally, examining these hundreds of candidates would require no less than half a day, and this time would not count towards the examination period. Furthermore, he had conceived a rather clever plan, albeit with greater risks, yet preferable to succumbing to the rule of the Tartans. Yi Tian clenched his fist, unleashing a punch that sent a violet bone crashing violently against the dark energy layer. All right, Lin Ai recalled that in the moment of the explosion, she should have been devoid of thoughts, merely staring vacantly at the colossal mechanical life form. During the card selection, neither party would know the opponent's choice. As long as they refrained from grabbing card at the outset, they would avoid the chaos of immediate theft, preserving the essence of the card game. Heishan shook his head, bemused that someone who required such a poison could claim not to be ruthless. He was uncertain whether to admire the opponent's disguise or lament that his disciples had become blinded by power. Since earlier, when Su Yunxiu began questioning witnesses, he sensed something amiss, It appeared she had been anticipating something all along. In Chapter 084, Li Cha's first work, a first-tier foundation of strength, during the previous battle. Fei Ying had miraculously survived with only one eye injured, yet now, the single-eyed warrior appeared even more brooding. A dozen twisted, bloodthirsty monstrosities howled as they raced toward their foes. After departing from the Sky City, Li Tian sought out Wang Yi at the nearest branch of the Longhu Tang, finding him battered, evidently having barely escaped from Tianhua City. In the capital, where eyes were plentiful, Princess Baoli had entered the city twice. Yet burdened with her own concerns, she had not exchanged a single word with Li Xiuyu. Although she harbored a strong aversion toward Hu Feng, the suddenly prominent upstart who had stolen her son's beloved, thus thwarting the joint plans of the Su and Hu clans. Su Jiajie's father dared not retaliate. He had personally witnessed the chaotic scene outside the registration desk, where people queued fervently at night for the chance to secure an appointment, revealing the intense demand for resources at the capital's foremost hospital. Working collaboratively, the two swiftly transformed the room into a pristine state. They sat together on the bed, exchanging smiles. During this large-scale operation against the Japanese pirates, 517 spies from countries, such as the United States, were uncovered. All non-Longwa nationals are to be repatriated, while spies with Longwa nationality will face severe repression. Suddenly, the Mingdi shouted, and Xiongyu, with eyes closed, was desperately attempting to erase the memories within his mind. The map, suspended in midair, continued to change. Its contents still unfolding, but Xiongyu dared not look any longer. Such supreme sword techniques are exceedingly difficult to create, even for practitioners of the Zifu realm or those who transcend it. Yu Qiyun's entire arrangement had already indicated his intentions. A chaotic era was imminent, and he, the Qiyun merchant house, had decided to remain intertwined with Xiongyu. Yu Wu, clutching the token, swallowed hard and immediately dashed towards the direction Xiongyu had departed. At that moment, Qin Tian, nearly paralyzed with fear, noticed several soldiers aiming their rifles at him. He quickly waved his hands and shouted in Japanese, "Hey, we are on the same side. Do not fire." With that, he raised his hands and ran toward the soldiers. Indeed, back in school, I spent all my time indulging in pleasures rather than studying, Lin Feng said proudly. Having not paid close attention earlier, now hearing Yuan Mu's words, the fingerprints on Mo Junyi's face appeared rather prominent. The performance was undeniably successful. The music was masterfully controlled, creating an auditory and visual feast, remarked Prime Minister Mo Lin. Upon reaching the hospital, Su Qinglin hastily pushed Guze into the operating room for stitches once more. Yet Guze still clutched Su Nua's hand tightly. "This matter does not concern you," Shui Han frowned, pondering why so many people and affairs were disturbing his thoughts. After speaking, Ning Lang was preparing to leave when he suddenly looked up into the distance. Shortly after, a group of men in uniform approached swiftly. He sighed softly, realizing that what his mother had said was indeed correct. Allowing Feng Zhanlian to enter the Guozijian would certainly yield unexpected surprises. Wan Ning winked at her, his calm demeanor bringing her solace. For some reason, at that moment, she suddenly felt a deep sense of trust between sisters. Thousands of combat personnel had mostly ascended the Metal City walls, resting on the towers or edges, preparing to confront the invasion of the Spider People. After Yi Huang performed acupuncture on Zhang Linger, her complexion improved significantly. Upon witnessing this, Long Xiaoyan's joy was almost palpable. "Should I feel anything?" Shi Xia finally lifted her noble head, begrudgingly casting a glance at Xia Jingyan. At this moment, as he revealed a secret that had burdened him for nearly 20 years, he felt an immense relief, suddenly feeling much lighter, despite knowing it meant he would also lose much. "Congratulations, little brother. I never expected my Dan Yangzi would have a younger brother with divine separation cultivation," laughed the elder Dan Yangzi. "I might not be his opponent. Let's follow them instead." Zhang Wuji hesitated and whispered. Although he had mastered the Jian divine art, he lacked combat experience. His internal energy was high, yet he was unfamiliar with techniques, and, given his current physical limitations, he believed he was not a match. "Where is this? The Dark Knight, undead carriage?" Ming Luo asked, gently rubbing his temples, his expression still somewhat fatigued. "I know. I am far cleverer than you," Elizabeth Swan declared as she approached Jack Sparrow. "Since suspicions have arisen and evidence is at hand, why didn't you come to me for verification yesterday? Fearing someone might steal the exclusive?" Wang Zhoming inquired. Among those who came with Yuan Qianshou were several disciples of the Yuan family. regardless of whether Huiqing was at the Zhao family. As long as they continued to injure Huiqing's subordinates with silver needles, Huiqing would undoubtedly appear. Otherwise, these individuals might as well await their demise. Even forensic experts will be unable to detect any symptoms. Hence, the void battlefield may not open even once in several epochs. At this moment, Yi Chun and Di Lingxian engaged in a battle, naturally causing a sensation at the center of the universe, attracting all to witness. Even if all catapults were positioned at the forefront of the army, Lu Jia understood this was merely a feint to intimidate the city's defenders. In other words, if these dozens of powerful catapults could breach and destroy Constantine's walls, Lu Jia would indeed have to compare strengths with Marchian. Chapter 085. Depart, then quietly perish. This morning's guests were a typical husband and wife. Their relationship was strained. Indeed, it was a strained relationship. Their son had come of age and was studying away from home. The couple resided in Shungan City. From occasional quarrels to major arguments, they had grown to despise one another. Had it not been for their unfinished educational responsibilities for their child, they might have already divorced. At that moment, Li Cha just finished a strawberry jam beef sandwich. Mother must have much to discuss with Shui Yang. It's not good for the children to linger in the hospital, Qin Lang advised. What wish? What plans do you have? Are you together with Xiao Xiao? Your father has already promised Lu Lu to properly discipline you, ensuring you do not harm Xiao Xiao any longer. Did you not hear clearly what was said that day? Han Yu was astonished, realizing that merely forming 360 stars would grant the potential to ascend to the martial saint level, and with his talent being tenfold. Did this mean he possessed the possibility of reaching the true pinnacle of martial arts? Rise. Empress L beckoned the two of them to sit at the table. Zhang Yin took a seat on the left, while Emperor Hui sat on the right. Dai Qing presented 2 cups of tea, one for Emperor Hui and one for Zhang Yin. Emperor Hui and Zhang Yin both raised their cups in unison, inviting Empress L to drink. Empress L accepted and drank them all. This tea was deemed a tribute. On the surface, Ta appeared loyal, and he spoke as such. Yet Ling Yiru felt this matter was not as simple as it seemed. She noticed Ta's flickering gaze, hinting at unspoken words. The enormous, grotesque insect emitted a joyful sound, seemingly expressing gratitude to Huang Zhong. Cheng Donglin then realized that Luo Yun was not merely involved with the practitioners of the Dark Path, but had also entangled himself with the Demon Clan. It seems that Chang Sun Yun had not lifted the curse, which relieved him. Now, the only thing that could restrain Chang Sun Yun was the poison within him. It was fortunate that LVQ had such patience, respectfully performing rituals without showing any signs of fatigue. Yet he could faintly sense that he was exerting great effort to maintain composure. In the end, Ling Yiru concluded that these royal members were all so disingenuous. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kenghua fell silent for a while. The thoughts of this child are so pure and kind. He could hardly imagine that this child was repeatedly put in peril by the people of the Su Gua Gongfu, just as the two were at a standstill. And Ruo may seem to watch the drama unfold without concern. A series of rough bear roars echoed nearby. The sound grew closer, and then the sharp cries of the mountain demon sounded, as if the creature that emitted the bear's roar was locked in combat. However, Hu Jing's excited embrace of Li Hao was not due to his relinquishment of the chance to compete with her, but rather because of the words he had spoken. I agree. Shi Xian also wishes to know whether Mr. Ling Yun possesses this capability. Shi Xian chimed in. After General Li released the sword energy, he felt an intense masculine aura within it. Is this jar of wine yours? The Ro glanced at Lu Tianhao, Lu Bu, and Guan Yu, all of whom were robust and imposing, and thus refrained from being overly audacious. Indeed, yet I'm also curious as to why I ended up walking out instead. Zheng Luan felt as though he had taken a detour from the gates of the underworld. Meanwhile, outside the Zhuang Gate, 10 generals stirred, leading the Song army through the main entrance. The 10 commanders were the flower monk Lu Jishun, the traveler Wu Song, the 9-patterned dragon Shi Jin, the ill health guard Yang Xiong, the black whirlwind Li Kuei, the leopard head Lin Chong, Wang Ge, Zhang Xian, Tang Huai, and Wu Lin. Chapter 086. The Duel of the Maidens, Wendy Susan. At this moment, Anthony, who believed his time was short, felt a surge of excitement. Gripping Dr. Li Cha's arm, he implored, Dr. Li, can your method truly work? Dr. Li replied confidently, of course, I am a physician and never jest about such matters with my patients. I assure you, after the surgery, Madame Tada's health will remain unaffected. With the aid of medication, your ailment will also be completely eradicated. Luo Tian, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, glared at the Du family blocking his path and questioned, "What do you mean by this?" It was only when Lu Wenyu faced the moment of truth that he realized his previous carelessness. Frankly speaking, he had initially hoped to form a beautiful bond, enchanted by the allure of the other's captivating eyes. However, upon unveiling the face behind the veil, he was taken aback by the purplish-red blemishes, causing him to apply a heavier hand than intended. Yet, it was too late. Lu Chun and his companion vanished without a trace, and the inexplicable deep pit rapidly sealed itself, restoring normalcy while Lu Chun had already disappeared from sight. After Mo Xiaoxiao retrieved the basin from Liang Xinyuan's skirt, curiosity compelled her to glance down, only to be horrified, her visage paling as her hands trembled, nearly dropping the basin. Upon hearing the old physician's warm tone, Chu Jin felt a stirring in her heart. She had never known a father's love. Her mother, merely a songstress, had conceived her in a drunken stupor. Yet he doubted her and Chu Qian's legitimacy, abandoning them in the backyard without care. In truth, she had never met Chu Zhe. Only after becoming the pacifier did she uncover the world's true nature, realizing that the ancient clans, the court, the celestial sanctuaries, and the realms of demons and spirits were each governed by immortal beings of the Yuanshan realm. From the outset, Kuei-ge had chosen to enlist those native to the coastal region, born and raised there. In Baiwa Valley, Chu Hua had encountered her son-in-law. Although Elder Chu was aged, he still possessed a graceful demeanor and charm. The senior sister paused slightly, scrutinizing the man before her, seemingly doubtful of his capabilities. In the Huang-level arena, notable talents were scarce. I and Shui Bao were among the few exceptional ones, yet my circumstances differed from his. Stop boasting here. Do you intend to remain here for eternity? Su Yun remarked from the opposite side of the bed. This relationship, though distant, still held some significance. She truly wished to prevent Alan from meeting his demise. When she turned to see Zhuo Lingfeng's face, joy illuminated his features, seemingly surprised to see her. I glanced at Ma Yi, recalling that Brother Tao had just called him today. Did he have business with us at that time? Since Tao and Yin Yao could make a call, it indicated he had not yet been detained. I also discerned that the colossal monster looming above us resembled the one that had crawled from the coffin, albeit magnified many times over. The three puppets seemed to exist within a painted realm, having turned the artwork around. The three reached the back of the painting, yet the strongest puppet remained unharmed, as the disparity in strength rendered fusion impossible. With a mere word, Zhuo Lingfeng felt as though he had received the most coveted, priceless gift in the world. This was what he had long anticipated, a treasure he had sought yet was perpetually denied, and now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Agreed. Yao Ming bowed slightly to Shui Yin, his form flickering as he left behind a shadow, vanishing from sight. Chapter 087, Love-Struck, Deserving of Deceit. The grand formation of the heavenly web was monumental, requiring 20 cultivators of the Xiansheng level or higher to establish it. The 20 Xianshengs unleashed their internal martial energy without reservation, infusing it entirely into the array. After a thorough investigation, nothing was found within Changlong City. There was no cultivator of the Purple Mansion immortal in the Second Ice Realm. Standing before the door, one remained frozen, brow furrowed, mirroring Jiangnan's stance, unable to move while contemplating the wisdom of such an action. Chu Tianzi felt disdain. He could unleash the power of the realm without injury, but only for a fleeting moment, enough time to reach Old Feng and resolve matters with a single strike. I held little objection, since AI Tang Tang wished to join us. She certainly possessed some confidence. Moreover, persuading Shui Muqing's parents to annul her engagement with Qin Kenan would prove even more challenging then. Who exactly are you? Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened as he instantly drew the broken jade sword, its green tip nearly touching the elder's nose. Suddenly kissed, Sima Puyu's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively struggling against it. At that moment, Tang Yi pinned her down on the carpet, appearing ready for a more intimate encounter. Wang Ning set down her bowl, picked up the chopsticks previously laid on the table, adjusted them neatly, and placed a piece of meat into her mouth, chewing and swallowing. As Shi Su and the others advanced with murderous intent, Fan Chongfeng waved his sleeve, revealing a long whip artifact that he swung towards the trio. Zhou Yin suddenly understood that Lord Yu had come to seek Lord Xia. It made sense that, Lord, you could not possibly be looking for the princess. Why did you leave me? Wei Qingjun, along with Wei Yuanzhou and Wei Baihua, all stared at Wei Changcheng. Regarding mechanical technology, I had learned that the Kingdom of the Void was quite advanced, rumored to have created a flying castle. Orochimaru pondered. Senior, our Tonghan Martial Academy has been established in Tonghan City for many years and is well acquainted with the local conditions. Our integration into your esteemed institution will be mutually beneficial. Gusong remarked with a smile. If I could seize my future, could I choose to no longer be a mere pawn? The Kuei dragon totem leaped from Peng Ziwei's head, roaring forth and devouring the Canlong's primordial spirit within the prison. Doubting this, George secretly expanded the range of his mental perception to its maximum. Fortunately, at that moment, Yak was not too far from George, allowing him to still catch fragments of their conversation. Tommy Tion was once her close friend, someone with whom she shared such a bond that they could wear the same clothing. After she was wronged, she had not seen this friend again, only to unexpectedly encounter her at this military base. Not only that, the golden bracelet emitted a beam of light that struck the clay puppet, causing it to explode. Though her inner fighting spirit had been awakened, the elder did not reveal it at that moment. The faceless ghost burst forth, its long hair swirling like a serpent. The human faces it controlled staring with wide, round eyes, blood-red tongues flickering between sharp white teeth, dripping with saliva. Within this villa, most of the items were brought by Qin Juanxi from Earth, including the food. Draped in a heavy fur coat, she shielded herself from the cold wind, gradually warming up, though her exposed face still felt the biting chill. Why must such a tremendous price be paid for a single dragon egg? This does not align with Qi Yu's values. Yet once the decision to save was made, it was certain that it would not perish. This is the essence of Qi Yu's character. Jiang Xiaoqi harbored concerns for Lu Xuanyang's safety, believing it unwise to abandon him in such a place. Thus, it was from that moment onward that a rift began to form between you and your elder brother. Yun Xiao remarked. Lei Yu, advancing as a retreat, resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, leaping boldly into the fray. Before he could land, he found himself suspended in midair, witnessing a blood-red figure erupt like lightning from within, delivering a devastating strike accompanied by a piercing wind, akin to a crimson thunderclap. The captain inquired, if the launch is successful, how high can your experimental rocket soar? The individual acknowledged with a yes and promptly took their leave. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced, pleased that his cunning plan was unfolding successfully. Ancestor, you. Xiao Ke gazed incredulously at the demigod of the Qiao family. Lin Feng exhibited little reaction to this statement, for much of the consumption had been borne by AI Li. He himself had merely tasted a fraction of her bounty, maintaining an appearance of indulgence. Yixian remained blissfully unaware, lacking even the slightest perception of the extraordinary nature of this treasure. In Chapter 088, Miss Mary, you're simply yearning for a taste. In the therapy room of Charlie's psychological clinic, signing the treatment agreement is always the first step. Only in this manner can Dr. Li Cha dedicate himself wholly to the treatment of his clients. Following this, casual conversation ensued. Dr. Li Cha was typically well-versed in the related processes, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to maintain composure in front of Mary. Chun Hao merely jested, fully aware of the improbability, having even heard rumors suggesting the cancellation of his nomination for Best Newcomer. In the presence of Tian Ge, he preferred to maintain respect while gradually narrowing the distance between them. A golden palm forcefully repelled her harsh words, promptly delivering a series of stinging slaps. Many marveled at Chun Hao's advantage of being backed by Huaxia, daring to self-write, direct, and act upon his arrival in Hollywood, even enlisting a member of the 20 Million Club for filming. What audacity and wild ambition must one possess? She stood approximately 7 meters tall, adorned in a form-fitting leather jacket that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The courtyard was elegantly styled, brimming with unknown flowers and plants, connected only by a gravel path leading to the rooms. As conversation flowed, the spider behind me flicked a silk thread from its rear, instantly ensnaring my body and arms. Now I was rendered utterly immobile, and the spider loomed perilously close behind. From outside the city, the 100-meter-wide city gate resembled a gaping maw, devouring all passers-by. No one wished to miss out on precious goods. Inside the hotel, Huaxia remained blissfully unaware of the golden opportunity he had let slip away, as Lele's official presence ensured no one dared to record videos. Encouraged by their leader, over 1,000 warriors of the Dang society brandished their blades, shouting fervently. If uncertain, Gu Yu realized she must swallow her pride and act as though nothing had transpired. If Hu Xiao were aware, then everything would be manageable. After hearing Li Yu's words, Gu Qiqi finally comprehended why the soldiers had looked down upon her arrival. Sui Wei watched as Su Xian gradually led her son astray, several times wanting to speak but deterred by Su Xian's warning gaze. The ministers alongside the scattered plates ascended the city walls, witnessing the Dang society army slowly retreating southward. It was unclear who it was, friend or foe, that brazenly entered by day to abduct her cherished child, whom she had nurtured for 5 years. At this moment, in the vast square, hundreds of sword practitioners could be seen honing their skills, each displaying excitement as they sparred with their companions. Only when the zombies had moved further away did she cease her watch and slowly approach the entrance of the indoor tennis court, gently knocking. To be honest, he had never contemplated how to engage in a meaningful exchange of cultivation with the other party. The two of them each lifted a cup filled with wildflower tea poured from a purple clay teapot, exchanged glances, and then drank deeply from their cups. Before long, after a brief exchange among the three, Lu Huaidong, with Wang Iran's assistance, grasped the patient's condition, then, under the astonished gazes of Danjit and Mandela, retrieved his personal needle kit. In Chapter 089, Treatment, Rigorous Treatment. Love? Mary had been raised by several rough men. Later, she became a reserve member of MI6. Her 3 elders excelled at drinking, second only to killing. Thus, during her youth, Mary embodied this essence. As for her romantic history, the man closest to her was Old Shock. Old Shock stated, "This is familial love. I am the father, and you're the daughter." And then Mary was left in confusion. Xinyun's face turned pale, and her breathing became rapid. She weakly smiled at Chao Yangsa and slumped into the chaise longue. "You two, why have you been so silent along the way? Let's converse. Otherwise, we might suffocate." Mo Ran appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, she was in deep pain due to See Yuan. She needed to redirect her focus. His meaning was clear. You have meddled with Ren Mofin's possessions. And should he discover this, the repercussions would be beyond what your entire Shui Yin Lu could bear. At that moment, a figure entered through the back door. A person of fair complexion, familiar features, prominent brows and large eyes, wearing a broad smile, with thick, rosy lips, hair tied with a hairpin, 5 strands cascading down. Standing a height of 8 feet 2 inches, clad in a red satin embroidered robe, this was Wei Zhong. The opposing sniper's face was gruesomely mangled, crashing heavily against the gun, which then tilted, causing him to fall to the ground. The man beside him found his binoculars shattered, blood streaming down his face as his head struck the grass with a heavy thud. Indeed, upon hearing this, no one cared for the truth. One was a disciple of Ben Feng, the other a newly initiated disciple. It was evident whom they would favor. Chiyu noticed an object hurtling toward him from the sky and shouted, "Not good," hastily withdrawing his spear to evade, thus saving Gong Gong. However, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers can match Zhuge Liang, and this adage is not merely for show. So, after Zhang Xian finished speaking, Cheng Ying, who had been silently sitting beside He Fei, promptly posed another question. Mu Lin also recognized Mu Yunqing's predicament and did not press him further, instead redirecting his scrutiny toward Mu Yi. Qian's expression darkened. Was he not also in the same situation? To think that both of his senior brothers were actually external demons, and he had been oblivious to it. He felt utterly defeated. Throughout Chang'an City, cultivators were left feeling helpless regarding the matter of spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, Li Changxian, seated in the Eastern Palace, slowly opened his eyes, his expression tinged with helplessness. Upon hearing Qin Zhanhai's words, Qin Zhanshan, who was fixated on Qin Zhantian, remarked, "What my younger brother says is correct. Zhao Yunque indeed cannot kill Qin Zhantian." His tone conveyed deep disappointment. "Sigh, perhaps they mind," Hong Wu sighed. "Is it that my legs are unfit, preventing a wedding?" 36 individuals of the Tianling realm, when facing a 9th-level Saint Spirit realm expert, would undoubtedly face defeat. However, once they formed an array, whether a sword formation or spear formation, their power would be significantly amplified. This scene brought a surge of delight to Ananda and Kaiji. Positioned behind the Buddha, as they thought, "Weren't you just very powerful? You were not just about to harm us, were you?" The tales circulating among the common folk recounting passionate, unrequited love stories are precisely the treasures she cherishes during her idle hours. Dr. Licha has come to visit at Kevin's residence, accompanied by the formidable duo of Mary and Wendy. Wendy, a professional instigator, has seized the opportunity to complain before her stepmother, her demeanor brimming with assertiveness. As for her stepmother, Miss Mary, she arrived exuding an aura of magnificence that seemed to eclipse all of Saint and City's beauty. Emerging from the consulting room, however, it was during the moment of hesitation that Ji Shuafei, guided by the prompt on the display, arrived at the doorstep of Jiao Dauphin. Indeed, I once served as a messenger at the Empress's banquet, he remarked with a smile reminiscent of his peculiar countenance during those times. In contrast to her previous self, at this moment, Mo Zhu appeared more mature and composed. Although she was known for her steadiness before, it had not manifested outwardly. Now, her poise reflects an elevation in her demeanor. I can grant you a chance at survival, but you must promptly provide me with the antidote. Emoli dared not gamble with such matters. He sighed inwardly, hoping Lin Shuiyao would emerge unscathed. Otherwise, he could never forgive himself throughout his lifetime. That was merely my incarnate form, stationed outside to maintain vigilance. Yuan Shun stated calmly, refraining from mocking Wang Yang's ignorance, for in his understanding of the cultivation world, the concept of dual incarnates was likely unheard of. Ba Xiao looked at the bald figure in the distance with a sense of distaste. He disliked the feeling of being intimidated. No one had lost their memory. Beneath Ling Mountain, the identity of the suppressed individual was known to all. However, when they beheld the bloodied Xiao Tian lying on the ground, gasping for breath, a collective sigh of relief was released as the weight on their hearts was finally lifted. The mountain was not grand nor lofty, merely long, stretching for several miles. Its surface was mostly barren, characterized by typical sandstone, not overly hard, making it suitable for carving. The area was frequented by many tourists, many of whom knelt in worship before each statue. Is your relationship with Luo Chiyue merely that of teacher and student? Lin Xiangyu directly inquired. Yi Xiuzhe, amidst the incessant chatter of the children, gazed at the retreating figure of a person and an eagle, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. The jiahubone flute is not only the earliest physical musical instrument from the Huaxia era, but is also recognized by experts as the earliest playable instrument in the world. As Yin Yuer trembled upon entering my embrace, she finally found stability. Yin she listened in surprise, exclaiming, he knew back then, so why would he let her come along? Considering they were almost severed from one another, a 13-point deficit is not the end of the world. During halftime, Woodson severely reprimanded the Eagles players, with Ruan Erniu being the primary target. Within the residence, after placing Tsukumi Subaru in a room, Lin Hai and the others also found a room to rest, as it was already quite late. Chapter 091, Susan's Pride and Joy. The banquet hall of Kevin Manor, resplendent and opulent, boasted 5 crystal chandeliers that showcased its noble heritage. Lord Kevin, with his gray hair tied back, remained seated in the main seat. However, his posture was somewhat peculiar, leaning slightly forward, seemingly due to an issue with the precious antique wooden chair. Opposite him sat the most distinguished guest of the day, Dr. Licha. In contrast, Licha appeared quite at ease. Flustered and disoriented, the attendant finally grasped the leader's intent. Although Hu Ziyin wished to enter, it would be futile even with the martial emperor blocking the way. Lin Ran inquired, do you comprehend what this signifies? Gesturing towards the computer screen. Upon envisioning such a scene, several executives collectively gasped. A single auction item could potentially turn the tide, a truly astonishing prospect. Even if one does not wish to drink, it must be consumed. Only then can your health improve. Emoli could yield to Lin Shuiyao at any time. But this instance was one in which he would not concede. Whether Lin Shuiyao could fully recover depended on her willingness to comply. The chef at Tianmei Building was already quite skilled, and with the addition of Ling Kai, a culinary delight, the meals here became increasingly exquisite, almost transcending mortal cuisine. Strange as it was, Zhang Yi promptly pursued, only to find themselves awkwardly halting at the alley entrance. Mere moments ago, the previously cacophonous environment fell into sudden silence. As nearly everyone found their respective tasks, the fierce duel between Situ, Sheng, and Wu Siyu was intense, while Hua Jieyu's sweeping prowess could hardly be described as overwhelming. Child, your heart is kind. I shall bestow upon you this bone-strengthening elixir. Lu Qiao spoke as she handed Mo Li 2 keys along with a pill. Su Tianlan retrieved her phone, opened Weibo, and was immediately inundated with countless private messages, all advising her to steer clear of the charlatan. Lu Wanga chose a scenic spot to sit, and, gazing at the beautiful moonlight, felt her heart begin to descend with the moonlight, ultimately settling at the depths, gently swaying with the breeze, experiencing an unparalleled sense of relaxation and joy. She was rather particular about meat and did not eat much. Sweet and sour carp was one of her favorite dishes. Elfei and Fan Shuiqing departed while conversing. Today, Elfei was undoubtedly the main character and needed to rest well to prepare for whatever lay ahead. Zhao Luchan raised an eyebrow, understanding Lu Rua's implication. It was clear that the shareholder had exerted immense pressure on Lu Rua. Naturally, no one knew that Yi Qingnan had made a pact with Shui Huang, allowing her to harness some of Shui Huang's power to fend off pure flames with ease. Since the day you vanished, that elder has been clamoring, threatening that if you do not reappear, there would be consequences. He had merely heard rumors. Upon receiving the garment, Feng Tianyu unfolded it, revealing a magnificent general's uniform. Without questioning the reason, he turned his back and donned the attire. Sure, Xiao Chuan grew increasingly anxious. He wished to deny it, yet his abilities were limited, rendering him incapable of offering any other justification. Beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead, and his pallor became increasingly alarming. The so-called formlessness and absence of appearance bore a striking resemblance to his initial venture into the realms of Buddhism and Taoism. Mentor, we have journeyed far, weary in body and mind. Why not converse tomorrow morning, allowing Meng Chen to accompany you for a thorough discussion? As she stood, Li Mengchen hastily added that she had sensed an inexplicable eeriness since the meeting between the mentor and Feng Tianyu. Chapter 092, Medium Ritual. We have never fought such a prosperous battle. Seeing her suddenly aged appearance, Sun Mu Yang's words of reproach faltered on his lips. Utilizing the technique from the Great Wilderness Savage Beast decision to condense energy into beasts, these fireform giants possessed not only extreme temperatures and long-range attack capabilities, but also a level of intelligence akin to that of true beasts. Regardless of their voices, similarities, or the precision of their mimicry, even with identical memories, Yi Wuhuan could still detect the subtle differences between them. Will you withdraw your troops? No? Then your son is as good as dead. Zhao Huan continued harshly. Li Zhao was not foolish enough to doubt him blindly. From Zhao Zichu's words, it was clear that Lu Xiangning was unaware of this matter. Meanwhile, Shun Bing, feigning drunkenness, revealed that the wine originated from the brewing of Wang Baoan. The Li family originally resided in the same locality as my hometown. Given the widespread poverty in our area, the increase in population inevitably made life more challenging. Thus, the elders of the Li family decided to send a portion of their kin to live where Dongfang you currently resides. I do not know if it was instinctual, but I found myself thanking the prison guard. Then I was struck speechless, unsure of how to continue. She smiled, her grin somewhat mechanical, with traces of fatigue on her face, likely due to working the night shift the previous evening. After purchasing a ticket and checking in at the entertainment venue, she confirmed her entry with her reflection. Then she found a public restroom, donned a wig, reversed her top, and transformed her backpack into a handbag. Now, all that remained was for her to put on a splendid performance alongside Zhen Yi for Ding Zhen before Wang Yan's arrival. If the leader's plan succeeded, it would not only effortlessly rescue Zhen Yi, but also secure her position firmly beside Ding Zhen. Furthermore, if she were absent, Li Dong would be the sole candidate capable of handling the Lanyu work. Huang Qianchong remained unflappable, even when struck at his core, showing no signs of rage or murderous intent. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted, and after this sparring session, many likely became acquainted with the name Qing Li. To defeat Wang Dong was undoubtedly a testament to formidable strength. Hua Qianxuan was even more delighted than if she had triumphed herself. The earth was covered, and a monument was erected. This site became a grave for those whose lives were claimed by the blaze. Bei Jiapeng's starting point was exceptionally high, with at least half of his energy devoted to research. Compared to those who emerged from their internal conflicts, seasoned in combat and adept at adapting, he still lacked a certain edge. Could it be that fate had intertwined their paths before they even met? Xia Imo naturally took a seat beside Lin Huan, effortlessly pulled out her textbook, leaned against him, and smiled gently. Mei Qianxiao knew that Li Mingyao had received a light punishment, and with nothing more to say, he quickly withdrew. Fortunately, there were no bricks or similar objects within Li Mingyao's reach. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly suffered further. Although that fleeting glance was but an instant, Lu Mingxue's mind raced with thoughts. Yet ultimately, they merely served as rational impetus, guiding her towards her mother. With the bait in the pond struggling, the fishing line began to quiver above the water surface. The drowsy Guijia seemed to sense the tremor in his hands. He yawned and, without a second thought, yanked the fishing rod. In an instant, Wei Long dashed towards the alchemy furnace, attempting to shield himself from the barrage of emoticons. But Dawei had already seen through this tactic and struck him with a colossal hand, sending him flying. Damn it, the communication with the Green Paint District is intermittent. Let's unleash a barrage first, Yang Guang declared. Su Yu felt quite overwhelmed, as if he had boarded a pirate ship of Yuan Guang. However, now that the words had left his mouth, he could only acquiesce. Upon seeing Dao Jun enter, Lu Yanyue and Susan stepped forward to greet him. Dao Jun recognized Lu Yanyue, but was unfamiliar with Susan. Mama Gu set out an array of candies priced at dozens of dollars per pound, brewed tea as a warm welcome, and modestly promoted her son's achievements in publishing a magazine and starting a company and university. Even mentioning the 50,000 pocket money Gu Bei had given her, which soon led to Gu Bei's rising fame in the cigarette factory. Chapter 093. Farewell to the God of Black Fog, Red Priest, S. Advanced Class Shadow Messenger. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. An earthquake struck Sainan City. The entire Kevin Manor swayed thrice. Fortunately, the tremors were brief and soon subsided. Even so, many were frightened enough to hide beneath their beds and tables. In that moment, the worship of the goddess of light surged to new heights, with countless devotees and non-believers alike chanting her name, pleading for her protection against the earthquake. This is the indulgence of the wealthy, reveling in song and dance daily. As for how they secured their desires, money, power, deceit, whatever means necessary were employed. A few years ago, a wave of university mergers began. Longxi Agricultural University merged with the then ancient Capital Agricultural College, expanding its land by 3,000 acres on the foundation of the former institution, resulting in a new campus of Longxi Agricultural University in Nanyuan Village. I only stopped after running to the back of the tailor's shop, where there were fewer people, having escaped everyone's gaze. Even Ran and the others did not pursue me. All right. Qin Monk's cheeks flushed crimson. The feeling of being cared for was delightful, and she began to feel grateful for her knee injury, which afforded her such treatment. Qin Feng remained silent, yet Zhang Shui perceived a change in him. Previously, she thought him a taciturn person, but upon learning of his residence in Shantytown, she began to believe he looked down upon her. However, in this practical combat, even with his eyes covered, Lin could handle it with ease and would not suffer any injury. Hua Jinzhuang's 8 Extreme Fist was renowned for its vigorous techniques. Thus, despite facing over 20 opponents, the outcome was never in doubt. I don't know, we haven't clashed, but if we truly did, I wouldn't be overly confident in my ability to defeat him. I shook my head and said, Kai Dongsheng was of a similar age to Hong Qi, both nearing 40. But Kai was exceptionally sturdy, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with well-defined muscles, strong yet agile, moving as if he were walking on air. Come in, what is it? Yuan Shikai said, regaining his composure, his expression grim. In ancient times, the human realm had evolved into its current form, with time spanning from the reign of the Yellow Emperor to the fall of King Zhou of Shang. This era marked the end of the last human emperor. The ancient 3 clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, created chaos, with the Phoenix clan being androgynous. A steak cooked to medium, its surface golden brown, served with exquisite foie gras and garnished with truffles, alongside the meticulously carved radish flour, composed a luxurious steak dinner. I grasped the Yuang spear, and in the face of such suffocating aggression, I became unexpectedly calm. I contemplated the sword intent of the Kunlun sword classic, a cold emotion surging within me. Come on, strike with more ferocity. I wish to see whether your swordsmanship is more formidable or my marksmanship is sharper. The stubborn old man, even in the face of life and death, remained so meticulous. Ma Yuan unleashed his demonic power, striking Li Tian's abdomen while reflecting on this. I had only arrived in Sangzhou for 2 days, yet the city had transformed into a realm saturated with fear and the scent of blood. Dao Yu also cried out, as he too felt the impact of the sword energy, which drained a considerable amount of his energy. A young man expressed his confusion. Circus? Don't bring up irrelevant matters. Have you ever seen a circus with so many bears at once? Chapter 094. What happened to the homework check? This is highly scientific and religious. Li Cha has already faced the god of black fog twice. Without unexpected surprises, who would still wish to join the church in the future? The next condition, sacrifice skill must reach level 5. Currently, Li Cha's sacrifice skill is at level 2. 1200 to hold a sacrificial ceremony. You have gained greater knowledge. Leveling up from 1 to 2 requires 100 proficiency points. Recently, a considerable number of martial cultivators have arrived in the imperial capital, all for the purpose of the sect competition. This competition not only serves as a contest between various sects, but also as a means to select elites for the 100 Nations War. At that moment, Li Ru noticed someone behind Ding Yuan, a figure of remarkable stature, exuding an impressive aura, brandishing a Fontian Huaji. With a pair of cold eyes fixed intently on Dong Zhua, Sanyi nodded slightly, her tone somewhat forced. Having been a boy for the better part of the day, she felt a bit frantic. Moreover, seeing your sister Shiryu even asked her, what is it like to have a gold medal? At this time, Mo Qian Kuan had prepared the second tier of attack warships, ready to unleash a frenzied assault the moment the enemy entered the attack zone. It remains to be seen what strategies these two invading empires may employ. Fa Zheng was kicked by Yang Hao, causing his true energy to surge chaotically, nearly rendering him unconscious. By the time he regained his senses, he was already subdued, and any thought of resistance was too late. To be so easily captured was something he could never have anticipated. Medical practitioners, even those of the lowest rank in the medical field, are coveted treasures among powerful factions due to their healing abilities and the capacity to concoct healing elixirs, bringing significant convenience during simple battles. And their hiring costs are considerably more affordable than those of higher-rank physicians. As the battle raged on, Farouk's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, his body growing increasingly ethereal and dim, the movements of the mountain-sized weapon becoming more rigid. His soul power had long been overdrawn, and his spirit could dissipate at any moment. It was evident that upon contact, the water dragon evaporated partially while the fire line also thinned considerably. In this initial clash, neither side held the upper hand. Upon hearing this, Su Jiu directly placed the jade sculpture into the Qiankuan ring. Indeed, the status of the master of 10,000 puppets remained unaffected. Only the thread of smoke connecting his body to the jade sculpture had shifted to the Qiankuan ring. Although Yun Yi's mental hammer dealt a significant blow to Li Yu, he himself felt quite distressed. However, his mental strength was slightly greater than that of Li Yu, and having practiced meditation techniques, his capacity to endure was also superior. Thus, the injury was not as severe. The discovery of gold by the kingdom attracted the covetous eyes of Europeans, while the internal strife within the Matabele kingdom severely weakened its power, ultimately creating an opportunity for direct invasion by colonizers. Greetings, two gentlemen. Here are the drinks you ordered. Li Bai approached and placed the drinks before the guests. Wang Han and Han Ji, did you see the fellow hidden within the giant's body? On the way back, AI Wei suddenly inquired. Tear the space directly. Do not enter his blockade. Otherwise, it would indeed be a path to certain death. Yin Mo exclaimed urgently. In certain large cities, seafood markets are often monopolized by local individuals who dominate a particular variety of a market. They engage in competition amongst themselves, yet if outsiders attempt to enter, they will face suppression and exclusion. Chapter 095. Father of Health exercises Li Cha, the number one enemy in the Hongxiangzi. Speaking of bonuses, Li Cha asked Xia if the reward for capturing the cultists of the Black Fog Church had been issued. Xia replied, Chief, as a mere foot soldier, how could I possibly know such matters? Li Cha responded, Should I ask Fu Leia? Xia dared not directly mention the sergeant major's name and merely nodded. At that moment, Li Cha finished his breakfast, rubbed his head, and still felt somewhat unwell. Treat it as a stroll, we shall proceed. Her eyes slightly moist. She reflected on the past few years, which had not been easy, yet someone still cared for her, stirring her heart profoundly. No need for that. A familiar, clear, ethereal voice echoed from the back of the hall, reaching everyone's ears. Observing their robust physiques as they shed their coats to reveal strong, muscular arms in modern times, They could easily be mistaken for bodybuilders. After regaining her composure, Yuqin looked up at the lofty dome of the hall and admired the opulent classical decorations surrounding her. Her heart filled with a wave of emotion. Shuekong, is anyone there? A lingering voice drifted in. Though unseen, it resonated in their ears. Generally speaking, the flag-raising or conflicts at Jingjiazhuang are relatively safe for those uninvolved. This is primarily to maintain a favorable commercial environment. As someone swung a blade towards Ing Zheng's back, Meng Yi rushed forward to block the strike. Ing Zheng had long lost count of how many times Meng Yi had shielded him from harm. Some astute individuals could discern the crux of the matter at a single glance. They either boldly departed or chose to remain for an extended period. Under Meng Tian's military governance, the Meng family army maintained strict discipline, never daring to overstep their bounds or disturb the local populace. Those who defied orders faced execution. Shortly thereafter, Li Chang's expression turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, and a streak of cold light shot forth from his sleeve, trailing a faint white glow in the air. Very well, everyone is here. Let me first explain the previous matters. The fluctuations you sensed upon your arrival, along with the disappearance of the natural essence in Jiangcheng, were all caused by me, as I have achieved a breakthrough into the legendary Golden Core realm. Yi Feng slowly addressed the crowd. With the highest level invitation, one naturally enjoys the most exquisite treatment. Whether in the decor of the private room or the selection of fruits and fine teas on the table, everything is of superior quality, such as the rare wood fruit that Luo she had just ordered, which is no ordinary fruit, but rather cultivated on precious ninth-grade spiritual herbs. Ultimately, with the collective efforts of the brothers, the ninjas outside were all brought down by steel blades. Luo sighed and took a step back, offering support to Luo Shi. What he could do was to embrace her at the first sign of danger. No matter what, he would endure alongside her. People spent exorbitant sums trying to acquire this medicine, which was formulated into pill form and enveloped in a layer of transparent film. The cemetery in the southern part of the city is a rather ordinary burial ground, yet for Qi Shaoqing, it holds a unique significance. Upon seeing Tang Xiao once steer the conversation towards her, her aunt quickly changed the subject to avoid the awkwardness. A well-articulated discourse not only refuted the unfounded attacks against her, but also turned the tables to ridicule Madame Xiaoxi. Yin Yin, upon seeing this, Mo Yang could not help but smile, realizing Ma Ning's intentions. He deliberately sought to provoke the impotent eunuch, calling out ambiguously to Zhong Yin Yin. Zhang Xin shook his head and continued onward, moving several large stones to block the breach in the river, which finally quieted the spring. Chapter 096. Dr. Li Cha has attained beer freedom in Shang'an City. Li Cha typically does not pay attention to Hong Xiangzi when interacting with others or guests. He maintains a lofty demeanor, even briefly touching upon related topics. Thus, upon learning that he had become the #1 enemy in Hong Xiangzi, Dr. Li Cha could only exclaim in disbelief. That set of health exercises was truly an unintentional act. Even he only knew the movements, not their specific effects. Otherwise, he would have. Suddenly sensing a moment of tranquility, Yun Jun raised her head. With a soft chuckle, she felt a wave of happiness, tilting her head to gently kiss the sleeping Lin's lips. Later, upon hearing that Li Wangkai was Qin Fun Sr., and after inquiring further, it became evident that Li Wangkai held considerable renown in Yangcheng, which inevitably led to inquiries about Qin Fun as well. Who in that place lacked connections? A mere phone call sufficed. Wan Zhongliang, a figure of considerable authority, displayed no fear in the face of Qin Fun's intimidating gaze. Upon learning that Lin Feng possessed the Ghost Gate's 13 Needles technique, Xiao Hongshui's admiration for Lin Feng intensified, perceiving him as a rare treasure within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Initially, Lin held only a 60 to 70% certainty regarding his plans. But after receiving recognition from the Golden Cup Awards judging panel, his confidence soared above 90%. Outside the main entrance of Studio 3, the two CCTV hosts harmoniously pushed open the thick soundproof door and peered inside. This implied that within the coffin, there lay yet another coffin, emanating the chilling aura that had earlier enveloped it. When Long Jiao uttered such outrageous words, rather than rebuffing him, the family head retaliated with 2 resounding slaps to Zheng Xian's face. The call came from a number saved as Qing Xinjia, and among all of Su Xinyue's acquaintances, only Shangguan Qingxin bore that name. leaving no doubt that it was indeed her calling. The Ministry of Magic maintained a connection with the Prime Minister, as governmental support was often necessary to safeguard the secrets of the magical realm, which spanned vast territories and housed more than just a handful of wizards. Leaving no trace was an impossible task. Coincidentally, Su Feng had not seen this post. Yet on that day, he fervently refreshed the progress of the Eastern Gate, fervently urging all players from the abandoned palace to assist, causing the Eastern Gate to erupt once more into a fervent battle, the cacophony of combat filling the air. Han Xingqi took no offense, sitting beside him as the two engaged in conversation, indifferent to the disparaging glances from those waiting nearby. As Bai Shui spoke of artifacts, he casually waved the Shangbao Qingjing rake in his hand, causing a gust of wind to arise, and upon tossing it, the rake transformed into a gentle breeze. Hong Daguan was somewhat puzzled when he received a call from Lu Tian in the dead of night while he was still asleep. However, how could he dare not answer Tian Ji's call? At that moment, he laughed heartily at the absurdity, realizing that this foolish individual believed himself to be invincible. This opportunity, granted to him, meant he could no longer entertain thoughts of victory. Han Xingqi reflected that while time remained ample, the mental exertion and contemplation would undoubtedly lead him into an unprecedented low during the forthcoming strategic battles. The malevolent figure had donned a bespoke outfit that concealed his magma-like skin, finally presenting a hint of princely demeanor. After an unsuccessful challenge against the Imperial Spirit Master the following day, Su Feng felt immense frustration. He had boasted of resolving the task swiftly, yet 2 days later, he remained entangled in a stalemate with the Imperial Spirit Palace. In the days that followed, tranquility returned. As Xiao Yitian spent his time outside of classes, either accompanying 2 lovely companions on leisurely strolls or practicing with his band, or else engaging in vigorous basketball sessions with a group of boys. Apologizing for his hoarse voice, Long Qi's presence exuded an oppressive aura tinged with subtle sorrow. Feng and Air had witnessed many instances of intrigue during their time in Chun Yuliang's army, and upon hearing the words, they could not help but smile wryly in silence. In that moment, devoid of any dialogue, time seemed to freeze, the expression on the face of the black flame dragon radiating profound excitement and longing. Unbeknownst to her, as she stepped out from the night, the summer breeze tousled her meticulously styled hair, allowing a few strands to cascade over her forehead, enhancing the allure of her misty, translucent eyes. Under the relentless extraction by Jean Lien, the stars themselves became increasingly stable, no longer emitting stray energies. Bai Yi's exterior was devoid of flames, the stars now quiet and dim, resembling ordinary meteors. Within the rift of that space, a dark gray energy pulsated, slowly swirling. And the aura emanating from this gray energy exerted immense pressure on Shun Aoyan. Though unarmed, he unleashed the Tai Chi technique, swiftly repelling dozens of adversaries within mere moves. Thanks to the broad range of his strikes, enhanced by his formidable strength, the sudden shift in the situation caused Nan Air to exhale deeply in relief, while another man wiped the perspiration from his brow. Just as they relaxed their guard for a fleeting moment, and Qin suddenly dashed towards the door. Shen Aoyan regarded the Wanjin array with a perplexed expression, harboring a suspicion that the Ziwei Emperor might possess other identities. Otherwise, how could he command such a formation? The traditional Bundesliga powerhouses Schalke 04, Werder Bremen, and KLN surprisingly found themselves at the bottom of the relegation zone after 2 consecutive losses at the season's outset. Nevertheless, as the league was long, relegation was not a certainty, yet such a dismal start was unfavorable for all 3 teams. Everyone could see Su Qin seated upon the divine throne, his eyes once again closed, his body rigid and devoid of breath. With her words, the blade in her hand gradually transformed into a hue reminiscent of green jade. In the next moment, a slash across the ground summoned a stone giant, several times larger than the previous spectral creature. Consequently, Ling Yun proactively suggested to Tsunade that Hanabi learn medical ninjutsu from her. Silence enveloped both ends of the call, time passing silently as they maintained their unspoken connection for over 10 minutes, each waiting for the other to speak first. In the 78th minute, Everton was awarded a corner kick from the right side of the field, and Phil Jagielka's header soared over the crossbar. Do not let me discover who it is, otherwise. Chun Hao's tone turned icy. Those 2 inheritors were the strongest members of the Tongshaman team aside from him, and it was disheartening to see them fall prey to treachery. igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Shi Guiran furrowed her brow, muttering, "Impossible. I clearly saw a man. How could it have transformed into N. Guiran?" Ru Fei gestured for Shi Guiran to silence herself, and reluctantly, she closed her mouth in frustration. Disappointingly, Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi had lost their way in the desert and missed their appointment. Wang Bing stood firm and unhurried, extending both hands to grasp the two black snakes. Yet Zhao Kuo remained unperturbed, delivering a swift kick towards Wang Bing, who was unable to evade and took the hit squarely. Subsequently, Zheng Zhong and others boarded the vehicle. Yifeng lightly tapped his toes, causing the Fengling vehicle to glow red and form a protective red barrier around the entire vehicle before soaring into the air, darting towards the Wangu Huangzi. Ao Ming was intercepted by the enlarged Zhu Beiji, who exhaled flames. However, the flames were significantly weakened in the seawater, leaving Zhu Beiji unafraid as he brandished his nine-toothed rake in pursuit of Ao Ming. Among them were countless lines originating from a single point, yet leading to different destinations, though none bore any markings. After the three departed, the hall was abuzz with discourse, as many cultivators who had only heard of Zheng Zhong's name began to voice their doubts. A few years ago, astonishing news emerged, allowing Yuan Shan to finally release the tension that had burdened her heart for so long. Murong Su, due to the limitations of his lifespan, ultimately failed to advance to the Golden Body and subsequently passed away. However, Murong Xiaoxing soon disappeared without trace. Beside Mo Shuang, Luo Yao fixed her beautiful gaze intently upon the swirling mass of colorful clouds, her eyes reflecting profound concern. Moments later, the surrounding area was enveloped in a green haze, appearing from a distance as a colossal green mist. Approximately a minute later, a deluge of black mist surged forth. Njin Shanzi vaguely discerned that within this dark cloud were countless demon creatures with human faces and beastly bodies. Although their magical prowess was exceedingly low, their numbers were alarmingly vast, amounting to nearly 100 million, surrounding the altar for the worship of Buddha. The already robust muscles expanded further, bursting through his outer garments, while his body hair grew wildly, enveloping him entirely in mere moments. The wooden structure of the room, combined with the flammable nature of the wine, ignited almost instantly. Recalling the recent refining process, Yifeng took a deep breath, his consciousness melding with the Zhu Xian sword, feeling as though it was an extension of himself. Bound by bloodline. Minghui, is it truly not so? The old emperor asked coldly, as Princess Minghui's demeanor was overtly suspicious, easily discernible to any keen observer. Chapter 098, Rune Master, a lucrative profession, a money grab. Li Cha had been lying on Mary S. bed for about an hour. As for the lipstick marks on his lips and the lingering fragrance on his hands, he was unaware of their origins. Regardless, as Li Cha closed and reopened his eyes, he found that Mary had already changed into her everyday attire, her long hair, which he had previously disheveled, neatly tied up again. Mary said, "All right, stop pretending. Speak up. What was your purpose in coming upstairs to find me?" Dian too wished he could obliterate the old man before him with a single punch. He was adept at rambling. Yet Wang Zheng surpassed him in this regard, uttering a plethora of words that seemed abundant but contained no substance. Upon seeing Gong Juechen accept the fried rice and chopsticks, Yiji plopped down directly opposite Gong Juechen. She sat on the ground, which was somewhat cool, yet she paid it no heed. The arrival of the Church of Light was indeed spectacular, with thousands descending from the heavens like celestial beings, their radiant glow emanating from their own energy, dazzling and resplendent. After centuries of following her, she had never encountered any celestial artifacts, which was understandable given her lack of exposure. However, Zhang Sudong felt that his father had developed an almost obsessive control over him, a term that could be aptly described as sun obsession. She glanced at the follower count on the platform, which had reached 600,000, during which many had also rewarded her. Hearing of food supplies stirred the hearts of the thieves. Their opposition to the bandits was motivated by a desire for better survival. Food and wealth were their ultimate goals, and now that sustenance lay before them, the soldiers of Rovas had already suffered casualties, making the theft of their provisions significantly easier. However, the commotion over there was too loud. Orochimaru speculated that the elemental beings should not be able to arrive in time. Thus he entered with Tsunade, remaining vigilant for any remaining dangers. In the next moment, the black orb suddenly expanded into a sphere with a diameter of several zhang. And after a surge of energy fluctuations, the sphere began to pour down a torrential rain. The wedding ceremony took place below in a lavish and magnificent setting. An open-air wedding adorned with countless colorful lights and flowers, clearly a labor of love by the event's organizers. Gao Ming held a jade gourd, subsequently removing the lid, and I witnessed him pouring its contents into a bowl filled with glutinous rice. My cousin clearly remained somewhat worried about me and was about to speak, but here, he was merely a lowly individual, lacking the standing to voice his thoughts. To some extent, if the sinister entity is willing to be manipulated by the individual behind it, it indicates that they have reached some form of agreement. I observed the old man speaking eloquently, stating, "This humble Taoist has come with my junior sister. I trust my junior brother is aware of our intentions." After speaking, the old man's murky eyes fixed upon Li Yuan, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. Online, the audience was fervently engaged, sending a barrage of comments as the contestants in the secret realm competed fiercely, their faces flushed with excitement. Although it was merely an intuition, Li Xiang believed that among the remaining challengers, the one most difficult to contend with would likely be the abilities of Amit Ba. Little did she know, the sorrowful years concluded as her master gradually distanced himself from her at the age of 13. During that time, her laughter increased as she concealed her inner sadness, disappointment, and solitude from others, choosing to smile instead. The fiery sunbirds conjured by these spells effortlessly dispelled the demon beasts and their attacks one by one. Chapter 099. In order to resolve past grievances, Mary was determined. Li Cha's greatest flaw was his brief time in this world, resulting in a lack of understanding of many matters and insufficient depth of experience. Of course, even if he hailed from a minor noble background, the prospect of earning 1,000 gold a day in the near future would likely send him into a state of elation. The lipstick-stained, freshly made-up Miss Mary remarked, "You're insane." Ning Yuan departed, and as Yang Yiru turned, she promptly pulled out her phone to make an international call to Yuan at the edge of a 100-meter-deep canyon. Looking down revealed an endless whirlpool, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity, with a golden magic circle flickering at its depths. There was no need for forgery. The genuine article was evidently more convincing. To describe it as realistic was an understatement, for it was indeed authentic. However, the spectral target merely fell a short distance, and in the blink of an eye, it ascended back to its previous height. When they struck this agreement, it was not as partners but as friends. At that time, Xiao Ju was profoundly grateful for Jun Li's assistance. With a wave of his arm, Emperor Tian summoned Xing Yi and others, all appearing on the ancient path, beginning their meticulous contemplation. With each successive traverse, Yifei had yet to arrive at the era he had envisioned, yet the gains were still abundant. On one fortunate occasion, he reached Chang'an during the Tang dynasty. The large bird was startled, losing its composure entirely. Meanwhile, the Tianma totem re-established its dominance, once more exuding an aura of suppression over all things, immobilizing the large bird. Just as Emperor Jutian harbored concerns that Emperor Muyu's descent would bring about new changes to Duhan continent, Yi Chenfeng patiently practiced the Kangmang Sancha sword for over 3 months, gradually mastering its divine rhythm. "It's over. I will follow Brother Wang's orders," Li Chujun stated. He had little to do in Feng Tian, as a massive manhunt was underway in the city, and naturally, he hoped to leave with Wang Jinggue as soon as possible. Xiao Siming, curious to see if there would be any display of grandeur, deliberately claimed he had forgotten his permit upon exiting. With a tall stature, a face riddled with scars, and perpetually cold eyes, he nevertheless instilled a peculiar sense of security in her. However, when I awoke, I found myself lying in a cave, and, at that moment, I was unsure how I had entered it. Subsequently, an elderly man with long hair and beard, dressed in tattered clothing and worn shoes, walked in from outside. Witnessing the terrifying power of the sword's spirit puppet, Yunishang narrowly evaded the astonishing sword light, leaving behind a harsh remark before leaping into the dense thicket. Disappearing from sight. "It's acceptable." He clinked cups with Jiang Yicheng, then raised the cup to his lips, though his gaze was drawn to Shun Yaina, who was staring intently at him, making him quite uncomfortable. Last night, he had indulged excessively. The drinking capacity of these old generals was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Li Qingyang and Breeze had already burst forth, their hands gripping pistols, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire towards the entrance. However, under the rapid-fire assault of the Runhuang's swift execution of the Jiolong Huangjiju, five-clawed golden dragons erupted from his body, continuously applying pressure upon Yi Wujing. In years past, the Qian army had an official representative stationed in major cities worldwide, collaborating with prominent jewelry families to secure contracts for the abundant high-quality jade they extracted, ensuring these treasures never flowed into the market. The Lei family, located in Xinjiang of the provincial capital, had sent an address that was centrally situated, not far from Qin Hu's residence. Progress, continuous progress. Personally instructing a health exercise for a reward of 10 silver coins seemed acceptable to Li Cha. No one harbors enmity towards wealth, including himself. Thus, Dr. Li Cha dedicated a mere 10 minutes to cater to this peculiar client. Although he had indeed acquired wealth, he had not forgotten the time when doubts about his own combat prowess nearly led him to the brink of committing violence in the streets, snatching a beggaress bowl. Dr. Li Cha, let us proceed to take a look. Just as Kugwa finished speaking, a cacophony of sounds erupted from that direction. Wang Darren was among the elite youths of Longxiao village, his reputation having spread far and wide since he was accepted as a disciple by the Tiandao sect a decade ago. Recognized as the foremost young martial artist in the village. Feng Lu, do not assume that the support of the Dragon Walk Guild grants you the audacity to disregard the Fengyan Society. I assure you, the Tianxia Guild is solely the domain of my Fengyan Society. Tadeo Wufeng clearly had a strong disagreement with Feng Lu. Up until this point, after countless days and nights of diligent practice, he had finally grasped the intricacies and magnificence of this magical art. After indulging in exquisite wine, Ku, after a period of contemplation and practice, suddenly comprehended the profound secret of the Xian Guangsha from the Magic Light chapter. Upon entering, a crimson carpet stretched straight towards the wedding platform, flanked by tables laden with wine. In the wake of a shocking assault that obliterated the aircraft carrier in a single strike, the naval commanders erupted in furious roars. Thus, the celestial monarch, who had enjoyed a millennium of leisure, took on the rare role of a matchmaker. And soon the heavenly court issued an edict granting marriage between Gong Xianyue and Mo Zili. The proprietor was overjoyed upon hearing this. Never expecting divine providence to provide him with funds first, did they not fear he might abscond with the money? Meanwhile, high above, Dormammu, devoid of any emotion, uttered 2 sentences, causing his colossal head to tremble slightly as his darkly glowing purple eyes fixed intently upon the ground. Were it not for the prior arrangements I made for Shenin to obtain a bank card before this trip, transferring 250,000 from the card provided by Lu Li to Shen Yin's account and then to the new card, I would have surely faltered. He was uncertain whether this journey was right or wrong. Success would yield immense benefits. Though he might not ascend to the position of the 10 halls of Ghost Kings, he could become a disciple of that esteemed figure, undoubtedly becoming one of the most elite Ghost Kings beneath the 10 halls in the future. This notion was the result of discussions among Zhao Zilong, Jin Yingying, and Uncle Li, and, at this moment, he conveyed it to Yang Ziyu with complete transparency. Démonstrating à trustful attitude. The palace was eerily silent, with even the sound of seagulls flapping their wings distinctly audible. His kiss was domineering and forceful, immersing me in layers of sensation, nearly stealing away my breath. He was indeed a master of the art of kissing, and I had never experienced such an intoxicating embrace before. If you are willing to part with it, my Hong family can craft a unique spiritual weapon just for you. Hong Tao fixed his gaze intently upon Chu Su. I kindly request you to share what you know with me. Lao and Han had thus consented.